Before my death, I announced that I would donate all my property, totaling 90 billion taels of silver, to charity. The whole world was shocked, and everyone wondered what I wanted to do in this life. I was once the most successful entrepreneur in the world, a top Sigma man, never married, with no wife, no children, and no girlfriend. However, I have the answer in my mind. I know that I don't deserve the warmth of family. Therefore, I donated all my property just to atone for my sins. In my previous life, I was in the Qian Dynasty, and I failed my parents, implicated my 7 sisters, and harmed my wife and daughter. Other relatives also suffered from the contempt and torture from my husband's family because of my younger brother. After rebirth, I returned to the Qian Dynasty. Standing in front of a familiar village, looking at the familiar family members in front of me, I secretly made up my mind. In this life, I will prove with my actions that even if I have committed terrible mistakes, I can win a new life and protect the ones I love through hard work and sincerity. In a low stone courtyard, a wedding was going on in a lively manner. I lay in bed, in a daze, my head feeling very dizzy, as if I was being crushed by a huge rock. I tried to open my eyes, but all I saw was a blur, and the noise in my ears seemed far away through a layer of mist. Suddenly, a gentle touch fell on my forehead, cold and delicate. I raised my eyes reluctantly, and what caught my eye was a touch of whiteness. I was stunned. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar face, and her red wedding dress made her look very charming. Her figure is clearly my wife from my previous life, Zhu Chenxi. How is this possible? I forced myself to hold on to my shaking head, and everything in front of me gradually became clear. The crude, thatched hut, the mottled earth walls, and the pure woman beside me. This was my previous life. I stared at Zhu Chenxi. She was kneeling beside the bed. Her thin shoulders were wrapped in a bright red wedding dress, as if they would be blown away by the wind of this world at any time. The concern in her eyes made me dare not look directly at her. That was the tenderness that I was not worthy of receiving. Get out. I gritted my teeth and squeezed out the word, not daring to look at her again. The sins of my past life made it difficult for me to face her, this woman whom I had destroyed with my own hands. She was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect me to speak like this after waking up, but soon, she lowered her head and shrank back, hiding her uneasiness. My dear, are you okay? I closed my eyes and couldn't help but let the tears roll down. All kinds of things from my past life came to my mind. How I depended on my parents and my sister, how I beat my parents, and how I pushed my wife and daughter into despair. I remember the look in my father's eyes when he passed away with hatred, the sorrow in my mother's heart when she died tragically on her bed, and the miserable looks on my sisters' faces when they were looked down upon by their in-laws because of me. And there is Zhu Chenxi, the woman who once married me with great hope, but was eventually forced to hang herself by me. These images were like a knife cutting into my heart, causing me to feel excruciating pain. The memories of my past life did not fade away with my rebirth. They were like deep scars that tormented me day and night. I know that I will have a chance to repay it in this life, but this debt is too heavy. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I hope Chenxi is still sitting in front of me, my parents and sisters are still safe and sound, and everything is still in time. I can't be that asshole anymore. I have to change everything and let them live the best life. I opened my eyes and looked at Zhu Chenxi. When she saw me looking at her, a hint of surprise and uneasiness flashed in her eyes. I spoke in a hoarse voice, Chenxi. She was stunned. This was the first time I called her name. I raised my head and wiped the tears from my face with the back of my hand. I'm fine. I just went to the underworld and was a little excited. Zhu Chenxi stood aside, with a hint of timidity in her dark eyes and her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She seemed to have mustered up her courage and whispered, My mother spent 20 taels of silver to buy it for auspicious occasions. I am quite good at embroidery, so I can make some money and pay you back. As she spoke, she turned her face towards me so that I could see half of her face clearly. The red spot still occupied half of her face, but the other half was still breathtakingly beautiful. This familiar conversation instantly brought my thoughts back to my previous life. At that time, when I heard her say the word embroidery, I kicked her angrily and kicked her off the bed. But now, these are not worth mentioning to me. I knew the red spots on my face were caused by fetal toxins. In my previous life, I already knew the Chinese herbal formula for the antidote. As for money, it's not a big deal. The modern business concepts in my mind are enough for me to make money easily. I raised my hand and gently touched the red spot on her face. My voice was low but firm. I can heal your face. Don't worry about the money. I will earn it. Zhu Chenxi was stunned. his almond-shaped eyes full of surprise. She obviously didn't believe that the red spots she had been carrying since her mother's womb could be cured, and she didn't expect that I would treat her so gently. After a short silence, she suddenly spoke. My dear. Actually, when I was at my mother's house, I hid some silver while doing embroidery. It was 2 taels and 3 cents. I hid it in the cracks of the rocks in the pig pen. My family must have borrowed money to marry me this time. You can go back to my mother's house with me tomorrow and take the silver back first. I was stunned for a moment. This was something that had never happened in my previous life. She never told me any of this at the time, let alone anything like saving money. Perhaps the evil things I did to her in that life had already broken her heart. You take the silver first. I'll ask you for it if I need it. I replied calmly, hiding the relief in my heart. My body was still weak, so I didn't say anything more and just went to bed. Lying on the bed, my thoughts were in a mess. My parents have already spent more than 20 taels of silver on my medical treatment and to bring me good luck during this serious illness. The Yuan family's financial resources were not enough, and the extra 10 taels were borrowed by my parents from my sister and brother-in-law. In the previous life, because of these 10 taels of silver, my eldest sister Yuan Painter and my brother-in-law Zhou Chonglin got into trouble. Zhou Chonglin is my eldest sister's childhood sweetheart and treats me like a brother. When he was a child, he often hung around his elder sister and also took care of me, his younger brother-in-law. But it was this person who paid the price of his life because of borrowing this money. I closed my eyes and recalled the suffocating past in my mind. In order to save me, Zhou Chonglin stole 10 taels of silver hidden in our home and hid it from his parents. But the fact that there was less silver in the cash box could not be hidden from old lady Wang. The next day, the Zhou family was in an uproar. The old lady insisted that the eldest sister Yuan Panner was the culprit of eating from the inside out and demanded that she pay back the money immediately. Otherwise, she would divorce her. The eldest sister at the time had no other options and brought the anger of her in-laws back to her own family. In my previous life, not only did I not stand up to help her, but I scolded her harshly and even threatened my parents not to sell the land for her. Finally, the elder sister couldn't bear it anymore and jumped into the river to commit suicide. The brother-in-law chased her to save her, but was washed away by the river instead. Thinking of this, my heart tightened and my eyes became wet again. Just as the sky was getting light, I heard a commotion coming from the Zhou family's side. Zhou Chonglin's voice was deep and powerful and seemed to be filled with anger. Chang Shui, Yuan Panner is your sister-in-law, not someone you can order around. Don't you know who should cook this afternoon? Pickpocket Yuan wants to steal our Zhou family stuff and take it back to her parents' home. She should be fired today. What's wrong with me asking her to cook a meal? Zhou Changshui's voice was harsh and full of disdain. My heart tightened and I stood at the door, clenching my fists. In her previous life, my sister Yuan Panner endured unimaginable humiliation because of this matter of 10 taels of silver, and in the end, I suppressed the surging emotions in my heart, pricked up my ears, and continued to listen. Zhou Chonglin's voice sounded again. Chang Shui, I said yesterday that I took the money, and it has nothing to do with your sister-in-law. Panner has been working like a slave for the Zhou family all these years. When has she ever brought anything to her mother's house? You said she was a pickpocket. Don't you feel guilty? Besides, she is your sister-in-law. It is not up to you to decide whether to divorce her or not. Ma Xiangqin sneered in the room and interrupted. Brother, what a generous thing to say. I don't care whether Yuan Panner has anything from the Zhou family, but she has a useless brother, a useless person who cost our family 10 taels of silver to buy for a wedding. If she doesn't get the money back today, how can she still have the face to stay in the Zhou family? Zhou Chonglin didn't say anything. I could imagine how helpless he looked with his fists clenched. Then, I heard Yuan Panner's voice with obvious fatigue and anger. Ma Xiangqin, I don't think I have done anything wrong to you. I did a lot of work for you. It's okay if you don't thank me, but you slandered me and my brother. From now on, I will never do anything for you again. This sentence made my nose sore. In my previous life, my sister had never argued for herself because she endured humiliation. Now, she is finally willing to speak up for herself. Then, the old lady's sharp voice came from the house. What are you arguing about? Yuan Panner, if you have time to argue, you might as well hurry up and cook. After the meal is ready, go back to your parents' home at noon to get the money back. Otherwise, don't come back. After a moment of silence, I heard the door slammed shut and the quarrel in the yard gradually subsided. The countryside gradually became lively in the early morning, with smoke rising from every household and roosters crowing one after another. But I lay in bed, feeling heartbroken. The memories of the past life came flooding back to my mind again. 10 taels of silver actually made my sister bear so much. In that life, I was cowardly, shameless, and the complete jerk, causing the death of my sister and brother-in-law. But in this life, I will not repeat the same mistake. I stood up and walked out of the house, just in time to see my mother Shang Hohat running towards me, her eyes full of tears. "Bauer, the wedding really woke you up?" She grabbed my hand, tears streaming down her face. "My baby, you have suffered a lot these past few days." My father Yuan Lai Fu followed closely behind and grabbed my other hand. His rough palm made me feel the long-lost warmth and strength. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." My voice was a little choked. Looking at their white hair and tired faces, I could hardly hold back my tears. "Dad, Mom, I'm sensible now. From now on, I will make sure you live the best life." As soon as the words fell, a complicated look flashed in the parents' eyes. They obviously didn't believe the sweet words I had said countless times over the years, but they still nodded. "Okay, Dad and Mom believe you." I know in my heart that their trust is just a formality, but it doesn't matter. I will use my actions to make them understand. My heart tightened as I watched my mother's eyes glance at Chinsi, who was standing in the corner. "You're standing there like a ghost, not saying anything?" Mother's voice was sharp and piercing, revealing an uncontrollable anger. The undisguised disdain in her eyes made my heart ache, but at this moment I could only bear it. Chinsi lowered her head, twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and stood there obediently without moving. Even though she was scolded like this, she didn't say a word and didn't even say a word to defend herself. I looked at her and thought of this day in my previous life. At that time, they were furious and wanted to divorce their daughter-in-law, which was known to the whole city, but in the end they returned empty-handed. How could it make sense for a grown-up girl to cancel the engagement because of her ugly appearance? Moreover, Zhu Chinsi's stepmother was a tough guy. Even if the betrothal gift could not be returned, she could be returned. Naturally, the Yuan family did not dare to break off relations with her, and in the end they could only bring her back. But what followed was even greater humiliation. My mother's voice brought me back to reality. "You are obviously an ugly freak, yet you dare to lie to others. You will die sooner or later for such a wicked thing." That's right. The person and the goods are not a good match. We have to cancel this marriage. Dad's voice was filled with anger and was fierce. I took a deep breath and stepped forward to stop them. "Dad, Mom, you can't say that." I pointed at Chen Shi and said, "The witch said that her horoscope matches mine." I woke up as soon as she walked in. She is our family's lucky star. If I withdraw, what if I mess up her luck? How will you explain it? They were stunned, apparently speechless by my well-reasoned argument. "You think my life is not worth 20 taels?" I raised my eyes and pretended to be angry. "Or do you care more about that little bit of silver than your son? My precious, you are my life. Not to mention 20 taels, you are worth 200 taels. Mother immediately changed her words, but she still couldn't hide the pain on her face. "But precious, how can this ugly guy be worthy of you?" I watched them shake their heads helplessly and resisted the urge to expose their beautifying filters for me. I know very well what my reputation is in the surrounding area. "Dad, Mom, the red spots on Chinsi's face are caused by fetal poisoning, not disfigurement. I can heal her face and guarantee that I will give you a fairy daughter-in-law. If you can cure her face, your father is Hua too." Dad rolled his eyes in disdain. Mother's face was also full of impossible. Chinsi was even more stunned, obviously not believing it. I waved my hand and changed the subject. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I have something else to ask, Mother. Give me 20 cents. 20 cents? Mother's voice immediately rose. "Our family is extremely poor now, and you want to spend 20 cents? Mom, it's just 20 cents. I'm really useful. I'll return it to you in the afternoon." I quickly covered my forehead and pretended to have a splitting headache. "Ouch, my head hurts again. You're the one who spoiled her." Dad glared at Mom. "Bauer is just fine. Don't be angry with him. Give him the money first, and we'll talk about it later." Mother sighed, fished out 20 coins from her lapel and handed them to me. "Take it, you prodigal son, and don't come back for more after you spend it." I took the money and pretended to be serious. "Dad, Mom, this money can really help you with big things. You will know in the afternoon." After that, I pulled Chinsi out. "Why are you going to the grocery store? What a waste." Mother scolded while slapping her thigh. "Dad, Mom, don't worry about me. Go weed the fields. The grass has grown very tall recently." I said this and walked away. I heard my mother scolding me from behind. but I smiled and shook my head, with a plan in mind. Those tea eggs must be the first step in my comeback. Shanho village is only 10 miles away from Qingshan town. I took Chenxi with me, and we reached the town in less than half an hour. I was worried about leaving her alone at home. If my parents came back and were angry, they would inevitably take it out on her, so I decided to keep her with me. As soon as I arrived in town, I went straight to Donglishan restaurant. As soon as he reached the door, the waiter blocked his way with a frown and a cold look. "Where did you come from, poor wretch, to dare to enter our Donglishan?" I looked down at my old robe, then at Chinxi's patched linen clothes and old shoes with exposed toes. It really didn't seem convincing, but I didn't get angry. I just raised the jar in my hand and said, "Little brother, please tell the shopkeeper that I'm here to sell you the recipe for the 5-spice tea eggs. Get lost. Who wants your crappy recipe?" He pushed me, cursing. I took 2 steps back and shouted, "Shopkeeper Chow, I'm here to sell you the recipe for 5-spice tea eggs. If you don't want it, I'll go to the Maishan pavilion." As soon as he finished shouting, Chow, the shopkeeper, came out like the wind, with his thick eyebrows raised. "Wait." The aroma of tea mixed with the aroma of eggs wafted into his nose. He took a deep breath, turned around and slapped the waiter hard. "Malaishi, you are so arrogant. If you do it again, get out of here immediately." The waiter bowed and apologized repeatedly. I took the opportunity to pass the jar to Chow, the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, please try it." Shopkeeper Chow peeled an egg, took a bite, and nodded slightly. "Not bad. You have an idea? Tell me, how do you want to sell it?" 4 ounces of silver, and the recipe is yours." He snorted coldly. 4 taels? Your recipe is easy to study. I can guess most of it now. The maximum reward is $200. I smiled and said, "Boss, in business, the initiative is the most important thing. Even if you can guess it, it will take a few days. By then, Maishan Pavilion will have learned it, and you will not have the chance to take the initiative." This hit his soft spot. He paused. His eyes rolled and said, 3 taels of silver, plus the eggs in the jar. How about that? Deal. I nodded readily. "But shopkeeper, can you exchange it for 2 taels of silver and 1,000 copper coins? I'll need it later." The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting me to understand this kind of rules, but he still agreed with a smile. "Okay, 1 cup of tea. I won't give it to you if you can't count it." I looked at Chinxi. She nodded and whispered, "I'll help my husband count." When the money box was brought over, Chinxi and I counted out the 1,000 coins in less than 10 breaths. To be on the safe side, she counted again. Shopkeeper Chow was stunned and found us more interesting. He readily handed me the money and silver, exchanged a few more words, and then let us go. Walking out of Donglishan, I looked at Chinxi's hesitant expression and couldn't help laughing. "What? Are you scared?" Her face flushed slightly, and she whispered, "I didn't expect my husband to be so capable." I was stunned for a moment and inexplicably felt a little guilty. In my previous life, my asshole behavior was not worthy of this trust. Next, we went to the meat market. I carried money and planned to buy some meat to take to my eldest sister's house. In my previous life, something happened to my eldest sister when she returned home at noon, so this time I want to go find her in advance. "Hey, Yuansheng, the wedding really brought you back to life?" A familiar face appeared behind the butcher counter. It was Butcher Wang. His son, Wang Damao, was one of the main culprits who caused the destruction of my family in the previous life. My expression remained unchanged, and I smiled and replied, "Thanks to the good luck brought by my lucky wife." Butcher Wang glanced at Chinxi, with a hint of contempt and mockery in his eyes. His son Wang Damao was clamoring last night that he also wanted to spend 20 taels to marry a fairy. It's a pity that he shouted for a sky-high price after only seeing half of her face. I really don't know what his expression would be when he turned around and saw the other half of the fairy's face. "Uncle, I want 30 kilograms of hind leg meat and pork belly on the chopping board. What's the lowest price?" Butcher Wang was stunned, then waved his hand. 30 kilograms? I have already ordered most of this meat, so I can only sell you 1 or 2 kilograms at most. Okay, then I'll go take a look next door. I turned and walked towards Butcher Li's stall next door. Butcher Wang muttered from behind, "You wasteful thing, 30 kilograms of meat. Do you think you want to buy it on credit?" I didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked straight towards Butcher Li. "I must buy this meat today." "Butcher Li, how much are your hind leg meat and pork belly?" "I want 30 kilograms. Give me your lowest price." I stood in front of the stall and spoke directly. Butcher Li's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Pork belly is usually 24 cents a pound, and hind leg meat is 20 cents a pound. Since you want so much, I'll give you a half-cent discount on each. I shook my head. It's not cheap enough. How about this? You include these bones and the pig's head in the price and give me a good deal. Butcherly hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can give you the bones, but this pig head weighs 10 pounds and usually sells for 60 cents. I can't afford it if I give it to you directly. I'll sell it to you at a lower price, 40 cents. 10 cents. I lowered the price directly. Butcher Lee's eyes widened, and he looked embarrassed. Brother, this is too low. How about this, 25 cents, no less? I nodded. Deal. He breathed a sigh of relief and weighed the meat with a smile. 10 caddies of pork belly, 235 coins. 20 caddies of hind leg meat, 390 coins. And 25 coins for the pig's head, a total of 650 coins. I took out a tael of silver and handed it over. Butcher Lee, here's a tael of silver. Give me the change of 350 coins. He counted on his fingers again and nodded. I continued, I'll take 5 pounds of meat first, and I'll get the remaining bones and pig heads when I come back from Dongshan village. Okay, don't worry, the meat is here and it won't run away. Butcher Lee agreed readily. While finding the money, he asked curiously, who was your eldest sister? Why did you go to see her with the meat? My eldest sister is Zhou Chonglin's wife. I raised my head and spoke calmly. Butcher Lee looked at me a few more times after hearing what I said. After taking a look at me, he smiled meaningfully and said, Brother, you are so thoughtful. Your elder sister will definitely be happy to see you. After the transaction was completed, I turned around and prepared to leave with the meat, feeling even more concerned about my elder sister's situation. Chincy pulled my sleeve and whispered, My dear, this basket is quite heavy. Let me carry it. I looked at her and asked with a smile, Do you feel sorry for me? Her face instantly turned red and she whispered back, No. I stopped teasing her and pointed to the big locust tree at the entrance of the town. We can take a bullock cart to Dongshan village. It's only 2 cents. There's no need to save money. Chincy hesitated for a moment and whispered, 2 cents is not a small amount of money. Let's just walk. I patted her hands and smiled easily. 2 cents is nothing? From now on, you won't even blink when you spin 20 taels. Chincy bit her lip and muttered softly, You can actually coax people. We walked under the locust tree and saw Uncle Niojin driving the ox cart ready to set off. I handed over 2 cents, helped Chincy into the car, put the basket beside me, and sat down comfortably. In the car, a long-faced woman stared at me for a long time, then suddenly asked with a smile, Isn't this Yuanxing? Do you remember me? I am your sister Shufan. I used to pick pig grass with your sister Painter. I was stunned for a moment, then I recognized her, nodded and smiled. It's Sister Shufan. Are you coming to town too? I'm here to sell eggs. Zhang Shufan changed the subject with some concern. Yuansheng, listen to my advice. You are not a child anymore. You have to stand up for yourself. Panner is in the Zhou family, and it all depends on you. I said in a deep voice, Sister Shufan, how is my sister doing at Zhou's house? Zhang Shufan sighed. Chonglin is a good man, but your sister and here too honest. They do all the work at home and in the fields. Even a donkey is not as tired as this. What about Zhou Changshui and Ma Xiangqin? I couldn't help but frown. Zhang Shufan sneered. Zhou Changshui is good at talking but does little work. As for Ma Xiangqin, she is so lazy that she even complains about pigs. But her family is capable, and her 3 brothers are promising. They send things to the Zhou family every now and then. She walks around the Zhou family like a bully. Who dares to offend her? I clenched my fists unconsciously, and the anger that was suppressed in my heart surged up. Look at the life Ma Xiangqin lives, and then look at the life your sister lives. They are like heaven and earth. Zhang Shufan's voice was cold, with a hint of disdain. I remained silent, but my heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. In my previous life, I never really paid attention to how hard my eldest sister's life was, and I was even unaware of how low her status was in her husband's family. She worked hard for the family, but I was the one who held her back and brought shame upon her. Don't worry, Sister Shufan. I will go to see my elder sister today, and will never let her suffer any grievances again. I raised my head with a firm look in my eyes. Zhang Shufan glanced at me and sneered, As a man, you should keep your word. Yuansheng, if you can't do it, I will laugh at you in front of your elder sister. I didn't say anything back. Her words were harsh, but they were also true. I couldn't blame her for laughing at me, and that was the only way to give her a true explanation. The ox cart soon arrived at Dongshan village, and Chincy and I got off. From a distance, I saw my elder sister sitting on the stone pier at the door with her head down, doing needlework. Ma Xiangqin and her mother-in-law were eating melon seeds with a swagger. The ground was covered with melon seed shells, but the eldest sister didn't say a word. Mother, look. Ma Xiangqin was the first to notice me and screamed, "It's my sister-in-law's brother, coming with a basket. He's here to beg for money again." Wang Chuanxiang narrowed her eyes and stared at me for a while, her face full of impatience. The 10 taels of silver have not been returned yet. What does the Yuan family mean by this? She raised her eyes and looked at Yuan Panner, her eyes revealing a sense of annoyance. Sister-in-law, your brother really knows how to pick the time. He has already prepared the basket. Is he afraid that he will have nothing to take back? Ma Xiangqin mocked sarcastically. My eldest sister looked up, and when she saw me, a look of surprise flashed across her face. She put down her needlework, stood up and came to me, tears flashing in her eyes. "Yuan Sheng, you?" "Sister, I'm here." I smiled at her and put the basket in front of her. "Sister-in-law, don't be naive." Ma Xiangqin interrupted with a sneer. "Don't you know what kind of person your brother is? How can he bring you a gift? He is here to take something away." Ma Xiangqin. The eldest sister's face darkened. "Although my brother hasn't brought anything to see me in these years, he hasn't asked for anything either. Now that he comes with a basket, he must be bringing something for me." "Bring something? How dare you?" Ma Xiangqin grinned, showing her big buck teeth. "Has your brother changed? The sun is rising from the west, right? Don't let me see it, or I'll get sick." "You're talking nonsense," I replied coldly, opened the basket, took out the pork belly and handed it to my eldest sister. "Sister, I brought this for you and your brother-in-law, to nourish your body." Ma Xiangqin stared at the piece of meat, her throat moved, and she swallowed loudly. The sound could be heard clearly by everyone in the audience. She wanted to say something else, but when I glared at her, she immediately shut up. "Yuan Sheng." The eldest sister's hands were shaking and her eyes were red. "You, sister, this piece of meat is for you and your brother-in-law. Also, I came here today to settle the matter of the 10 taels of silver. Don't worry, I will support your and your brother-in-law in the future," I said in a low but powerful voice, looking into her eyes and saying seriously. My elder sister's eyes were instantly filled with tears. She opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing. She just held my hand tightly. "Yuan Panner, I want to see how long your brother can hold out." Ma Xiangqin was relentless and interrupted with a sneer. "You are so arrogant today. You will have to come back tomorrow and ask for things with a flattering face." "Ma Xiangqin, have you said enough?" I looked at him with a sharp gaze and a tone as cold as ice. "If you dare to touch anything I brought today, don't blame me for getting angry." Her face turned pale instantly, and she took 2 steps back and didn't dare to speak again. Wang Chuanxiang sat aside, looked up at us and said calmly, "Panner, since your brother is here, call the old man in Changlin back. Isn't he going to talk about the silver?" "I'll go and shout." The eldest sister nodded, turned, and walked towards the field. When my eldest sister saw me, her eyes immediately turned red. She came forward and grabbed my arm. "Bauer, you're finally alive. Your fever a few days ago almost scared your parents to death." Her voice was trembling, and she could barely hold back her tears. My throat tightened. I put down the basket and grasped her rough hand. "Sister." I had waited for this word, sister, for too long. The guilt and regret for my past life flooded into my heart, and I raised my head desperately, trying to force back the tears. "Sister, I'm fine now, look." I patted my chest and forced a smile. "I'm completely fine now." The eldest sister wiped the tears from her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he's fine. Everything is fine as long as my brother is fine." She turned her head to look at Chincy and gently took her hand. "Is this my sister-in-law?" "Hello, big sister." Chincy was a little reserved and stood with his head down. It was obvious that he felt a little inferior because of the birthmark on his face and the worn straw sandals on his feet. The eldest sister patted her hands, her eyes soft. "Good child. Live a good life with Yuanqing in the future." "Yes, big sister." Chincy responded obediently and looked up at me. I took Chincy's hand and walked in front of old lady Wang and Ma Xiangqin, bowed slightly and said, "This is my mother-in-law, and this is my second sister-in-law." Chincy greeted her obediently. "Mother-in-law, second sister-in-law?" Old lady Wang sat on the stone pier, a fake smile on her lips. "Hey, come in and sit down." There was a perfunctory tone in her words, and I could tell that she didn't welcome us in her heart. She was probably worried that we would really come to take advantage of her. Ma Xiangqin, however, looked sarcastic and sneered. "Brother-in-law, why are you bringing empty cans here? Are you trying to take our things back?" I was too lazy to pay attention to her, So I took out the lotus leaf bag from the basket and handed it to old lady Wang, mother-in-law. A few days ago, my brother-in-law borrowed 10 taels of silver to help my family. This is the gift my parents asked me to give you as a repayment, along with some small things to show my appreciation. Old Mrs. Wang's eyes were immediately attracted by the lotus leaf package. When she opened it, she saw a large piece of pork belly with alternating fat and lean meat, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but take a breath, but her tone was still hypocritical. "Oh, come here if you want. Why bring a gift? It's so strange." But her hands were firmly grasping the flesh, with no intention of letting go. Ma Xiangqin's eyes were fixed on the piece of meat. Her throat moved and she swallowed with a gulp. The sound was so loud that everyone could hear it. I smiled and deliberately asked, "Mother-in-law, I just heard my second sister-in-law swearing to the sky and saying something about whether she would die or not. What's going on?" Chinzi immediately answered in a clear voice, "My dear, I heard it clearly. Second sister-in-law said that she and second brother would never eat anything that we didn't bring. Otherwise, they would drown in the river or fall to death from the mountain." Second sister-in-law, did I hear it correctly? Ma Xiangqin's face suddenly turned red and she stamped her feet. "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Who cares?" After that, she turned around and ran into the house angrily, slamming the door. Old Mrs. Wang was in a good mood. She smiled coldly and said, "Don't bother with her. That's just her character. It's better if she doesn't eat it. It's just a good opportunity for me to eat more." As she spoke, she hugged the piece of meat tightly in her arms, with a satisfied light in her eyes. I didn't want to argue with people like Ma Xiangqin anymore, so I said directly to old lady Wang, "My dear mother-in-law, father-in-law, and brother-in-law are in the fields, right? Please ask them to come back so I can discuss the repayment with them. I have something else to do, so I won't eat here." When Mrs. Wang heard me say I wanted to pay back the money, the smile on her face immediately became more sincere. "Okay, you guys sit here first. I'll call someone right away." She turned around and told Zhou Yuchuan to go to the field to find someone. I followed my eldest sister into her room, and as soon as I entered the door, she stopped me and said, "Bauer, how come you suddenly have money to pay the debt? Did your parents sell the land?" I shook my head and said in a relaxed tone, "No, sister. This is the money I earned this morning. Parents don't know yet." "What? The money you made this morning?" The elder sister was shocked. She then slapped me and cried anxiously, "You naughty child. Did you go gambling or cheat people? Don't do anything stupid." I held her hand and looked at her seriously. "Sister, don't worry. This money is earned honestly. I won't let you worry about me anymore. In this life, I want you and your brother-in-law to live a good life." When my elder sister heard what I said, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything else. "Sister, it's really earned by me." I looked at my elder sister's expression and couldn't help feeling complicated. Chinzi quickly told me in a clear and organized manner how I sold the tea egg recipe. The eldest sister was stunned and shocked, with tears welling up in her eyes. She covered her mouth and looked at me with complicated eyes. "Bauer, you are so capable. You actually came up with such a method, and you can even sell it for 3 taels of silver?" Seeing her excited and relieved look, my heart ached. I gently held her hand and said, "Sister, I made you worry too much in the past. Just wait and see. I will let you live a good life in the future." "Okay, okay." She choked up and said, "Okay," several times in a row, wiping her tears with her rough hands. "But why can't you change your habit of wasting money? Just take a pound of meat. You bought so much and wasted all the money." I couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, isn't this because I want you and your brother-in-law to have a good rest? Yuchuan, Yufeng, and Yuzhu can also eat something good. From now on, I will make sure that your family has meat for every meal." She glared at me, but couldn't hide her smile. She reached out and hit me lightly. "You little brat, you always lie to people and say these things that no one believes." "Sister, this time it's real. Just wait and see," I said seriously, but she rolled her eyes helplessly. "Here we go again. When have you ever said anything true?" Chinzi next to me looked up at me, his bright black eyes full of trust and certainty. I pulled my eldest sister over and asked in a low voice, "Sister, are you and your brother-in-law the only ones working at home?" She sighed. "My father-in-law often goes to the fields with Chonglin. As for the others, you can tell." "Sister, have you ever thought about dividing the family?" I asked her tentatively. She looked up at me and shook her head. "I would like to, but your brother-in-law may not agree. He is the eldest son, and his parents are still alive. It is not right for him to take the initiative to propose a division. Besides, my third brother Chongsun is studying in a private school, which costs a lot of money every year. My parents-in-law will definitely not be willing to separate the two of us from our labor force. When I heard the name Nagamori, I frowned slightly. Nagamori? He is about the same age as Tamagawa, right? He is studying in a private school. Where is Tamagawa? Tamagawa also went to a private school, but he was not as fast at memorizing as Nagamori. As a result, the eldest sister didn't finish her words, but I understood and felt a little uncomfortable. Sister, I will take care of Yuchuan's studies in the future. Not only Yuchuan, but also Yufeng and Yuzhu. I patted my chest. You're bragging again. She couldn't help but laugh and scold, and patted me gently. Bauer, just listen to what you say. Don't tell others, or no one will believe you. Sister, I'm serious. Talk to your brother-in-law about dividing the family property. If he's willing, I'll definitely help you divide it. I said it very seriously, but my eldest sister shook her head and said, let's talk about this later. At this moment, the loud voice of my brother-in-law Zhou Chonglin came from outside the yard. Bauer is here. When I heard this familiar voice, my heart warmed up and memories of my past life came flooding back. The scenes of my brother-in-law carrying me up the mountain and roasting sweet potatoes for me when I was a child, as well as the scenes of his tragic death, make my nose sore. Brother-in-law. I stepped out of the room, walked quickly to him, and gave him a big hug without hesitation. Zhou Chonglin was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Good boy. You are still so energetic after recovering from your illness. I let him go, turned around and bowed to old man Zhou. Father-in-law, I came here today to pay you back. Old man Zhou smiled and waved his hand. Oh, no hurry, no hurry. You just got well, and I'm short of money. Take your time. I'll give it to you in half a year. As soon as he finished speaking, old lady Wang coughed heavily and glanced at him unkindly. He obviously regretted speaking too fast. I took out one tael of silver and a string of copper coins from my pocket and handed them over. Father, my family really can't afford 10 taels. I only managed to collect 2 taels at the moment. I will definitely make up the remaining 8 taels this month. Old man Zhou took the money, and the smile on his face became more genuine. Good boy, we don't need the money urgently, so don't be too anxious. At this time, my second uncle Zhou Cheng rushed in a hurry. Dad, didn't you say that if you can't pay 10 taels today, you will divorce my eldest sister-in-law? Old man Zhou's face darkened, and he slapped him on the head without hesitation. What nonsense are you talking about? The money has been brought. Who are you divorcing? Zhou Changshui covered his head, glared at me fiercely, and turned away angrily. Yuchuan, who was outside the house, heard it clearly. Seeing that his second uncle was frustrated, he muttered softly, Second uncle is so useless. After that, he ran out and disappeared. All this made me feel relieved, and I saw the smile in my elder sister's eyes that could not be hidden. Zhou Changshui pushed open the door, his face full of anger, and shouted at Ma Xiangqin. Did you really swear not to eat anything Yuan Shang brought? Ma Xiangqin sneered and replied, Yeah, so what if I got rich? Even dogs wouldn't care about the things Yuan Shang brought. Then you are worse than a dog. Zhou Changshui couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her on the big protruding mouth. Tell you to be so mean. You dare to hit me? Zhou Changshui, are you crazy? Ma Xiangqin grabbed his face and scratched it fiercely, screaming, Aren't you afraid that my brother Ma Laishi will bring people to deal with you? Are you tired of living? You bitch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Zhou Changshui became even more angry and slapped her hands one after another, making loud slapping sounds. The people outside heard the noise and rushed in. I quickly squeezed in between the two of them and said, Second brother, stop hitting me and calm down. I persuaded him, but I accidentally loosened my grip and let Ma Xiangqin get hit a few more times. The crisp sound of the slap made me feel happy. Finally, the two were pulled apart by the crowd. Ma Xiangqin's hair was disheveled, her cheeks were swollen, and her eyes were full of resentment. Zhou Changshui's face was also very eye-catching with several bloodstains, and he sat down panting. I patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Second brother, second sister-in-law swore a poisonous oath. It won't affect you. Just eat it as usual. Zhou Changshui slapped his thigh and said, Yes, my brother-in-law is smart. She swears her oath, and I eat my meat. After hearing this, Ma Xiangqin was so angry that she shook all over. She pointed at Zhou Changshui and cursed, Okay, Zhou Changshui, you only care about eating and don't care about my life or death. She ran back to the house angrily and slammed the door. I looked at her back and couldn't help but smile. I turned to my eldest sister and said, "Sister, I came to see you and your husband this time. I've also paid back the money. It's getting late, so I'll go back first." My elder sister held me back and told me, "Bauer, don't always talk nonsense. You've boasted too much today. What if no one believes you in the future?" I nodded and smiled perfunctorily. "Don't worry, sister. I know what I'm doing." She looked at me and sighed, obviously still worried. At the same time, the Yuan family courtyard was already in an uproar. The words that old lady Zhang heard from Butcher Wang reached Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat's ears like fire. Several dozen kilograms of meat, 2 or 3 taels of silver. I don't know if this little bastard stole it or cheated it. Sheng Hohat slapped her thigh, her voice sharp and urgent. "We have no money now. If he makes trouble, how are we going to deal with it?" Yuan Laifu sat on the doorstep, smoking his pipe with his head down, his brows furrowed into a shape of a Qian cross shape. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Sell the well and the land. We can't just watch Bauer get into trouble. Didn't the Zhongwen family want to buy the well and the yard for 15 taels a few days ago? Sell them." "Sell the land? If we sell the well, how will we get water in the future? Besides, it's half an acre of house. Sell it. This is the only solution right now." Yuan Laifu said in a low voice, but his tone was firm. "If it doesn't work, go borrow money, but you can't ask your daughters for money again." The two were worried, but Zhang Wan and his wife next door heard it clearly. "Ha ha ha, here's our chance." Zhang Wan covered his mouth and chuckled, lowering his voice and saying to Ma Guifan, "They didn't sell it for 15 taels at the beginning, but now we can get it for 8 taels." Ma Guifan snorted complacently. 8 taels? I think 5 taels is enough. The Yuan family is in urgent need of money, so they have no other choice. Zhang Wan nodded in agreement. "Let's do it this way. 5 taels for it. The Yuan family's well and yard will belong to us sooner or later. It's settled now." The two of them became more and more excited as they talked, and Zhang Wan couldn't help humming a little tune. "Wearing a red flower on your chest, you will achieve success every year." The atmosphere inside the house was gloomy, but outside the courtyard people were overjoyed. This day seemed to be exceptionally good for them. Zhou Changshui pushed open the door, his face full of anger, and shouted at Ma Xiangqin, "Did you really swear not to eat anything Yuan Shang brought?" Ma Xiangqin sneered and replied, "Yeah, so what if I got rich? Even dogs wouldn't care about the things Yuan Shang brought." "Then you are worse than a dog." Zhou Changshui couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her on the big protruding mouth. "Tell you to be so mean. You dare to hit me? Zhou Changshui, are you crazy?" Ma Xiangqin grabbed his face and scratched it fiercely, screaming, "Aren't you afraid that my brother Ma Laishi will bring people to deal with you? Are you tired of living? You bitch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Zhou Changshui became even more angry and slapped her hands one after another, making loud slapping sounds. The people outside heard the noise and rushed in. I quickly squeezed in between the two of them and said, "Brother, stop fighting and calm down." I persuaded her verbally, but I accidentally loosened my grip, causing Ma Xiangqin to receive a few more slaps. The crisp sound of the slaps made me feel happy. Finally, the two were pulled apart by the crowd. Ma Xiangqin's hair was disheveled, her cheeks were swollen, and her eyes were full of resentment. Zhou Changshui's face was also very eye-catching with several bloodstains, and he sat down panting. I patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Second brother, second sister-in-law swore a poisonous oath. It won't affect you. Just eat it as usual." Zhou Changshui slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, my brother-in-law is smart. She swears her oath, and I eat my meat." After hearing this, Ma Xiangqin was so angry that she shook all over. She pointed at Zhou Changshui and cursed, "Okay, Zhou Changshui, you only care about eating and don't care about my life or death." She ran back to the house angrily and slammed the door. I looked at her back and couldn't help but smile. I turned to my eldest sister and said, "Sister, I came to see you and your husband this time. I've also paid back the money. It's getting late, so I'll go back first." My elder sister held me back and told me, "Bauer, don't always talk nonsense. You've boasted too much today. What if no one believes you in the future?" I nodded and smiled perfunctorily. "Don't worry, sister. I know what I'm doing." She looked at me and sighed, obviously still worried. At the same time, the Yuan family courtyard was already in an uproar. The words that old lady Zhang heard from Butcher Wang reached Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat's ears like fire. Several dozen kilograms of meat, 2 or 3 taels of silver. I don't know if this little bastard stole it or cheated it. Sheng Hohat slapped her thigh, her voice sharp and urgent. "We have no money now. If he makes trouble, how are we going to deal with it?" Yuan Lai Fu sat on the doorstep, smoking his pipe with his head down, his brows furrowed into a shape of a Qian cross shape. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Sell the well and the land. We can't just watch Bauer get into trouble. Didn't the Zhongwen family want to buy the well and the yard for 15 taels a few days ago? Sell them. Sell the land? If we sell the well, how will we get water in the future? Besides, it's half an acre of house. Sell it. This is the only solution right now." Yuan Laifu said in a low voice, but his tone was firm. "If it doesn't work, go borrow money, but you can't ask your daughters for money again." The two were worried, but Zhang Wan and his wife next door heard it clearly. "Ha ha ha, here's our chance." Zhang Wan covered his mouth and chuckled, lowering his voice and saying to Ma Guifan, "They didn't sell it for 15 taels at the beginning, but now we can get it for 8 taels. Ma Guifan snorted complacently. 8 taels? I think 5 taels is enough. The Yuan family is in urgent need of money, so they have no other choice. Zhang Wan nodded in agreement. "Let's do it this way. 5 taels for it. The Yuan family's well and yard will belong to us sooner or later. It's settled now." The two of them became more and more excited as they talked, and Zhang Wan couldn't help humming a little tune. "Wearing a red flower on your chest, you will achieve success every year." The atmosphere inside the house was gloomy, but outside the courtyard people were overjoyed. This day seemed to be exceptionally good for them. Chapter 11. Zhang Wan hardens the price. Yuan Xing and Zhu Qinxi returned to town. He first went to the pharmacy to buy medicine for Qinxi's face and ingredients for braised meat. There were no recipes for braised meats in this era, and star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf, fennel, etc. were still used as medicinal ingredients and displayed in pharmacies. In order to avoid having the ingredients of the braised meat guessed, Yuan Shang went to different pharmacies to buy them. Then, combined with Zhu Qinxi's facial medicine, no one could guess it. There wasn't much money left, so Yuan Xing didn't buy much medicine and seasonings. Qinxi's facial medicine is only enough for 2 days, so I have to come back to buy more the day after tomorrow. After applying the medicine on Qinxi's face for a month, the red birthmark faded. After 2 months, only a small birthmark remained. After applying the medicine for 3 months, my face was completely cured. Yuan Shang touched the remaining 110 coins in his pocket and lamented that money was really hard to spend. In the morning, he had earned a total of 2 taels of silver and 1,000 coins. He spent 650 coins on buying meat and gave 1 tael of silver to the butcher Li, who gave him 350 coins in change. I returned 1 tael of silver plus 800 coins, 1 string of coins, to my father-in-law, leaving 550 coins. It cost 2 cents to take the bus, and 438 cents to buy medicine and seasonings, leaving 110 cents. After going back to pay back the 20 cents his mother had given him in the morning, he was left with little money. Poor. He is still too poor. Just now he passed by a clothing store, which had many beautiful clothes. Then he looked at Zhu Qinxi's ragged linen clothes and shoes with big toes exposed, and thought about his parents' patched clothes and old bodies, and his desire to make money became even more urgent. No, he will make braised pork when he gets home. Today he is going to put new clothes on Qinxi and his parents. Thinking of their happy faces, Yuan Xing immediately became motivated. He took Zhu Qinxi to buy good things, and went to the meat market to find Butcher Li to get meat. All the meat on Butcher Li's butcher counter has been sold out, and he is just waiting for Yuan Shang. "Butcher Li, business is good today." Butcher Li laughed loudly. "Thanks to you. I was able to sell out so early." The butcher Wang's butcher counter next door was still piled high with meat, but he hadn't sold much. "Uncle Wang, the big customer who ordered meat from you hasn't come to pick up the meat yet?" Butcher Wang was extremely depressed, but he tried his best to look calm. "He will come to get it later." Yuan Shang kindly said, "It can't be too late. The meat will not be fresh afternoon. By the way, uncle, did he pay in advance?" I've paid. Butcher Wang's heart was bleeding, but he was still holding on. "It's a good thing you paid. Otherwise he would have said he didn't want the meat later in the afternoon, and you would have sold it for less. It would have been a big loss if you sold the meat at a low price later in the afternoon." Butcher Wang gritted his teeth and almost broke through the defense. But in his heart, he thought, "Don't be arrogant. The stolen money is not so easy to spend. When you go back, you will be beaten up by Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat first, and then you will be put in jail." Snort. Zhu Qinxi blinked her big, dark eyes, leaned close to Yuan Shang's ear, and whispered, "My dear, I feel like he's about to get internal injuries." Yuan Shang looked at Butcher Wang's clenched back teeth and said with a smile, "Uncle, do you have a toothache?" Butcher Li also laughed. "I think he has too much internal heat, and that's why his back teeth hurt." Yuan Shang spent another 2 cents and got into Uncle Niu Jin's car with Zhu Qinxi. Old Mrs. Zhang was at the entrance of the village to pick up her relatives, and she saw two police officers walking towards her from a distance. She slapped her thigh, thinking, oh no, they must be here to arrest Yuan Sheng. Feeling anxious, old Mrs. Zhang ran very fast and ran to Sheng Hohat's house in a flash. Hohat, something bad has happened. I saw two police officers walking towards our village from afar. Are they here to arrest Yuan Sheng? What? Sheng Hohat's eyes immediately turned red. Old man, what should we do now? Yuan Laifu was also anxious. He had originally planned to wait for Yuan Bao and his wife to come back, find out the situation clearly, and then decide how to raise the money. But now it was too late. The policeman is coming, and he has to get ready quickly. Yuan Laifu stood on the wall and shouted, Zhangwan, are you home? I'm at home. I'm too tired from doing farm work these 2 days. I'm going to take a rest today. Zhang Wen yawned in a pretentious manner, stretched lazily, and walked towards Yuan Laifu's house. Brother Laifu, what do you want from me? I want to ask you, do you still want my well and half an acre of land? Yuan Laifu scratched his head. Yes, but I don't have that much money. You know that it costs a lot to study. So how much do you have? I only have 5 taels on hand, Brother Laifu. Will you sell it? What? Yuan Laifu thought Zhang Wen would take the opportunity to lower the price, but he didn't expect it to be so ruthless. 14 taels, the lowest price. You give me 10 taels in cash, and you write me an IOU for the remaining 4 taels. Brother Laifu, I can't buy it at this price. Why don't you wait until I have money in hand? Zhang Wuming knew that Yuan Laifu was waiting for money to save Yuan Sheng, so he said this deliberately. Yuan Laifu knew that he couldn't get a good price if he sold it in a hurry, but he really had no choice. Then tell me, how much can you give? Ma Guifan also came to the Yuan family. Sister Hohat, Brother Laifu, we can only give you 6 taels at most. We really don't have any money on hand. Sheng Hohat said, you said you would give me 15 taels before. How come it suddenly became 6 taels? Before was before, now is now. This time is different from that time. Sister Hohat, who made us only have 6 taels now, then give me 6 taels of silver in cash and write an IOU for the remaining 8 taels. That won't do. We don't want this price. After saying this, Ma Guifan pulled Zhang Wen out. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. The Yuan family was in a hurry. They were sure to get the bargain today. Brother Zhang Wen, take care. Yuan Laifu grabbed Zhang Wen and said, 10 taels of silver. The well alone cost 10 taels, and the half-acre of land was given away for free. Zhang Wen said, 8 taels. Brother Laifu, the most I can give you is 8 taels of cash. Just as Yuan Laifu was about to shout out the word deal, Yuan Sheng's voice rang out, 8 taels to buy my well, Uncle Zhang Wen, do you want anything? Chapter 12. Sheng Hohat and Yuan Laifu burst into tears. Zhang Wen's face suddenly turned dark. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat were extremely angry. Yuan Laifu slapped Yuan Sheng in the face, but Yuan Sheng was prepared and dodged with a jump. You bastard! It's fine that you didn't do your job properly before, but now you're stealing. The 2 officials at the entrance of the village are here to catch you. Yuan Laifu cursed while looking for a stick and was about to hit his son. Zhang Wen pretended to stop him, pretending that he couldn't stop him. Sheng Hohat cried and beat Yuan Sheng's chest. I was so unlucky that I gave birth to a troublesome thing like you. You are going to drive me to death? Mom and Dad, listen to me. The money was earned from selling tea eggs. Yuan Sheng said loudly. Yuan Laifu was angry and didn't hear clearly. He picked up the fire poker and was about to hit Yuan Sheng. Seeing this, Zhu Qinxi stood in front of Yuan Sheng and said loudly, Dad, the money was earned by Yuan Sheng selling tea eggs, not stolen. What? Yuan Laifu would never hit his daughter-in-law no matter what. So he stopped when he heard Zhu Qinxi shouting. You said this money was earned from selling tea eggs? Yes, Dad and Mom. We sold the recipe for tea eggs to the owner of Donglashan, the largest restaurant in town. Yuan Sheng said briefly. I testify. Zhu Qinxi raised his hand. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat were stunned on the spot. Zhang Wen, Ma Guifan, and Old Lady Zhang were also bewildered. Bauer, is this true? Sheng Hohat's voice trembled. Really? As he spoke, Yuan Sheng was about to raise 3 fingers and swear to the sky. Yuan Laifu quickly pulled down his 3 fingers and said, Is it not enough for Dad to trust you? Zhang Wen and Ma Guifan were still in a daze. How is this possible? How could this money and this meat be earned by that scoundrel Yuan Sheng? Just him? Earn so much money in one day? A lazy and useless waste? When he heard that there were police coming to the village to arrest someone, if Yuan Sheng really stole the money, he would not be able to lie anymore. He would definitely cling to Yuan Shengfu and ask for help. Therefore, what Yuan Shang said was true. Yuan Shang is so lucky. Oh my well, my half-acre of land. Ma Guifan felt her heart aching. Zhang Wen's face was a little distorted. He had almost got the well and the house land, but it was ruined by that bastard Yuan Shang. It felt like there were 10 taels of silver on the ground. He had already bent down and was about to pick up the silver, but Yuan Shang kicked him away. Zhang Wen felt so angry. He was almost out of breath. Yuan Shang is a scoundrel, rotten to the core. Even if he gets lucky and makes some money, he has to spend it quickly. Look at that meat. He is a money-making guy. Thinking of this, Zhang Wen felt a little relieved. Also, Yuan Panner would soon have to go back to her parents' home to ask for money. If she didn't get 10 taels of silver, she would be divorced. For the sake of his daughter, Yuan Lai Fu had to sell the well and the land. The well and the house are still his. I was so excited just now that I forgot about this. Zhang Wen breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. Old Mrs. Zhang took a long time to digest it and finally figured out what was going on. She was happy for Shang Hohat from the bottom of her heart. Yuan Shang had finally grown up and become sensible, but his bad habit of spending money lavishly had not yet changed. Who would have thought that Yuan Shang could make such a huge sum of money by selling his house? The good fortune was gone, and the Yuan family would surely have good luck in the future. Hohat Lai Fu, I still have to go to the village entrance to pick up my relatives, so I'll go back first. Sister-in-law, I'll see you off. Shang Hohat and others sent old lady Zhang to the door of the firewood gate. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan did not come out. They both wanted to find out how Yuan Shang made so much money using the tea egg recipe and how much Yuan Shang actually sold it for. The two of them refused to leave. Yuan Lai Fu frowned. These two people had no tact at all. Brother Zhang Wan, Sister Guifan, I have something else to do at home, so I won't entertain you for now. Yuan Lai Fu sent them away directly. Oh, okay. Zhang Wan seemed to finally react and walked out. When Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan got home, they immediately stuck to the wall separating them from Yuan's house and eavesdropped. Yuan Shang pointed at the Zhang family and motioned for his parents to go inside and talk. As a result, Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan didn't listen to a word. Several people entered the main room, and Shang Hohat quickly asked, Bauer, what's going on? How come you are so capable? Tell us more about it. Yuan Shang felt a little embarrassed to praise himself, so he motioned Zhu Qinxi to tell him what happened. Zhu Qinxi's voice was pleasant, clear, and rhythmic. Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat seemed to be there, seeing how Yuan Shang used his eloquence and wit to earn 2 taels and 1,000 coins. As they listened, the cloudy old eyes of Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat brightened up. Good. Their baby is really promising. Yuan Shang thought of the disappointed looks his parents and wife had on him in his previous life, and then looked at their gratified and admiring eyes now, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Fortunately, he is back. All the regrets from the previous life can be made up in this life. As Shang Hohat listened, she couldn't help but shed tears. Why are you crying on such a happy day? Yuan Laifu wiped his wife's tears. I was so happy that I couldn't control my tears. Shang Hohat laughed and cried at the same time, which was a bit funny. Yuan Laifu was infected and secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Their baby has finally grown up. Their baby has made it big. Dad, Mom. Yuan Shang hugged Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat. After everyone calmed down for a while, Yuan Shang said, Dad, Mom, I said Qinxi is our family's lucky star. Ever since she came to our house, I suddenly became enlightened, and suddenly a lot of ideas came into my head. Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat looked at this ugly bride and became more and more satisfied. Apart from a big red birthmark on half of her face, everything else was fine. She spoke in an orderly manner and was obviously a smart and clever child. It's worth spending more than 20 taels. Shang Hohat held Zhu Qinxi's hand with her rough and warm hands. Daughter-in-law, don't blame me. I'm angry that your stepmother cheated me and refused to give me another penny of dowry. Your stepmother's dowry bed and quilt are all good. Hey. Yuan Laifu also nodded. If he had told them in advance that there was a birthmark on half of his face, they would not have been so angry. Dad, Mom, I understand. Zhu Qinxi said obediently. Yuan Shang felt very happy when he saw that his parents finally accepted Zhu Qinxi from the bottom of their hearts. Now the young wife's life at home will be better. In the previous life, because of him, his wife suffered all her life and finally died tragically. In this life, he must cherish her, treat her better, and let her live a comfortable and happy life. Chapter 13. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan became even angrier. Yuan Shang took out 100 coins and handed them to Shang Hohat and Yuan Laifu. Dad, Mom, I'll lend you 20 coins this morning. I borrowed 20 cents this morning, and Bauer returned 100 cents? They finally saw their money back. Usually they give Bauer money to spend, but today Bauer gives them the money he earns himself. Shang Hohat's calm mood became excited again. Her rough big hands touched the money, and every penny was so precious. Yuan Laifu coughed and said, Bauer, where's the rest of your money? Dad will save it for you. You just made some money and you bought so much pork. It's so hot. If you don't finish it, it will go bad. Shang Hohat stopped touching the coins and slapped Yuan Shang on the back. You idiot. You spend money recklessly. You're so proud of yourself just because you made a little money? Yuan Shang was caught off guard. Mom, I bought those pork for the cooked food business. As for the remaining money, I returned it to brother-in-law Changlin. What? Yuan Laifu couldn't believe his ears. I took 2 taels of silver and returned it to my brother-in-law, and I also took some pork belly to my eldest sister. When Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat heard that Yuan Shang gave meat to his eldest sister to pay back the money, their eyes widened like bells. Yuan Bear was not like this before. If he could squeeze an extra penny from his sisters, he would never leave any for them. Now he actually took the initiative to send meat to the elder sister, and he sent 5 kilograms at a time. In the past, if Yuan Bao knew that his eldest sister and brother-in-law had borrowed 10 taels of silver, he would definitely find ways to default on the payment. But now he is actually taking the initiative to return the 2 taels of silver that has not even been warmed up to his eldest sister. Is this still their Yuan Bao? Their Yuan Bao has really grown up. I understand how to feel sorry for my sisters. Shang Hohat's tears welled up again. Oh God, please open your eyes. My precious child. Yuan Laifu stroked his wife's back to comfort her. His heart was filled with happiness, and he felt more comfortable than ever before. Mom and Dad, let's stop talking. I'm going to make braised meat first and sell it in the afternoon. Shang Hohat was a little worried. Braised pork? I've never heard of it. Bauer, can you make it? That's dozens of kilograms of meat. Don't ruin it. Mom, don't worry. I was in a coma due to a high fever this time, and an old immortal taught me a lot of things. What the old immortal taught me must be correct. Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat looked at each other and said mysteriously, Bauer, don't say this kind of thing in front of outsiders in the future, understand? Got it, Mom. No wonder Bauer suddenly became wise and sensible. It turned out that it was the old immortal who taught him. The old couple Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat immediately accepted this reason. Yuan Shing pulled Zhu Chenxi to the kitchen and started making braised meat. Zhu Chenxi makes the fire. Yuan Shing does it. Yuan Shing first washed the star anise, fennel, licorice, longan, nutmeg, cinnamon, white cardamom, fragrant sand, bay leaf, amomum villosum, angelica, cloves, tangerine peel, cardamom, pepper, coriander seeds, and red gardenia bought from the pharmacy. He then crushed the cardamom, and amomum villosum, put them in a clean cloth bag and tied it up. Then put the pork and pig head into the pot and blanched them. Then cooked the scallion, ginger, marinade packet, fried sugar color, and blanched pork head together. A rich aroma wafted out. Zhu Chenxi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. How could it smell so good? How come my husband is so amazing? He cooks meat differently from others, and it's countless times more delicious than others. Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat could no longer sit still and came to the kitchen following the smell. It smells so good. I can already imagine how delicious the meat is even before I eat it. Yuan Shing added salt and cooked it for a while until it was finally done. Dad, Mom, Chenxi, let's eat some braised meat first. Seeing Yuan Shang was about to cut the braised meat, Shang Hohat quickly stopped him. Yuan Bauer, cut less, just you and Chenxi can eat it. You two still need to grow. Your father and I don't like to eat it. Yes, Bauer, you and your daughter-in-law can eat it. You two still need to grow. Your mother and I don't like to eat it. By the way, the 2 eggs you saved this morning are still in the cupboard. I'll take them out for you and Chenxi to eat. Yuan Laifu said while slurping his saliva. Yuan Shang felt a sore nose when he heard what his parents said. These are his father and mother. They had 10 points of love, but they tried their best to give him 100 points. My parents have been working hard all year round and haven't had much good food, so their health has long been poor. Dad, Mom, those 2 tea eggs are for you. And this braised meat, if you don't eat it, Chenxi and I won't eat a single bite either. Zhu Chenxi grabbed Shang Hohat's arm and said, Mom, Dad, if you don't eat, we won't eat a single bite. The 2 people's eyes were firm, and they were not just talking. Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat then nodded. If it was Yuan Bao in the past, he would have taken it and eaten it without saying anything. Now Yuan Bao is very filial, and his daughter-in-law is also so sensible. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot were both bubbling with happiness. Yuan Shang chopped off the 2 pig ears and directly disassembled the pig's head. Dad, Mom, Chintzy, we can eat as much as we want. I can sell these 2 pig ears for more than this pig head, and I can make back my investment in no time. Baby, don't brag. Sheng Hohot smiled and glared at her beloved son. Mom, I'm serious. You and Dad can eat whatever you want. In the future, I will buy 1,800 acres of land and let you live the life of a landlord. Yuan Laifu grinned and scolded. You just talk big. What's the concept of 1,000 acres of land? It ranks among the best in our entire Liuyuan County. 400 acres is considered a big landlord in Qingshan Town. 100 acres is considered a small landlord, and 50 acres is considered a big landlord in our village. Yuan Xing didn't argue with his father, so he set a small goal first and bought 50 acres of land. Zhu Chenxi cooked some porridge and boiled some vegetables with water, and the 4 of them started to enjoy their meal. Yuan Laifu took a bite of the braised pork and almost dropped his tongue because of the deliciousness. Oh my! Even the emperor has never eaten such delicious meat. It's so damn delicious. After taking a bite, Shang Hohot felt like she was about to ascend to heaven and become an immortal. It's so delicious. This is a delicacy that only gods in heaven can eat. Zhu Chenxi ate the meat in small bites and felt that her husband was so awesome. My husband is the most powerful man in the world. At the same time, Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan, who were eavesdropping at the corner of the wall, were already crying with envy, greedy and angry. The fragrance penetrated into their noses so hard that they couldn't help swallowing saliva. This smells so damn good. Thinking of the fat and lean pork belly, the large piece of hind leg meat, and the big pig head, Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan felt jealous when they thought of the Yuan family next door eating these delicious delicacies. Yuan Shang is a prodigal. If the Yuan family was a big landlord, he would have squandered everything. What's more, the Yuan family is a pauper. I just made a little money and I'm so proud of myself. I bought so much meat to fill the hole above. I'm not afraid of dying of bloating. You are short-sighted and only focus on the food in front of you. Unlike our son Qingshu, who has lofty ambitions. That's right, Yuan Shang got lucky and made a little money. What's that? It's not even worth a hair of our Qingshu's leg. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan cursed quietly. Zhang Wan swallowed his saliva. You are eating happily now, but when you find out that Yuan Panner has been divorced and sent home, will you still be able to eat? That's right, boss. Let them eat meat first, and let them be arrogant. Then let them beg us to buy a well. At this time, a voice came from the door of Zhang's house. Aunt, uncle, my mother asked me to tell you something. My aunt will not be divorced and will go home. The person who came to deliver the message was Ma Shangqin and Zhou Changshui's son, Zhou Yuqing. Chapter 14 Ma Guifan beats people. What? Ma Guifan's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground? What did you say? Zhang Wen grabbed the child's shoulders and shook him hard. My eldest aunt Yuan Panner will not be divorced and sent back to the Yuan family. My mother asked me to come and tell you the news. Uncle, please let go of my hand. You are hurting me. Zhou Yuqing slapped Zhang Wen's hand, escaped from his grip and jumped to the side. Ma Guifan felt dizzy. Her mood had been so up and down that day that she felt like she had fallen from the sky to the ground. God was blind. Zhang Wen was furious, but he remained calm. What's going on with Yuqing? Tell me in detail. Zhou Yuqing repeated his mother's words verbatim. When did Yuan Shang become so eloquent? He was able to settle a matter of 10 taels of silver with just a few words and 2 taels of silver? Is this still the Yuan Shang he knows? Zhang Wen felt a volcanic fire in his heart with nowhere to vent. He suddenly thought that everything today was caused by Ma Shangqin. If Ma Shangqin had not run to his house early in the morning to spread false news, he would have gone to work in the fields long ago. Not only did I lose a day's work, but I almost vomited blood. Zhang Wen scolded Ma Guifan. It's all your niece's fault. Nothing she says or does is reliable. She talks like a fart, without any accuracy at all. Ma Guifan was also angry. She had originally planned to go to the bean field to weed this morning. Not only did she waste half a day, but her stomach was about to explode. She cursed at Zhou Yuqing. Your mother is really something. Don't make such irresponsible farts in the future. Zhou Yuqing looked innocent. He came to deliver a message, but she cursed his mother in person? Didn't his mother say that if he ran errands for my aunt and told her the news, my aunt would cook him a good meal? He endured it, smelling the fragrant meat in the air. Aunt, your family has cooked meat. Please give me a bowl too. I am very tired after running from Dongshan village to Shanhou village. Zhou Yuqing pulled Ma Guifan's sleeve and acted coquettishly. It would have been better if Zhou Yuqing didn't mention the meat. As soon as he mentioned it, he stirred up a hornet's nest for Ma Guifan. She slapped Zhou Yuqing on the face and said, "Eat, eat, eat. You're eating shit." Zhou Yuqing was knocked to the ground and cried, "I'll tell my mother. You scolded my mother and you beat me. I'll tell my mother. I'll tell my mother." Zhou Yuqing said as he ran. Ma Guifan regretted the beating after that. She really had no place to vent her anger, and Zhou Yuqing was used as a punching bag. Her niece is not someone that easy to deal with, and who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause next. Yuanqing put the braised pig ears and braised pork in a jar and prepared to go to town. Originally, he wanted to let Qinci rest at home, but when he thought about earning money to buy clothes for her, he decided to take her with him. It's almost noon, and the weather is a bit hot. People come back from farming in the morning, have breakfast, and then start to rest. People in this era did not have the concept of lunch. They usually ate one meal in the morning and another in the afternoon. The big willow tree at the entrance of the village was already full of people. Those who were not too busy gathered at the central intelligence station at the entrance of the village. In addition to the old lady, there were a few young men. The young men stretched their necks to look at Yuan Shang and the other man. Especially Wang Damao. His facial expression was unpredictable, from surprise and disappointment to gloating, like a color palette. "Yuanqing, you married the right wife. She has brought you happiness just one day after marriage. You are so lucky." Wang Damao had a sly smile on his face. Li Yong curled his lips and said, "What's good about that? After all, Yuan Shang is the most handsome guy in Shanhou village. How can such an ugly girl be worthy of him? How can you talk like that? This is my sister-in-law." Wang Damao winked. As the saying goes, destined people will meet even if they are thousands of miles apart. "Yuanqing and my sister-in-law are a perfect match." Li Yong slapped his mouth lightly. "Look at my mouth. Yuan Shang and my sister-in-law are a perfect match." Wang Damao and Li Yong sang the same tune, and their subtext was that the lazy and gluttonous Lai Zi and the ugly Wuyan girl were a perfect match. Yuan Shang watched the two perform monkey tricks without any ripples in his heart. He would not be as stupid as in his previous life, treating the two as friends and going home to beat his wife after being provoked by them. "Wang Damao, your golden-haired rooster ran away to Sun Xiao's house." "What?" Wang Damao was shocked. If the chicken ran away to Sun Xiao's house, it would never come back. If he looked for it too late, all the chicken feathers would be gone. Yuan Shang shook his head helplessly. "Didn't you see? You were just wasting your time talking to me." Wang Damao saw that Yuanqing was serious, so he ran to Sun Xiao's house and knocked on the wooden door so hard that one of his straw sandals fell off. Yuan Shang glanced at his young wife beside him. She didn't care at all about Wang Damao and Li Yong's insinuations. Her eyes were calm, and it didn't affect her mood at all. He knew that many people laughed at his young wife and at him. But he didn't care, because his wife's face would be flawless in 3 months anyway. After the two men left, the women under the big willow tree began to chat. "Oh my, that half of Yuan Shang's wife's face is so ugly. To be honest, the other half of her face is really pretty, like a fairy. But the other half of her face is so ugly that the whole thing doesn't even match her average looks. Shang Hohot has been strong all her life, but she spent a fortune to marry such an ugly wife. I don't know how she will be treated in the future. This new bride deserves it. She wants 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. That's 20 taels. I heard that it was her stepmother who sold her out. She only wanted to collect the betrothal gifts and didn't care whether she lived or died in her husband's family. He's a miserable man. Do you smell a scent? I smell it. Such a strong, meaty aroma. It should be coming from Yuan Shang's basket. Most likely. I don't know what they are going to do with the meat." Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinci waited at the entrance of the village for a while, but Uncle Niu Jin's ox cart did not arrive. The two of them could only walk to the town. The things in the backpack weighed about 30 to 40 kilograms. Yuan Shang said, "We still have to buy a car." Zhu Qinci calculated that an ox cart weighed more than 10 taels. "My dear, let me carry you. Although I am thin, I am very strong." Zhu Qinci blinked her big eyes and patted her shoulders hard. Yuan Shang smiled and said, "It's already a small bean sprout. If you put more pressure on it, it won't stop growing." Zhu Qinci also smiled playfully and hit Yuan Shang's arm. Zhu Qinci thought about Yuan Shang's goal, to pay back her sister's 8 taels of silver within half a year, pay off the family's debts, buy an ox cart, and buy thousands of acres of land. She felt that her husband must be under a lot of pressure, and she wanted to work hard to help him achieve it. She didn't want people to think that her husband was a big talker. "My dear, I am actually good at embroidery. I can do double-sided embroidery, But my mother said that I can't do double-sided embroidery unless I can't afford to eat. Otherwise, we can pool some money for the deposit and get some embroidery work from the embroidery shop for me to do. I should be able to pay off Sister Panner's debt soon. Double-sided embroidery? This embroidery method was also heard of in later generations during Yuan Shang's reign. It was a secret technique of embroidery masters. In later generations, a fan-sized double-sided embroidery would cost tens of thousands of yuan, and a large screen of several square meters would cost millions of yuan. His deceased mother-in-law was not a simple person. Chinsi, what else did your mother teach you besides embroidery and arithmetic and counting money? My mother also taught me how to read and write. Literacy and writing? Not everyone can do that. My dear, my mother won't let me show off my double-sided embroidery, but I can do some ordinary embroidery first. I hid 2 taels and 3 cents in my mother's pig pen, and with another 2 taels and 7 cents, it will be enough for the 5 taels deposit. But I have to exercise my hands first, or I might scratch the silk. Yuan Shang looked at her little hands and fell into memories. In his previous life, after his wife married him, she suffered a lot of hardships and did countless farm work. Her hands were already covered with calluses, and she had no chance to rest them. It seemed that she once said that she was good at embroidery and could help improve her family's life. But when Yuan Shang heard that she asked for money, he immediately beat her up. Yuan Shang would think about the bad things he had done, and his fists would be clenched so tightly that his palms would bleed from being pinched by his nails. What kind of person was he in his previous life? He deserved to die so miserably. Chinsi, I don't want you to make money by embroidering. Doing too much embroidery will hurt your eyes. If you like embroidery, you can do it for fun. Yuan Shang said his love words seriously. Your eyes are far more valuable than making money. The bright sunlight shone on Zhu Qinxi's face. Under her thick eyelashes were a pair of eyes as bright as autumn water, bright and charming. Hearing Yuan Shang's words, Zhu Qinxi's face suddenly turned red. She lowered her head shyly. Believe in your man. I can do what I said in front of you, in front of my sister, and in front of my parents. Chapter 15. Another prophet. Yuanqing didn't plan to sell the braised meat in retail, so he went straight to the entrance of Donglishan. The waiter was much smarter. He smelled the tempting aroma from Yuanqing's basket and hurried to call manager Chow. Shopkeeper Chow smelled the fragrance from afar and immediately teleported in front of Yuan Shang. Little brother, thanks to you, the county magistrate likes these tea eggs very much today and keeps praising our Donglishan for its novelty. Are you here to sell your house again? Manager Chow, please try it first. Shopkeeper Chow took a bite and almost lost his tongue in the delicious taste. He had eaten many delicacies, but this was the first time he had eaten such delicious pork. If we have this recipe, my Xingu will no longer be a match for Donglishan. Not to mention the county town, even in the provincial capital or the capital, Donglishan can occupy a place. He pretended to be calm and said, Little brother, how much do you want to sell this recipe for? He had already made up his mind that as long as the price was within 1,000 taels, he would pay for the recipe immediately without asking his boss. Shopkeeper Chow, I don't sell recipes. I only sell ready-made food. Yuan Shang is not ready to sell his house yet, although he has ideas for cashing in, such as making toilet paper, purifying salt, brewing strong liquor, refining steel, etc., but these all require capital, and it takes time to make equipment and conduct experiments. He couldn't wait even a day now. He wanted to make money quickly so that his parents, Chinsi, and his sisters could live a happy life. Although he could immediately start writing storybooks as a copycat, he had no way to explain why he suddenly learned to write. After comprehensive consideration, selling braised meat is the most suitable business for him at the moment. As the former richest man in the world, if this were an era of rule of law, Yuan Shang could have become rich just by relying on his braised pork recipe. After opening a braised meat shop, open another one. This is linear thinking, and you can only make little money. In the legal era, Yuan Shang applied for a patent for Fangzi, developed many franchise stores, and quickly accumulated wealth. This is exponential thinking, the power of two, rapid development and growth and wealth. But this is an era of power, and power is the last word. Without a strong enough background, trying to use exponential thinking to get rich quickly is undoubtedly a wedding dress for others. If it is not handled properly, it will also lead to death. This is also the reason why Yuan Shang decided to develop obscenely. If nothing else, even if he purifies the salt, he cannot sell it. Currently, you can only eat it at home and put it in braised pork, which is equivalent to adding another layer of insurance to the braised pork recipe. When it comes to making money, it doesn't matter whether you can become the richest man quickly. The most important thing is to make your family happy and safe. Besides, sooner or later, the richest man in the country will be his, so there is no rush. To become the richest man, you must be powerful. Making friends with powerful people is one way, and becoming powerful yourself is the best solution. Yuan Shang has decided that after accumulating a certain amount of wealth, he will take the imperial examination. With his photographic memory and understanding of the past and present, it will not be difficult for him to pass the examination. He can also recruit a wave of talents on the road to the imperial examination. When shopkeeper Chow heard that Yuan Shang was not willing to sell his wife, a crack appeared on his pretended indifferent expression. What a pity. Such a good recipe, but you guys don't even want to sell it. What should I do? Little brother, I think it would be better to sell your recipe. It would be a good thing to get a large sum of money and build a family business. Manager Chow, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I'm just not selling it for the time being. I didn't say I won't sell it forever. Shopkeeper Chow's lost heart surged again. It was like the first time he saw the woman he loved. His eyes lit up. Little brother, what's your name? If you want to sell your son, you must think of me, Chow. In order to leave a good impression on Yuan Shang, shopkeeper Chow started to act cute. Yuan Shang brought the braised meat to Chow because he knew that Chow and his boss were honest and benevolent businessmen with a good background, but they would not bully others. They had a big business, but they did not do anything crooked. Brother Chow, your surname is Yuan and your name is Shang. So it's my brother Yuan. Brother, how much do you sell this braised meat for? Brother Chow, you know that turning raw meat into cooked meat requires a lot of waste. In addition, things are valuable because they are rare. My braised pork belly is 101 per gene, and braised hind leg meat is 91 per gene. Braised pig ears are 71 each. If you want to be exclusive, you can add 10 cents per pound of meat. Shopkeeper Chow asked, how do we make it exclusive? My braised food is only sold to Brother Chow. When Shopkeeper Chow heard this, he decided to add 10 cents to each pound of meat to make it exclusive. Anyone who doesn't make it exclusive is a fool. We are the exclusive owner of Donglashan. Brother Yuan, we have made an agreement. You can't change your mind. Manager Chow was afraid that Yuan Shang would change his mind. Yuan Shang never thought about retail or cooperating with others. If your partner is unreliable, you won't make much money and may get into trouble. Brother Chow, don't worry, I will keep my word. I, Yuan Shang, will keep my word. After the two men reached an agreement, they began to settle the accounts. 5 caddies of pork belly turned out to be 3 caddies and a half of cooked meat, totaling 385 won. 20 caddies of raw hind leg meat turned out to be 14 caddies of cooked meat, totaling 1,400 won. 2 pig ears turned out to be 141, and an exclusive fee of 10 won was added for each pig ear. All the meats added up to 1,925 coins. The first time I tried it out, I made more than 2 taels and 800 coins. Yuan Shang took the copper coins as usual, and he and Zhu Qinsi counted them in a few seconds. Brother Yuan Shang, I need this braised meat again tomorrow. I want 30 kilograms of pork belly, 70 kilograms of braised hind leg meat, and 4 braised pig ears. Yuan Shang laughed. Boss Chow is such a smart man. Why is he a little silly today? Brother Chow, things are valuable because they are rare. Although there is a restaurant in Liuan County, the supply is so sufficient that braised meat is not rare anymore. Boss Chow slapped his forehead and said, Brother, you are really good at business. I'll first order 10 kilograms of pork belly, 40 kilograms of braised pork leg meat, and 4 pig ears to test the waters. Okay, Brother Chow. Yuan Shang calculated in his mind that 10 caddies of braised pork belly cost 1,100 won, 40 caddies of braised pork legs cost 4,000 won, and 4 braised pig ears cost 280 won. Altogether, they cost 5,381. The cost was only about 1.5 taels, and the net profit was 4 taels. Well, not bad. After Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinsi left, shopkeeper Chow was still watching them from afar. Brother Yuan Shang is really his lucky star. With this braised meat, he will be more valued by his boss and have the opportunity to manage business in Liuan County in the future. If he could buy the braised pork recipe from Brother Yuan Shang, it would be possible for him to go to Jizhou Prefecture to manage the business, or even go to Kyoto to manage the business. Shopkeeper Chow was very happy. Maishan Pavilion wanted to compete with Donglashan? It was really beyond his ability. Yuan Shang pulled Zhu Qinsi into the cloth shop, which sold both ready-made clothes and cloth. As soon as Zhu Qinsi entered the door, a man with a protruding mouth immediately stepped aside, brushed off his clothes, and glanced at her with disdain. Seeing the birthmark on half of Zhu Qinsi's face, he moved half a meter away in disgust. Although Zhu Qinsi's clothes were torn, they were clean and odorless. If you get closer, you can smell the faint fragrance of lotus flowers. Ma Guifan came over with a piece of cloth and said to the man with the protruding mouth happily, "Qing Shu, this piece of cloth will definitely look good for a long shirt. I have been searching for a long time and finally found the right one. It's the last one. The shopkeeper actually wants 350 coins. I'll go and bargain." Ma Guifan took a piece of blue cotton cloth, the color of which was very suitable for making a lanshan. Although the cloth was cheap, it was still decent enough to make a lanshan. Of course, the store also has fabric suitable for making lanshan, such as jacquard silk and gauze, but they are too expensive. The monster with a protruding mouth turned out to be the self-righteous Zhang Qingshu. Yuan Shang was very unhappy with Zhang Qingshu's attitude towards Zhu Qinxi just now. He immediately counted out 350 coins and said, "Waiter, I want that piece of cloth." "Okay, sir." The waiter immediately took the cloth out of Ma Guifan's hand. Chapter 16: Yuan Shang's Arrogant Shopping. Ma Guifan was anxious. She had spent a long time choosing this piece of cloth. The color and price were both suitable. How could it be snatched away by Yuan Shang? "Little brother, business is based on first come, first served. I came here first. How could you sell the cloth to him?" "Auntie, you are right. In business, it is based on first come, first served. This young man paid first, so of course we have to give the cloth to him." The waiter used a little force and took the cloth from Ma Guifan's arms. Ma Guifan was so angry with Yuan Shang the morning before that she fell backwards. If it weren't for Yuan Shang's interference, she would have gotten both the well and the house. Now this deadbeat came to ruin her plans again. She put her hands on her hips and yelled at him. "Yuan Shang, who the hell are you? How dare you snatch the cloth from my Qingshu? Do you know what this cloth is used for? It's used to make the students' robes. Are you worthy of wearing it? What are you going to do with this cloth? A short coat and long pants? Why is a farmer trying to steal this cloth?" Zhang Qingshu raised his chin and looked at Yuan Shang through his nose. Yuan Shang said calmly, "The cloth is mine. I can do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere." He pointed at Zhang Qingshu and said, "Your nose hair is too long. You should trim it. It affects your appearance." Zhang Qingshu's momentum suddenly weakened, and he quickly lowered his noble head. "You're so arrogant after making a little money. You're just a mean guy. You guys look down on others because you don't make any money. Why can't I do the same? Please move aside. I still need to buy some cloth." Yuan Shang pushed the two people apart and lifted the cloth directly. Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinxi were not affected by them at all, and they both made their selections carefully. "Qinxi, that goose yellow dress is nice. It's really beautiful, but a bit expensive. My dear, let's just buy the cloth. You know my embroidery skills. I can just do it myself. There's no need to spend that much money." Yuan Shang thought about it and realized that this made sense. "Okay, I'll listen to you." The two of them finally bought 5 pieces of cloth, 1 white piece for an inner garment, 1 goose yellow piece for Zhu Qinxi's clothes, 1 brown piece for Yuan Lai Fu's clothes, and 1 brown piece for Shang Hohat's clothes. A big customer is one who buys 5 pieces of cloth at once. The 5 pieces of cloth cost a total of 1 tael of silver and 300 coins. Yuan Shang also asked the shopkeeper to give Zhu Qinxi a pair of shoes. Zhu Qinxi hugged the shoes, feeling a little unreal. Her eyelashes were long and curved, and her dark eyes were shining as she stole a glance at the husband next to her. "My heart was filled with joy, and it felt wonderful. How could my husband be so handsome? His whole body was shining." After they bought clothes, Yuan Shang went to the grain store again. Brown rice costs 5 cents per pound. Low-quality white rice costs 8 cents per pound. Medium-quality white rice costs 13 cents per pound. The best white rice costs 20 cents a pound, which is almost as expensive as meat. The noodles at Yuan Shang's house were the lowest quality black noodles, which were mixed with coarse grains. The few rice they had were brown rice with half the husk on it, which was worse than the brown rice sold at the grain store for 5 cents a pound. In order to give his family the best food, Yuan Shang directly bought 20 kilograms of high-quality white rice and spent 400 coins. "I bought 2 kilograms of rapeseed oil and spent 100 cents. I bought a pound of salt and spent 30 cents. During this visit to the grain store, Yuan Shang discovered another business opportunity. There was no peanut oil in this era, so he could develop this variety later. The table salt of that era was coarse salt, which tasted a little bitter. He could purify the table salt. Although he could not buy and sell salt directly, he could use it in braised meats, adding an extra layer of protection to his secret recipe. The most important thing is that his parents, his wife, and he himself need to eat it. If conditions permit, of course, the best salt should be given to the family members he loves the most. Yuan Shang wrote it down in his mind. When Zhang Qingshu came back from the academy this time, he mainly discussed with his family whether to study further. He also went to the cloth store to buy cloth to make new blouses for this reason. According to the private school teacher, a famous teacher who was once a Jinshu scholar will come to Jizhou Prefecture for study tour in 3 months. This famous teacher is the hometown of his close friend. If the students in the private school could collect 300 taels of money for cultivation, he might be able to invite the great Confucian to teach in the private school for a month. This is a great opportunity for students. After being taught by a famous teacher for a month, not only the chance of being admitted as a scholar is increased, but also the chance for future candidates to be admitted as a scholar. But each student has to pay 30 taels of silver to practice. This money is nothing to the rich households in the town. It is a small amount of money that is not painful, but for Zhang Qingshu, it is a huge amount of money. After all, the private school he currently attends only costs 10 taels of silver for a year's training. Ordinary farmers can only save 3 to 4 taels of silver after working for a year. His family has 40 acres of land. They are among the richest people in Shanhou village, and their savings are only 60 or 70 taels. The Zhang family sat together to discuss the matter. There is nothing to discuss. The money must be paid. Isn't there an old saying, listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years? This is our opportunity for Qingshu. Zhang Wen was very decisive. Dad, listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Zhang Wen slapped himself in the mouth and said, Look, this is the difference between studying and not studying. I am an excellent Qingshu. Zhang Qingshu's 2 brothers didn't say they disagreed. They just listened to their father. The 2 daughters-in-law were a little unhappy. My brother-in-law spends at least 20 taels of silver every year on pens, ink, paper and inkstones, buying books, etc. Not only was he unable to work for the family, he also spent all the family's money. The Zhang family earned a lot of money every year, but the rest of them lived a tight life. They could not eat meat more than twice a year, and they used a piece of pork skin to wipe the pot repeatedly. They lived an even more frugal life than the poorer people. What's more, their children are getting older and older. They can forget about their education. Even when they get married in the future, they will have to prepare gifts and dowries. In previous years, they spent 20 taels a year, but this year they spent 30 taels, which meant they had to spend 50 taels. After working hard for a year and tightening their belts to save money, they could only save 20 taels. The remaining 30 taels were all spent on the savings. The eldest daughter-in-law Lu Chunhua was waiting for the second daughter-in-law Zhang Yin to speak, but the second daughter-in-law kept her mouth shut like a river clam. Dad, I don't agree. Lakun will get married in a few years. How much do we earn in a year? If we spend 30 taels at once, it will use up all our savings. What if something happens at home in the future and we need emergency funds? Zhang Lakun is the eldest son of Zhang Qingshan and Lu Chunhua and is 12 years old this year. The second daughter-in-law Zhang Yin nodded and said, Dad, Mom, I think what the eldest sister-in-law said makes sense. Ma Guifan curled her lips and said, Do you two have the right to speak here? Green mountains and clear waters, you don't even care about them. The eldest brother, Zhang Qingshan, glared at his wife and said, It's the men's business, ladies, don't meddle in it. Zhang Wen coughed and said, My eldest and second wives, you have to understand that if Qingshu passes the imperial examination, our land will be exempt from taxes. Many people have to curry favor with us and give us gifts to register the land in our name. This is just for the position of a scholar. If Qingshu becomes successful, not to mention Qingshan and Qingshui, the younger ones in the family will benefit from it. You can choose any marriage you want when the time comes. Don't be so short-sighted, and don't be like the family next door, who are so short-sighted. Of course, Lu Chunhua understood what her father-in-law said, but was it so easy to pass the examination to become a scholar? There are only 20 vacancies in Liuyuan County every year, but there were so many students in previous years, several thousand. There is a huge threshold between a Tongxing and a Xiucai. People say that their neighbors are short-sighted, but when they earn money, they at least use it to feed their families. The delicious smell of meat made her little son cry. The people next door are not like them. They work hard every day like a donkey pulling a mill, but they don't get any oil to eat. Although his family has a lot of land and a good income, he lives like a poor man every day. If you want something delicious, you have to ask my brother-in-law Zhang Qingshu for help. Chapter 17. Go to the dangerous logging team. Lu Chunhua didn't dare to say these words. She knew that her parents-in-law were jealous of the neighbors eating meat and were going crazy. If she hinted at anything, she would be scolded. Didn't Zhou Yuqing get slapped in the face for nothing today? Dad, I understand. Lu Chunhua could only nod. Zhang Wen changed the subject. What my eldest daughter-in-law said makes sense. A family can only last long if its income and expenditure are balanced. If we spend all the savings at home at once and can't make it back, we're just eating up all the savings. Big brother, second brother, you can work hard for a few months and join the logging team in the mountains. You can save as much as you can for the family. Lu Chunhua immediately objected, Dad, no. The logging team does make money, but it's very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll get hit by a tree and you'll be crippled if not dead. If it wasn't so dangerous, the logging team wouldn't be paid 1 tael of silver a month. Zhang Yin also said anxiously, Dad, although joining the logging team can make money quickly, it is too dangerous. It is better to be safe than sorry. If you get hurt accidentally, your life may be over. Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Qingshui have been used to being obedient since they were young. They want to listen to their father, but they think what their wife said makes sense. If the injury is not treated in time, their life will be ruined. Therefore, they look hesitant. Zhang Wen looked at his 2 sons and said, Whether our Zhang family can change its fate depends on the book. You 2 are not good at studying, so you can only contribute to the Zhang family by making money. I'm going to make this clear today. If any of you get hurt, I will treat you, even if it means I lose everything I have. Qingshu studies not just for himself, but also for all the younger generations of our Zhang family. After listening to their father's inspirational words, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Qingshui suddenly felt a little ashamed. Their younger brother was studying hard in a private school, and the best they could do to help was to contribute some effort and earn money for his younger brother. Yet they still hesitated, which was really wrong. Dad, we're going to the logging team tomorrow? Lu Chunhua pinched Zhang Qingshan's arm, and Zhang Qingshan glared at her. Don't make any stupid plans, old woman. Ma Guifeng glared at Lu Chunhua fiercely. Zhang Yin opened her mouth but said nothing in the end. The decision was made by the men in the family, and she and her sister-in-law had no say. Fortunately, her father said that if she got injured, he would pay for her treatment even if he spent all his money. Dongshan Village, Lao Zhou's home. Zhou Changsan and Zhang Qingshu were in the same private school. This time when he returned home, he was also discussing the matter of the 30 taels of silver with his family. After listening to what his youngest son said, old man Zhou started smoking his pipe. The Zhou family had been peasants for generations, and he had finally saved up enough wealth to support his youngest son's education, giving the Zhou family a chance to change their fortune. It is such a rare opportunity for a great scholar from the capital to come to a small place like Liuyuan County to give lectures. But 30 taels of silver is too much. After paying this, there will be very little left in the family's savings. Zhou Changsan watched eagerly. In the private school, the town students looked down on him as a poor boy from the countryside. If he was the only one who couldn't pay the money this time, he didn't know how he would be laughed at by them. Dad, the teacher said that I am a good student. After listening to the lectures of the great scholar, I will definitely have no problem in the Tongxing exam. Dad, please don't feel bad about the money. Don't let this little bit of money delay my chance to become a scholar. Oh, go ahead. It's your father and brothers who are incompetent. After an intense inner struggle, old man Zhou finally decided to take out the 30 taels. After paying the 30 taels, the family was left with 15 taels. A full year's income was only 17 taels, and the cost of a child's education was 20 taels. If this continued, sooner or later, the income would not be enough to cover the expenses. Big brother, second brother, you 2 should go to the logging team in the mountains. If you don't earn some money quickly, our family will soon be destitute. Zhou Changshui muttered, It's tiring and dangerous, I won't go. That's right. Joining the logging team is so dangerous. Why should we go? It's good enough for the 3rd child to study, but he has to listen to the lectures of some great scholar. In my opinion, if you are really capable, you can still take the exams for a student or a scholar without listening to the lectures of that great scholar. Ma Xiangqin said loudly. Zhou Changlin didn't say anything. He didn't want to go either. He wasn't afraid of the hard work, but the danger. What if something unexpected happened in Panner and his mother were left alone? He hoped that his father would take back his decision. It was already difficult for a farming family to support a scholar, and how could he compare with the students in the city and everything? Old man Zhou looked at the eldest son, then at the second son, and slapped himself on the face. It's Dad who is incompetent. If your brothers don't go, I'll go. Zhou Changlin stepped forward and hugged old man Zhou's arm. Dad, what are you doing? How can you bear to go to the mountains to cut wood? You do the work in the fields. I'll go tomorrow. Old man Zhou touched Zhou Changlin's head, tears in his eyes. Dad's good son. Yuan Painter really wanted to ask Changlin not to go, but since her father-in-law had done so much, how could Changlin not go? Zhou Changshui also pulled Zhou Lao's arm and said, Dad, what are you doing? You make your son so distressed. Since my eldest brother has gone to the logging team, you can't handle all the work on the land. I will stay at home and farm for you. Zhou Changshui's words were beautiful and his meaning was clear. Anyway, he would not join the logging team. Zhou Changlin was of course aware of his brother's cleverness, but he had no choice. If he and his brother were to compete, neither of them would go, and the only one who would suffer would be his gray-haired, wrinkled father. Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinci waited for a long time under the big locust tree at the entrance of the town before Uncle Niu Jin's ox cart arrived. It seems that the matter of buying an ox cart needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. When they returned home, Sheng Hohot was preparing dinner. Yuan Shang took 2 pieces of cloth and walked to Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu. Mom, this piece of cloth is yours, I'll make you clothes. Dad, this piece of cloth is yours, I'll make you clothes. Zhu Qinci said, Dad, Mom, I am good at embroidery. I will make your clothes. Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu's hearts, which had finally calmed down in the morning, became excited again. In the past, my son knew that he needed money to buy new clothes, and he was the one who wore the best clothes in the family. Now my son actually buys such good cloth for them. The daughter-in-law is also filial to her children and takes the initiative to make clothes for them. With such a filial son and daughter-in-law, they would have no regrets even if they died immediately. The 2 of them were so happy that their hearts were bubbling. Yuan Laifu wiped the tears from his eyes with his calloused hands. Okay, God, please open your eyes. Sheng Hohot grabbed Zhu Qinci's hand and said, Daughter-in-law, you do your thing first. Your father and I are not in a hurry to do ours. The more she looked at her daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she was. Yuan Shang took out rice and oil from the basket and said, Mom, let's steam some rice tonight. Chapter 18. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot were stunned. Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu widened their eyes. That bag of rice weighed a full 20 kilograms. The rice is white, and you can tell it's top-quality rice. Not to mention ordinary days. Even during the Chinese New Year and other festivals, they have never eaten such good rice. My son has become a better person, but he has become even more lavish with money. The old couple couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Sheng Hohot said, Yuan Bao, let's cook some rice porridge and some corn wheat bread tonight, which will be the best food. If you don't run a household, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. If you don't raise children, you don't know the kindness of your parents. No matter what time it is, we have to save money. Yuan Sheng pulled Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu into the room, closed the door, and whispered, Dad, Mom, do you know how much I sold the braised meat for today? Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu's eyes lit up. How much? Seeing that Yuan Bao bought all these things, he must have sold some. Yuan Shang held up 2 fingers, more than 2 taels. Oh my God! Sheng Hohot exclaimed. Yuan Laifu didn't hold the pipe firmly and it fell to the ground. It's only about 20 pounds of meat, but it can be sold for more than 20 taels after being made into braised meat. Even though they knew the meat was extremely fragrant, they wouldn't sell it for so much money. Yuan Shang continued, the owner of Dong Lai Shun has already made an agreement with me. He wants 50 kilograms of braised pork tomorrow. I calculated that I will make a net profit of 4 taels tomorrow. Oh my, Bao, do you know what you are talking about? You will earn 4 taels tomorrow. Do you know how much we can save in a year? It would be good if we can save 4 taels a year. Sheng Hohot's voice rose unconsciously. Yuan Laifu's hands began to tremble. This news was too much of a shock for them. Not to mention earning 4 taels a day. Even if they earned 4 taels a month, that's 50 taels a year. They are the best in Shanhou village. What did Bauer just say? Bauer said that was a day's earnings. Yuan Laifu was so excited that he just wanted to have a good cry. Only by crying could he express his excitement. Sheng Hohot also had this intention. The 2 hugged each other and started crying. I was crying and laughing at the same time, and I didn't know whether to cry or laugh. There were bubbles of snot around his mouth. There was happiness in the eyes of both people. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot finally calmed down. She held Zhu Qinci's hand and said, Good child. All this is thanks to you. You are the lucky star of our Yuan family. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to say no. I will scratch him to death. Zhu Qinci's eyes were filled with tears. Mom, I don't dare to take credit for it. It's all because of my husband's ability. She held Sheng Hohot's rough hand back and said, Mom, Dad, I will definitely treat you as my own parents from now on. Good boy. Sheng Hohot hugged Zhu Qinci. Yuan Shang put his left hand on Zhu Qinci's shoulder and his right hand on Yuan Laifu's shoulder. The 4 of them hugged each other and enjoyed the warm family moment. Sheng Hohot and Zhu Qinci prepared dinner, and they insisted that Yuan Sheng come out to rest. The 2 of them listened to Yuan Sheng and steamed a big pot of rice. They also used some braised pork soup to stew some eggplants from their own fields and heated up some braised pork head. Zhu Qinsi brought the prepared meal to the table, and the fragrant aroma instantly filled the whole house. Yuan Lai Fu swallowed his saliva. Although he had eaten the delicious braised meat in the morning, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he smelled it again. There is also the rich aroma of rice. The best rice is really different. It is thanks to his precious son that he can eat these things. Yuan Lai Fu was very happy. In the entire Haoshan village, his family was the only one like this. Thumbs up. Even the landlords might not eat better than him. The family started to eat. Shang Hohat took a bite of the rice. It turned out that this high-quality rice was so delicious. No wonder it was so expensive. She took another bite of the eggplant stewed in the braised pork soup. The taste was almost as good as that of meat. Shang Hohat never knew that eggplant could be so delicious, especially when she thought that all these delicious foods were earned by Yuan Bauer. Shang Hohat felt not only satisfied in her stomach, but also in her heart. Zhu Qinsi ate in small bites, with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed, like a satisfied little cat. Yuan Shang watched his family eat with such relish. He felt that the simple meal on the table was more delicious than the delicacies he had eaten in his previous life. Some foods can only be savored at their best when eaten with family. Only by spending some money on your family can you experience the ultimate happiness that money brings. The kids from the Zhang family next door were crying because of their envy. I was really crying because of my greed. They want to eat meat so much. My grandparents always said that the Yuan family next door was a rundown and pauperous family. Why could a rundown family eat such delicious meat, but they couldn't? My grandparents always talked about how much land their family had, how much money they had, and how they were well known in the village. So why did they eat so badly? Mom, I want to eat meat. Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Mom, why can the poor people next door eat such delicious meat, but we can't? I want to be a poor person too. Ma Guifan's nose is so good that it's almost as good as a dog's. Not only could she smell the delicious cooked meat being eaten next door, but she could also smell the delicious rice, which was even more delicious. She tried hard to suppress her greed. She was already annoyed enough, and the 3 little granddaughters were crying there, which made her even more annoyed. Pa pa pa. 3 big mouths slapped him. Gone Lang. You only know how to eat. The one next door is a prodigal and stinky scoundrel. Do you want to learn from him? Lu Chunhua, Zhang Yin. You two don't know how to supervise your children. You just let them scream. Lu Chunhua clenched her fists tightly. How could a grandmother talk about her granddaughter like this? Besides, you yourself are so greedy that you are gulping down your saliva. The anger in her heart was burning. But when she looked at her husband who had no reaction, she felt deflated again. Hearing his mother scolding her daughter like that, he didn't react at all. If she made a fuss, she might get beaten. You little ones, you should learn from your uncle. You should have a long-term vision and not just think about filling that mouth. This is what a promising person looks like. The younger ones were beaten so badly that they huddled down and dared not cry out. They could only swallow their saliva desperately. Zhang Qingshu inherited Ma Guifan's dog nose, and he could already imagine fragrant rice, stewed meat, and stewed eggplant in his mind. They are all good things. Why can Yuan Shang eat such good food and use such good cloth? When he passes the imperial examination and becomes a scholar, he will have to eat like this every day. They will cook it on the other side of the wall. He will not be satisfied until they are so greedy that they die. Zhang Qingshu swallowed his saliva and tried hard to hold it in, but the fragrance from next door seemed to be deliberately against him and kept drilling into his nose. In the end, Zhang Qingshu was defeated by the glutton. Mom, I've been studying very hard lately. How about we stew an old hen? The Zhang family's hens lay eggs and sell them for money, each egg costing 1 cent, and it is also a source of income for the Zhang family. If someone else wants to eat chicken, Ma Guifan and Zhang Wen will immediately jump up and give a big fight. As for Zhang Qingshu, there is no problem at all. After all, he is the Wenkuxing of the Zhang family. Lu Chunhua and Zhang Yin curled their lips and said something about having a long-term vision and not just thinking about eating, but they were just as greedy as their children. Chapter 19: The Bad Idea of Wang the Butcher and Wang Damao. Butcher Wang returned home and asked his son and daughter-in-law about Yuan Shang. No, I didn't see any officers coming to arrest Yuan Shang. Dad, what did Yuan Shang do wrong? Wang Damao looked excited. Butcher Wang frowned. Did he get beaten up by the old couple from the Yuan family? No, if there was, there would have been some noise, but we didn't hear anything at all. Butcher Wang's thick eyebrows twisted into a ball. How could it be possible? Wasn't the money stolen by Yuan Shang? He slapped his thigh and thought, damn it, if Yuan Shang didn't steal the money, then this big business today would have been earned by Butcherly for nothing. Ouch, Butcher Wong felt heartbroken. His meat is selling exceptionally slowly today. When people saw that there was not much meat left on Butcher Lee's butcher counter, they went to buy more from him, as if they believed that his meat was better. He had a lot of meat left over until noon, and he sold it for at least 100 coins less. In the end, there was still the pig's head left. He would lose money if he sold it at such a low price, so he gritted his teeth and took it home to eat. If he removes the pig's head, he will lose money on this pig today. Damn it, I don't know what kind of luck Yuanqing had to make so much money in an instant. Seeing Yuanqing making so much money is even more painful than seeing him losing money. Butcher Wang's eyes rolled and he immediately had an idea. Damao, Yuansheng seems to have gotten lucky and made a lot of money. Didn't he occasionally treat you guys to dinner before? You have to treat him to a meal now. Wang Damao saw his father's face was like a pallet and couldn't help but curious. Dad, how much did Yuansheng earn? I estimate at least 2 or 3 taels. Oh, then I must call a few more brothers to give him a good beating. They did what they said. In the evening, Wang Damao came to find Yuanqing and smelled a fragrance from a distance. The aroma of Yuanqing's rice has not yet dissipated. Sure enough, Yuanqing made a lot of money this time. Otherwise his family wouldn't eat so well. Yuansheng was not surprised to see Wang Damao coming to see him. This guy must be up to no good. Damao, why are you looking for me so late? Yuan Bao, we brothers haven't had a drink together for a long time. Why don't we go have a drink tomorrow? Sure enough. It's been a while since we last had a drink, Damao. Where shall we go to get together? The old place, Lu Restaurant. Lu Restaurant was an ordinary small restaurant where Yuanqing and Wang Damao would occasionally go in the past, and it was mainly Yuanqing who treated them. Lu's restaurant is so boring. If you want to go to Donglashan. It's more upscale. Wang Damao was delighted to hear Yuanqing's words. He had never been to such a high-end restaurant. He would have to call a few more brothers tomorrow. Yuanqing would spend money, show off, and win over the brothers. Then Dong Laishan. Damao, we are going to a big restaurant for dinner tomorrow, so we should dress nicely, right? Understand. After Wang Damao left Yuanqing's house, he immediately ran to Li Yong's house. Since Yuanqing was treating him, he had to invite a few more brothers and act nice. Wang Damao called 9 brothers in total, including Shanhou Village, Dongshan Village, Xishan Village, and Beishan Village. After Wang Damao left, Yuansheng went to Dongshan Village to find Li Changshun under the moonlight. There is not much entertainment in the countryside. After dinner, Li Changshun and his wife took off their clothes and got into bed. Then they heard someone calling from the wooden door. Butcher Li, are you home? I want to order meat from you. Li Changshun quickly put on his clothes and was immediately happy when he saw that it was Yuansheng. It's brother Yuanqing. How much meat do you want to order? 75 pounds of meat and a pig's head. How much? Li Changshun took a step back. He must have heard it wrong. 75 pounds of meat. Even a wedding wouldn't require that much. He couldn't have heard it wrong. 15 pounds of pork belly, 60 pounds of leg meat, a total of 75 pounds of meat, plus a pig's head and a pair of pig ears. If we are happy with our cooperation, I will order this much from you every day, no more, no less. Li Changshun was completely stunned by Yuansheng's words. What? 75 pounds of meat? It will only get more every day from now on. This is pie in the sky. Brother Yuan, come in and have some tea. Chuanxiang, put on your clothes and make some tea. Butcher Li, don't bother. We can just talk in the yard. Let's talk about the price first. Brother Yuan, since you're buying so much, I'll give you a penny off per pound of pork belly and leg meat, and I'll charge you 25 pennies for the pig's head. The extra pair of pig ears are just for you. Yuansheng calculated that the price was okay. Although Butcher Li didn't make much money from 1 pound of meat, he had a lot of meat. Okay, but I have a request. I don't want old sow meat, dead pigs. Brother Yuan, I, Li Changshun, am the most honest person. I will not make money through such crooked means. Your sister is also in Dongshan Village. If you don't believe me, ask around. Well, you deliver the meat to my house tomorrow morning, as early as possible, and it's best not to be seen by anyone. Yuansheng wanted to keep a low profile. He knew too well the destructive power of jealousy. Jealousy is one of the bad qualities of human beings, and so is showing off. If you want to avoid trouble, it is best to keep a low profile. If you have the ability to stand on the top of the mountain, it is never too late to be high profile, because people at the foot of the mountain will only admire those at the top of the mountain. Brother Yuan, I understand. I'll send it to you at dawn tomorrow. Yuanqing paid a deposit of 100 won and went home. After Yuansheng left, Butcher Li's excitement was completely released, and he danced under the moonlight. Life is so wonderful. Yuanqing is his great benefactor. Li Changshan is going to be rich from now on. Butcher Wang was blind and missed such a noble man. But Li Changshan had a keen eye for talent and did business with integrity and was favored by the nobleman. Li Changshan made up his mind to do business with integrity in the future, never sell meat from sick pigs, dead pigs, or old sows, never shortchange people by weight, and always serve the nobleman as soon as possible. He acted completely according to the nobleman's requirements. It was dawn, the sky was slightly light, and the houses in the village were scattered. The countryside was particularly quiet in the morning, with only the occasional crowing of chickens and barking of dogs. Li Changshan knocked on Yuanqing's wooden door early in the morning. Yuansheng took the meat and paid Li Changshan another 100 coins. They agreed that Li Changshan would pick up the remaining money in the evening, and he would also tell him the amount of meat to be delivered tomorrow morning. 15 pounds of pork belly, 23 cents per pound, a total of 345 cents. 60 caddies of pork leg meat, 19 cents per caddy, a total of 1,140 cents. Add to that the 25 cents for the pig's head, the total was 1,510 cents. Yuansheng paid a total of 200 coins, and in the evening he needed to pay another tael of silver and 310 coins. He had originally wanted to pay in the morning, but the money left over from yesterday was not enough. He earned one tael of silver and 1,125 coins yesterday afternoon. He spent a total of one tael of silver and 832 coins on buying cloth, grain, oil, and taking a bus, leaving him with only 293 coins. After paying 200 coins, he only had 93 coins left, and he quickly returned to being a pauper. He is still too poor. Other families didn't eat so early, and smoke was already rising from Yuanqing's chimney. Yuanqing started to braise the meat as usual, but it was a little different from yesterday, as he added yesterday's old braised soup this time. The rich aroma of braised meat filled the air. Zhang Qingshu smelled it while he was still asleep. In his dream, he was chewing on delicious pork belly. It's so delicious. In comparison, that stewed old hen thing yesterday. Smelling the fragrance, my stomach seems to digest faster. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhang Qingshu woke up because of hunger. Although the old hen mainly went into his stomach yesterday, he still felt very hungry at the moment. Zhang Qingshu woke up and found that he was the one eating pork belly in the dream, while Yuansheng was the one eating pork belly in reality. He felt so depressed that he could only swear to himself that he would study hard and cross the social class barrier. Yuansheng, on the other hand, could only be a peasant forever. Chapter 20 Yuan Laifu is excited again. Zhang Qingshu decided to go to the academy after breakfast. If he continued to stay here, he would go crazy. Yuanqing prepared the braised meat early in the morning and went to deliver the meat with his father. They each carried a backpack with 2 huge earthenware jars in the backpack, which contained the braised meat and broth. In order to prevent the smell from escaping, Yuan Laifu also picked some lilac branches and covered the jar. Although the weight of the meat increased when it was cooked, with the jar and the basket, it still weighed about 70 kilograms. 2 people carried it, with each carrying more than 30 kilograms. Baby, you don't listen to your father now. You only weigh 70 pounds. It's easy for me to carry you on my back. The sunlight shone on Yuan Laifu's face. He raised his wrinkled face and looked at his son proudly. When your father was young, he could carry 200 kilograms of firewood. Yuanqing knew that his father was very strong. His father said that he carried 200 kilograms of firewood when he was young, and he was not bragging. His father had always been able to work hard, but Yuanqing didn't want his father to suffer himself. Dad is old, and if only one person can carry all this braised meat, that person must be him. Dad, I know you are this. Yuansheng gave a thumbs up, but your son wants to carry it with you. When Yuan Laifu heard his son's words, his heart swelled and his eyes were a little sore. Bauer never went to the fields before, because he was afraid of the sun and tiredness, and basically didn't do any work. Now his Bauer knows how to feel sorry for his father. Yuansheng and Yuan Laifu waited for a long time today, but no ox cart came. Dad, we still have to buy a bullock cart as soon as possible. It's too tiring to carry the bullocks back and forth to the town all the time. Let's pay off the debts owed to the village after we get paid today, and then we can buy a cart when we have enough money. Yuan Laifu's sense of relief just now disappeared completely. His son was still so afraid of hardship. Humph. Yuansheng saw his father's expression and put his arm around him. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? I'm just worried that it will be hard for you to walk back and forth carrying things. Yuan Laifu was immediately delighted by Yuansheng's coaxing. His baby always spoke in a pleasant way. Besides, his son is very successful now, so it's no problem to pick him up and drop him off by car. Before Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu arrived at the back door of Donglishan, Manager Chow came out to greet them from afar. Brother Yuan, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yuan Shang thought it was already early enough. It was still early for lunch at the restaurant. People in this era only eat 2 meals, and lunch is usually at 10 or 11 o'clock. Yesterday, we invited some of the county's most famous people to our Donglishan restaurant in Liuyuan County, which immediately made our braised pork famous. All the seats reserved today were sold out, and they all came just for the braised pork. As Yuan Shang expected, although Liuyuan County was not big and not rich, the top wealthy people there were not short of money. Then let me congratulate Manager Chow first. Yuan Shang clasped his fists. It's all thanks to Brother Yuan. The two men exchanged greetings for a while, and Yuan Shang introduced his father. Manager Chow was very polite and directly called Yuan Laifu uncle. Yuan Laifu pretended to be calm, but he was actually very nervous and flattered. This is the owner of Donglishan, a prominent figure. He is so polite to his son and himself. I have become a close friend to my son. He calls himself uncle, so from now on Manager Chow of Donglishan is his nephew. Yuan Laifu felt so happy that he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Brother Chow, I brought an extra pig's head today. The braised pig's head tastes really good. How much do you think it costs? It costs 500 coins to wear a pig ear. Although this one today doesn't have ears, it still counts as 500 coins. What do you think, Brother Yuan? Shopkeeper Chow was very humble. No problem. Yuan Shang bought a pig's head at 25 won and sold it for 500 won. He was very satisfied with the profit. The two men exchanged the braised meat, which was 500 won more than Yuan Shang's estimate of 5,381, plus 421 more for the pig's head and the meat, for a total of 6,300 won. Brother Yuan, should I give you some copper coins? No need. Just give me 5 taels of silver and 100 coins. Yuan Shang now has a little money and doesn't want to take advantage of this anymore. Okay. Manager Chow asked the waiter Changshun to bring out the money box. Brother Yuan, tomorrow you have to send me 20 kilograms of pork belly, 80 kilograms of leg meat, 8 pairs of pig ears, and a pig head. Even though we're doing the hunger marketing you mentioned, we can't be too hungry. Okay, listen to Brother Chow. You are an experienced businessman and will definitely be able to control it. Shopkeeper Chow breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that my brother would tell me that I couldn't do it. After Yuan Laifu and Yuan Shang left, the excitement that Yuan Laifu had tried so hard to suppress finally burst out. Son, you're awesome. Just like your dad. They say like father, like son. Dad, you are absolutely right. The younger brother of your eldest sister's sister-in-law seems to be called Ma Laishi. I heard that he is a waiter in Donglishan. Your sister's sister-in-law is so arrogant. If they see that the shopkeeper Chow of Donglishan is on friendly terms with you, they will be scared to death. Yuan Laifu pinched his voice and imitated Ma Xiangqin, my brother. He is a well-known figure, knows many important people, and earns 800 won a month. Bah! Haha, Yuan Shang felt that his dad was such a funny guy. He must have been holding a grudge for a long time and wanted to vent it for his precious daughter. Dad, keep a low profile and wait until my sister divides the family property. Yuan Laifu nodded. It's difficult to divide the family. The more kind a person is, the easier it is to be controlled. Dad, don't worry. As long as my sister and brother-in-law want to divide the family property, I can let them split it. Yuan Laifu was skeptical. He now believed in Yuan Shang's ability, but the division of the family involved many aspects and was not so easy to handle. If you don't score well, you will be cursed and despised for the rest of your life. Dad, let's not talk about this anymore. What do you want to eat for breakfast? I'll treat you. Okay, let's have the mutton offal soup from the restaurant at the entrance of the town. I, your father, love it. Add the crispy fire-baked bread with sesame seeds. It's simply the best. Okay, Dad, let's eat this mutton soup. Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu sat at the stall eating mutton offal soup. The milky white soup, combined with fresh mutton offal and a little coriander, was absolutely delicious. Yuan Laifu took a bite of the sesame cake and sipped the mutton offal soup, feeling refreshed both physically and mentally. Butcher Wang sat at a seat against the wall, eating a sesame seed bun with soup, and watching Yuan Laifu and Yuan Shang eating steamed buns and mutton offal soup. A sesame bun costs 5 cents, a bowl of mutton soup costs 15 cents, a set of 20 cents, Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu each get a set, which is 40 cents. The set of sesame buns and white soup he had only cost 6 cents. Why do Yuan Laifu and Yuan Shang eat this mutton offal soup? Butcher Wang thought angrily. What? One set is not enough for Yuan Lai Fu. He wants another one? Damn Yuan Lai Fu, this is just not a good life. Breakfast for 2 people costs 80 cents. Just because you make some money, you are showing off. No, we can't let them be so comfortable. Chapter 21 Young Master Wang's Arrogant Ordering. The Yuan family still owes debts to others, so he has to tell the villagers when he returns from selling meat today. I have never seen such a person, who eats and drinks well but doesn't pay back the money he owes others. Yuan Lai Fu seemed like a very honest man before, but how come he has learned from his son and become more and more of a scoundrel? Butcher Wang originally wanted to tell other villagers about it last night, but when he thought about his son's plan to slaughter Yuan Shang, he gave up. Now he has made up his mind. When he goes back tonight, he will tell the neighbors that his son has spent all of Yuan Xing's money, and then the neighbors who owe him money will ask the Yuan family to pay back the money. When the time comes, I'll see how your Yuan family survives in the village. Butcher Wang finished the sesame cake in his hand and angrily. Yuan Shang and Yuan Lai Fu were still not satisfied after eating 4 sets of food, and they even ordered to pack up 4 more sets, saying that they were for the 2 women at home. When will women be able to eat so well? It would have been the best to buy them each a sesame pancake, but they actually gave each of them 2 sets of mutton, offal soup with sesame pancakes? Yuan Shang and Yuan Lai Fu are too arrogant. A breakfast cost 160 cents. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Butcher Wang was so angry that he started burping. Yuan Shang and Yuan Lai Fu noticed Butcher Wang and said, "Isn't this my Uncle Wang? Why is he hiccuping so badly?" Yuan Shang helped Butcher Wang to calm down behind his back. "By the way, Uncle Wang, has your big customer who ordered meat yesterday gone to pick up the meat?" It would have been fine if Yuan Shang hadn't mentioned this. As soon as he mentioned it, Butcher Wang's burping became even louder, and he almost turned into a big rooster. Yuan Xing watched the fun for a while, then took his father away. Yuan Lai Fu asked, "Yuan Bauer, your Uncle Wang hiccuped. Why do you seem to be gloating over his misfortune?" "Dad, this old man is so arrogant. Otherwise, how do you think the news of me stealing to buy meat got back to the village? It scared you and Mom so much that you almost sold the well in the house. Don't say he's a dog-eye person. Even your mother and I are dog-eye people." "Bah, Bauer, don't take it to heart. The main thing is that with your previous character, anyone who sees that you suddenly have so much money will think that you got it by cheating." "Dad, I understand what you said, but he doesn't really care about our family. Look at Grandma Zhang. She is really worried about our family. Butcher Wang and his son just want our family to be in trouble. Last night, Wang Damao came to me and was ready to slaughter me." Yuan Lai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Bauer had really grown up. He finally realized that Wang Damao didn't really regard him as a friend. "So what are you going to do?" "Just wait and see." Yuan Lai Fu nodded with relief. Yuan Shang returned home. Shang Hohat and Zhu Qinxi had not returned from the fields yet, so he put the sesame seed cakes and mutton, offal soup on the stove to warm them. He changed into worse clothes and waited for Wang Damao. Soon, Wang Damao, Li Yong and Qian Tong arrived. Yuan Shang thought, this group of people are quite complete. In his previous life, he was addicted to gambling. If Wang Damao was the mastermind, then Li Yong and Qian Tong were accomplices, and they both often played supporting roles. Wang Damao wore out the best clothes that were stored in the bottom of the closet at home, and he looked quite decent. "Hey, our young master Wang is here," Yuan Shang said with admiration. Wang Damao had been feeling elated after hearing a lot of compliments from Qian Tong and Li Yong, and he felt even happier when he heard Yuan Shang call him that. Qian Tong and Li Yong, 2 of Wang Damao's followers, are naturally masters of flattery, and they also follow Yuan Shang in calling Wang Damao young master Wang. They knew very well that although Yuan Shang was the one treating them today, they would not be able to enjoy the meal without Wang Damao. This is like going to Donglishan for a meal. One meal can make you brag about it for at least a few years. Talking to others about Donglishan's dishes and Donglishan's wine are such classy topics of conversation. Yuan Shang and his 3 companions walked towards the town, and Wang Damao's friends gathered together one after another. When they arrived at the town entrance, including Yuan Shang, there were already 11 people in their group. 9 of them are friends of Wang Damao. Naturally, everyone followed suit and made fun of young Master Wang. Wang Damao has completely soared to the sky. His face was almost broken from laughing, but he said, "We are all brothers. If you keep calling me like that, I will be angry." Yuan Shang laughed in his heart. Wang Damao brought 9 bad friends with him. This is a deliberate attempt to kill him. Really interesting. A group of people came to Donglishan in a noisy manner. Yuan Shang and manager Chao waved their hands, indicating that they should not talk to him. Shopkeeper Chao understood what he meant. If it were the usual practice, He would have asked the waiter to remind this group of people that they had spent a lot of money at Donglashan, but when he saw Yuanqing, he guessed that the matter was not simple and did not stop them. A group of people entered the box, and Yuansheng took a break to explain the situation to manager Chow. Shopkeeper Chow knew that this group of people were treating Yuansheng like a fat pig and was very angry. He patted his chest and said, "Brother Yuan, if there is anything I can do for you, just tell me." "Thanks, bro. Just follow the rules." Yuansheng returned to the box. Seeing Yuansheng coming back, Wang Damao felt relieved and instructed the waiter to order dishes. Except for Li Yong and Chen Tong, Wang Damao's other friends did not know that Yuansheng was treating them today. If Wang Damao wants to pretend this, he has to be vague about who will be the host today. Wang Damao acted like young Master Wang and started directing the waiter to order food. "Let's have a charcoal grilled lamb leg." "Mr. Wang, how can one big lamb leg be enough?" One of Wang Damao's friends started to make trouble. Since it wasn't his money, Wang Damao was very generous and said, "Then I'll give you 5. Also, please order one of each of your signature dishes." The waiter asked, "Master Wang, we have 23 signature dishes at Donglaishan. Are you sure you want all of them?" "Stop talking nonsense." While Wang Damao was speaking, he had been observing Yuansheng. Seeing that Yuansheng didn't say anything, he assumed that Yuansheng was willing. 3 more jars of the best wine." The waiter asked again, "Master Wang, the best wine in our store is Luabai. Are you sure you want 3 jars?" Young Master Wang was filled with great enthusiasm. His face flushed red. When had he ever acted like this before? He had long forgotten to ask the price of the pear blossom white, since Yuansheng was treating him anyway. "Yes, I want 3. The dishes weren't ready yet, but the wine was served first. Wang Damao was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish the wine and would have to wait for Yuansheng to cancel the drinking, so they just opened 3 large jars of wine. Yuansheng thought to himself that Wang Damao was quite clever. When he saw that it was almost time, he immediately ran away to pee. Yuansheng didn't say hello to manager Chow and got into Uncle Niu Jin's car and went home. As soon as Yuansheng entered the house, he heard his father telling stories to his mother. He stood at the door and listened quietly and found that his father actually had some talent for storytelling. When the shopkeeper of Donglashan saw our son, he came to greet us from a distance and called our Yuan Bayer brother. "You are so respectful to me. You call me uncle. I am the uncle of Chow, the shopkeeper of Donglashan." I was so happy that my legs were shaking a little, but I was so excited that I tried to be calm on the surface, even though I couldn't lose face for my son. Later, my son took me to eat mutton soup and sesame pancakes. I ordered another bowl, and the people around me were stunned. They envied me for my arrogance and envied me for having a good son. Chapter 22, Nephew Chow. After we finished eating, my son packed 2 sets for his mother and his wife. The aunties and young wives nearby were so jealous. Especially since our son is so handsome, those young wives are so attracted to him. "Daughter-in-law, you have to be nice to our Yuan Bao." Zhu Qinxi's cheeks blushed and she nodded. The mutton offal soup and sesame fire cakes her husband brought back were so delicious that they warmed her stomach and her heart. Sheng Hohat's heart was overwhelmed when she heard this, and she really wished she could see these scenes with her own eyes. She smiles like a flower. "Do you know how much our Yuan Bao sold the braised pork for this time?" Yuan Laifu lowered his voice and said, "We sold the ingot for 6,300 coins. Sheng Hohat's mouth opened wide. Although she knew yesterday that it could be sold for a lot of money, she was still shocked. "This is good news that I never get tired of hearing. Her baby. It's really amazing. At first glance, she looks just like her." Yuan Bayer takes after her mother, smart and capable. Sheng Hohat was very happy. "My nephew Chow said he wants to buy more tomorrow. He wants 20 kilograms of pork belly, 80 kilograms of leg meat, 8 pairs of pig ears, and a pig head. We don't know how much money our Bower will make tomorrow, but it's a lot anyway." Yuan Laifu has a strong ability to adapt and has already adjusted to his role as Chow's uncle. Zhu Qinxi was doing needlework while listening to her father-in-law telling about her husband's heroic deeds with a smile. Her husband is so attractive. Then she looked at her face, which was covered with a red birthmark on half of its side. She knew she was not worthy of him. Although her husband said that the medicine he applied yesterday could heal her face. How is that possible? That was the birthmark she had since birth. She loves her husband and is willing to follow his lead in treating her face. But she knew that the birthmark could never be cured. If her husband no longer wanted her, she would leave. She could not ruin her husband's happiness. Her husband must also dislike half of her face. Otherwise, why didn't he touch her last night? She saw that her husband's body had recovered well. I wish Qinxi's charming eyes were tinged with a hint of sadness. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and realized that now were her best days and she should cherish the present. Her beautiful almond eyes curved again, and she calculated confidently, Dad, 20 caddies of braised pork belly is 2,200 coins. 80 caddies of leg meat is 8,000 coins. 8 pairs of pig ears is 960 coins. Dad, how much is one braised pork? 500 coins. Then, the total is 11,660 coins, which is 11 taels of silver, 660 coins. What? Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohot jumped up from the bench. 11 taels of silver? This is money, not stone. How can it be so easy to make money? Zhu Chenxi rubbed the needle tip against his scalp to make the needle smoother. While sewing Yuan Shang's white lining, he said, Dad, Mom, I didn't calculate wrongly. It's 11 taels and 660 coins. Oh my God. Shang Hohot and Yuan Laifu's faces turned into 2 old chrysanthemums with laughter. Their gold ingots are truly the gold ingots God has given them. They are so good at finding money at home. Yuan Shang walked up to the 3 of them and said, Dad, it's a pity that you don't become a storyteller. Yuan Laifu glared at Yuan Shang and said, We have only just started. I haven't even used 1/10 of my strength yet. Yuan Shang noticed that Zhu Chenxi's eyes were filled with sadness after she touched his face. He walked to his wife and whispered in her ear, What weird things were you thinking about just now? Zhu Chenxi blushed. Yuan Shang's tone was a little hot and went straight into her ears. She was indeed thinking about some strange things just now, such as why her husband didn't sleep with her last night. Yuan Shang probably guessed something. He didn't do anything last night because it was for her own good. Zhu Chenxi is only 15 years old this year. Although people of this era marry early, they usually get married at the age of 16. He himself was only 16 years old, and there seemed to be no good contraceptive measures in this era. If Chenxi got pregnant and gave birth at such a young age, it would be very harmful to her body. But she probably didn't understand his good intentions. It seems that it would be better to take some time to take the whole family to the clinic and let the doctor explain it to her personally. He remembered that in her previous life, Chenxi had a cold, and she was in excruciating pain during those few days every month. In his previous life, not only did he not feel any sympathy for her, he even disliked her for working slowly and would lose his temper and beat her up at any time. When she gave birth to her eldest daughter at the age of 16, she was in excruciating pain and almost died from dystocia. Thinking of his previous life, Yuan Shang wanted to slap himself 1,000 times. What a piece of garbage he is. He needs to be patient and caring for her throughout her life. Although he doesn't have to wait until she is 20 years old to have sex with her, he needs to wait until her body is mature and in good condition before having sex with her. Dad, Mom, let's take some time to go to the clinic and have a physical checkup for the whole family. Yuan Laifu patted his chest and said, What do you want to check? Your father is as strong as a bull. Take your mother and Chenxi to get checked. Mom is fine. There's no need to spend that money. Husband, I am in good health and do not need a checkup. In the previous life, his parents passed away. Although there were reasons that made him angry, it was mainly because of their health problems. They had been malnourished and physically tired for so many years, so he had to take good care of them. Dad, Mom, Chenxi, we have to change our thinking. Our family is different now. Dad, Mom, Chenxi, only if you are in good health and live a long life can I make money with peace of mind. The art of medicine emphasizes treating illness before it occurs, discovering problems in advance, and treating them in advance. Don't wait until you are sick to see a doctor, as that would make me worry. Yuan Shang grabbed his parents' hands and said, Dad, Mom, can you bear to make Bauer worry? He actually started to act like a spoiled child. Shang Hohot's nose felt sore and tears welled up again. In the past, Yuan Bao would act like a spoiled child with her, just to ask her for money to buy things. Now, Yuan Bao acts coquettishly with her because he is worried about her and her husband's health. Her voice was a little choked up. Go, why not? My son is capable. He is filial to his mother, and he is worried about her health. Your father and I will go, and we will go happily. Yuan Laifu was also very excited. God must have opened his eyes. His son. How filial. Yuan Shang walked up to Zhu Chenxi, took her little hand, and rubbed her palm. Zhu Chenxi felt her palms itchy, her heart itchy too. Her cheeks flushed, and she surrendered immediately. My dear, I'll go too. She must have been imagining things before. Although half of her face was ashamed, she could feel that her husband loved her and protected her. The Yuan family was in a warm and cozy atmosphere, but in Wang Damao's private room at the Donglishan restaurant, the atmosphere was tense. Finally, Wang Damao discovered a problem. Yuan Shang was missing. Chapter 23. Wang Damao fails to show off. At first, Wang Damao thought Yuanqing might have diarrhea, so he didn't come back. After waiting for a while, and seeing that he still hadn't come back, he said to Li Yong, "Go and see if Yuanshang has fallen into the manure pit." Li Yong was gnawing on a grilled leg of lamb and didn't notice that Yuanshang hadn't come back. After hearing what Wang Damao said, he realized the seriousness of the problem. He quickly put down the lamb leg and went to the toilet in the backyard to look for it. He called Yuanqing outside the toilet, but no one answered. Broken. Li Yong quickly pushed open the toilet doors one by one and saw a big man peeing inside. "You are fucking sick." The big man punched Li Yong. One of Li Yong's eyes immediately turned into a panda eye, which hurt him so much. He felt that the eye was going blind. But he didn't dare to provoke the burly man. He was wearing a dark silk robe that looked very valuable. He was not someone he could afford to provoke. On the other hand, he was in the wrong. The other person was using the toilet just fine, but he pushed the door and made a fuss, so he was not in the right. The most urgent thing is to find Yuanshang, otherwise who will pay for this huge table of food? Li Yong covered his eyes, ran back to the box, leaned over to Wang Damao's ear and said, "Master Wang, Yuanshang is not in the toilet." The cold sweat on Wang Damao's forehead was clearly dripping down. What should I do? If Yuanshang leaves, who will pay the bill? Not counting the wine, these dishes alone weigh several ounces. A feeling of panic spread throughout his body, and Li Yong became his outlet. "I told you not to call me young Master Wang. You still did." Wang Damao's shout made everyone in the box stand still. Originally, everyone was toasting each other, and the atmosphere was several times more lively than during the Chinese New Year. Such a fragrant wine, let alone drinking it. I have never even smelled it before, so I will drink it to my heart's content today. And this dish is so delicious that it makes your mouth water, especially the braised meat, which is so delicious. No wonder Donglishan is the most famous restaurant in Liuyuan County. I heard that the county magistrate often goes to Donglishan in the county seat. Although they ate at the branch in Qingshan town, the taste was just as good. After eating this meal, they felt that their lives were worthwhile. As common people, they seemed to experience the life of wealthy landlords. This feeling is indescribable. They were especially grateful to Wang Damao, no? Wang Dashao. Especially those from other villages, they really thought that Wang Damao was treating them. They decided to follow Wang Dashao from now on. If they called him the wrong name again, it would be disrespectful to the meal. A group of people were having a lot of fun when they heard the voice of young Master Wang. Everyone was silent for a moment. Young Master Wang got angry for no apparent reason. He even asked everyone not to call him young Master Wang. Everyone was confused. Li Yong and Chun Tong knew what was going on. Things had gotten out of hand, and they didn't know how they would end. Fortunately, none of the dishes were ordered by them. No, they didn't order more dishes, but they asked the waiter to add more wine. It seemed. Each person ordered a jar of luabai. The two of them were very panicked. A jar of wine might cost several hundred coins. In the end, Wang Damao won't let them pay the bill themselves, right? Wang Damao shouted loudly, "Waiter, waiter!" The waiter said respectfully, "Master Wang, what do you want?" "When did Yuanshang leave?" "Yuanshang?" The boy was confused. "I don't know him. It's the person sitting in that seat." Wang Damao pointed to the seat at the door. Generally, the seat directly opposite the door is the best seat, and the seat close to the door is the last seat because the food will be served there. However, it is also the seat that attracts the least attention when entering and exiting. Because the guest was so handsome, the waiter had a slight impression of him. "Oh, you mean this guest? He left very early. I saw that he walked in a hurry. He must have something urgent at home." It was not that the waiter pretended not to know Yuanshang. It was really that Manager Chow was on guard against others and only went to the back door with his confidants to get the meat from Yuanshang, so the other waiters were not aware of it. Shopkeeper Chow was worried about what would happen if Yuanshang's treasure was discovered by someone with ulterior motives. He was also thinking of buying Yuanshang's prescription in the future. "Why didn't you stop him?" Wang Damao got angry. The waiter was puzzled, but still said respectfully, "Master Wang, calm down. We at Donglishan don't care whether customers stay or leave. We only care about when the customer who paid leaves. Yuanshang is the one who paid. You let him run away, so who will pay?" Wang Damao drank Liwa Bai and felt drunk. He shouted at the waiter. After hearing what Wang Damao said, all his friends from other villages were stunned. "What? Yuanshang check out? Yuanshang is here to settle the bill. Why are you, Wang Damao, so pretentious? Wearing a decent outfit, happily listening to everyone calling you Mr. Wang, and finally you tell me to settle the bill at Yuanshang?" After thinking about it, they figured it out. Wang Damao probably wanted to cheat Yuan Shang, but Yuan Shang was not a fool and had escaped long ago. This time, Wang Damao failed in his show-off. But what does it have to do with them? They didn't order the food and drinks anyway. A few people simply ignored the awkward situation and continued to eat meat and drink. Two of them, who asked the waiter to add more dishes, seemed a little panicked for unknown reasons. The waiter was speechless. This young Master Wang was not dressed very well, and he was very arrogant when ordering dishes, shouting, and yelling. He thought he was a big shot, but he didn't expect that he was trying to show off by getting others to spend money, but in the end he failed. The waiter despised him in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Master Wang, this is between you and Yuan Shang. It's fine if you ask him to come back and pay the bill. Wang Damao showed joy and decided to get out of this situation first. The waiter seemed to see through the man pretending to be a criminal. Young Master Wang, you can ask someone to call Yuan Shang back to pay the bill, but you can't leave. In principle, we ask whoever orders the food to pay. Wang Damao was immediately deflated. Ask Yuan Shang to come back? Is it possible? Although Yuan Shang is not very smart and a little easy to fool, he is not a complete fool. With such a huge sum of money, and he didn't even eat a single bite of the food and wine, is it possible that he would come back to pay the bill? Damn it, I don't know whether Yuan Shang is really in trouble or not. It was probably true. 10 days ago, Yuan Shang treated him and Li Yong to a meal at Lu restaurant, which cost more than 200 coins. Wang Damao was in a state of panic at the moment. Once Wang Damao returned to reality from his pretentious world, he lowered his arrogant tone and said, "Little second brother, how much is the total price for our table?" "Mr. Wang, do you want to pay the bill for your table? I'll call the shopkeeper over right away." The waiter left the box. Hey. Wang Damao wanted to call the waiter. He had a dime to pay the bill and only 2 cents in his pocket. Shopkeeper Chow walked into the private room leisurely with square steps and counted on his abacus. "Young Master Wang, the total consumption of your table is 38 taels and 560 coins. After rounding off for you, it is 38 taels and 5 coins. What? Wang Damao was completely frozen. Chapter 24. Li Yong, Qian Tong, and Wang Damao fall out. Hearing what Chow said, Wang Damao blurted out, "You Donglishan are robbing us." Shopkeeper Chow frowned. "We at Donglishan clearly mark our prices, and we are fair to everyone." "Master Wang, are you trying to dine for free?" Wang Damao regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. What kind of background does Dong Lishan have? It is impossible for a commoner like him to touch him. He said, "Please help me calculate why it is 38 taels and 5 cents. Shopkeeper Chow was counting on his abacus as he said, "The room fee is 201. The wonderfully fragrant pork belly is 281. The charcoal roasted lamb leg is 201. A total of 1,201 for 6 pieces, and the fried roast duck is 110 won. The total is 8 taels and 560 coins. A jar of pear blossom white is 6 taels. You first asked for 3 jars, and then 2 more were added. The total of pear blossom white is 30 taels. The total is 38 taels and 560 coins. What? A jar of luabai costs 6 taels. You are robbing me." Wang Damao was completely panicked. 38 taels. I can buy 8 acres of good farmland. It's not worth it even if I sell it. The door of the box was wide open. Some guests were already standing there watching the fun. When they heard what Wang Damao said, they were speechless. The black-robed, sturdy man who had just beaten Li Yong said, "Where did this bumpkin come from? Isn't it an open secret that a jar of pear blossom white costs 6 liang? That's right, if you can't afford it, don't come to Donglishan. You're so poor. Why don't you ask the price before ordering food and wine? You just ordered the drinks without asking the price, and then complained that they were too expensive after eating and drinking. I've never seen anyone so shameless. What kind of poor bastard dares to call me young Master Wang? The title of young master is outdated. That's right, don't call me Mr. Li anymore. It's an insult to me." Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing into Wang Damao's heart. Her already flushed face had turned completely red. He had never been so embarrassed since he was a child. It was as if someone had stripped him naked and spit on him. He was so humiliated that he wanted to die. If there was a rat hole on the ground, he would have wanted to crawl into it immediately. It's really embarrassing. The other guys sitting in the box also put down their chopsticks. They also felt ashamed. Although they are poor, it does not mean they have no self-esteem. The boys' faces turned red. It's such an uncomfortable feeling to be surrounded and pointed at like a monkey by others. All this is because of Wang Damao, the pretender. If Wang Damao wasn't so vain and pretentious, how could they have ended up in this situation? Li Yong and Chen Tong were also confused. What? 6 liang of luobai per jar. At that time, Wang Dumao ordered 3 jars. They tasted them and found them very delicious. Thinking that Yuan Shang was paying the bill, they also ordered some. They thought a few hundred coins would be the maximum, but they didn't expect it to cost 6 taels. They couldn't save 6 taels in 2 years. They didn't even have a penny, so how could they pay? Li Yong and Chun Tong looked at each other. Wang Damao invited them to dinner, so Wang Damao should treat them. We must insist on making Wang Damao pay this money. Shopkeeper Chow coughed and said, Master Wang, did you call me over to settle the bill just now? Wang Damao no longer had any of the arrogance of young Master Wang. His face flushed red. He lowered his head, and after a long pause he said, I don't have any money. The sound is like the buzzing of a mosquito. What did you say? I said I had no money. The guests watching were speechless. They had no money but still ordered so much. The food was so good that they ordered all the signature dishes and had 5 jars of pear blossom soup. No money, no problem. Malaishi, go find the police and tell them that someone ate a free meal and put young Master Wang in jail. Yes, Manager Chow. Malaishi loved to do this kind of thing by taking advantage of the power of others. There was excitement in his eyes, and he looked quite majestic. He had offended the young man selling tea eggs before, so he was assigned by the shopkeeper to do odd jobs in the kitchen. He thought he would never be able to get ahead. Wang Damao was completely panicked when he heard that he was going to jail. If he went into jail, he would be injured or even die. His life would be ruined. Manager Chow, please give me a chance. My father sells meat in the meat market. His name is Wang Fugue. I'll ask my friend to find him to pay. Okay. Shopkeeper Chow uttered 2 words. Wang Damao took a break, and his clever brain started working again. Manager Chow, the waiter said whoever ordered the dishes should pay. 2 jars of white pear, a roasted lamb leg, and a portion of delicious pork belly were ordered by the 4 of them, so they should pay. After hearing what Wang Damao said, Chen Yang and Lin Taidan were stunned. What? Wang Damao, you called us to dinner in a hurry last night, and you acted like Mr. Wang all the time today. Now you tell me to pay the bill myself. If you can't afford it, don't fucking invite us. You invited us here, and now you want us to pay the bill. What the hell? That's right, if you can't afford it, then don't act so arrogantly. Why are you dragging us down with you and making us embarrassed? We won't settle the bill. You have to pay this money today. Li Yong and Qian Tong knew the whole story and knew that Wang Damao wanted to cheat Yuan Sheng, but their families were very poor and could not afford the 6 taels of silver to pay the bill, so they could only insist that it was Wang Damao who treated them. Li Yong covered his panda eyes and said pitifully, Wang Damao, we treated you as a brother, but you cheated us like this. I was going to go on a blind date today, and I came here to give you face, but you cheated us like this. Wang Damao, since you are the host, of course you have to pay the bill. If you do things this way, will you still have brothers to follow you? Wang Damao, you've cut off your path by doing this. The other 5 who were not affected felt that what Chen Yang and the others said made sense. They had never seen such people before, who said they would treat others to a meal and then let them pay the bill. If Wang Damao had not insisted on coming to Donglishan, they would not have come to such a high-end restaurant to eat, and would not have ended up in this situation. Don't make friends with people like Wang Damao. We will cut off all ties with him from now on. Of course, Wang Damao knew the consequences of asking them to pay the bill. He might not have any friends at all in the future, but if he accepted the offer, he would have to pay an extra 12 taels and 480 coins. His father couldn't save that much even if he worked hard for a year. If he spends all the family savings, his family will have to live a hard life. They drank the wine and ate the meat, so why was it only his family that was unlucky? Especially Li Yong and Chen Tong, 2 idiots who knew the inside story. Why didn't they keep an eye on Yuan Sheng? They are like 2 pigs who only know how to eat, so it is reasonable to ask them to contribute 6 taels each. After the quarrel ended, Chow, the shopkeeper, said, in Donglishan, whoever orders the food pays the bill. Malaishi, let the police arrest those who dine for free. If it weren't for Yuan Sheng, Manager Chow wouldn't have waited patiently for them to finish arguing. Wang Damao's loss of money was not enough of a hurt. The best outcome for him would be for his friends to scatter. Without his men, Wang Damao won't be able to cause any trouble even if he wants to do something bad in the future. Chapter 25. Mr. Wang. I think you're Mr. Wang. Among this group of guys who ate for free, there was one from Dongshan village named Chen Yang. He knew Malaishi, and when he heard Manager Chow say that he would report to the police and have the person who ordered the food put in jail, he immediately became anxious. He just ordered a grilled leg of lamb for 200 coins. So why did he end up in jail? Brother Lai Shi, please beg for mercy on my behalf. I will ask my family to send me money right now. Please don't put me in jail. Ma Laishi straightened his back, and listening to the pleading of the young man from the same village, he suddenly felt the noble status of his own. But he would not agree to Qin Yang. Everything depends on what Manager Chow thinks. Wang Damao and the others were all anxious. They just had a meal. Why did they have to go to jail? Wang Damao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he go to Yuanqing for dinner? If he hadn't gone to Yuanqing for dinner, none of this would have happened. Why did he invite so many friends to dinner when it wouldn't cost much just for him and Yuansheng? He is just a big fool. Wang Damao knelt down first with a plop, followed by Li Yong, Chun Tong and others, who knelt down as well, begging Manager Chow to allow their family members to deliver the money. Shopkeeper Chow threw down his abacus and groaned. How about this? Pay first with whatever you have. You can pay the rest when your family arrives. Wang Damao searched around and found 2 coins. Li Yong, Qin Tong, Qin Yang, and Lin Taidan. The other 4 didn't even have a single cent. Wang Damao held the 2 coins in front of Manager Chow. Well, Shopkeeper Chow was speechless. Even a guy like Wang Damao wanted to cheat his brother Yuanqing. They're not even on the same level. There's a huge difference. The sturdy man in the dark robe who was watching laughed. A butcher's son calls himself Young Master Wang and comes to Donglishan with 2 cents to eat at the banquet. What does he think Donglishan is? This farce today really made me laugh to death. Our trip today was not in vain. Not only did we eat the legendary braised meat, but we also watched a great show. Someone joked to Wang Damao, Master Wang, you have to help me more in the future. Faced with everyone's ridicule and humiliation, Wang Damao wished he could find a hole to crawl into. The more arrogant he was just now, the more diarrhea he is now. Wang Damao's friends in the box scattered and went to look for Wang Damao and his family members. Several people felt very unlucky. After this incident, they didn't want to care about Wang Damao anymore, but since it was a serious matter like going to jail, they passed on a message for him to preserve their friendship. Butcher Wang was selling meat at the stall. The market was not very good today. He only sold a dozen kilograms out of more than 100 kilograms of meat. No one knew what luck Li Changshun had, but when he arrived in the morning, he saw that there was not much meat left on his butcher block. These customers who came to buy meat were like fools. When they saw that there was little meat on Li Changshun's butcher counter, they flocked to buy from him. He still had more than 100 kilograms of meat left to sell, and Li Changshun had almost sold all the meat. He didn't know how his son treated Yuansheng. He was very envious of his son's good fortune. He had only eaten a sesame bun and drank some white soup in the morning, and he was already hungry. Thinking that Yuansheng might have already cut off several pounds of meat with tears, he felt a little better. At this time, Ma Erju hurriedly ran to Wang the butcher and said, Uncle, go check on Damao quickly. Damao is about to be arrested by the police and thrown into jail. What did you say? Damao is about to be arrested by the police and thrown into jail. Butcher Wang was struck by lightning. Erju, don't be impatient. Tell me slowly. What's going on? Today, Damao invited a group of us guys to have dinner at Donglishan. He ordered a lot of signature dishes and 3 jars of luabai. After we finished eating and drinking, he had no money to pay the bill. The Donglishan shopkeeper wanted to report Damao to the police and put him in jail. Butcher Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Erju, wait a minute. What did you say? Damao invited you to Donglishan for dinner. Isn't it Yuanqing who is treating and Yuanqing who is paying the bill? Ma Erju thought, it's because your young master Wang wants to show off. Because Damao ordered the dishes when he came, and basically all our food and drinks were ordered by him. Yuanqing left after a short while, as if he had something to do at home, and he didn't order any dishes or eat at all. Butcher Wang slapped his thigh and said, that's really bad. What should I do? If you think about it this way, it really is the big one who has to pay. How much silver did it cost in total? Butcher Wang's heart was bleeding. He had the skill of butchering pigs and earned a little more money. He worked hard from dawn to dusk and could only earn 10 taels a year. His mother is in poor health and spends a lot on medicine every year. He is lucky to save 5 taels a year. Damao wouldn't have spent the money he had saved for a year with great effort. He ordered most of the wine and food, more than 20 taels. What? Butcher Wang felt like he was going to die. Wang Damao, you spent more than 20 taels in one day? Erju, how much did it cost? Butcher Wang's voice changed. Ma Erju's brain wasn't very good, and he couldn't figure out how much Wang Damao was going to pay. Uncle, I don't know either. You'll know when you go over there. Butcher Wang quickly entrusted the meat to Butcher Li. Brother Li, please help me watch the stall, and don't let anyone touch my meat. Okay. Butcher Li saw Butcher Wang's anxious look and knew that something big had happened. Butcher Wang followed Ma Erju and trotted all the way to Donglishan restaurant. Before I even walked into the box, I heard the discussions of people around me, including how Wang Damao pretended to be young Master Wang. He saw his son putting on the best clothes that he had kept in the bottom of the box, and he felt furious. This son is so stupid. He is acting like a big shot at this time and wants Yuanqing to pay the bill. Doesn't he know to keep an eye on Yuanqing? He can still let him go. If Yuanqing is the one treating, then let him order the dishes. Why do you have to order them yourself? Pig brain. Stupid and pretentious. Not like him at all. When Wang Damao saw Butcher Wang coming, he burst into tears. Dad. Butcher Wang kicked Wang Damao in the stomach. Are you Mr. Wang? I think you are Mr. Wang. How could I give birth to such a fool like you? A bunch of people gathered around to laugh at the joke, but Wang Damao had become numb to it and didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not. Dad, you have to save me. If you don't save me, I will die. I'll settle the score with you when we get home. Just wait and see how I beat you. Butcher Wang frowned with his thick eyebrows, looking a bit fierce. Shopkeeper Chow had gone off to take care of other things, and there were 2 waiters watching here. Butcher Wang trotted to find Shopkeeper Chow and said, I'm sorry, Shopkeeper Chow. I didn't teach my son well and let him get into trouble. It's okay, just pay the bill. How much silver does Damao want to pay? 26 taels and 81. Butcher Wang was mentally prepared, but when he heard this exact number, his heart still trembled wildly. 26 taels. It would take him 6 years to save up that much. He was immediately eaten out by his son. My mother has spent a lot of money on medicine in recent years, and there is only 21 taels of silver in the family, which is not enough to pay. He had to go back to the village to borrow money. Butcher Wang did not pretend to be arrogant. Boss, I will go back to the village to borrow money. I should be able to send the money to you this afternoon. I hope you will not report to the police and give my son a chance. Okay, then before dark in the afternoon. If you don't come by then, I'll have to report to the police. Thank you, Manager Chow. Butcher Wang bowed and nodded, much more humble than young Master Wang. Butcher Wang went back to the village to borrow money. He had no way to sell the meat, so he could only sell it to other butchers at a very low price. After comparing, only Li Changshun offered the highest price, and he could also pay cash, 10 coins for 1 caddy of meat, and 110 caddies of meat, a total of 1,100 coins. Li Changshun bought the meat and also wanted to wholesale the bulk to Yuanqing at a price of half a cent per pound. He knew that Yuanqing's family had a well, and after the meat was cooked, it was hung in the well, and it would still be fresh the next day. I guess he has a lot left over from selling them retail. Chapter 26. Sun Qingyu thinks Yuanqing's money was obtained through fraud. At the same time, Ma Xiaohu had already informed Li Yong's parents. Li Yong's father is Old Manly, the same Old Manly who was obsessed with Ernia's wife Zhao Jihua's big butt. Li Yong is his late-born son. Old Manly grabbed Ma Xiaohu's hand and said, What did you say? Li Yong is going to be thrown into jail? Didn't he go to dinner with Wang Damao? Tell me more about it. Ma Xiaohu told Old Manly everything. Wang Damao, the black-hearted bastard. Damn it, he said he would treat us, but in the end he asked me, Li Yong, to pay. What the hell? No, not a penny. Wang Damao has to pay for it. That's not how things are done. Ma Xiaohu scratched his head and said, Uncle, if Li Yong doesn't pay the money before dark today, he will have to go to jail. Fuck him. Where can I get 6 taels of silver right now? I have to go borrow it quickly. This money must be given by Wang Fugui's family. I will go to his house every day to ask for it from now on. Chen Tong's family was in a similar situation, extremely poor. They only had 2 taels of silver in savings, and had to borrow the remaining 4 taels. It was Ma Xiaohu who reported the news to Chen Tong's family, and Chen Tong's father Chen Changsho cursed him even more harshly. Fuck all 8 generations of his Wang family's ancestors. What a wicked thing to bring a smoking thing. I'm not done with Wang Fugui. What a rotten-assed bastard he taught. Very high grass content. Chen Tongdai knows how to swear. At the same time, the Yuan family was in a warm atmosphere, and Yuan Shang was happily discussing the matter of repaying the money with his parents. In order to bring you good luck, our family borrowed 1 tael and 8 qian of silver from your grandmother Zhang's family, 2 taels and 6 qian from your uncle's son, and 2 taels from your uncle. Your eldest brother-in-law borrowed 10 taels, your second sister borrowed 600 qian, your third sister borrowed 500 qian, your fourth sister borrowed 1 tael, and your fifth sister borrowed 500 qian. The debt at the beginning was 19 taels. Yuanqing nodded and said, Well, Dad and Mom, let's pay back the money to the village today. Tomorrow, I will prepare the money for my sisters and uncle. Except for the eldest sister Yuan Panner, the other sisters all married far away, dozens of miles away from the village behind the mountain. As for the 8 taels of silver from his eldest sister, Yuan Shang wanted to pay it back later. He was also thinking that his sister and brother-in-law could split the family property. If the family property was split, given the honest character of his brother-in-law and sister, they might not get anything. The 8 taels of silver was at least a guarantee. Yuan Shang sold 5 taels of silver and 1,300 coins today, and had 160 coins for breakfast, leaving him with 5 taels and 1,140 coins. Yuan Shang had to set aside 1 tael of silver and 310 coins to pay Butcher Li, and the remaining money would be more than enough to pay Grandma Zhang and Uncle Sun. Dad, do you want me to go with you to pay back the money? No need. I'll just go with your mother. By the way, Yuan Bayer, your Grandma Zhang and Uncle Sun have helped us so much. Would you like to send them some stew? Shang Hohot asked. Yuan Lai Fu took a puff of his cigarette and said, let's not send it off yet. Let's keep the braised meat low-key. Yuan Shang thought so too. Mom, give Uncle Sun and the others 2 kilograms of rice each. Okay. Shang Hohot was very happy that her son was grateful. Yuan Lai Fu and Shang Hohot took the silver and rice and went to Sun Qingyu's house. Sun Qingyu runs a small shop. He and Yuan Lai Fu are childhood friends. The 2 people are the same age, both 46 years old, and both were born in the year of the dog. Sun Qingyu was born in June, and Yuan Lai Fu was born in August. Sun Qingyu is 2 months older than Yuan Lai Fu, but Yuan Lai Fu looks at least 10 years older than him. Lai Fu, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Sun Qingyu greeted him warmly when he saw his childhood friend. Qingyu, I'm here to pay my debt. Sun Qingyu was a little angry. Why are you in such a hurry? I heard that you borrowed a lot of money to celebrate Yuan Bao's wedding. You should pay others back first, and then pay me back. Look at you. You've become so skinny, and you're still working like an old donkey. In my opinion, you should let Yuan Baer go to work in the fields with you. Sun Qingyu felt a little distressed when he saw his childhood friend becoming old and thin. Brother Qingyu, Yuan Baer has grown up now, and I will enjoy the good life from now on. You see, this money was earned by Yuan Baer. Has Yuan Bao grown up? Did Yuan Baer earn the money? How is that possible? You said he was sensible. He came to my shop to buy tea yesterday. We are farmers. What kind of tea should we drink? I told him not to buy it, but he kept telling me that there were guests at your house. Sun Qingyu was very dissatisfied with his childhood son. He was lazy and had no skills. He could only coax people with his mouth. The reason why my childhood friend is so thin and old has a lot to do with this ignorant son. There's no rush to return my money. If he suddenly gets so much money back, you should ask him if he got it by fraud, or else he'll cause a bigger mess and leave you to clean up the mess. Lai Fu Hohot, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's you two who have spoiled Yuan Baer to the way he is today. After saying this, Sun Qingyu sighed. When Sun Qing said this to Yuan Shang, Yuan Lai Fu was not angry at all. With the character of his Yuan Bao in the past, not only his old friend was suspicious, but he had also suspected him before. The childhood friends were right in scolding them. They did spoil Yuan Bao too much, but Yuan Bao had grown up to be as handsome as a New Year picture doll and spoke sweetly, so how could they bear not to spoil him? Fortunately, my son is sensible now. Brother Qingyu, this money is really earned by him. He has survived a near-death experience and has become completely sensible. He bought the tea leaves yesterday to make tea eggs. He sold several taels of tea eggs based on the recipe. Really? Look at this rice. He asked someone to bring it to thank his uncle Sunday. As they spoke, Yuan Lai Fu and Sheng Hohot opened the cloth bag containing the rice. Sun Qingyu was still worried. I think you should ask carefully, don't be deceived by him and cause greater trouble. Yuan Lai Fu smiled, Brother Qingyu. If you don't believe Yuan Baoer, you don't believe me either. I went with him to see the shopkeeper Chow of Donglishan, and I saw the money that shopkeeper Chow paid. Sun Qingyu was completely relieved. He thought Yuan Lai Fu was talking about selling the recipe for tea eggs, so he didn't ask for details. Sun Qingyu was happy for his childhood friend from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Baoer had finally grown up. However, he still reminded him, Brother Lai Fu, let him go to work in the fields. Don't be like an old donkey and do everything by yourself. You need to teach your son too. Don't worry, brother. After Yuan Lai Fu and Shang Guihua left, Sun Qingyu sighed, obviously still having doubts about Yuan Shang's change for the better. The two then went to Old Lady Zhang's home. Old Lady Zhang's husband was also surnamed Zhang and had passed away. Fortunately, her 3 sons were filial and hardworking, and her daughter Zhang Shufan and son-in-law were also very good to her. Old Lady Zhang lived a good life. The 3 daughters-in-law were not very happy about lending money to the Yuan family for a happy occasion. The Yuan family had borrowed so much money and it was unknown when they could pay it back. But they couldn't make up their minds because old lady Zhang and their husbands wanted to borrow it. They had watched Yuan Sheng grow up since he was a child, and he was almost like their own nephew. How could they bear to watch him die? The eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family was cooking when she saw Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot coming. Chapter 27. Butcher Wang shoots his own foot. Uncle Aunt, you are here. Wang Qiaoer, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, greeted her warmly. She saw the cloth bag in Sheng Hohot's hand. Sister Qiao is cooking. Let's come to your mother to pay back the money. My mother is in the main room. Wang Qiaoer welcomed Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot in. Mrs. Zhang was also present at yesterday's misunderstanding about Yuan Sheng's misunderstanding of stealing money. She knew that Yuan Sheng earned the money by his own skills and did not doubt the source of the money. Mrs. Zhang took the rice bag and said, "Come here if you come. What else are you doing with the things?" Yuan Bauer asked me to take it and said thank you to Grandma Zhang. Sheng Hohot said with a smile, "You paid me back the money just a few days after I lent it to you, and you also gave me 2 kilograms of high-quality white rice. In the end, I, an old lady, got the better deal. Let me thank Yuan Bao first. Little Yuan Bao is different after getting married. He has become sensible all of a sudden." Old lady Zhang knew that Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu had spent more than 20 taels of silver, and they would not be happy to marry such an ugly wife. The new daughter-in-law would inevitably suffer setbacks, so she couldn't help but say something good for this poor child. Speaking of this, Sheng Hohot smiled even more brightly. "My daughter-in-law is so smart. Her accounting skills are almost as good as the shopkeepers, and her needlework is so dense and solid. The embroidery looks like the real thing." Sheng Hohot had seen her daughter-in-law's needlework, and no woman in the village could match her level. Yuan Laifu nodded and said, "My daughter-in-law is our lucky star. She brings good luck to our family." The kind-hearted old lady Zhang was even happier. "It's great that you can think positively. When choosing a wife, we should focus on whether she can make a living, not whether she is pretty." That's right. Old Mrs. Zhang thought that those people in the village who wanted to see Sheng Hohot and Yuan Laifu having fun would not be able to get their wish this time. Not only would they not discourage their daughter-in-law, but it seemed that they doted on her very much. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot exchanged greetings with old lady Zhang for a while, and then left. Wang Qiaoer was so happy holding the rice. "Mom, this is top-quality rice. 1 pound costs 20 cents. We have never eaten rice this good." Old Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "Cook this rice into rice porridge and give some rice soup to those 2 little ones who don't have any teeth." Wang Qiaoer and her brother and sister-in-law have a toothless baby. She and her brother and sister-in-law cannot breastfeed well and are worried about what to feed the baby. Oh, Wang Qiaoer was overjoyed. The Yuan family is really particular about what they do. Old Mrs. Zhang nodded. Butcher Wang hurried back to the village to raise money. Including all the silver he had saved, the total was 21 taels. After selling the pork for a little over 1 tael, he still had more than 200 coins in his pocket, which was more than 3 taels away from 26 taels. But he still had to borrow 5 taels, and he had to keep more than 1 tael as capital to buy a pig. "I have to do the business of slaughtering pigs and selling meat. Otherwise, how can I pay off the money I owe? Otherwise, how can I make money to buy medicine for my mother?" Thinking of this, Wang Fugue wanted to hang Wang Dumao up and beat him. "When I redeem him this afternoon, I'll hang him on the beam and give him a good beating." This idiot. But how come Yuan Sheng, this idiot, suddenly became smart? If Yuan Sheng hadn't run back home, his son Damao wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Thinking of this, Butcher Wang couldn't help but feel hatred in his heart. He had to make public the fact that the Yuan family was living a good life but owed money and didn't pay it back. It would be a good opportunity to tell them about it while borrowing money. When Wang the butcher wanted to borrow money, he first thought of Sun Qingyu. Sun Qingyu's family ran a small shop and had 50 acres of land. He was the richest man in the village. Butcher Wang came to Sun Qingyu's house. "Brother Sun, I shamelessly asked you for help today. It's an urgent matter." "What's the matter?" As they were fellow villagers, if the matter was not serious, Sun Qing would consider helping. Butcher Wang had a sad face and said pitifully, "My bastard son followed a bunch of bad friends to Donglashan to eat and drink lavishly and was detained there. They said they would report him to the police if he couldn't pay and put Damao in jail. This is no small matter. How much do you want to borrow? I have used all my money to purchase goods, and I don't have much cash on hand." Sun Qingyu was afraid that Wang Fugue would be tactless, so he asked for a huge amount. "No matter if it's 1 or 2 taels, I'd be very grateful if Brother Sun could lend it to me." Sun Qing was prepared to lend him a tael. After all, they were from the same village, so he didn't want to see his child go to jail. Just as Sun Qingyu was about to take the money, he heard Butcher Wang say, Brother Sun, the Yuan family has been very arrogant these past 2 days. They bought dozens of kilograms of meat yesterday, and this morning the whole family had 8 sets of mutton offal soup with sesame fire-baked bread. The mutton offal soup was as good as free. Sun Qingyu frowned. Butcher Wang saw Sun Qingyu frowning and sneered in his heart. It was just as he expected. Brother Sun, I heard that the Yuan family still owes you money. I have never seen such a person who enjoys his life but refuses to pay back the money. Isn't this just a disguised way of using other people's money to eat and drink for yourself? You can only judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. Yuan Laifu used to be an honest man, but now he follows Yuan Shang, that scoundrel. Alas! Butcher Wang shook his head, pretending to feel sorry for Yuan Laifu. Sun Qingyu frowned, thinking that his old friend was confused. Even if Yuanqing became better, the money would not be spent like this. Money doesn't come from the wind. How can people afford to eat so casually? His Sun family was the richest family in Shanhou village. When he went to town, the most he could ask for was a bowl of mutton soup and a sesame steamed bun. It seems he needs to have a good chat with his old friend sometime. The reason why my old friend behaved like this must be Yuan Bao's instigation. This naughty kid is already 16 years old, but he is still so worrying. However, he also realized that Butcher Wang was trying to sow discord between him and the Yuan family. Sun Qingyu scrimped for a long time and took out 100 coins. Fuguwei, you are lucky to come today. My store just received a large batch of goods. I really don't have much money. I can only lend you 100 coins. At this time, he could not defend the Yuan family. The Yuan family had just repaid him the money, and he had money on hand, so he lent Wang Fuguwei 100 coins. The villagers could not accept this. Huh. Butcher Wang's expression was a little cracked. He thought Sun Qingyu could lend him 2 taels of silver. He had previously lent money to Yuan Shang for a wedding, but all the money went down the drain. He heard that he had lent him more than 2 taels of silver. He has the skill of butchering pigs and is much stronger than Yuan Laifu. Why did Sun Qing lend him only 100 coins? Could it really be a coincidence that a large batch of goods was delivered? Brother Sun, that's not true. 100 coins is also the life-saving money lent to Damao. Afterwards, Wang Fuguwei went to borrow money from Old Lady Zhang. Old Lady Zhang was a kind person. When she heard that Wang Damao was in trouble, she was planning to lend him a tael. But she heard Wang Fuguwei slandering the Yuan family. Old Mrs. Zhang asked her eldest daughter-in-law to take out the 50 cents she had saved at the bottom of her box and lent it to Butcher Wang. After Butcher Wang left, Wang Qiao spat at him and said, "What kind of person is he? He lends money to me, but he also steps on the Yuan family." Old Lady Zhang seemed to be thinking about something. I don't know when Wang Fuguwei had a conflict with the Yuan family. Last time I went to buy meat, he said that Yuan Shang stole money. I think he was telling me on purpose so that I could spread the news back to the village and use me as a pawn. Mother, then lend him 50 cents. We are from the same village. If we refuse to lend you 50 cents, we will become enemies. Wang Qiao thought to herself, after all, her mother is very experienced in doing things. Butcher Wang went around the village to borrow money and finally managed to borrow 5 taels of silver. He also spread the story of the Yuan family, who were living a life of luxury but still owed money and refused to pay it back. Yuanqing's reputation has become even worse. Chapter 28 Discussing the Return. Li Changshun took the meat from Butcher Wang and quickly asked his son Li Chunjiang to run to the village behind the mountain to inform Yuanqing. Yuan Shang was in the yard, helping Zhu Qinxi pick out small stones from the mung beans, when he heard someone knocking on the wooden door. Uncle Yuanqing, Uncle Yuanqing. A young man was knocking on the door. Yuan Shang was a little confused. Who was this boy? He was about 12 or 13 years old. Li Chunjiang smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Uncle Yuan, I am Li Changshuan's son. My father just bought 110 kilograms of pork from Butcher Wang. Each kilogram costs 10 cents. My father said that the meat of this pig is very good. I would like to ask if you want it. If you want it, I will add half a cent per kilogram. Uncle, you have a well at home. Put the cooked meat in the well, and it will be just as fresh the next day. Yuan Sheng laughed. He guessed that Wang Damao had already gone bankrupt. Otherwise, Wang the butcher would not be willing to sell the meat at this price, and he would lose a lot of money. Okay, I'll take them all. Shopkeeper Chow wanted 105 kilograms of braised meat. Considering the loss during cooking, Yuanqing wanted to buy 150 kilograms of raw meat. At this price, his cost was reduced by more than 1 or 2 taels, which meant he made more than 1 or 2 taels of profit in disguise. Butcher Wang, you are a good man. Without Wang Damao and Wang the butcher, where would Yuanqing get these 2 pounds for free? Li Chuanjiang's eyes lit up. No wonder Yuan Shang didn't look much older than him. His father asked him to call him uncle. He must be capable. Okay, Uncle Yuan Shang. I'll run back now and ask my dad to bring the meat. Otherwise the meat will not be fresh by noon. Zhu Qinsi handed a bowl of water to Li Chunjiang and said, "Drink some water before you come back." "Thank you, Auntie." Li Chunjiang went back and told his father that there was not much meat left. Li Changshun asked him to watch the meat stall and sell it slowly while he pushed the meat on a wheelbarrow towards the village behind the mountain. 110 kilograms of meat. Li Changshun didn't expect Yuan Shang to be able to eat it all. He originally planned to wholesale a large portion to Yuan Shang and sell the rest as retail so that he could make more money. The retail price must be based on the original price. It's not that he is cruel, but if they sell such good meat at a low price, they will not be able to do business tomorrow. Who will buy it at the full price tomorrow? Li Changshun also met a few acquaintances along the way, but none of them said that they were selling meat. Brother Yuanqing once said that those who keep a low profile will be lucky forever. Yuanqing took the meat and looked at it carefully. It was really good meat, full of fat and firm lean meat. He couldn't help but sigh again. Butcher Wong, what a good man. Brotherly, last time I owed you 1 ounce and 310 coins, plus this time's 1 ounce and 155 coins. The total is 2 ounces and 465 coins. Li Changshun counted on his fingers. 100 caddies of meat is 1 ounce and 50 cents. 10 pounds of meat is 105 cents. Total is 1,127 won. After calculating for a long time, Li Changshun finally figured it out. Brother Yuan, you can just do the calculation directly from now on. You can calculate quickly and accurately without using an abacus. You can calculate better than the old shopkeeper. Yuan Shang waved his hand. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. We always settle accounts clearly to avoid disputes in the future. Li Changshun thought to himself, Brother Yuanqing is a really insightful person. Such a smart, capable, sensible, and insightful person. I wonder which blind man would say that such a person is a scoundrel? Li Changshun sighed again, thinking that he really had a good eye for people and had gotten close to a figure like Yuan Shang so early on. Brotherly, here are 2 taels of silver. I'll give you the rest tomorrow. I still need 465 coins. In addition, I need 8 pairs of pig ears, a pig head, and 40 kilograms of leg meat tomorrow. No problem. Brother Yuan, don't worry. I'll deliver it to you tomorrow morning. Li Changshun was delighted, as his brother Yuanqing now wanted more things. He hugged Brother Yuan's thigh. He is going to be rich. Brother Yuanqing needs 150 kilograms of meat, a big pig head, and 8 pairs of pig ears every day. A small pig is not enough. Only a big pig can do it. It looks like he will have to kill 2 pigs a day from now on. Li Changshun turned around excitedly. After Li Changshun left, Yuan Shang started to make braised meat. As he was doing it, he sighed, Butcher Wang is a good man. This meat is really good. He made a lot of money for nothing. Although more than 1 or 2 taels is a small amount of money, it was the money that Butcher Wang lost, so it felt particularly good to make money from it. Yuan Shang prepared the braised meat, hung it in the well, and discussed with Zhu Qinsi about returning home. Qinsi, I will be returning home tomorrow. What gift do you want to bring? I will buy it after I hand over the meat to Donglishun tomorrow. There was no such thing as returning home in the previous life. Yuan Shang spent a huge price to marry such an ugly wife. So why would he be willing to spend money to buy gifts and accompany her back to her parents' home? In this life, Yuan Shang is willing to spend a lot of money to buy back the wedding gift to show off to Qinsi. As long as Qinsi wants it, he will buy it. Zhu Qinsi pouted her pink lips and said, Buy? We won't buy anything. Let's just go empty-handed and take the 2 taels and 3 cents of silver I hid in the pigsty, and then we'll come back. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for us to do this? Zhu Qinsi thought of her father. She didn't want to completely cut off ties with her family yet, so she thought she should leave some room for them. Then buy the cheapest jujube paste cake, the kind that costs 15 coins. Yuan Shang cherishes Zhu Qinsi and is willing to spend money on him to show off, but he respects Qinsi's opinion more. Okay, then I'll buy a pack of 15 jujube paste cakes tomorrow. Zhu Qinsi thought of his father, and his bright dark eyes drooped. Zhu Qinsi's father was a scholar who was invited by a landlord in the neighboring Lishui County to be a teacher in their home. He only went home 1 day a month. When my mother was alive, my father was very good to her. After her mother passed away, her father became lukewarm towards her. After his mother died, he married a new wife, had a son, and became even colder towards her. Doesn't Dad really know that her stepmother treats her so badly? If my father knew that my stepmother sold her to someone else for the purpose of getting married, would he be angry? Yuan Shang held Zhu Qinsi's little hand, and Zhu Qinsi felt comforted. Hey, why do you miss your old home? She now has a warm home, a husband who loves her, and parents-in-law who care for her. Zhu Qinxi's dim eyes became dark and bright again, like the stars in the sky. Yuan Sheng scratched her nose lovingly. Zhu Qinxi's fair cheeks turned pink in an instant, and her long and thick eyelashes flickered like two small brushes. At this beautiful and warm moment, a scream pierced the sky. Ah! The dogs in the village were startled by the scream and all started barking. Butcher Wang paid the money and took the person back. As soon as he came back, he tied up Wang Damao, stripped him of his clothes, hung him upside down on the beam, and started beating him with a small tree branch. Father, spare me. Spare me. Dad, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Dad, please forgive me. I didn't expect this. Dad, you know I want Yuan Sheng to pay the bill, not that I want to eat there. Butcher Wang had a gloomy face with beads of sweat on it, not because of the heat, but because of anger. No matter how Wang Damao asked for help, he did not stop what he was doing. Ouch! It hurts. Dad. Chapter 29. Yuan Sheng decided to make refrigerators and expand the production of braised meat. Dad, please put me down. I won't dare to do it again. Oh, Dad, you're going to beat me to death. If you kill me, you won't have a son anymore. Wow, Dad. Didn't you say that Yuan Sheng should treat you to a meal? Why are you blaming me now? Upon hearing this, Butcher Wang became even angrier and beat his hands even harder. How dare you say that? I asked Yuan Sheng to treat you to a meal, not for you to treat those bad friends to a meal. Are you stupid? You can't even figure this out? Black smoke is coming out of my ancestors' graves because I gave birth to such a stupid son like you. If you don't act like Mr. Wang and pretend to be a big Israelite, will the wolf let you order food and pay the bill? You are obviously the one who is stupid. Why don't you blame your father? I will beat you to death today. I've been working like an old donkey for 6 or 7 years, getting up early and going to bed late. But you've wiped out all my money in one go. Do you think you deserve to die? 26 tails. How dare you? Young Master Wang, you're so pretentious, and you're quite good at it. You must have been laughed at to death today. I let you pretend. I let you be stupid. In rural areas, children are often beaten with this kind of small tree sticks. It hurts a lot, but it does not cause internal injuries, only superficial injuries at most. Before spanking a child, the child must be made to take off his clothes, mainly because they are afraid that the clothes will be damaged and they will have to spend money to buy new ones. Wang Damao's voice became hoarse from shouting, but Butcher Wang did not stop. Dad, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Dad, please, I was wrong. I won't pretend again. In the end, it was Wang Damao's frail grandmother who pleaded for him, and he was finally released. Wang Damao had red marks all over his body from being beaten. He didn't even dare to put on his clothes, as he would grimace in pain when he did. He was crying and his nose was full of snot bubbles, feeling extremely regretful. If time could go back to the previous day, he would definitely not have suggested getting together with Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng ate boiled edamame in salt water while listening to Wang Damao's wailing. Butcher Wang is quite good, and his hands are quite strong. No wonder he can be a pig butcher. Yuan Sheng must give him a thumbs up. After listening for an hour, Wang Damao's howling stopped, and Yuan Sheng felt a little unsatisfied. Fortunately, the commotion over Wang Damao's side had just calmed down, as someone at the west end of the village started wailing again. Qin Changshuo and Li Deshang begged for help from everyone and borrowed money from everywhere. And finally, they managed to scrape together 6 taels of silver to redeem the child. As soon as they entered the village, they heard Wang Damao's wailing. The two looked at each other and decided to go to Wang the butcher's house tomorrow to settle the score with them. Let's go find Butcher Wang today. Butcher Wang can deal with them, so how can he have the time to beat Wang Damao? The beating Wang Damao received was not thorough enough to relieve their hatred. Besides, they have important things to do today. Beat the child. The kid cost them 6 taels of silver. Even if they work like an old donkey for 2 years, they may not be able to save 6 taels. The brats ate and drank a lot today and put them in debt. If they don't give them a good beating, they won't be able to relieve their hatred. The cries of Qin Tong and Li Yong rose and fell, and there was a strange sense of rhythm. Yuan Sheng ate edamame, listening to the barking of dogs, accompanied by the wonderful music made by Qin Tong and Li Yong. Yuan Sheng thought to himself, Wang Damao, Li Yong, and Qin Tong, I hope you guys will be more honest in this life and don't fall into my hands. As soon as the rooster crowed 3 times, Li Changshun brought the meat, pig head and pig ears to Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng took over the meat and started making braised meat. Zhu Qinxi also climbed out of bed. You sleep a little longer. I can do it myself. Yuan Shang could handle it by himself, and he wanted Zhu Qinxi to sleep in. In his previous life, he was so wicked that he treated his wife like a donkey. In this life, he must make sure his wife enjoys a good life. My dear, I want to do it with you. Zhu Qinxi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes seemed to be able to speak. Yuan Shang looked into her eyes and couldn't help but agree. Then you just sit and light the fire. The flames jumped and reflected on the faces of the boy and girl. The boy had a handsome face, and the girl's half-face was stunningly beautiful. The scene was warm and sweet. Yuan Shang quickly finished making the braised meat before calling his father to get up. Yuan Laifu was having a sweet dream. He became a big landlord, and his son and daughter-in-law gave birth to 8 cute grandchildren. He was sitting in his big blue brick and tile house, holding his little granddaughter and playing with her. He was woken up from his sweet dream by his son. Just when he was about to get angry, he discovered that real life was just as good as his dream. His son is capable, his daughter-in-law is smart and capable, and his Yuan family is prosperous. Yuan Laifu smiled comfortably. Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu each carried a backpack weighing more than 60 kilograms and walked towards the town. Yuan Shang looked at his father's bent back and became more determined to buy a car as soon as possible. After I settle the payment tomorrow morning, I will have enough money to buy a car. I will buy the car tomorrow. Dad has worked hard all his life. It's time for him to enjoy his life. The two men arrived at the back door of Donglishan, where Manager Chow was already waiting, and greeted them warmly. Uncle, Brother Yuan, you're here early today. I'm telling you, the pig heads are selling really well. Tomorrow I want 30 kilograms of pork belly, 100 kilograms of hind leg meat, and 5 pig heads. Can it be sold? Yuan Shang was a little skeptical. It's sold. We've limited the quantity. Many customers from Maishan Pavilion were attracted by our braised pork. Customers who didn't get to eat the braised pork ordered our other signature dishes. Okay, Brother Chow, I'll make more tomorrow and send it to you earlier. It would be great if we could have something that could preserve freshness. We have Donglishan restaurants in several neighboring counties. If we could all sell this braised meat, our Donglishan would definitely move to a higher level. Of course, the best way would be for Yuanqing to sell the recipe to Donglishan, but shopkeeper Chow didn't dare to say such unpleasant words. Yuan Shang holds this prescription like a golden hen that lays eggs. Ancient refrigerators? With a certain preservation function? It's not impossible to make one. Let me see if there is a way to make one. Shopkeeper Chow clapped his hands and said, Brother Yuan, if you can make this thing, it will be a great help to us. This is a win-win situation. If he can make an ancient refrigerator, the shipment volume of his braised meat can be increased several times, and naturally his income can also be increased several times. There are many places to spend money. For example, renovating his shabby thatched house. The promise to buy 1,000 acres of land for my father. The money for the education of my eldest sister's 3 children. Improve the lives of several other sisters. He did what he said and made this ancient refrigerator today. Shopkeeper Chow asked his trusted waiter to weigh and calculate the bill, which came to 12 taels and 400 coins. Yuan Shang took the money and went to the street to buy things with Yuan Laifu. Yuan Laifu's face was already smiling like a flower. Oh my God, I heard from my nephew Chow that he wants to buy more braised meat tomorrow, and he wants 8 big pig heads. How much does that cost? It's 12 taels today, and tomorrow it must be 15 or 16 taels. This is what his son earns in a day. My childhood friend Sun Qingyu is the person who earns the most money in Shanhou village. When things are good, he can earn hundreds of coins a day. The whole village is envious of him. If the villagers knew that Yuan Shang, the son of Yuan Laifu, could earn more than 10 taels a day, they would be extremely envious. Yuan Laifu curled up the corners of his mouth, unconsciously put his hands behind his back, and took the square steps of an official. Keep a low profile. He has to keep a low profile. Money can move people's hearts. He has to be more low-key than usual. Yuan Laifu covered his mouth with his hands, which was so full of laughter, and stopped walking in 4 directions. He couldn't help his son, but at least he couldn't bring trouble to him. Yuan Shang was thinking about what Zhu Qinxi said about the date paste cake, and wanted to buy some delicious snacks for his family, so he went to Daoxiang village with his father. Daxiankan is a shop specializing in selling dim sum, and is very famous in Liuyuan County. Yuan Laifu wiped the dirt off his body before entering the store, a store he had never dared to dream of entering before. Daoxiang village. This is Daoxiang village, the most famous Daoxiang village in the entire Liuyuan County. It is said that the snacks inside are delicious, very sweet and tasty, but it is a pity that he has never tried it. Now that he is very old, thanks to his son, he can also taste the snacks of Daxiankan. The waiter in Daoxiang village was very well-mannered and did not neglect Yuan Shang and Yuan Lai Fu just because they were not well-dressed. Give me a portion of red bean paste cake and a pound of donkey rolls. When the waiter heard this, his eyes lit up. He thought it would be good enough if the two of them could buy half a pound of cheap snacks, but he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. In this era, sugar production was very low and difficult to extract, so the price of snacks was quite high. Sir, I have packed it for you. One portion of red bean paste cake is 81, and 1 pound of donkey rolls is 61, a total of 141. Yuan Shang counted out 140 coins and handed them to the waiter. Sir, take care. Yuan Xing and Yuan Lai Fu went out and saw an old lady carrying a load on her shoulder selling bulk jujube paste cakes. Yuan Xing spent 15 cents and bought one. The two returned home. Chapter 30. It would be nice if we could split up the family. Dongshan Village, Zhou Changlin's home. Zhou Changlin returned home exhausted. As soon as he reached the door, his youngest daughter Zhou Yuzhu came to greet him. Daddy, what's wrong with your leg? Dad is fine. He will be fine tomorrow. Hearing her little daughter's voice, Yuan Panner asked Zhou Yuchuan to watch the stove and came out. Changlin, what's going on? There was something obviously wrong with one of Zhou Changlin's legs, and there was something wrong with his walking posture. Yuan Panner rolled up Zhou Changlin's trouser leg, and there was a red streak on his left calf. I didn't run away in time when the tree fell and was hit by the leaves. Zhou Changlin said tiredly. Yuan Panner held back her tears. Logging is such a dangerous thing. Changlin, have you ever thought about it? If you run slower today, you might hit your leg. If your leg is broken, what will happen to the four of us in the future? What if? Yuan Panner couldn't help but shed tears. Zhou Changlin looked struggling. Logging was so dangerous. Otherwise, the wage wouldn't be just 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. Changlin, you can't just think about Dad and Chongxin. You have to think about us too. Zhou Changlin looked at Yuan Panner and then at Yuzhu and made up his mind. At this time, the voice of old lady Wang came out. Old master's wife, is the meal ready? Chongsan is starving. You are always so slow in doing things. That's right, sister-in-law takes a long time to cook. Ma Xiangqin's voice also came from the house. Zhou Yuqing also shouted, Aunt, I'm so hungry. What are you and uncle talking about? Hurry up and cook. Hearing their urging, Zhou Changlin frowned and asked, shouldn't my sister-in-law cook today? Yuan Panner whispered, Mother thinks Ma Xiangqin's cooking is not tasty and not clean, so she often asks me to cook. But Mom helps second aunt cook, feeds pigs and cleans the pig pen, which are Mom's housework, and second aunt doesn't do them. So in the end, all these chores are done by Mom and us. Although Zhou Yuzhu was only 3 years old, she understood everything. Yuan Panner didn't want to cook for Ma Xiangqin, but every time the old lady asked her to cook, she would be considered disobedient and unfilial if she refused. The old lady did not clearly assign other housework to Ma Xiangqin, so Ma Xiangqin took this opportunity to be lazy. Every time she talked to Ma Xiangqin, the two of them had a big fight, making the house a mess, and the next day it was the same as before. Yuan Panner knew that the root of the problem was not Ma Xiangqin, but the elderly at home. But the word filial piety was so heavy that she could not resist. Zhou Changlin patted Yuan Panner's hand and said, I'll tell my parents after dinner. Yuan Panner smiled bitterly, saying that it was useless to say anything, and she was afraid that the only way was to divide the family. But since her husband was so filial, she did not agree to divide the family. Yuan Panner turned and went into the kitchen to cook. Zhou Chongsen will return to the private school tomorrow morning. Wang Chuanxiang asked Yuan Panner to stew all the meat that Yuan Sheng sent. Yuan Panner stewed a big pot of fragrant pork belly and beans, and also made a big pot of smashed cucumber, a big pot of cold purslane, steamed buns made of multigrain flour, and brown rice porridge. After the meal was ready, the 3 children brought the dishes to the table, put the stools in place, and asked the adults to eat. Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Yuhu rushed out of the room, and together with Ma Xiangqin, they found a seat and waited for dinner without washing their hands. Zhou Yuhu is the youngest son of Zhou Changshui and Ma Xiangqin, and he is 6 years old. Zhou Yuchuan said to Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Yuhu, You two are just waiting to eat, but you don't even know to put the table and get the stools. How can you be so lazy? After saying that, he glanced at Ma Xiangqin. Yes, he was just making a veiled criticism. Just because his parents are kind, honest, and hardworking, does that mean they deserve to be unlucky? Should my second uncle and second aunt enjoy their life just because they are lazy and gluttonous? Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Yuhu were a little afraid of Zhou Yuchuan, but the look in my mother's eyes gave them confidence. Your mother cooked today, and you did some small things like putting the table and chairs in place, and you came here to take credit. That's right, our grandma asked your mother to cook, And you guys helped your mother with some work and still blamed us. Are you dissatisfied with grandma's arrangement? Just as Zhou Yuchuan was about to reply, his grandmother Wang Chuanxiang shouted, "You can't even let us eat in peace. Your uncle rarely comes back from private school. Why don't you let him have 2 meals at home?" Zhou Yuchuan clenched his fists. This confused old grandmother was the accomplice of the second wife. The family sat down. Ma Xiangqin, Zhou Yuqing, and Zhou Yuhu sat in front of a big pot of stewed meat without any regard. Wang Chuanxiang rolled her eyes at Ma Xiangqin and brought the stewed meat to Zhou Changse. "Son, you work hard studying every day. Eat more." The old lady picked up the steamed buns made from sanhe flour and began to distribute them to Zhou Changlin, Zhou Changshui, and the old man. Each of them gave 2 coarse grain steamed buns and a bowl of thick brown rice porridge. Zhou Changsen had 3 whole grain steamed buns and a bowl of thick brown rice porridge. She had a whole grain steamed bun and a bowl of thick brown rice porridge for herself. Yuan Panner and Ma Xiangqin each had half a coarse grain steamed bun and a bowl of thin brown rice porridge. Zhou Yuchuan, Zhou Yuqing, and several other boys were given half a coarse grain steamed bun and a bowl of thin brown rice porridge each. Zhou Yuzhu had a bowl of thin brown rice porridge. Zhou Changlin broke off a piece of his steamed bun and gave it to his daughter. Wang Chuanxiang couldn't say anything to her son, so she glared at her granddaughter. She was just a money loser who only knew how to eat the big steamed buns at home. She didn't know what kind of greedy ghost she was born from. Zhou Yuzhu's little hand holding the steamed bun trembled a little. Yuan Painter held her daughter's hand and told her to eat it without worry. When Zhou Changshui saw the fragrant pork belly and was about to take some, Wang Chuanxiang hid his hand with her chopsticks. She picked up Zhou Changsen's bowl and picked out the big bowl of meat that stood out for him first. "Changsen has worked so hard studying. You should eat more meat." Only after Zhou Changsen has picked the meat can others pick up the meat. Zhou Changshui, Zhou Yuqing, and Zhou Yuhu quickly took the meat from the bowl and ate it like starving ghosts. Zhou Yuchuan and Zhou Yufeng, who were originally elegant eaters, had to join in the rush. Otherwise, the whole pot of meat would be finished quickly. Ma Xiangqin was drooling with greed. But because she swore not to eat the meat that Yuan Shang brought, she could only eat the stewed beans. The beans stewed in meat soup are much more fragrant than usual. She regretted it so much. She should have seen clearly what was in the jar before ridiculing her sister-in-law and Yuansheng. I don't know what made Yuansheng, this scoundrel, suddenly go crazy. He actually gave his sister 5 pounds of pork belly. It's really like the sun rising in the west. The only time this rascal gave a gift to his sister, she caught up with him. What bad luck. She regretted it so much that her liver ached, but now was not the time to regret. If she didn't eat the delicious meat soup and beans quickly, it would be gone. Yuan Panner picked up some meat for Yuzhu, and Wang Chuanxiang whispered, "Why should a money loser eat meat?" The meat was bought by Yuan Shang, and Yuan Panner also stood up and said, "Mom, my brother bought 5 pounds of meat. Can't I give a few pieces of meat to my daughter?" Seeing this, old man Zhou also picked up 2 pieces of meat and put them into Yuzhu's bowl. "Yuzhu, eat some meat and grow taller." After he finished picking up the pieces, he glared at his wife. Zhou Changlin felt helpless when he saw his mother treating her daughter like this. His mother's idea of favoring boys over girls was deeply rooted, so he could only give more of his own food to his daughter. Fortunately, his father was not a person who favored boys over girls. Ma Xiangqin grabbed the food quickly with her big mouth, and when she had finished most of it, she started bragging about her brother Ma Lake Sijuo's skills. Chen Yang from our village followed his cronies to Donglishan to eat a free meal and was immediately detained. The Donglishan manager Chao said at the time that he must be reported to the police and arrested. These guys were so scared that their faces turned as white as paper. Chen Yang begged our Lai Shi. Lai Shi saw that they were from the same village and didn't want to see Chen Yang go to jail, so he interceded for these young men. As a result, they were spared from jail. Wang Chuanxiang also heard about this and looked at her second daughter-in-law with a smile on her face. "Xiangqin, your brother is really capable." Ma Xiangqin raised her head slightly. "That's right. My brother is a person who has the final say in front of Manager Chao. Chen Yang is lucky to have my brother Lai Shi here. Otherwise, he would have been sent to prison." Old man Zhou also listened with great interest. His Zhou family had some say in Dongshan village, but when they arrived in Qingshan town, they were nothing. When they arrived in Dongshan town, they had to look up to Shi. Even Zhou Changsen looked at the second sister-in-law with kindness. To be honest, the second sister-in-law was not as good as the eldest sister-in-law in terms of work and behavior, and he looked down on the second sister-in-law's work. But the second sister-in-law had a promising younger brother, and he didn't know whether the students from the wealthy families in the private school would give face to Lai Shiga. Ma Xiangqin enjoyed everyone's admiring gazes and looked at Yuan Panner provocatively. So what if your brother brings 5 caddies of meat? Your brother is far inferior to my brother. Chapter 31 Old Man Zhou's Guarantee. Yuan Painter and Zhou Chonglin were too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. No matter how awesome he talked, he was still just a waiter. A sister who is a waiter thinks she is the eldest daughter of the landlord and doesn't do housework? After everyone finished eating, Zhou Chonglin called everyone and said, "Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" "Chongson is tired from studying all day. Let him go and have a rest." Wang Chuanxiang was a little dissatisfied. "It's about Chongson." "Dad, Mom, I don't want to go to the logging team tomorrow. Look at my legs." Zhou Chongson pulled up his pants to show everyone. He finally realized that no one except his wife and children noticed his injury. "Luckily, I ran away in time today and was only hit by a leaf. Otherwise, my leg might have been broken. Logging is too dangerous." "Dad, Mom, I don't want to go anymore." Wang Chuanxiang squatted down and looked at her son's legs. Oh my God. His left leg was red and swollen. Logging is indeed too dangerous, so why not let the eldest son go? She was at a loss for a moment and looked at the old man. Zhou Chonglin put down his pants and continued, "Dad, Mom, I think Chongson is still young, so there is no need for him to attend the great scholars class. He should take regular classes first and pass the examination to become a student." Zhou Chongson was displeased when he heard this. "Brother, do you think that great scholar is a vegetable seller? You can attend his class whenever you want. When I pass the exam to become a student, I don't know where I can attend his class. The most important thing is, if he is the only one who cannot pay the 30 taels of silver, those rich students in the private school will laugh at him. If you can't go in the future, then don't go. A hat that fits your head. You are a farmer's son, and this is the limit of our family's ability." Zhou Chonglin was also a little angry. His younger brother didn't say a word when he saw that he was injured, but started shouting when he heard that he could not attend the great scholar's class. Zhou Chongshui frowned. "Brother, why is Chongson studying so hard? Isn't it to bring honor to our Zhou family? In the future, when Chongson passes the examination to become a scholar, a jurin, and an official, won't Yuchuan's children also benefit from it?" Zhou Yuchuan stood up and said, "Uncle, logging is too dangerous. My father is risking his life to earn money to support my uncle's studies. My brother and I would rather not take advantage of this." Zhou Yufeng also nodded. Zhou Chonglin sneered, "Second brother, you will take my shift tomorrow. You go cut wood, and Dad and I will stay at home to farm." He knew what kind of person Zhou Chongshui was, but as the eldest brother, he compromised many times in order not to embarrass his parents. Zhou Chongshui stuttered, Brother, didn't we agree that the logging team is not ours, so how can we just change people casually?" Old man Zhou knocked on his pipe and said, "Second brother, third brother, how can you talk to your eldest brother like that?" He pulled the bench, sat in front of Zhou Chonglin, and said earnestly, "Son, Dad knows it's not easy for you. You are carrying half of the family for Dad. Your dad has only one wish in his life, that our family can have a scholar, get rid of the status of a peasant, and bring honor to the family. Dad knows that you've been wronged by letting me cut down trees, and Dad is worried and distressed about you. My son, today, Dad promises you that if you are hit by a tree in the future, Dad will treat you no matter how much it costs." Zhou Chonglin lowered his head and said nothing. All the courage he had mustered today was dissipated when his father looked at him sincerely and made his promise. He wasn't afraid of hard work, but was mainly worried that if he got hurt, Panner and the others would have a hard time. Now his father promised to treat his injury. When old man Zhou saw that Zhou Chonglin's attitude softened, he said, "Son, you must attend the great scholars class. If you don't go to the logging team and Chongshui doesn't go either, then Dad will go. Dad is in good health. Logging is no problem for him." How could Zhou Chonglin, such a filial son, bear to let his father go to cut wood? His father is old and his legs are not flexible. It would be troublesome if he couldn't run away in time and was hit by a tree. "Brother, that is totally unreliable." "Dad, I'll go. I'll be more careful next time." Old man Zhou patted Zhou Chonglin on the shoulder and said, "You are the eldest brother who has to help Dad support the family. What would Dad do without you?" Zhou Chonglin looked at his father and felt warm in his heart. He was glad to be able to help his father support the family. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Zhou Chonglin continued, "Dad, Mom, I have something else to say. Panner and my sister-in-law had already agreed to cook, taking turns every 10 days. Why didn't she cook when it was my sister-in-law's turn and let Panner do it instead?" Wang Chuanxiang thought so too, as it seemed that she always asked her eldest daughter-in-law to cook. This cannot be blamed on her. It is mainly because Ma Xiangqin's cooking is so unpalatable and she does not like cleanliness. She often cooks the vegetables without washing them. She has tasted dirt before, and the dishes Ma Xiangqin cooked are disgusting. Old man Zhou gave his wife a look, suggesting that it would be more appropriate for her to take care of the daughter-in-law's affairs. It's not that mother is partial, but I always let her cook because I want you to cook delicious food. Zhou Changlin said, Mom, let's just leave it like this. The farm work will continue as usual, and Panner will do the housework and cooking. Let my younger brother and sister-in-law do the hoeing of the pig pen, making pig food and feeding the chickens. Old Lady Wang sighed. Xiang Qin often forgets to feed the pigs, and the pigs cry out in hunger. If she is asked to feed the pigs grow slowly. Ma Xiangqin listened nearby and didn't object. She thought it would be best if her mother didn't assign her any work. Old man Zhou glared at his wife and coughed. Old Lady Wang knew that the old man was angry, and she scolded Ma Xiangqin, second daughter-in-law, from now on, your sister-in-law will cook for you. You have to do the work of weeding the pig pen, making pig food, cutting pig grass, and feeding chickens. You can't even feed the pigs. What else can you do? Taking into consideration that Ma Xiangqin's younger brothers were capable, Old Lady Wang did not scold them too harshly and only said a few harsh words symbolically. Ma Xiangqin held her belly and said, Mom, I should be pregnant again. My stomach has been aching for the past few days, otherwise I would have rushed to work. Are you really pregnant? Ma Xiangqin was fat, and her belly was quite big whether she was pregnant or not. Then you and Lauer go to the town tomorrow to see if she is really pregnant. Mom, it's probably true. I've already given birth to 2, so I know it's the baby coming again. Old Mrs. Wang was very happy because the Zhou family was going to have another baby. Yuan Painter sighed. Ma Xiangqin and Zhou Changshui always found ways to be lazy. She was very suspicious. If the family was divided, the Zhou family would no longer be able to live, as all the work would depend on her and Changlin. Thinking of what her brother had said about life after the separation, she was so longing for it. I don't know when these days will end. Zhou Changlin, Yuan Painter, and the 3 children returned to their own little room. After the children fell asleep, Zhou Changlin gently massaged his wife's back. My dear wife, you have worked hard. After Zhou Changlin finished massaging, Yuan Painter helped Zhou Changlin rub his waist. My dear, you have worked hard too. Yuan Painter sighed. Fortunately, the children are sensible and loving with their husband. Yuan Painter fell asleep and had a dream. In the dream, she divided the family property with the help of her younger brother, lived in a big house with blue bricks and tiles, and became a landlady, and all 3 children were able to go to school. Chapter 32. Zhu Chenxi went back to ask for the 20 taels of betrothal gift back. As soon as Yuan Shang and Yuan Lai Fu returned home, Zhu Chenxi and Sheng Hohat came to greet them. Sheng Hohat asked excitedly, how much did it sell for today? She lowered her voice deliberately for fear that someone might hear her. Yuan Lai Fu put his hands behind his back and took a square step. Let our son speak. Sheng Hohat hit her husband's arm and said, You're still shaking. I've been holding it in all the way. Why don't I just shake it off at home? Yuan Shang looked at his parents and smiled. Mom, I sold it for 12 taels and 4 cents. Sheng Hohat wanted to laugh out loud, but she was afraid that the wall might have ears, so she covered her mouth and laughed. Yuan Shang took out some snacks from Daxiankin and handed them to Chenxi. Zhu Chenxi pouted and said, Why buy such a good thing? Her black-hearted stepmother and stepsisters were a bunch of ungrateful people. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to go back and get back the 20 taels of betrothal gift from the Yuan family, they wouldn't even buy the 15 yuan date paste cake. Before she was put into the sedan chair by her stepmother, she asked her neighbor Ermao to pass a message to her good friend, asking her to find a way to inform her father. As long as her father knew that she was sold by her stepmother and came home to see him, she would be able to get back the 20 taels of betrothal gift given by the Yuan family. The betrothal gifts and dowries of other girls are equal, or even more. My father is a scholar, and he cares about his reputation. If he knows that she was sold by her stepmother, he will definitely return the 20 taels of betrothal gifts. But after all, the matter has not been settled yet, so I didn't tell Yuan Shang. You're almost as envious as a bottle of oil. I bought this for you and mother. He then took out a piece of ordinary pastry wrapped in oil paper from the basket. Here, this is the $15 jujube paste cake that my wife ordered. Zhu Chenxi gently pinched the soft flesh on Yuan Shang's waist. Yuan Laifu was not satisfied. It's only for your mother and your wife. Where's your father? Yuan Shang took a piece of red bean paste crisp and put it next to his father's mouth. Dad, you eat first. Dad is such a child. Zhu Chenxi took a piece of red bean paste cake and handed it to her mother, then took another piece and handed it to her husband, and finally took a piece to eat herself. This red bean paste is crispy, soft, delicate, mellow, and tempting. It's delicious. Shang Hohat looked very happy. It's delicious. I'm getting old, and thanks to my son, I can also eat Daxiankin's red bean paste crisps. Yuan Lai Fu tasted it in small bites. No wonder it's so expensive. It's damn delicious. 8 pieces of red bean paste crisps cost 80 cents, almost as much as meat. Zhu Chenxi also ate in small bites, sitting opposite her husband. Her mouth felt sweet, and her heart felt sweet too. Yuanqing felt very happy when he saw his family enjoying their meal. This is the meaning of making money. He also had to speed up his earning efforts to make life better for his sisters. After eating the red bean paste cake, Yuansheng and Zhu Chenxi went to their room to change into new clothes and shoes, preparing to return home. Yuansheng put on the new indigo-colored shirt made by Zhu Chenxi, embroidered with dark black patterns. Yuansheng put on a new square scarf on his head, looking very heroic. Although he was wearing cotton clothes, he had a touch of nobility. In this era, ordinary people could also wear lanshan, but students were required to wear lanshan. In order to facilitate work, most common people wore short shirts and long pants. Zhu Chenxi was wearing a light yellow long skirt and a light yellow long jacket. If you only looked at half of her face, you would think she was a daughter of a wealthy family because of her stunning beauty and youthfulness. When 2 people came out, Shang Hohat and Yuan Laifu were stunned. Is this their son? Even the young masters of landlord families don't have such a noble appearance. My daughter-in-law is also very beautiful, but it's a pity that the birthmark covers half of her face. It would be great if that half of her face could be restored. Yuansheng and Zhu Chenxi said goodbye to their parents and walked towards the village entrance. Zhu Chenxi's parents' home was in Zhongping town, 50 or 60 miles away from Qingshan town. Yuansheng planned to hire Uncle Niu Jin's ox cart directly. The 2 of them were seen before they even passed the gathering point under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, and people immediately went crazy. Oh my god, that handsome young man in brand new clothes is Yuansheng? And the woman in the goose yellow dress with delicate patterns embroidered on her body is Yuansheng's ugly wife? Don't say it. This ugly daughter-in-law is so beautiful when she puts on this dress, just looking at half of her face. I don't know who started it. Have you heard that the Yuan family borrowed a lot of money to get married? I heard that people borrowed money but didn't pay it back, yet they still ate delicious food and drank spicy drinks. I heard from Butcher Wang that Yuansheng bought dozens of kilograms of meat. They had mutton soup with sesame biscuits. The Yuan family bought 8 sets directly. Yes. I also heard from Ernia's wife Shihua that Yuanqing and his wife bought 5 pieces of cloth at once. 5 pieces of cloth. Can you believe it? The old lady who spoke held up 5 fingers, as if she couldn't believe it. Look at what they're wearing. Look at the embroidery. It doesn't look like they made it themselves. They must have bought it from a clothing store. I estimate that 2 pieces must cost at least 1 tael. You eat well and dress well, but you still owe money and don't pay it back? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. If it wasn't for Butcher Wang telling us, we villagers would still be in the dark. Oh my, that's too much. Whoever they owe you money, go to their house and ask for it. I heard that Shang Hohat's 6 daughters also lent them a lot of money, except for the unmarried one. They are living a life of luxury by drinking the blood of their daughters. Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat are getting more and more confused as they get older. Zhang Wen was very happy when he heard everyone say this. Old Yuan family, your reputation in Shanhou village is ruined. I wonder how you will survive in Shanhou village in the future. He raised his voice and said, I live next door to the Yuan family. How could I not know? They cook meat every day, morning, noon, and night. Sometimes they eat 3 meals a day. Not only meat, I smell that they also eat white rice. Now the life of the old Yuan family is as comfortable as that of the landlords. Chapter 33. Zhu Qingxing was stunned. Ma Guifan said helplessly, I see that the old couple of the Yuan family have learned from that scoundrel Yuansheng and have lost all their shamelessness. She slapped her face hard. Eat meat every day? Eat good white rice? Eat mutton soup? Eat red bean paste cakes? Eat 3 meals a day? Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan's words instantly ignited public opinion at the Daweishu intelligence station. What kind of life is this? Even the big landlords are just like this. The Yuan family is too much. They eat so well and dress so well, but they don't pay their debts? Fortunately, Wang the butcher and Zhang Wen told them. Otherwise, how would they know the true face of Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat? In the past, they only thought that Yuan Sheng was a lazy scoundrel, and that Yuan Laifu and Sheng Guihua were miserable people. Now they saw that the Yuan family was a shady family, and that Yuan Sheng learned this from Yuan Laifu and the others. Zhang Wen and Ma Guifan felt much more relieved when they heard everyone talking about it. and they got rid of a lot of the frustration they felt from being coveted by the Yuan family every day. Ma Guifan said to a little girl next to her, "You little girls, don't be dazzled by Yuansheng. He dresses like a decent human being, but his face is the only thing that's good to look at." Ma Guifan was furious when she saw the indigo blue shirt on Yuansheng. She had spent a long time picking it out for her son, and yet Yuansheng, that little bastard, was wearing it. A peasant like him wants to imitate the scholars and wear a long shirt. Even if he puts it on, it can't hide the rustic smell on his body. Ma Guifan pouted her big protruding lips. Ma Guifan's words had such a wide impact that the people around her were unhappy. Peasants? Aren't you Ma Guifan and Zhang Wen peasants? Your son is just a student, and he hasn't passed the exam to become a scholar. I don't think your Zhang family is a good family. But considering that the Zhang family might become very successful, they just kept these words to themselves. Yuan Shang had good hearing, so even though they lowered their voices, he still heard them. Argue with them? Prove yourself? Let them worry about their own braised pork recipe and cause trouble? Yuan Shang was too lazy to care. Just go ahead and make money in a low-key manner and develop in a humble manner. He looked at Qinsi and found that she was not affected by the rumors. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. His young wife was very strong inside. The two waited at the entrance of the village for a while, and Uncle Niu Jin's ox cart arrived. They spent 20 cents to charter the cart with Uncle Niu. General Zhongping Town is dozens of miles away from Qingshan Town. Finally, Yuan Shang and his team arrived at Zhu Qinsi's mother's home, Zhujia Village in Zhongping Town. Almost everyone in Zhujia Village has the surname Zhu, unlike Shanhou Village, which has a mixed surname. Qingshan Town is a town that developed later. There was a drought before, and many people fled here to escape the famine. The village gradually developed, so there are all kinds of surnames here. Zhu Qinsi went back to her parents' home this time, not only to take the 2 taels and 3 cents of silver she had saved in the pig pen, but also to ask her father to return the 20 taels of betrothal gift from the Yuan family. If her father knew that she was getting married and came back from Lishui County, she could get the silver back. My father is a scholar, and he loves face. Zhu Qinsi was walking home with Yuan Shang when they were spotted by a young girl. The girl watched from a distance, wanting to recognize him but not daring to approach. Finally, she covered her mouth and ran up excitedly. "Qinsi, it's really you." The girl's name is Zhu Qingxing. She is Zhu Qinsi's distant cousin and also Zhu Qinsi's best friend. Zhu Qinsi's father Zhu Dihai and Zhu Qingxing's father Zhu Defa are cousins. Zhu Dihai's father and Zhu Defa's father are brothers. "I heard that your stepmother sold you to a scoundrel from Qingshan Town to bring good luck." After hearing about this, my parents rushed to Lishui County to send a message, asking your father to come back and rescue you as soon as possible. Yuan Shang raised his eyebrows. Has his reputation as a scoundrel spread to Zhongping Town? He coughed and said, "Excuse me for interrupting you, you bastard. I'm here." Zhu Qingxing opened her eyes wide. "You are here to get married, you filthy scoundrel? Bah, bah, bah. You are Qinsi's husband." Yuan Sheng nodded. That's me." Zhu Qingxing took a step back and held her head. No, she was a little confused. This handsome, elegant, and dignified young man is the legendary scoundrel who is destined to die? That's not right. She looked at her friend with suspicion, and Zhu Qinsi's fair cheeks turned pink. "He is my husband." Click, click, click. What's going on? Zhu Qingxing felt like she was being shown off for no apparent reason. Zhu Qingxing looked at her friend's face again. Her skin was fair and delicate, and she looked well-nourished. Although she knew that her friend was naturally beautiful and never got tanned and had fair skin, she had never had such a healthy glow. "Looking at my friend's new clothes, I can tell they are not cheap. And the shoes she is wearing are brand new and very exquisite." She was so worried about her friend that she cried a lot. She never expected that her friend would marry such a handsome and wealthy man. Zhu Qingxing burst out laughing. "Qinsi, seeing you living so well, that old woman Qian Jinfeng must be so mad at me." Qian Jinfeng is Zhu Qinsi's stepmother. Zhu Qinsi's biological mother died 6 years ago. 3 years later, Zhu Qinsi's scholar father remarried. Qian Jinfeng married Zhu Qinsi's father, a scholar, with her daughter Zhang Meru, born to her ex-husband. They had a son named Zhu Wendong, who was 1.5 years old this year. Zhang Meru changed her surname to Zhu and is now called Zhu Meru. Zhu Qinsi smiled, thinking that her stepmother would be so angry that her heart aches when she saw her ideal husband. "By the way, Qingxing, my second uncle sent a message to my father." "What did my father say?" Zhu Qingxing sighed. "Uncle San said that the wedding ceremony has been completed, and it is useless for him to rush to Qingshan Town. But he has asked for leave, and will be back in the morning today, waiting for you to return home to meet the new son-in-law." If you ask me, third uncle is just an old-fashioned person. What's the use of marrying a scoundrel? You'll regret it if you marry him. She realized she had said the wrong thing and slapped herself on the mouth. Chinsi, I'm not talking about your husband. Why did she feel like the more she explained, the worse it got? Zhu Chinsi nodded, hoping that her father could make the decision for her today. Zhu Qingxing leaned close to Zhu Qinsi's ear and said, third uncle also said that because of the birthmark on your face, it's already difficult for you to get married. Breaking off the engagement with the Yuan family means you're getting married for the second time, which will probably be even more difficult. Yes, Qingxing, when you see my father later, run back and tell him. I won't close the door later. Don't worry. Qinsi, leave it to me. After Zhu Qingxing left, Yuan Shang followed Zhu Qinsi to the gate of the Zhu family. The Zhu family has 4 blue brick and tile houses. Although they are not as impressive as the landlord's house, they are also quite impressive. The wall is not like Yuanqing's house, which is just a wooden fence but a high blue brick wall. A large wooden door made of fine wood and painted red. Zhu Qinsi knocked on the door and said, coming. His voice was a little shrill. Qian Jinfeng came out to open the door. She was startled to see the big birthmark on Zhu Qinsi's face. Could it be that she couldn't make it in her husband's family and ran back here? Chapter 34 Qian Jinfeng falls into a trap. But she quickly rejected this idea. Zhu Qinsi was wearing brand new clothes with lifelike embroidery on them. Although they were made of cotton, they must be very expensive. The young man standing next to her was wearing a robe commonly worn by students, which was embroidered with low-key black, auspicious cloud patterns. He also had a square scarf on his head, looking very noble. Qian Jinfeng was stunned on the spot. Zhu Qinsi laughed sarcastically. Mom, why are you still standing there like an idiot? I've brought your son-in-law and the return gift to see you. Qian Jinfeng's heart tightened. What? Son-in-law? Isn't the Yuan family extremely poor? She has inquired about it. In order to prepare the betrothal money for their son and hold the ceremony, the Yuan family has borrowed all the money. How could 2 people afford to wear such fine clothes? This brand new dress must have been newly made. The exquisite embroidery would cost 2 or 3 taels for a dress like this. Also, she had inquired carefully and found out that the husband that Zhu Qinsi was going to marry was a scoundrel, lazy, and only cared about his parents and his 7 sisters. How come the young man in front of her was so handsome? Judging from the temperament of the young man in front of me, he looks like a scholar. Zhu Qinsi smiled and said, Mom, are you so happy? Why don't you welcome him in? This is the good son-in-law you carefully selected for me. Yuan Shang also looked at his stepmother Zhu Qinsi, who had tall, thin eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and a face covered in rouge and powder. She gave off a scent of horseflesh. No wonder she had bewitched his father-in-law. Yuan Shang groaned, Mother-in-law, you sold Qinsi, so you won't let us into the house? Does father-in-law know that you sold your daughter? What are you talking about, son-in-law? What's the matter with selling or not selling? Please come in. Qian Jinfeng finally came back to her senses from her confused state and resumed her smart and capable appearance. If the Yuan family hadn't come to recognize her as a relative, she wouldn't have been afraid of the fact that she sold Zhu Qinsi out. Her husband, a scholar, had traditional ideas, and Zhu Qinsi had already become a wedding gift to the Yuan family, so there was no possibility of any changes. The most they could do was scold her. But now her son-in-law has come to her house. If she does not receive him, her husband will know, and she will be guilty of a more serious crime. Judging from the attitude of Zhu Qinsi and her son-in-law, it is estimated that long-term contact between them will cause trouble for her. The most important thing is that she can't figure out the background of her son-in-law. The young man in front of her doesn't look like Lai Ziyuansheng from Shanhou village. Although the material of his clothes looked ordinary and not expensive, the black, auspicious cloud patterns on the clothes looked very high-end. He might be the son of a wealthy family or the young master of a landlord. The most urgent task is to find out the identity of Zhu Qinsi's husband. Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinsi followed Qian Jinfeng into the house. The group sat down in the main hall of the Zhu family. There was an octagonal table, several carved rosewood chairs, and a few calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, which was quite elegant. After Yuan Shang sat down, he asked curiously, Mother-in-law, your family doesn't look poor, so why did you sell Qinsi? Qian Jinfeng was a little annoyed. This son-in-law was not an easy person to deal with. Before she opened her mouth, Zhu Qinsi said, My mother sold me to prepare a dowry for my sister Zhang Meru. No, Zhu Meru. Zhu Qinsi's grandparents only gave birth to one son, his father Zhu Dihai. The old couple passed away. Zhu Dihai lives in Laishui County. Qian Jinfeng is the eldest in the family, so she dares to be so unscrupulous. Qian Jinfeng smiled and said, Qinsi, How dare you say that to me? You are letting me down. I heard that Yuan Sheng, the young man from Shanhou village, is very handsome, so I let you marry him. Are you not satisfied with your current husband? Qian Jinfeng looked at Zhu Qinxi and Yuan Sheng's expressions and found that they both looked normal, which meant that the young man was the scoundrel Yuan Sheng from Shanhou village. The information about Yuan Sheng was obtained by her own brother, so it must be correct. Yuan Sheng looked well-dressed, but it turned out he was just a useless person with a nice appearance. Qian Jinfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was so scared that she thought he was the young master of a rich man or a small landlord. Humph. A country bumpkin. No, Yuan Sheng is worse than a country bumpkin. A country bumpkin is at least hardworking and his family will not go hungry. A scoundrel can do anything. Even selling his wife and children is not impossible. No one knew how the two people got the new clothes by stealing. Yuan Sheng came here this time probably because he heard that Zhu Qinxi's father-in-law was a scholar, and he came here to ask for money or take advantage of him. Nothing to be afraid of. Qian Jinfeng raised her chin slightly and immediately returned to her usual arrogant expression. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. Not to mention tea, there wasn't even a bowl of water in front of Yuan Sheng and Zhu Qinxi. Zhu Qinxi's seat was facing the yard. When she saw Zhu Qingxing enter the yard, a sly smile appeared on her face. She knew that her father was coming back. Mother, what do you think of these two outfits of mine and my husband's? Qian Jinfeng was puzzled and thought that her stepdaughter was showing off. The material is just so, but the embroidery is good. 3 taels of silver is the most expensive. Qinxi, you should be frugal when you get married. Don't pretend to be rich by making good clothes when your family is starving. That's right. The Yuan family was starving, yet they still spent so much money to buy such nice clothes. Our family is a family of farming and reading, so we can't do anything sneaky and spoil the family tradition of the Zhu family. After saying this, Qian Jinfeng glanced at Yuan Sheng from the corner of his eye. Yuan Sheng and Zhu Qinxi were indifferent to Qian Jinfeng's criticism. Zhu Qinxi had a bright smile on her face. Mom, I made these 2 sets of clothes myself. The fabric only costs a few $100s, and I finished them in 2 days. What? Qian Jinfeng's expression changed immediately. The embroidery work on these 2 outfits was actually done by this ugly guy. This embroidery work is top-notch. At this rate, this little girl can earn 2 taels of silver a day from embroidery. That year, it was 600 to 700 taels. Her husband, Zhu Dihai, only earns 120 taels of beams in a year. This damn girl actually kept the fact that she was so good at embroidery a secret. This was because she was sincerely not making money for her and not letting her live a comfortable life. If she had known that she had this skill, she would have raised the ugly girl until she was old and died. She would have done embroidery work for her in the room every day. Qian Jinfeng sneered twice. Zhu Qinxi, you are hiding this from me so tightly. What are you thinking? Zhu Qinxi had already seen the corner of his father's clothes. She moved closer to Qian Jinfeng and said in a low voice, yes, that's what you think. Qian Jinfeng was furious. How dare a dog who used to work under her to make a living provoke her like this? She immediately slapped Zhu Qinxi in the face. Yuan Sheng had been on guard against her and grabbed Qian Jinfeng's wrist. Mother-in-law, Qinxi is now the daughter-in-law of my Yuan family. You can't hit her whenever you want. If you want to hit me, then hit me. Is there no one in the Zhu family who can control you? No wonder you dared to sell the daughter of the Zhu family and give her to the daughter of the Zhang family as a betrothal gift. Chapter 35. Zhu Dihai is suffering for his dignity. Zhu Meru was sleeping late before and was woken up by the voices. She was just getting annoyed when she heard Zhu Qinxi's voice. The man who was talking should be the ugly poor husband. Ha! How dare this ugly bastard and stinky scoundrel bully her mother? Zhu Meru walked into the main hall. Zhu Qinxi, you bastards, how dare you two say that I am the daughter of the Zhang family? My father allowed me to be called Zhu Meru. Also, Zhu Qinxi, what's wrong with selling you and giving me the money as my dowry? You ugly bastard, it's your honor to contribute to the family. I'm going to marry Qian Jinfeng, the young master of the county's Maishan Pavilion. How much help can I provide to my father and Wandong in the future? What can an ugly person like you do? Oh, by the way, you married a notorious scoundrel in Qingshan town. You will only be a burden to your family in the future. How can you compare with my future husband? Qian Jinfeng felt that her daughter's scolding was very satisfying. Who are these two people? How dare they challenge her? Do they think they can become successful just by making a little money with their embroidery skills? Dream. Her future son-in-law is powerful and influential. How can this stinky scoundrel compare to him? Zhu Qinxi said in disbelief. I am your father's daughter after all. How can you sell me? Mother, I am not your child. How can you treat me like this? Zhu Dihai had wanted to go in a long time ago, but was stopped by Zhu Qingxing. Uncle San, you are teaching in Lishui County. Qinci has suffered a lot of grievances. Today is a rare opportunity. You should listen carefully. Zhu Dihai had no choice but to stop. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Qian Jinfeng and Zhu Meru didn't take him seriously at all. Today, in front of Zhu Qingxing, he, a scholar, lost all his face. Seeing that Qian Jinfeng was about to say something even more embarrassing, he shook off Zhu Qingxing's hand and walked in quickly. You too, shut up. Zhu Meru was stunned. When did Dad come back? Did Dad hear everything he just said? Qian Jinfeng had a look of astonishment on her face, but a smile appeared on her face the next moment, and she walked towards Zhu Dihai with 3 twists and turns in her steps. My husband, you're back? Her pair of almond-shaped eyes were sparkling. Humph. Zhu Dihai shook his sleeves, but his attitude softened a little. Qingxing, why don't you go home first? You see your uncle is busy entertaining guests. Zhu Dihai ordered her to leave. Zhu Qingxing seemed to not understand and immediately held Zhu Qinci's arm. Third uncle, Qinci is not a guest. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her a lot. Anyway, she won't leave. Third uncle is such a proud person. He must not be partial to Qian Jinfeng and Zhu Meru in front of her today. Zhu Qinci held Zhu Qingxing's hand and said, Qingxing, I miss you too. Zhu Dihai had no choice but to give up. Yuan Sheng bowed to Zhu Dihai and said, Father-in-law, it's really rude to meet you for the first time. The son-in-law has an extraordinary temperament and is very polite, which makes Zhu Meru and Qian Jinfeng look like countrywomen. Yuan Sheng's words are clever. Why is it that when they first met, or because you sold your daughter, the son-in-law said that he was disrespectful? Then who was disrespectful? Zhu Dihai held Yuan Sheng's hand and said, My dear son-in-law, we are the ones who are disrespectful. Your mother-in-law is so stupid. She did such a stupid thing. As for the 20 taels of betrothal gift, we will use it all as a dowry. Zhu Qingxing whispered beside him, Uncle San, people are preparing a dowry for their daughter. Zhu Qingxing's voice seemed small, but it was just loud enough for everyone to hear. Zhu Dihai was embarrassed. He was a man who read books of sages. How could he be in such an embarrassing situation? Of course, our Qinci also has a dowry of silver in the bottom of the box. I have prepared it for her a long time ago. Time is short, and there is no time to buy dowry items. I will give Qinci 10 taels of silver as a dowry. What? Qian Jinfeng's nose was almost crooked with anger. What the hell? Not only did she have to return the 20 taels, but she also had to pay another 10 taels. Does this old guy Zhu Dihai know what he is talking about? Zhu Meru's eyebrows were twisted together. She had planned to use the 20 taels of silver to make a golden peony fork as a dowry, but now it's gone? The family had to pay another 10 taels of silver? The family only had so much money in total, and if they gave Zhu Qinci 10 taels of silver as a dowry, her dowry would naturally be less. She was marrying up by marrying the young master of Meishan Pavilion, and if she couldn't come up with a decent dowry, she didn't know how she would be ridiculed by her sisters-in-law in the future. Dad. Zhu Meru was about to say, Dad, how could you do this, when she was stopped by Qian Jinfeng. Qian Jinfeng was able to control Zhu Dihai, so she must have some skills. In front of outsiders, she never gave her husband face, and she could endure it even if she was angry. When Yuan Shang heard that the Zhu family had lost 30 taels of silver, he was naturally satisfied. In her previous life, Zhu Qinci was so miserable, mainly because of him, who tortured and beat her, causing her hands to be calloused and unable to make money from embroidery. But her father-in-law was also quite indifferent to this girl, and he might have helped her a few times in private, but that was all. In this life, he must pamper Qinci to the sky, and no one can bully her anymore. I heard from Qinci that my father-in-law is a scholar. It turns out that he is very polite in doing things. I would like to thank my father-in-law on behalf of Qinci. As he said this, Yuanxing crossed his bow to Zhu Dihai again. Zhu Qinci had a faint smile on his face. Thank you, Dad. Daddy watched the whole process of how her stepmother and stepsister bullied her, but he only scolded them, and they did not receive any further punishment. It can be seen that Daddy's care for her was just like that. The 10 taels of dowry might have been more for his reputation as a scholar. Zhu Dihai took out his bookcase and said, I left in a hurry today. You 2 youngsters came back with gifts, but I didn't have time to prepare a gift. It was really rude. Zhu Dihai took out a few things from his book collection and said, Yuan Sheng, take a look at these and see if there is anything you can use. Pick one. Yuan Sheng scratched his nose. His father-in-law wanted to save both face and money. Did he deliberately give it to him because he knew he was a farmer? Oh, it's not that good. Yuan Shang looked at the things in front of him. The rice paper was good, the brush was good, and the paperweight seemed to be of good quality, but the best thing should be this inkstone. This was a top-quality Duan inkstone. It is estimated to cost at least several dozen taels of silver. Father-in-law, you are so polite. I don't want to reject your kindness. I will go to a private school in a few days, so I will choose this inkstone. As he spoke, Yuan Shang took the inkstone in his hand. Zhu Dihai wanted to slap himself twice. Damn it. This inkstone was the most precious gift given to him by Mr. Ma. He usually was reluctant to use it, but he didn't expect that Yuan Shang would pick it up today. Why is he so mean to ask this question? The smile on Zhu Dihai's face could hardly be maintained, and his skin began to tremble. Zhu Qingxing gave a thumbs up. My third uncle is very particular. I have to talk to my father about this when I get back. People in the village said that Zhu Dihai's family wanted to sell their own daughter for money, and I had an argument with them. My third uncle is a scholar, and he is not the kind of person who would sell his daughter. I have to spread the word about the dowry that my third uncle gave to his daughter and the gift to his son-in-law. Zhu Dihai took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and said to Yuan Shang, you want to go to school? That's a good thing. If you don't know anything, just ask me. After all, I have been a teacher for more than 10 years. Chapter 36 Qian Jinfeng was beaten because of Qin Wan. Yes, father-in-law. As the saying goes, everything else is inferior except reading. As your son-in-law, how can I be ignorant all day long? Yuan Shang said sincerely. Qinzi always brags to me about how talented, reasonable, and popular my father-in-law is. I admire him and have long wanted to meet him. Seeing that Yuan Shang's praise was sincere, Zhu Dihai suddenly felt that this son-in-law was not bad. Needless to say, he was very handsome, and his conversation was also extraordinary. He took out a few books from the bookcase. Kaiming Yaoxuan, Baijiaxing, and Thousand-Character Classic are all enlightenment reading materials. You can take them home to study first. Qinzi writes well in small regular script with hairpin flowers, and has read a lot of books with her mother. You should study with Qinzi first, and then go to a private school when you have a basic foundation. This will save some money. In this era, paper was precious, and since movable type printing had not yet been invented, printed books were even more expensive. Just the few printed books that Zhu Dihai took out cost 6 or 7 taels. Handwritten copies are cheaper, and the price depends on the calligraphy level of the copyist. Yuan Shang felt that his father-in-law was a good guy, better than he expected, and he didn't feel guilty at all about taking advantage of Zhu Dihai. Yuan Shang had a very pleasant conversation with Zhu Dihai. He took just the right photos of the horses, and Zhu Dihai was very excited about the chat. Seeing that Qian Jinfeng had not cooked for a long time, Zhu Dihai said unkindly, why don't you cook quickly? Why are you taking out the jar of fine wine that I treasure? You have no manners at all. Qian Jinfeng went to buy meat and vegetables with a gloomy face, and prepared a table of wine and food with a resentful look. Yuan Shang, Zhu Qinzi and Zhu Qingxing admired the dark faces of Qian Jinfeng and Zhu Meru and happily ate a hearty breakfast. In short, Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinzi had a great harvest that day. 30 taels of silver, a fine Duan inkstone, several books, and of course, the 2 taels and 3 cents of silver that Zhu Qinzi had hidden in the pigsty. Coincidentally, according to Qian Jinfeng's intention, someone will be hired to renovate the pigpen tomorrow. Yuan Shang thought that the silver must have been found by Qian Jinfeng in the previous life, and never reached Zhu Qinzi's hands. Qian Jinfeng had finally managed to send these giant Buddha statues away, and no longer had to worry about Zhu Dihai's face. She grabbed Zhu Dihai's ear and dragged him into the bedroom. Why would you do this to me for a bastard of Qin Wanqing's? I will take Wendong back to my parents' home tomorrow morning, and I will make your Zhu family extinct? Qian Jinfeng was furious today. She had never been so angry in her life. Zhu Qinzi, a dog who made a living under her, dared to make her so angry. The most hateful thing was that her husband Zhu Dihai was helping them. Taking Zhu Wendong back to her parents' home was her secret weapon. Zhu Dihai only had this one son. Qian Jinfeng knew that Zhu Dihai valued this precious son. Zhu Dihai shook off Qian Jinfeng's hand and slapped her in the face, making her fall flat on her face. So that's how you think of your stepmother, Qian Jinfeng. You finally spoke out your true feelings today. So all your previous compliments to your stepmother were fake. Zhu Dihai, you dare to hit me? Qin Wan has been ridden by thousands of people. Otherwise, how could he give birth to such a bastard? She has been married to Zhu Dihai for 3 years, and Zhu Dihai has never touched her. Zhu Dihai doesn't like Zhu Qinzi, this bastard girl, and she has seen it a long time ago. Today, she just said something to Qin Wan, and he hit her like this? So Qin Wan is Zhu Dihai's Achilles heel? Thinking of this, The jealous Qian Jinfeng became even angrier. Zhu Dihai's eyes turned red. I'll teach you a lesson for being so mean. He slapped Qian Jinfeng in the face several times. Qin Wan was a pure and innocent girl when she was with me. I won't allow you to slander her like this. Qian Jinfeng, who do you think you are? You are not even as good as a hair of Qin Wan. Qian Jinfeng's entire face was swollen like a pig's head. She said incoherently, now you pretend to be deeply in love with Qin Wan. But how did you treat that ugly bastard Qin Wan gave birth to? I heard that Qin Wan treated her like an eyeball. Hearing Qian Jinfeng's words, Zhu Dihai was stunned for a moment. Is he good to Chenxi? He must have feelings for his daughter who he has raised since she was a child. But his feelings for Chenxi are very complicated. It was because of Zhu Chenxi that he and Wanyang had no children of their own. Wanyang was afraid that if she gave birth to her own child, Zhu Chenxi would be wronged, so she simply cut off her fertility. Therefore, it can also be said that he lost his own biological children because of his daughter Zhu Chenxi. Wanyang always puts this adopted daughter first. If this adopted daughter is in any danger, she will immediately stand up. He has no doubt that Wanyang will die for this adopted daughter. And he, Zhu Dihai, always comes last. Wanyang once said that the reason she lived until now was all for Zhu Chenxi. Then what was Zhu Dihai, her husband, to her? Just like Qian Jinfeng said, he ignored the harsh treatment Chenxi was treated but did not intervene. If Wanyang knew about this in the afterlife, she would definitely not forgive him. It seemed that since his son Zhu Wendong was born, he became increasingly indifferent to Chenxi. Zhu Dihai pounded his chest. He felt so sorry for his stepmother. Qian Jinfeng saw Zhu Dihai reminiscing about his old friend and took advantage of this opportunity to grab Zhu Dihai's face, leaving 4 deep bloody finger marks on Zhu Dihai's face. Zhu Dihai, you beat me up for a slut? I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I will go back to my parents' home tomorrow. You will never see your son again. I will make sure you never see your son again. Zhu Dihai yelled, my son's last name is Zhu. I used to give in to you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want to leave, go back to your mother's house and leave my son behind. No. You dare to sell Chenxi and you dare to scold your mother. I'm going to divorce you. Zhu Meru rushed out and grabbed Qian Jinfeng's hand, saying, Mom, if you are divorced and sent home, how can I marry the young master of Maishan Pavilion? You should apologize to Dad as soon as possible. Qian Jinfeng was extremely angry. Just now when she was beaten by Zhu Dihai, her daughter did not come out to mediate. Now that she heard that Zhu Dihai was going to divorce her, she could not come out to apologize. What the hell did she give birth to? Qian Jinfeng's heart felt cold. Her husband was like this, and her daughter was like this. But the reality made her calm down. It was because her ex-husband died that she had the opportunity to marry Zhu Dihai, who was so well off. If she was divorced and sent home, she would probably never be able to marry again. How could her brother and sister-in-law let her and Meru stay at home and eat for free? They would probably be looked down upon by then. The daughter only thinks about herself, but she can't help but think about her daughter. If she is really divorced and sent home, her daughter's marriage will definitely be ruined. Marrying the young master of Maishan Pavilion is already a step up for her daughter, but at least she still has a scholar father to support her. Before, she saw that Zhu Dihai obeyed her and didn't care if he bullied Zhu Chenxi, so she thought she had this man under control. Unexpectedly, it was all her wishful thinking. But if she apologizes and admits her mistake now, how can she hold her head up in front of Zhu Dihai in the future? Qian Jinfeng stopped cursing. With tears in her eyes and her hands covering her face, she staggered towards the bedroom. Chapter 37 Yuan Shang makes a refrigerator. Zhu Dihai snorted and walked out. He didn't want to stay in the same room with this stinky woman. In the past, when he heard her praising stepmother's embroidery and her character in a virtuous voice, he thought she truly admired stepmother, but it turned out that she was just pretending. Although he ignored Chenxi, he did not allow her to sell Chenxi. Look at the news that second brother Defa sent back. He sold Chenxi to the famous scoundrel in Qingshan town to get married. What on earth is Qian Jinfeng thinking? Fortunately, Yuan Shang survived. Otherwise, wouldn't his daughter have to be a widow? Today he took a close look at his son-in-law. He was a man with sharp eyes and a bright mind, good conversation, and a lot of temperament. He could not possibly be a scoundrel. My daughter was taught by my stepmother that if he was really a scoundrel, she would not be able to like him. Her eyes could not deceive anyone. Therefore, Yuan Shang must be a good guy. I heard that he will take the imperial examination and his future is bright. Perhaps it was because Qian Jinfeng mentioned stepmother today that his dormant fatherly love for his daughter was awakened, and he couldn't help but blame himself for his previous neglect of his daughter. Humph! Qian Jinfeng dared to scold my stepmother. She must be divorced. Especially today, he saw clearly her vulgar and ugly appearance, not even as good as a hair of his stepmother. His stepmother. At the same time, Qian Jinfeng was stroking her pig-headed face and sulking. Zhu Meru pouted. Mom, how dare you hit Dad? Have you forgotten the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? You even threatened Dad by taking him back to your mother's house. If you really go back to your mother's house and Dad doesn't pick you up, let's see what you'll do. Mom, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but women shouldn't be too strong. When Dad comes back later, you should apologize to him quickly. Otherwise, if Dad really divorces you and sends you home, my marriage will be ruined, and our lives will be over. Qian Jinfeng clenched her fists and listened to her daughter's nagging. Her nails dug into her flesh. What the hell was wrong with her? Pa, 2 big slaps, directly hitting Zhu Meru and making her cry. Kneel down. Zhu Meru covered her face with her hands and glared at Qian Jinfeng. Mom, you hit me? Qian Jinfeng saw her looking at her with squinted eyes and slapped her a few more times. It seems that I didn't hit you enough. You selfish thing. Zhu Meru started to cry. Qian Jinfeng felt distressed when she saw her daughter crying like this. Well, although her daughter was selfish, what she said made sense. She knew that she had really hit a wall this time. She was too emotional before and didn't pay attention to the degree. Qin Wan was Zhu Dihai's Achilles heel. She thought that since she had given birth to a son for Zhu Dihai, he was more important than his dead wife, but reality gave her a heavy blow. It is not impossible for Zhu Dihai to divorce her. Just based on her crime of betraying Zhu Qinsi, she can be divorced and sent home, and Zhu Dihai can still stand on the moral high ground. The only solution now is to take advantage of the fact that his son needs his mother, flatter him, and slowly try to please this old woman. It's all the fault of that ugly Zhu Qinsi and her stinky scoundrel husband. Zhu Meru also hated them. If it weren't for Zhu Qinsi and Yuan Shang, her dowry wouldn't have gone, and she wouldn't have been beaten by her mother. Don't worry, mother. When I marry Qian Jinfeng, I'll let you get revenge. We can bully these 2 poor commoners however we want in the future. Qian Jinfeng smiled a little bit. That is, 2 poor commoners dared to provoke her and her daughter, and she would never let them have an easy life. But because her face was beaten like a pig's head, Qian Jinfeng's teeth were bared when she smiled, which hurt even more. Yuanqing and Zhu Qinsi took a bullock cart back to Qingshan town. Yuanqing bought materials for making a refrigerator, a large vat that could be used to bathe an adult, and a clay pot that could hold hundreds of pounds of meat. He wanted to make a can-in-can refrigerator. This method was something he had seen in a book in his previous life. The African natives had no electricity and could not preserve food in the summer, so they invented a desert refrigerator, a can in a can. It consists of an inner can and an outer can, with wet sand filled between the 2 cans. When using it, put the food in the inner can, cover it with a lid, and place it in a ventilated place. And often sprinkle some water on the sand, using the principle of water evaporation and refrigeration to lower the temperature of the food, thereby keeping the food fresh. Although this refrigerator is very simple, it is suitable for the current situation. As for the refrigerators of later generations, he will make them sooner or later. Yuanqing bought the materials for making a refrigerator and prepared to go to different pharmacies to buy medicinal materials for making braised meat and treating Zhu Qinsi's face. My dear, please don't spend money to buy me some medicine to treat my face. I have had this birthmark since I was born and it cannot be cured. Yuan Shang scratched Zhu Qinsi's upturned nose and said, Don't you believe in your husband? So far, when has your husband's words not come true? Zhu Qinsi thought back and realized that everything her husband said was gradually coming true. Although the chance is very small, what if my husband can really cure my face? I'd better give it a try. My dear, didn't you say last time that you wanted to buy an ox cart? An ox and a cart would cost more than 20 taels of silver. Now that we have money, we can buy the ox and the cart directly and just take the jars and earthenware pots home. As she spoke, she took out the more than 30 taels of silver from her sleeve. Yuan Shang covered her silver and said, Keep it for now. You can buy more tomorrow when Dad comes. He knows more about cattle and can drive a cart. I am not good enough to drive a cart now. Okay, my dear. Zhu Qinsi felt the silver was hot in her hands. 20 taels of it were the betrothal money that her parents had borrowed from everywhere. Uncle Niu Jin followed Yuan Shang to the place where jars and clay pots were sold, picked up the goods, and took the 2 people back home. Uncle Niu Jin was a nice guy. He helped Yuan Shang and Yuan Lai Fu move the jar back home before leaving. Sheng Hohat said, Son, daughter-in-law, aren't you going to visit your parents today? Why did you buy such a big jar and pot to bring home? Yuan Lai Fu was also a little curious. Dad, Mom, I want to make a refrigerator. Shopkeeper Chow said he wants to sell our braised meat to Donglishan in the neighboring counties. With this refrigerator to keep food fresh, we can ship more braised meat. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat's eyes lit up. How many counties should we sell to? How much more braised meat should we sell? How much money should we make? Donglishan's business is so big that it has branches in several neighboring counties. But my son asked if this refrigerator is reliable, as it can keep food fresh with just a jar and a can. Yuan Shang explained to his parents the principle of cooling and preserving food, but the old couple didn't understand. Yuan Laifu took a puff of his pipe and said, "It's hard to say. Once the refrigerator is ready, we can put a piece of braised meat in it and we'll know. It probably will work." In the past, they didn't believe anything Yuan Shang said, and they only followed his lead because he doted on their son. Now, no matter what their son said, they thought it would work out. With my son's clever brain, he can come up with something amazing. After all, he is someone who has been taught by an old immortal. Chapter 38: Becoming a landlord and a landlord's wife is not a dream. Zhu Chenxi held 32 taels and 3 cents of silver in front of Sheng Hohat and Yuan Laifu and said, "Dad, Mom, this is the silver my dad gave us when we went back to our parents' home today." Sheng Hohat and Yuan Laifu opened their mouths wide. Both of them were so shocked. The silver in my daughter-in-law's hand must weigh more than 3 pounds. More than 30 taels of silver. What a huge sum of money. What's going on? Yuanqing explained to his parents the whole story of his visit today. Sheng Hohat and Yuan Laifu were so happy. Apart from anything else, this was more than 30 taels of silver. More than 30 taels. Because they spent more than 20 taels to marry an ugly wife, they were laughed at by the villagers. Especially those families who had bad relations with them often used this matter to make fun of them. Sheng Hohat tried to explain how much she liked her daughter-in-law, how smart, sensible, and filial she was, and that she would be happy to spend 20 taels more to marry her. Others just thought she was just trying to show off. Spending more than 40 taels to marry an ugly woman? Sheng Hohat is getting more and more stubborn now. Now let's see what they say. "And the stepmother of my daughter-in-law is vicious and immoral. My son and daughter-in-law asked her for more than 30 taels of silver, which made her bleed profusely. She must be heartbroken." The son and his wife finally vented their anger. Sheng Hohat felt a little regretful that she missed such a famous scene. What a pity. Sheng Hohat secretly swore that if she encountered that vicious woman bullying her beloved daughter-in-law, she would scratch her to death. Her fighting ability was very strong. Yuan Laifu said in disbelief, "Bauer, what did you say? You want to study? I just heard you talking about inkstones and books." "Yes, Dad and Mom. I will go to school when I have accumulated some wealth. My father-in-law gave me some elementary reading materials and asked me to learn from Chinsi first. Chinsi has beautiful handwriting and read a lot of books when he was a child." Yuan Laifu clapped his hands. When Yuan Shang was a child, he also thought about tightening his belt to support his son's education, but his son didn't want to study at all, fearing the hard work. His son has grown up, and now he is taking the initiative to study and even earning money to support his own education. His son is really promising. In this area, no. In the whole Liuyuan County, or even the whole Jizhou Prefecture, is there any other son with such a promising future? Yuan Laifu smiled and turned around excitedly. His son. Great. Excellent. The couple next door, Zhang Wen and Ma Guifan, act like they are so powerful all day long. Isn't it because their son Zhang Qingshu is a scholar, and because Zhang Qingshu passed the examination to become a student? Humph, Yuan Laifu thought. My son must be even better at studying. With his intelligence, maybe he can pass the exam and become a scholar. Sheng Hohat was even more satisfied with Zhu Chenxi. Her daughter-in-law was a young lady from a scholar's family. No wonder she was so smart and good at embroidery. She heard from her son that her daughter-in-law could write beautiful calligraphy with hairpins and flowers. She could also teach her son to read, which would save her a lot of money. The old couple Sheng Hohat and Yuan Laifu looked at each other and decided to let Zhu Chenxi take the silver himself, but Zhu Chenxi refused to agree. The two sides refused for a long time. In the end, Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat took the 20 taels of betrothal gift. Zhu Chenxi wanted to give another 12 taels and 3 cents of silver to Yuan Sheng. "Take it for yourself. If our family needs money in the future, I will ask you for it again." Zhu Chenxi put the silver back into his sleeve. Li Changshun came to deliver meat early in the morning, and Yuansheng and Zhu Chenxi took the meat and started to cook. This time, Manager Chow wanted 30 kilograms of braised pork belly, 100 kilograms of braised leg meat, and 5 pig heads. There were more than 180 kilograms of raw meat, and the two of them braised 3 large pots before they were done. Yuan Sheng woke up Yuan Laifu. And when Yuan Lai Fu woke up, he went to see the effect of the refrigerator. Oh my God. The braised pig skin, and it still looks fresh, no different from yesterday. This refrigerator is really useful. That means the amount of meat they sell every day has greatly increased, and the money they earn every day has greatly increased. My God. My son can earn nearly 20 taels a day now. If it can be multiplied several times, how much will he sell for? Yuan Lai Fu jumped up and down like a young man with excitement. Son, what's wrong with your brain? You actually came up with this idea. With this refrigerator, how much money will we make every day in the future? Zhu Qinsi looked at her husband with admiration. Her husband was truly a genius. Yuan Lai Fu quickly called his wife to share the good news. There was so much good news every day. His son's income was increasing every day. How could this be possible? Their Yuan family is about to soar to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Lai Fu and Sheng Hohat thought happily. They remembered that just 2 days ago, their son said that he would buy them 1,800 acres of land and let them become big landlords. Ouch. Isn't this coming true soon? Yuan Lai Fu and Sheng Hohat counted on their fingers, but they couldn't count them clearly after a long time. But they are confident that their son will soon make them big landlords and landlord wives. Yuanqing was also very happy to see his parents happy. He waited for his father to calm down, and then he and his father went to deliver the goods, carrying over 100 pounds on their backs. There were shadows everywhere on the quiet village road. The sky was turning pale, and occasionally there were the sounds of dogs barking and crickets chirping. Dad, after we sell today, we will go buy a bullock cart. Great. Yuan Lai Fu felt very happy. He would soon be a car owner. He has used the ox cart of his old friend Sun Qingyo's family many times, and every time he used it, he would dream in his mind about what it would feel like if he also had such an ox cart. Now, his dream is about to come true with the help of his son. There are only 2 cows in Shanhou village, one in Sun Qing's family and one in the headman's family. Including the one his own family will soon have, there will be 3 cows in Shanhou village. His cow will be the only one in Shanhou village. Owning a bullock cart today is just the first step. His family will get better and better in the future. Yuan Sheng and Yuan Lai Fu arrived at the back door of Dong Lai Shun restaurant. Shopkeeper Chow was waiting there. After Chow took the meat, Yuan Sheng said, Brother Chow, I have made a refrigerator. It is the one you mentioned yesterday that can cool down and preserve food. What? Shopkeeper Chow thought he was hallucinating. Brother Chow, I made a refrigerator, which is the one that cools down and keeps warm. Shopkeeper Chow's heart was filled with excitement, wondering how Brother Yuanqing could say so calmly that he made that object. Such an important thing. Brother Yuan is indeed not an ordinary person. Brother Yuan, is the thing you made called a refrigerator expensive? Is the continuous investment huge? Yuan Sheng thought about it. A large vat plus a large earthenware jar would cost hundreds of dollars. If it were smaller, it would be cheaper. As for continued investment, it would only be a drop in the bucket. It costs a few $100, and there's not much ongoing investment. Shopkeeper Chow was shocked again. What kind of magical thing is this? Chapter 39. Yuan Lai Fu and Zhang Wan are at odds. If someone else told him, he would not believe it at all, but this was said by Brother Yuanqing, and Brother Yuanqing is such a reliable person. Apart from anything else, with refrigerators, they can greatly increase the distance they can transport food. How much ice is lost on the road every summer? All this ice is money. In fact, their braised meat was transported to the next county, or even the prefecture, and they didn't know how to use ice. But a piece of ice is very expensive, so the cost of braised meat would be greatly increased. Brother Yuan, where's your refrigerator? I can't wait to see it. I don't have a bullock cart at home, so I didn't pull it here this morning. If you want to see it, you can go to my house and wait for a day, and you will see the effect of the refrigerator. Manager Chow pondered for a moment. It would make too much noise if I went to Shanhou village, and the people at Maishan Pavilion are asking about the source of the braised meat. Brother Yuan, let Qingchun go with you to your house to see the effect of this refrigerator. Also, we can't deliver goods at the back door of Donglashun anymore. I have a distant relative who owns a house in the east of town. We can go there to deliver the goods. Yuanqing nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to Brother Chow and let Qingchun take us to identify the house. Zhou Qingchun is Manager Chow's confidant. Every time braised meat is delivered, Qingchun is the one running around. Yuanqing also didn't want others to know that he was the one who made the braised meat. Otherwise, a bunch of flies would fly over and annoy people. Although exposure is only a matter of time, it is better to delay it for a day. Manager Chow paid Yuan Sheng 16 taels and 300 coins. After paying, Yuan Sheng and Yuan Lai Fu went to the livestock market in Qingshan town. The whole market does not have a very good atmosphere. There are people selling sheep, cows, donkeys, and some even selling horses. Yuan Lai-Fu suppressed his excitement and carefully observed every cow in the market, looking at the number of rings on the horns and the cow's teeth. After looking around for a whole time, Yuan Lai-Fu finally picked out a yellow cow that was over 1 year old. Yuan Lai-Fu and the sellers started gesturing in their sleeves. After operating their hands in their sleeves for a long time, they finally decided on the price. Yuan Sheng paid for a new car, totaling 21 taels of silver and 300 coins. Yesterday I made 12 taels and 4 cents from selling braised pork. Yuan Sheng spent some money on buying things and left 5 taels of silver for his mother to pay off the debts of his sisters and uncle, leaving only 6 taels and 6 cents. Adding the 16 taels and 3 cents earned today, the total is only 22 taels and 900 coins. After deducting the money spent on the ox and the cart, he was only left with about 1,600 coins. He became a pauper again, and he had to work harder to make money. Daddy, Mommy, and Chintzy have some money, but he doesn't want to use it. Yuan Lai-Fu smiled happily when he saw that the deal was finalized, and he gently touched the scalper's head. The seller advised, "Be nice to De Huang in the future. Don't push it too hard. Let it rest when it needs to rest, feed it grass when it needs to eat, and give it more water in the summer. De Huang is very smart. Don't worry." Yuan Lai-Fu waved his hand. "Here, this is a whip. Just crack it and don't whip it too hard." Yuan Lai-Fu took the whip and said, "Oh, don't worry, I will definitely treat it like my son." After saying that, he touched Da Huang's head. Yuan Sheng frowned. Why did his father's words sound so wrong? Afterwards, Yuan Sheng, Yuan Lai-Fu, and Zhou Qingchun returned to Shanhou village. Originally, Yuan Sheng and Zhou Qingchun wanted to take a car, but Yuan Lai-Fu felt sorry for the cows and insisted that Yuan Sheng and Zhou Qingchun walk, and only allowed Yuan Sheng to put the backpack and the clay pot on the car. "It's only 10 miles in total. Young men, walk more to keep healthy. I'm doing this for your own good," Yuan Lai-Fu said confidently. Humph. Yuan Sheng didn't believe his father's lies. He thought his father really treated De Huang like his youngest son. Dad is so arrogant now. Let's see how he complains to Mom when he gets back. The three of them walked leisurely towards the village. The weather had already warmed up, and people who had been working in the fields had returned one after another. When Yuan Sheng and his companions returned to the village, the big locust tree intelligence station at the entrance of the village was already full of people. From a distance, they saw Yuan Lai-Fu sitting on an ox cart, with Yuan Sheng and a well-dressed young man walking beside them. Could this car be bought by Lao Yuan's family? Impossible. The Yuan family is starving. They have nothing to buy a car with. That's right. If the Yuan family can buy an ox cart, I can become the head of the village. How much does a cow and a cart cost? The ones with poor quality are worth more than 10 taels. The one Yuan Lai-Fu drove is a top-grade one, so I estimate it costs more than 20 taels. More than 20 taels? Even if I sold Yuan Lai-Fu, I couldn't afford it. This ox cart must belong to that young man. The three men approached and the discussion stopped. Chen Tong's father, Chen Changsho, tried to ask, "Brother Lai-Fu, you are really energetic in driving this cow. Is this the new cow you bought?" Yuan Lai-Fu also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. He would be driving the ox cart back and forth in the future and could not hide it at all. "Yes, I bought this new cow today." He was excited inside but appeared calm on the surface. One should be calm and not easily startled, because he is going to be a landlord in the future. Yuan Lai-Fu's words have stirred up a hornet's nest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big locust tree intelligence station exploded instantly. What? This ox and this ox cart actually belong to Yuan Lai-Fu. How did Yuan Lai-Fu have the money to buy this ox cart? More than 20 taels. Didn't he still owe a lot of money to feed the hungry? As Wang the butcher and Zhang Wen said, Yuan Lai-Fu learned from his son and became more and more shameless. He owed a lot of debts and refused to pay them back. He could not afford to eat well, but he bought himself a top-notch ox cart. Although everyone thinks so, few people say it out loud and cause a quarrel. But Zhang Wen really couldn't help it. He was so jealous that his teeth were itching. It was not enough for him to envy them with the delicious food he ate every day. And now he bought an ox cart just to make them angry. The little ones at home are crying every day because of greed, and he himself is always hungry and wants to eat meat every day. Damn it. Yuan Lai-Fu, this is not a good thing for you. You owe a lot of money to the villagers and instead use the money to buy a bullock cart? How can you behave like this now? Alas. Zhang Wen shook his head and sighed as he spoke. His tone sounded as if he was doing this for Yuan Lai-Fu's good and was sincerely trying to persuade him. Yuan Lai-Fu raised his eyebrows and said, "Who the hell said that I owe money to the villagers? Come out and explain clearly, who do I owe money to?" In fact, he was not very angry. He was really angry because he had no money and people talked about it. He was not short of money now. He mainly wanted to deal with Zhang Wen because his son was a scholar who acted like a rich man and often praised his son Zhang Qingshu by stepping on his yuan bower. He had wanted to deal with Zhang Wen for a long time. Who said that? Doesn't everyone know it? Zhang Wen said confidently. Zhang Wen, that's your mouth on your face, not your butt. So stop farting. You're the one who owes the villagers money. Zhang Wen got even angrier when Yuan Laifu scolded him. Isn't what I said the truth? Butcher Wang said it. Everyone in our village knows it. Yuan Laifu said disdainfully. Oh, that's what Butcher Wang said. He's also a bullshitter. I only owe money to Sun Qingyu, an old lady Zhang in our village. I've already paid them back. If you don't believe me, go ask them. Chapter 40. Zhu Qinxi becomes a popular person. It would be a shame not to watch such a big commotion. The curious young man Sun Xiao said excitedly. Everyone wait. I will go to the Sun family and the Zhang family to ask. Several half-grown children also ran after Sun Xiao. Zhang Wen said angrily, Yuan Laifu, if you have the guts, don't leave. Wait for Sun Xiao and the others to come back. Yuan Laifu smiled. Of course I am brave. Otherwise, how could I have so many children? I'm waiting. If they come back and say I paid the money back, what are you going to do, Zhang Wen? What? I bow to you, brother Yuan, and admit my mistake. Next time I see you, Yuan Laifu, I will avoid you. Okay, then we'll wait. Yuan Laifu looked relaxed. The other people under the big locust tree watched the excitement excitedly, thinking that Zhang Wen had a better chance of winning. After all, Yuan Laifu was starving a few days ago. But some people think that Yuan Laifu can win. Looking at his calm and unhurried look, it seems that he knows what he is doing. Soon, Sun Xiao came back with a few children. My uncle's son and Grandma Zhang said that the Yuan family has already paid back the money. The children chattered. Grandpa Yuan has paid off the debt? One of them was Zhang Wen's granddaughter, Zhang Chunhua, the daughter of Zhang Qingshan and Lu Chunhua. Zhang Wen was in disbelief. How could this happen? Damn it, how could this happen? That bastard Wang the butcher swore that the Yuan family didn't pay back the money they owed him, and it sounded exactly like what he saw with his own eyes. But it turned out to be bullshit. He was really screwed and embarrassed in front of so many people. He used to be a well-known figure in the village, and everyone looked up to him. But now he actually had diarrhea in front of Yuan Laifu, whom he looked down upon, and his good-for-nothing son. Zhang Wen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was red. I was also deceived by that bastard Wang the butcher. Not only me, but who in our village was not deceived? Before you came, everyone was talking about it fiercely, and it wasn't just me. Everyone else looked at the sky and the earth, but not at Zhang Wen. This Zhang Wen is really something. Why is he arguing with them? They believed what Butcher Wang said and were just chatting casually, but they didn't say anything about Yuan Laifu to his face. Are they trying to make things difficult for him in person? Yuan Shang smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, stop talking about those useless things and bow to my father to apologize. Zhang Wen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he bowed 90 degrees to Yuan Laifu. Brother Yuan, I'm sorry. Yuan Laifu waved his hand and said, It's okay. Just avoid me next time you see me. Zhang Wen snorted and turned away. Chunware, come on, come home with me. The little granddaughter looked at her grandfather's gloomy face and hurried to catch up. Zhang Wen turned the corner and slapped Zhang Chunhua in the face. I told you to talk too much. You are the only one with a big mouth. Zhang Chunhua was stunned. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't know what she did wrong. After watching the excitement, others also realized that the Yuan family had become rich. Not only did they pay off the village's debts, but they also bought an ox cart worth more than 20 taels. How come the Yuan family suddenly became rich? Everyone was eager to find out the secret of the Yuan family. Chen Changsho said in an intimate manner, Brother Yuan, you are so rich. How come you have enough money to buy a bullock cart all of a sudden? The people under the big locust tree stretched their necks waiting to hear the answer. Yuan Laifu and Yuan Sheng knew that they would keep asking if they couldn't get the answer. Yuan Sheng smiled and said, Yesterday my wife and I went back to visit my father-in-law. When he found out that Qinxi was sold by her stepmother, he was furious. He is a scholar, a well-known figure. How could he agree to Qinxi's stepmother selling her daughter? He immediately gave us dozens of taels of silver as Qinxi's dowry. What? Ouch. The Yuan family is so damn lucky. No wonder the Yuan family suddenly became rich. They used the money to pay off their debts and buy a bullock cart. Zhao Zhihua asked, Uncle Laifu, how many taels did you give? Yuan Shang called his father, Dad, it's time for us to go home. Yuan Laifu understood what he meant and followed his son without answering Zhao Zhihua. A few dozen taels of silver gave everyone enough room for imagination. 90 taels is also within the range of several dozen taels, and 99 taels is also within the range of several dozen taels. Seeing that the Yuan family bought a car without blinking an eye, they must have a lot of money. Ernie said, I estimate that it must be at least 60 or 70 taels. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bought the ox cart so straightforwardly. They must have used the money to buy land first. Not only did the Yuan family get some money, but their father-in-law is a scholar, a man of learning. Yuan Shang is really lucky. He's already a scholar. I heard that if you pass the exam, you can become an official. Yuan Shang is really lucky. Ernie pursed his lips. When Zhang Qingshu passed the exam and became a student, the old Zhang family was very excited. I guess Sheng Hohat had heard the news before. No wonder she is so satisfied with this ugly wife. I thought she was just trying to be nice. That's right. Let alone 60 or 70 taels, even if it's 30 taels of silver as a dowry, I'd still be willing to marry such an ugly wife. Being ugly won't hinder her from having children, nor will it hinder her from working. That's tens of taels of silver as a dowry, plus a father-in-law who is a scholar. Maybe it's 90 taels of silver. I can't even save 90 taels of silver in my whole fucking life. Yuan Shang is such a lucky bastard. Why don't I have such good luck to marry such a rich wife? Zhao Jihua's mother-in-law Li Yingshun thought, Sheng Hohat must be getting cocky again. She thought she could get back on track by marrying an ugly wife at a high price. It's really infuriating. Qin Changshu thought, this butcher Wang is really a piece of shit, full of bullshit, slandering Yuan Laifu and Yuan Shang. Give him one more day to raise money today, otherwise I will tell the whole village about Wang Damao, and see how the Wang family will survive in Shanhou village in the future. Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu brought Zhou Qingchun back home. Yuan Shang introduced Zhou Qingchun to his mother and Chan Shi, and they were both very polite to Zhou Qingchun. Zhou Qingchun was even more polite. Although the Yuan family only had 4 thatched huts and a wooden fence outside the yard, he respected the Yuan family very much. He knew that Manager Chao valued Yuan Shang very much, and he also knew Yuan Shang's abilities. It was only a matter of time before the Yuan family would rise to prominence. In order to let Zhou Qingchun see the effect of the refrigerator clearly, Yuan Shang wanted to move the refrigerator under the sun. Uncle Yuan, Brother Yuan, don't do anything. I'm strong and I can move it myself. A large water tank, a large earthenware jar, and some heavy sand. Yuan Shang couldn't let Zhou Qingchun do it himself. Dad, then you take a rest. Qingchun and I will move it. Okay. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat entered the house. He had long wanted to go inside and talk with Sheng Hohat so that he could share with his wife his heroic deeds in confronting Zhang Wan. Sheng Hohat was also very happy. Although her son had been talking about buying a cow, she was mentally prepared. But after all, she hadn't seen the cow. Now I finally saw the ox cart. The ox looked young and strong, and the cart looked brand new, so it must have been newly made. She was satisfied with everything about the cow and the ox cart. Chapter 41. Another big order. Wife, your old man is a hero today. Zhang Wan has been so arrogant ever since his son passed the imperial examination. I have humiliated him today. Will he have to avoid me when he sees me in the future? Sheng Hohat smiled and pinched the flesh on Yuan Laifu's arm. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Yuan Laifu explained the whole story in this way and that way. Sheng Hohat felt relieved. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifin were not good people. They wanted to buy their well and house for 6 taels of silver. They really raised the price. They relied on their son's promising future and looked down on others. They looked down on farmers all day long. They were not farmers themselves. Old man, do you think Zhang Qingshu will take revenge on us when he becomes an official? I feel like the Zhang family are all petty, jealous, and vengeful. Yuan Laifu said confidently, what are you afraid of? Zhang Qingshu is just a student. We don't know if he can pass the exam to become a scholar. Besides, our Bauer is going to school too. We have been smart since we were young. If we study hard, we will definitely be better than Zhang Qingshu. Sheng Hohat nodded, yes. I don't know why, but she now has a feeling that her son can succeed in anything as long as he wants to do it. Qingchun had breakfast with the Yuan family. After the hottest time of the afternoon, he opened the refrigerator and found that the temperature inside was still very low. This refrigerator really works. Brother Yuan, shopkeeper Chow told me that if this refrigerator works, he will order 100 kilograms of braised pork belly, 300 kilograms of braised leg meat, and 12 braised pig heads from you. How much? Yuan Laifu's voice was shrill. Then he quickly calmed down. As the uncle of Chow, the head shopkeeper of Donglishun, he couldn't act like an inexperienced person, especially in front of the waiter of Donglishun. He couldn't have heard it wrong. More than 400 kilograms of braised meat. How much does it cost? Zhou Qingshun repeated, order 100 kilograms of pork belly, 300 kilograms of braised leg meat, and 12 braised pig heads. Manager Chow said that if we really can't make it, we should try to make more. Okay, I'll try to do as much as possible. Zhou Qingshun went back to tell Chow the shopkeeper that Yuan Laifu finally didn't have to pretend anymore. He immediately jumped up with joy. Happy. That's dozens of taels. He used to work hard to save 5 taels a year, but now his son earns what he saved for 10 years in one day. His son is awesome. Yuan Sheng smiled and shook his head. Dad, be careful. You have old arms and legs. Yuan Laifu gradually calmed down. Let's convert the room next to the kitchen into a kitchen. With such a large amount of goods, it will take too long to wait for one pot to cook. Let's build a stove and buy pots. We have a lot of work to do. The Yuan family has a total of 4 thatched huts. One is used as a kitchen, one is for Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat to sleep in, one is for Yuan Shang and Zhu Chenxi to sleep in, and the other is for the sisters who come back to their parents' home. If that hut is converted into a kitchen, the sisters will have no place to live when they come back. Okay, Dad, let's make do with this for now. When we save up some more money, we'll build a big brick and tile house. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohat smiled like 2 flowers when they heard Yuan Sheng's words. Blue brick and tile house? Only the richest man in the village, Sun Qingyu, has one. Even the head of the village doesn't have one. But his family wants to build a blue brick and tile house. I heard from my childhood friend that a 4-room blue brick and tile house would cost more than 200 taels. That's a lot of money. But Yuan Laifu thought about it for a moment and realized that it was indeed a lot of money. His son earned it in just 5 days. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Shang continued, when the time comes, leave a room for each of my 7 sisters. No matter how they live in their husband's family, they will have a place to stay in their parents' family. When Sheng Hohat heard her son say this, she smiled and cried at the same time. Yuan Bear, your sister's love for you is not in vain. Your sisters have a brother like you to support them, and their lives in your husband's family will be better in the future. Yuan Laifu felt warm at heart when he heard his son say this. I have sent a message to your 6 sisters, asking them to come back when they have time. Yuan Shang's 6 elder sisters are already married. The 7th sister is his twin, born only an incense stick of time earlier than him, and is living with her grandmother. Okay. Yuan Shang thought to himself that he would buy more beautiful clothes and jewelry for his sisters at that time. It seems like a considerable expense, so he still needs to speed up the pace of making money. Yuan Bauer, if each of your 7 sisters has a room, how many rooms do we need to build in our big blue brick and tile house? Yuan Shing thought for a while and said, at least a dozen rooms. Let's build a dozen rooms first to make do. Yuan Laifu slapped his thigh and said, that should be less than 1,000 taels, Yuan Bauer. We should use the money to buy land first, because buying land is more important. Okay, I'll listen to Dad and buy the land first. Yuan Laifu was even happier, and he went excitedly to mix mud and find stones to build a stove. Yuan Shing clumsily drove the ox cart to the town to buy pots, jars, and clay pots, which were not enough for a refrigerator. Soon, his only 1 tael and 6 cents were all spent. Yuan Shing's pockets were empty again, without a penny left. Yuan Shing bought the things and brought them home, where Li Chunjiang was already waiting. Now, every afternoon Li Chunjiang came to Yuan's house to ask about the amount of meat to be delivered the next day and the payment. Uncle Yuan, how much pork will my father send tomorrow? Yuan Shang calculated that if Chow wanted 100 kilograms of braised pork belly, he would have to buy 140 kilograms of raw meat. If he wanted 300 kilograms of braised leg meat, he would have to buy 430 kilograms of raw meat. Tomorrow I want 140 kilograms of pork belly, 430 kilograms of leg meat, and 12 pig heads. What? Uncle, what did you say? Li Chunjiang didn't react. More than 500 kilograms of meat, 12 pig heads? Did Uncle hear it wrong? Tomorrow I want 140 kilograms of pork belly, 430 kilograms of leg meat, and 12 pig heads. Li Chunjiang covered his mouth and said, Uncle, I will go back and tell my father. Li Chunjiang was so excited that he ran as fast as a flying sprinter towards home and disappeared in a flash. Li Changshun saw his son panting and said, Chunjiang, what did your father teach you? Don't panic. If you are so impatient, what great things can you accomplish in the future? Li Chunjiang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Dad, my Uncle Yuan said he wants 140 kilograms of pork belly, 430 kilograms of leg meat, and 12 pig heads tomorrow. Li Changshun turned around several times after hearing the news, and his voice became sharp. Son, what did you say? My Uncle Yuan said he wants 140 kilograms of pork belly, 430 kilograms of leg meat, and 12 pig heads tomorrow. Li Changshun clapped his hands and turned around excitedly. There were almost 600 kilograms of meat, so he had to kill 4 pigs. Fortunately, he had collected 10 pigs and kept them in the pen 2 days ago. Otherwise, he would have had no pigs to kill. It looks like he has to hurry up and collect the pigs. Li Chunjiang said weakly, Dad, we agreed not to panic, and we agreed that being impatient will not lead to anything great. Li Changshun slapped his butt and said, You little bastard, you know how to confront your father. How can this be the same? Our family will be prosperous in the future. Chapter 42. The Wang family has something to watch. Qian Chuanxiang heard the 2 men's voices and walked out of the room. Boss, you really have a keen eye for people. Butcher Wang is from the same village as Brother Yuan, but they both failed to seize such a good opportunity. Li Changshun felt very happy, thinking that what his wife said made sense. Qian Chuanxiang then said to her son, Chunjiang, you must be more respectful to your Uncle Yuan in the future. Your Uncle Yuan is a noble man in our family. Mom, don't worry. I respect the Yuan family very much. I can't find fault with them at all. I like Uncle Yuan. Even if he is not a nobleman in our family, I still like him and respect him. Qin Chuanxiang touched her son's head and asked, Why? Because my Uncle Yuan is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Li Changshun agreed very much. Brother Yuan, this look is the best in Qingshan town. Li Changshun gave a thumbs up. I guess in Liuan County, no, maybe in the whole Jizhou prefecture, no one is more handsome than him. It's a pity that he got married at such an early age. Otherwise, I could have introduced my niece from my mother's side to her. Qian Chuanxiang felt a little sorry. To be on the safe side, Li Changshun went to Yuan's house again. If he made any mistakes with such a large quantity of meat, he would lose everything. After confirming that there was no problem, he quickly contacted his colleagues in nearby Qingshan town and ordered their pig heads in advance. Li Changshun started slaughtering pigs at 11 p.m. After all, there were 4 pigs. Killing them late would delay Brother Yuan's work. Li Changshun packed the pork and sent it to Yuan's house in an ox cart that he had borrowed in advance, traveling day and night. Yuan Shang took the meat, and the whole family got busy. The quantity was too large, so Yuan Laifu and Shangguei Hua also got busy, cooking 4 large pots at the same time, which greatly increased the efficiency. After cooking, Yuan Shang put some of the braised meat in the refrigerator and some in a clay pot. He and his father drove an ox cart to the town. This time they did not go to the back door of Donglishun, but went to the house of a distant relative of Manager Chow. Manager Chow and waiter Zhou Qingchun were waiting there early. When shopkeeper Chow saw the things on the ox cart, his eyes lit up. Brother Yuan, you made more than 400 kilograms of braised meat? The meat was finally out, but the pig heads were not complete. There were only 8. Brother Yuan, thank you for your hard work. Shopkeeper Chow stepped forward and looked at the refrigerator. Brother Yuan, how did you get such a clever idea? You came up with such a clever method. A jar, a clay pot, and some sand. Who could have thought of putting them together? Uncle, you gave birth to a good son. Shopkeeper Chow sighed sincerely to Yuan Laifu. Yuan Laifu took a puff of his pipe and felt happy. My son is really good. Manager Chow took out 100 taels of silver and said, Brother Yuan, this 100 taels is for you to invent the refrigerator. Don't think it's too little, mainly because this refrigerator is so easy to copy, otherwise it would definitely not be this price. Yuan Shang didn't mention the cost of the refrigerator because it was so easy to copy. In this era, there was no concept of patent protection. He just thought of it as expanding his braised meat business. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. He deserved the 100 taels. Then I have to thank Brother Chow. Brother Yuan, what are you talking about? I should be thanking you. You have helped me a lot. Shopkeeper Chow asked Qingchun to weigh the meat and calculate the bill, which came to 48 taels and 5 cents. Adding the previous 100 taels, the total is 148 taels and 5 cents. Yuan Laifu's face was about to break from laughing, but he tried hard to suppress it. How could his son be so awesome? He wanted to laugh out loud. He wanted to tell the whole village. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shing was also very happy. The father and son paid the bill, went to the town to buy a big carp, and walked back happily. Yuan Shang first went to Dongshan village to pay Li Changshun the money he owed him for 2 days of meat. Li Changshun would feel at ease if he paid him such a large amount of money as soon as possible. In order to keep a low profile, he did not drive the ox cart into the village, but asked Yuan Laifu to wait outside the village. Yuan Laifu wanted to visit his elder sister Yuan Painter on the way, but was stopped by Yuan Shang. Dad, if we want our eldest sister and her husband to successfully separate, we can't let the Zhou family see that we are now rich. Otherwise, the Zhou family will hold on to this piece of fat meat tightly. My eldest sister and her husband will have to work for Zhou Changshui and Zhou Changsun for the rest of their lives. Yuan Laifu frowned, feeling bad when thinking about his eldest daughter's family. His son-in-law and eldest daughter were both good people, but the old man in the Zhou family was confused and always ordered the two most filial and capable ones around, which made the others even lazier. Your eldest brother-in-law is so loyal and filial, he won't split the family. Dad, don't worry. Let's wait for a good opportunity, and we will definitely be able to successfully divide the family. Even if we can't, I will make arrangements for my sister, brother-in-law, and Yuchuan and the others when I have the ability. At worst, Zhou Changshui and Zhou Changsun will take advantage of them. Alas, Yuan Laifu sighed. The thought of Panner and Changlin having their blood sucked by the guys who bullied them for the rest of their lives was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the village and won't go looking for your sister. Yuanxing and Li Changshun settled the bill, a total of 18 taels and 3 cents. Yuanxing had 140 taels and a little left after he finished paying. Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu returned to the village entrance and just in time saw the staff of the Daweishu intelligence station being transferred collectively. Sun Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu. Uncle Laifu, let's go to Butcher Wang's house to watch the fun. This is the classic drama of the year. You will miss it if you miss it. If it was someone else's play, Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu might not be interested, but they must go and see Wang the Butcher's play. Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu parked the ox cart and followed the crowd to the gate of Wang's house. The three brothers Chen Changsho and Chen Tong, Li Desheng, Li Yong and Li Chong were robbing a pig from Butcher Wang's house. Butchers usually collect some pigs in advance and keep them in pig sties so that they can be slaughtered at any time. Fellow villagers, please judge for us. My son Shin Tong was staying at home well, but Wang Damao dragged him to Donglishan for dinner, saying he wanted to treat us. In the end, he asked my son to pay for the drinks. My son Daong was the same. He dragged him to Donglishan, saying he would treat us to a meal, but in the end he asked my son to pay for the drinks. Tell me, is this how you do things? Someone in the crowd started to boo. No. Qin Changsho said, should the Wang family pay for the wine? Should the Wang family buy the wine when they entertain guests? That seems to be the reason. How can you invite someone to buy wine? Of course. Li Desheng slapped his thigh and said, a jar of Donglishan wine costs 6 taels. Because of Wang Damao, our whole family has worked for nothing for 2 years. The Changsho family is the same. They also paid 6 taels for the wine. The Wang family has really hurt us. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crowd was getting agitated. What was going on? 6 taels of silver for a jar of wine? Donglishan's wine was damn expensive. Could Wang Damao be Donglishan's agent? He tricked the villagers into helping Donglishan sell wine. Old Wang's family cheated our 2 families out of 6 taels each, so we could only take his pigs. He has 4 pigs, and Changsho and I can each have 2, so this way we can reduce the loss. While speaking, Li Desheng wiped away his tears. There was some acting involved, but it was mostly genuine emotion. Chapter 43. The Wang family's reputation has become ruined. After listening to what Li Desheng and Chen Changsho said, everyone felt that the Wang family was indeed in the wrong. How could they do things this way? What kind of place is Donglishan? Can we just enter it casually? If Wang Damao hadn't offered to treat them, Chen Tong and Li Yong would never have gone into Donglishan. Once they went into Donglishan, they were asked to pay for a jar of wine each. This Wang Damao was most likely a drinking shill for Donglishan. Wang Damao is so abominable. He is always trying to trick the villagers. I never realized he is this kind of person. The Li and Chen families started to fight hard to grab the pigs. The pigs were released from the pig pen by Butcher Wang, and several pigs were chased around in circles in the yard. When Butcher Wang saw that everyone was scolding Wang Damao, he also started to cry, my fellow villagers, the Chen and Li families only lost 6 taels each, but we Damao lost more than 26 taels. My mother has been taking medicine all year round and can't save much money at all. My family can't afford these 26 taels. So, I begged you all for money a few days ago. These pigs are the capital for my success, and I can't let the Li and Chen families take them away. Bah! Wang Fuguwei, you have lost all your dignity. Wang Damao deserved it for spending 26 taels. Wasn't it he who asked everyone to go to Donglishan for dinner? He not only invited Xiaodong and Daong, but also 8 people from several nearby villages, and everyone followed him to eat. Wang Damao was wearing new clothes, looking very stylish, and asked everyone to call him Young Master Wang. So arrogant. When it came time to pay the bill, he said he had no money, and asked Qin Tong and the others who ordered the food and drinks to pay for it themselves. He almost put Xiao Tong and the others in jail. That's right. Your son deserves to spin 26 taels. Who told him to pretend to be young Master Wang, and who told him to invite everyone to the Donglishan restaurant? If you don't have the skills, don't take on this job. Li Desheng imitated Wang Demao and said, "Waiter, bring me the most expensive wine from your Donglishan store. Bring me 3 jars. You act like a young master of a landlord family, but you are nothing. In the end, you let your companions pay the bill." The villagers who were watching didn't know what to say when they heard what Li Desheng and Chen Changshu said. When Wang the butcher borrowed money from them before, he was not clear. They thought Wang Damao had accidentally done something wrong, so they lent him the money. They didn't expect that he was just pretending too much. This Wang Damao not only cheated his own family, but also cheated Chen Changshu and Li Desheng's family. What the hell? If they had known this was the reason, they would have simply not lent it. Chen Changshu and Li Desheng's families also suffered from an unprovoked disaster. Wang Damao is much more wasteful than Yuanqing. Yuanqing is just lazy and spends a little money. Unlike Wang Damao, he spends more than 20 taels a day. No, the 12 taels that Li Desheng and Chen Changshu lost should be paid by the Wang family. They deserve to be caught by others. Wang Damao was severely beaten by his father, and he was lying in the house with skin wounds. When he heard the villagers scolding him and his reputation as a scoundrel and prodigal son surpassed Yuansheng and topped the list of Haoshan village, he could no longer lie there. So he got up and rushed to the yard, shouting at Li Desheng and the others. "I didn't invite Li Yong and the others to Donglishan because I wanted to show off my status as Mr. Wang. I wanted Yuanqing to treat us." What was the inside story? The villagers took a while to react and finally realized what was going on. It turns out that Wang Damao wanted to kill Yuansheng. He was treating Yuansheng as a fool and killing him. It was more than 30 taels in total. He was going to kill Yuansheng. Wang Damao was too wicked. The villagers looked at Yuansheng, the real boss. Yuansheng touched his nose and said, "Damao, luckily I had to leave on that day because I didn't have more than 30 taels to treat everyone." Look, Yuansheng is so simple and innocent that he still hasn't figured out what's going on. Soon the villagers realized that Wang Damao wanted to slaughter Yuansheng. Butcher Wang was slandering the Yuan family, saying that they had borrowed a lot of money and didn't pay it back, but they were enjoying a good life. What kind of people are these father and son? Everyone was talking at once. Those who didn't get along with Butcher Wang started to curse him. Most of the onlookers started to make sarcastic comments, such as, "The Wang family really has good family education." For example, "I finally understand why Wang Fugue said bad things about the Yuan family everywhere." It turned out that Yuansheng didn't let his son cheat him. Chen Changshu and Li Desheng saw that the villagers' public opinion was completely in their favor, so they fought even harder to get the pigs. Soon, one family controlled 2 big fat pigs, each worth more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. The 4 pigs together were estimated to be worth 4 or 5 taels of silver. Butcher Wang was furious because he lost more than 26 taels of silver because of his son, and he still hadn't recovered. Hearing the villagers' abuse, he became even angrier, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Now he saw that Li Desheng and his men were trying to control his only 4 pigs and take them away, and he was completely anxious. He walked quickly to the wall, picked up the butcher knife, and raised his thick black eyebrows. "I'll see who dares to touch my pigs. Whoever touches my pigs today will be killed with a white knife, and a red knife will be taken out." Li Desheng, Chen Changshu and others were frightened by the ferocious look of Butcher Wang and subconsciously loosened their hands. The pig was out of control and ran around the yard again, scattering flowers. Chen Changshu said, "Wang Fugue, you are a fellow villager, but you actually used a butcher knife. You didn't return the money to us, but you used a butcher knife. You are too much. You have cut off all the roads in Shanhou village." Humph. Seeing this, Li Desheng also took his sons away. A wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. The villagers who were watching the fun stopped talking and just shut up and left. Soon everyone gathered under the big locust tree again. Fuck, what kind of people are in old Wang's family? They must be bandits. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. It was clearly Wang Damao who tricked Chen Tong and Li Yong, but in the end he acted as if he was right. "We are from the same village, just use a knife. I dare not associate with Wang Fugue in the future. I can't afford to offend him. What if I offend him one day and he uses a knife on me? That's right. We shouldn't argue with people like this. What if he gets mad one day and kills us with a butcher knife? We just ignore him. People in our Haoshan village simply won't play with him. Even if all other meat sellers in the meat market die, I won't buy meat from him." The father and son of the Wang family are really morally corrupt. Can't you see that Wang Damao wants to kill Yuanqing? I guess he knows that Xiner's Yuan family is rich. Wang Damao invited so many people to Donglashan for dinner. He accepted the favor and Qian Yuanqing paid for him. That's right. In the end, he screwed up. Yuan Shang had to go home for something, and he got stuck there. Ha ha ha, more than 20 taels. I guess Butcher Wang must be vomiting blood in private. This is called shooting oneself in the foot. Wang Fugui is even less of a person. Yuan Shang was not ripped off by him, but he went around saying bad things about the Yuan family. We were all deceived by him. Chapter 44. My husband is a genius. The father and son of the Wang family are such bastards. We should never associate with such people in the future. Fuck it, Wang Fugui still owes me 200 coins. He has 4 big fat pigs at home, and he still asks me to borrow money. I will stop associating with him after he pays back the 200 coins. That's right. Now the Wang family's reputation in Shanhou village is completely ruined. Butcher Wang's mother, Wu Xiaohong, saw her son taking out the butcher knife. It was too late to stop him. She walked tremblingly. Son, you can't do this. If you do this, you will die. Put down the butcher knife quickly. Wang Fugui calmed down and felt that he had gone too far today. Son, you have to admit that it was Damao's fault. We have to pay back the 12 taels of silver owed to Chen Tong and Li Yong. We, the Wang family, still have to live in Shanhou village. How can we offend everyone? Wang Fugui frowned and said nothing. That's 12 taels of silver. My mother needs medicine, and I have worked hard for 2 years to save this much. Fugui, if you don't pay them back, Mom won't take medicine anymore. Now you have the money to pay them back? No, Mom. I'll return them. Please take your medicine carefully. Although Wang Fugui's character is not very good, he has one good point, which is filial piety. Wu Chunhong finally felt relieved. Son, don't think about those crooked things in the future. Live a good life. Our reputation in the village will gradually improve. Wang Fugui's eyes were red. His mother was so old, and she was still worrying about him for nothing. After watching the fun, Yuan Shang returned home and started studying with Zhu Qinzi. Today they were studying Kaiming Yaoxuan. He now studies for 2 hours every day. The universe is covered with the brightness of the sun and the moon. The 4 seasons come and go, and the 8 festivals greet each other. The spring flowers blossom, and the summer leaves grow and flourish. Zhu Qinzi's reading voice was pleasant to the ear, and Yuanqing followed suit. After reading the first paragraph 5 times, Zhu Qinzi said, My dear, try to recite it once. Yuan Shang had a photographic memory and did not hide his shortcomings. He recited it directly with cadence. Zhu Qinzi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes opened wide, like a shocked kitten. She read another passage. The king has great grace and benevolence. All nations have returned, and the people are rejoicing. The king has also issued an edict to punish the evildoers who are hiding in the dark. Yuan Shang read it 3 times and memorized it. Zhu Qinzi was surprised and read a few more paragraphs with Yuanqing. Yuanqing memorized them all. Until the whole book of Kaiming Yaoxuan, with more than 1,000 words, Yuanqing memorized it. The whole learning process took 2 hours. Zhu Qinzi ran towards Shang Hohot excitedly. Mom, Dad, my husband is a genius. He memorized a whole book in just 2 hours. The surprise on Shang Hohot and Yuan Laifu's faces, their son really came to repay his kindness. Okay. Smoke is coming out of the ancestral graves of my Yuan family. Shang Hohot grabbed Yuan Shang's arm and said, My son looks like me. He's so smart. Yuan Laifu curled his lips and said, Anyway, the good ones are like you, and the bad ones are like me. Zhu Qinzi went to the kitchen and brought back a can of mung bean soup. My dear, drink some soup to moisten your throat. Zhu Qinzi had already started cooking. The mung beans were already cooked and sugar was added to them. Yuanqing took a sip and found it refreshing with a hint of sweetness. It was delicious. Zhu Qinzi poured more for Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot. Dad, Mom, you guys drink too. Yuan Sheng poured a bowl of water for Zhu Qinzi from his own bowl. Wife, you drink too. The family happily enjoys the mung bean soup, which is warm and sweet. Zhu Qinzi finished drinking and said, My dear, you recite the book first. I will go to cook. Yuan Sheng stopped her and said, Wife, I'll cook the fish today. Let's have a new dish, boiled fish. My dear, studying is important. Yes, Bauer. You study hard and we will cook for you. Sheng Hohot also advised. Yuan Sheng smiled. Mom, wife, learning requires a balance between work and rest. Also, you don't know how to make boiled fish, so you have to watch me. Zhu Qinzi and Sheng Hohot can only rely on Yuan Sheng. The fish scales had been scraped off by the fishmonger. Yuanxing cut the fish into fillets and marinated it with starch, egg white, and a little coarse salt. Add butter, ginger, garlic, and dogwood to the pot and sauté until fragrant. Season with coarse salt. Add water to the pot and bring to a boil. Add bean sprouts and cucumber slices, cook until done, remove from the pot and place in a bowl. Add fish fillets and bring to a boil over high heat. Remove from the pot and place with bean sprouts and cucumber slices, and pour in the soup. Put peppercorns, coriander, minced garlic, chopped green onions, and cornel on top. Heat the lard in a hot pan and pour it on top. Along with the crackling sound, a wonderful fragrance came out and entered everyone's nose. Yuan Laifu sneezed. It smelled so damn good. Everyone kept swallowing their saliva, and Yuan Shang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There was no pepper, so I used dogwood instead. There was no hot pot base, so I could only make a simple version, but it was still very delicious. The rice has been steamed, so let's eat it right away. Yuan Shang took a bite and found it spicy, refreshing, smooth, and bouncy. It tasted great. I must give the chef 100 flowers. Zhu Qinxi ate like a little squirrel while slurping the spicy food. Yuan Laifu couldn't stop eating with his chopsticks. Shang Hohot never knew that fish could be so delicious. She wants to eat fish every day from now on. Yuan Shang felt very happy watching his family happily eating boiled fish. This fish tasted even more delicious than the state banquet he had eaten in his previous life. Zhang Wan, Ma Guifan, and a few other kids stood by the wall, drooling at the smell of boiled fish. What are they eating next door? Why is it so damn delicious? Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan had heard the news. Yuan Shang's father-in-law was a scholar and gave his daughter dozens of tales of dowry. No wonder the neighbors eat so well every day. The two were jealous to death. Yuan Shang was really lucky. Such a stinky scoundrel. Actually has such a good life. You're just a spendthrift. You think you can be rich if you have a few dozen taels of silver. If you eat like this every day, you'll end up a pauper sooner or later. Gulp, gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva. Old man, let them be arrogant. When the money is gone, I will see them eating coarse food. When we pass the imperial examination, we will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day. We will make them jealous. From now on, I will cook by the wall every day, and the aroma will drift into their yard. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan cursed while swallowing their saliva. The method of moral victory didn't work on adults, let alone the children. The little grandson immediately shouted, "Grandpa, I want to eat eggs." Zhang Wan ordered Ma Guifan, "Go cook one for him." The three granddaughters saw this and said, "Grandma, we want to eat too. Just one for the three of us." Ma Guifan slapped Chunhua in the face. "You greedy bastard. You only know how to eat, but you can't even die of fullness." After dinner, Yuan Shang was thinking about how to purify salt. Coarse salt was a bit bitter and didn't taste good. He drew a few diagrams on the ground. He had figured out the idea of purifying salt and planned to conduct experiments tomorrow when he had time. At this time, Zhou Yuchuan ran in crying. Chapter 45. All hit. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. My father was hit on the waist by a tree branch, he said while crying. What? Yuan Shang grabbed Yuchuan. Yuchuan, don't worry, talk to my uncle first. Zhou Yuchuan sniffed. Today, the logging team cut down a tree so thick that two people could hug it. The tree didn't fall in the direction planned. My father had a leg injury, ran slowly, and was hit on the waist by a branch. He couldn't get up at that time. When Dad was carried back, Mom immediately went to invite the barefoot doctor in the village. The doctor said that it would cost at least 50 or 60 taels of silver to save Dad's life. After spending this money, my dad would probably be able to stand up, but he wouldn't be able to do any heavy work. If we want to completely cure my dad's internal injuries and restore him to his previous state, it would probably cost several hundred taels of silver. My grandpa said that he can't be cured. My mom asked me to beg my grandparents, and she said that my dad must not die no matter what. Zhou Yuchuan immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, please save my dad. Yuan Shang didn't let Zhou Yuchuan kneel down, but helped him up. Yuchuan, don't worry. I will save my brother-in-law even if it means losing everything. Zhou Yuchuan was stunned by his uncle's firm words. Is this still his uncle? The uncle who robbed him of a penny of New Year's money? He felt that his uncle was different the last time he saw him. He didn't expect that his uncle had really changed. Yuanxing thought that walls have ears, and Ma Guifan was Ma Shangqin's aunt, so he pulled Zhou Yuchuan into the house to talk. He hushed and pointed to the other side of the wall. Zhou Yuchuan understood and followed his uncle into the house. Uncle, can you really save my father? Zhou Yuchuan's eyes were filled with tears. Although he wanted to believe it, it was obviously impossible. In order to bring good luck to his uncle, his grandparents still owed a lot of money. His grandparents had 10 acres of good land, which would be enough if they sold it. But what would his grandparents and uncle eat? Time was running out, so Yuan Shang didn't waste any words and directly took out 100 taels of silver notes and 40 taels of silver. Yuchuan, my uncle has made a lot of money. This is the 114 taels of silver I earned. Look at the cow and cart in the yard. They are also newly bought by me. Yuan Shang's words were like a fairy tale, and Zhou Yuchuan was stunned on the spot. How is this possible? Farmers can only save a few taels of silver in a year, but my uncle took out 140 taels at once. The man in front of him looked exactly like his uncle, but he didn't know him. He was too strange. Who is my uncle? My uncle is a well-known rogue in Qingshan town. He is lazy and gluttonous. He doesn't work in the fields even though he is a teenager. He just eats, drinks, and plays all day long. He is idle and eats off his parents and sister. He even cheats his nephew of a penny of New Year's money. Now, my uncle actually said that he earned 140 taels of silver. He wants to use this silver to save my father. Yuchuan, don't worry about it for now. Saving your father is the most important thing. Zhou Yuchuan reacted and realized that now was not the time to think about these things. The most urgent task was to save his father. Zhou Yuchuan was about to kneel down again, but Yuan Shang held him up. Yuchuan, I asked you to come in. On the one hand, I wanted to tell you that my uncle is powerful and has the ability to save your father. Money is not a problem, so you can rest assured. On the other hand, I want to ask you, do you really want to split the family? The two pieces of news from his uncle made Zhou Yuchuan go straight from hell to heaven. His father was his heaven, and his grandfather decided not to save his father. If his father died, his heaven would fall. Now his uncle actually said that money was not a problem and he could save his father? As for the division of the family, that was what he had always dreamed of. Dad and mom were filial and hardworking. If they didn't divide the family, they would just work like two old donkeys and support a bunch of lazy people. What the uncle meant was that not only could he save his dad, but he could also take this opportunity to divide the family. Zhou Yuchuan nodded heavily. Uncle, I want to split up the family business. I dream about it. Yuan Shang touched Zhou Yuchuan's head and said, brother-in-law is loyal and filial. If it were normal, he would not split the family. But this time, brother-in-law should have seen the true face of the Zhou family, and maybe he would be willing to split the family. Zhou Yuchuan's eyes lit up. This time, his father had recognized the true colors of his grandparents and his second uncle and younger uncle. Maybe he could successfully divide the family business. Yuchuan, you are a smart child. Don't tell anyone except your mother that I was able to save your brother-in-law, including Yuzhu and Yufeng. They are still young and I am afraid they will leak the news. Don't tell your father yet either. Only in this way can he see more clearly how the Zhou family treats him and you. Zhou Yuchuan nodded heavily. Also, my uncle has one more thing to tell you. You must keep a close eye on your father and tell your mother this, too. Based on my understanding of my brother-in-law, he certainly doesn't want to drag you down and might even find a chance to kill himself. Yuchuan, this is of utmost importance. Zhou Yuchuan wiped his tears. Fortunately, his uncle reminded him that his father would do such a thing. Uncle, don't worry. I won't sleep for the next 2 days and will just watch over my father. Good boy. Yuan Shang touched Zhou Yuchuan's head again. Go back now. Make sure there is no one around before you tell your mother what I told you. Don't worry, uncle. Originally, Yuan Laifu and Shang Hohat were completely panicked when they heard the news about Zhou Yuchuan, but seeing their son's orderly arrangements, their anxious and worried hearts slowly calmed down. Their son was only a few years older than Yuchuan, and the way he arranged things in an orderly manner showed that he was much more mature than the two of them. Zhu Qinsi had already taken out his own 12 taels and 3 chin of silver. My dear, take it. Saving my brother-in-law is the most important thing. Shang Hohat took out 21 taels and 2 cents of silver. Yuanbao, take them all. Qinsi, dad and mom, even if it costs several hundred taels of silver to treat my brother-in-law's back, it won't be done overnight. I have enough silver on hand. Let's not talk about it for now. I will go to the town to find a doctor right now, but I don't feel comfortable with a barefoot doctor treating my brother-in-law. Yuan Shang didn't drive the ox cart because the ox cart was not as fast as his feet, so he ran towards the town. Zhang Wen and Ma Guifin were originally standing at the wall as punishment because of greed, but they didn't expect to hear such explosive news. Zhou Chonglin was injured? The Yuan family spent all their money to save Zhou Chonglin? Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan didn't care what would happen to their niece Ma Shangqin's life if Zhou Changlin, the laborer of the Zhou family, was gone. They only knew that now they had another chance to get the land, the well and the house, as well as the cows and carts of the Yuan family at a low price. It would be hard to buy cows and carts at a low price, so Yuan Laifu could sell them at the livestock market. But the fields, wells, and houseland could not be sold, so Yuan Laifu could only sell them to the villagers. Last time they offered 8 taels for the well and the half-acre of land, but this time they would offer only 6 taels at most. It was because that old man Yuan Laifu and that little guy Yuan Shang had offended their Zhang family. If the Yuan family sells the good farmland, the maximum they can get is 3 taels per acre. This is the limit they can offer. Don't blame them for lowering the price so much. It's the Yuan family who offended them. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan's frustrated hearts became active again. This time, they must make the Yuan family bleed heavily. Guifan, hurry up and prepare the money. Maybe it will be useful in the next 2 days. Okay. Ma Guifan then remembered that she had secretly given the Zhang family's money to her nephew Ma Laishi and asked him to lend it out. The nephew Ma Laishi had connections and had a say in front of the Donglishan manager Chao. The family had a total of 70 taels of silver in deposit, 15 taels were kept, and the remaining 55 taels were given to Ma Laishi. When she heard that her son had to spend 30 taels to attend the master's class, she went to Dongshan village to ask Laishi for the money, but Laishi said that the money would not be returned until next month. Anyway, the master would not come until 3 months later, so she was not in a hurry to ask Laishi for it. What should she do now? Laishi said that he could get back 60 taels of silver after lending it out for 3 months. Ma Shangqin wanted to save more money for her own use, so she didn't tell Zhang Wan about this. She was a little nervous at the moment. 15 taels should be enough to buy a few acres of land for Lao Yuan's family. Lao Yuan's family said that they were bankrupt, and they could sell a few acres of land to save their son-in-law. This was already the limit. Thinking of this, Ma Shangqin felt relieved. At this moment, a group of people came to the door of Zhang's house in a noisy manner. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang opened the door quickly. Qing Shan and Qing Shui were hit by a tree. Chapter 46. Ma Guifan was beaten. What? It was like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan stood there in shock. Both of their capable sons were hit by a tree. Lu Chunhua and Zhang Yan also heard the news and ran out crying. The younger ones saw their mother crying and ran out crying too. The tree suddenly turned around and fell down. Qing Shan pushed Qing Shui to save him. Qing Shan's thigh was broken and Qing Shui's calf was broken. Fortunately, it was a side branch that hit him. If it was the main trunk, the people would have died immediately. Qing Shan and Qing Shui were put on stretchers. Blood was flowing from their legs, staining a large area red. Qing Shan had fainted from the pain, and Qing Shui was moaning softly. Lu Chunhua ran to the barefoot doctor crying. She just hoped she could run faster. Fortunately, Dr. Wu was at home. He quickly carried the medicine box and followed Lu Chunhua to Zhang Wen's house. Dr. Wu frowned as he looked at Zhang Qingshan's broken thigh. Fortunately, you applied a horse bandage to stop the bleeding, otherwise Qingshan would be in great danger. I'll apply some hemostatic medicine and bandage Qingshan first. You guys quickly take the money and send him to the town clinic. I can't cure his leg. Hurry up, his leg should be saved. If you go too late, not only his leg, but his life may be gone. Zhang Wen burst into tears. This was his most obedient eldest son. Dr. Wu, how much money should we take with us? For Qingshan, take 20 taels first, and then see what the doctor in town says. Dr. Wu didn't stop, frowning and bandaging quickly. I need to see Qing Shui's injury first. It should be better than Qingshan's. After bandaging Zhang Qingshan, Dr. Wu carefully examined Zhang Qingshui's leg. Beads of sweat flowed down Zhang Qingshui's face. He groaned and asked, "How is my brother?" Dr. Wu shook his head. It's not optimistic. We must bring enough silver and go to the town as soon as possible otherwise. Zhang Qingshui's leg was not optimistic either. His shin bones were all broken, and there were broken bones inside. Dr. Wu couldn't fix them properly. Qing Shui would definitely have a fever later, and he was not sure if he could reduce the fever. If the fever was not reduced in time, Qing Shui might be burned to death. He frowned and said, "Send Qing Shui to the town for treatment. It's quite dangerous. At least give Qing Shui 10 taels of silver to be on the safe side." After hearing what Dr. Wu said, Ma Guifan fainted. What about her 2 sons? Lu Chunhua felt like the sky was falling. If her husband hadn't been saved in time, he might have died. She knelt down in front of Zhang Wen and said, "Dad, you must save Qingshan. If Qingshan dies, I won't live." Lu Chunhua's children also knelt down in front of their grandfather. Zhang Yin also knelt down. Dad, you have to save Qingshui too. Zhang Wen frowned. Save. In a flash, he had decided not to attend Qingshui's Confucian class. That was his obedient and filial eldest and second son. Money can be earned again if it is lost. But if the son is ruined, this life is gone. Daughter-in-law, don't worry. I will save my two sons even if I lose everything. What I said counts. Lu Chunhua and Zhang Yin suddenly felt that their hunchbacked father-in-law looked much taller. The money was with Ma Guifan, who had fainted while being pinched by Dr. Wu. Zhang Wen was a little angry, blaming his wife for being so inexperienced that she fainted at a critical moment. Dr. Wu, please move aside first. Zhang Wen swung his arm and slapped Ma Guifan loudly. Ma Guifan woke up faintly. Guifan, quickly take out the 40 taels of silver. I want to take the silver and take my two sons to the town clinic to save their lives. Ma Guifan's face was half swollen, and she burst into tears. There is only 15 taels at home. Hearing Ma Guifan's words, Zhang Wan, Lu Chunhua, Zhang Yin and others stood there in shock. It was extremely urgent. Where was the money at home? There were 70 taels of silver at home. Where's the money? Zhang Wen shook Ma Guifan's body. I took out 55 taels and lent it to Lai Shi. Lai Shi said he could get 5 taels back in 3 months. Now there is only 15 taels of cash at home. Ma Guifan said tremblingly. Why the hell didn't you tell me? This is my son's life-saving money. Zhang Wen was furious and slapped Ma Guifan again. Are you saving up some money for yourself? I don't have time to deal with you now. Wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. Now the two sides of Ma Guifan's face are symmetrical. Lu Chunhua and Zhang Yin cried in panic. Even so, they did not dare to scold their mother-in-law and could only cry beside her. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take out the 15 taels. I'll go to town with my sons first. Go find your nephew Ma Laishi now and ask him to return the silver. He rubbed his temple and asked, how long has it been since the 55 taels of silver were lent out? It's been 2.5 months. It's only half a month away from 3 months. Take as much interest as you can from the 5 taels of silver. If all else fails, take back the principal first. Saving our sons' lives is the most important thing. Ma Guifan also reacted and, regardless of the redness and swelling on her face, ran to the town to find Ma Laishi at Donglashan, Qingshan Town, Dongshan Village, Zhou Chonglin's home. Yuan Panner was being told by her mother-in-law Wang Chuanxiang to make egg custard. Usually, this rare dish, egg custard, was made for Zhou Chongxin, but today this bowl of egg custard was for Ma Xiangqin. Zhou Chongshui accompanied Ma Xiangqin to the town to see a doctor, and it was confirmed that she was pregnant. After returning, Ma Xiangqin said that the son in her belly wanted to eat egg custard, so Wang Chuanxiang asked Yuan Panner to make it. Ma Xiangqin was enjoying her egg custard when she heard a group of people coming into the yard in a noisy manner. Father Zhou, it's bad. Your father Chonglin was hit on the waist by a tree branch. Hurry and find a doctor. Zhou Chonglin lay on the stretcher, his face pale, groaning in cold sweat, his clothes stained with blood. Old man Zhou was not at home. Wang Chuanxiang screamed, my son, and threw herself onto the stretcher. Zhou Chonglin groaned. Yuan Panner ran out of the kitchen and shouted, Mom, don't worry, don't disturb Chonglin. Then she turned to Zhou Yuchuan and said, Yuchuan, run fast, go find Dr. Zhang to save your father. Wang Chuanxiang then realized that if she rushed over like this, her son might get hurt again. She got up in a panic, sobbing, my poor son, what a damn logging team. How could they have hurt my Chonglin like this? If anything happens to my son, I will never forgive you. Son, you are not going to die, are you, my poor son? You want me to send off the young with my old hair. If you go, what will mother do? Wang Chuanxiang sat on the ground and cried in a rhythmic manner. The people who sent Zhou Chonglin back from the logging team were speechless. This old lady was really ungrateful. Auntie, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. The people who sent Zhou Chonglin back were too lazy to listen to the old lady singing and just left. Yuan Panner had tears in her eyes and grabbed Zhou Chonglin's hand. Chonglin, take a deep breath. Don't talk for now, save your energy, and don't think about anything else. I've asked Yuchuan to call Dr. Zhang. He should be here soon. Zhou Chongshui also came forward and said, Brother, are you okay? You have to hold on. It seems that the eldest brother was seriously injured. Last time, my father said that he would spend all his money to treat the eldest brother's injuries. I don't know how much it will cost. I guess my brother will need a long time to recover from his injury. He is the only one who can do the work in the fields during this period. What bad luck. Ma Xiangqin held her belly and rolled her eyes, fearing that the baby in her belly would be frightened by Zhou Changlin. Chapter 47 Yuan Shang receives Dr. Zhong. Old man Zhou finally came back, and tears welled up in his eyes when he saw his eldest son in so much pain. Changlin, Dad is back. Don't be afraid. Dad promised that he would give you treatment even if he spent all his money. Don't worry. Fortunately, Changlin's injury did not seem serious and he did not bleed much. Zhou Changlin looked at his father, at Panner, at Yuzhu and Yu Feng who were crying, and his will to survive became extremely strong. He must survive. He must stand up again. Zhou Yuchuan came back wiping his tears with Dr. Zhang, who was jogging all the way. Dr. Zhang looked at Zhou Changlin's wound and felt his pulse. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He had watched Zhou Changlin grow up. He was diligent, filial, and righteous. How could he have such a thing happen to him? He said to old man Zhou, Changlin has internal injuries. Both kidneys should be bruised, and his spine is broken. To save Changlin's life, it will cost at least 50 or 60 taels, and more may cost 70 or 80 taels. What did you say? Old man Zhou wiped the tears from his face and looked up suddenly. Alas, Dr. Zhang sighed, to save Changlin's life, it will cost at least 50 or 60 taels, and more than 60 or 70 taels. I can't treat Changlin's injury. If you want to treat him, you have to go to the town. Old man Zhou looked anxious. Dr. Zhang, are you sure? Do you really want so much money? Changlin didn't look seriously injured. Dr. Zhang knew what such a large sum of money meant to the farmers, and he did not feel offended. Brother, although I cannot cure Changlin's injury, I can tell that it will cost at least 50 or 60 taels of silver. I will give Changlin a simple treatment first, and you can carry him to the town for treatment immediately after I'm done. There is no time to waste. The wrinkles on old man Zhou's face could kill a fly. Yuan Panner, Zhou Yuchuan, Zhou Yufeng, and Zhou Yuzhu stared at old man Zhou. Dad, let's quickly take the silver and carry Changlin to town. If we're late, we might be too late. Dr. Zhang said we can't waste any time. Alas, old man Zhou sighed heavily. He asked again, after spending this money, will Changlin be completely cured? Dr. Zhang said truthfully, after spending this money, Changlin can at least survive and will most likely be able to stand up, but he may not be able to do heavy work in the future. If he wants to fully recover to his previous state, he must cure his internal injuries, and I estimate it will cost several hundred taels of silver. Alas, hearing Dr. Zhang's words, old man Zhou sighed again, but this sigh was filled with relief, as he had already made a decision in his heart. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Zhou Changlin and said, Son, I'm sorry for you. I'm not capable. I don't have a few hundred taels to pay for your treatment. Yuan Panner had already seen through her father-in-law's hidden meaning. She knelt down in front of old man Zhou and said, Dad, we don't ask for a complete cure for Changlin, as long as Changlin can survive. Just a few dozen taels of silver, our family can afford it. Zhou Changshui curled his lips and said, Sister-in-law, it only takes a few dozen taels of silver. You said that easily. A few dozen taels is a lot of money. How can our family afford it? He completely understood what Dr. Zhang said just now. From what he meant, even if he spent 60 or 70 taels, his brother might not be able to stand up. Even if he could stand up, he couldn't do heavy work. Then, let alone chopping wood, even working in the fields, his brother couldn't go. So why save him? It would be like spending a few dozen taels to save a useless person who ate for free. This money must not be spent. It is pure waste of money, and you are a fool to spend it. Ma Shangqin also said, Sister-in-law, Dr. Zhang said it might cost 70 or 80 taels. Even if it costs 70 or 80 taels, my brother might not be able to stand up. We have saved this money bit by bit. How can we just throw it away like this? Throwing stones on the water can make a sound. Zhou Changshui added, the little money we have is barely enough to pay for Changxin's education. How can we afford to treat my brother's injury? Wang Chuanxiang wiped her tears and felt that what Panner said made sense, as did what the second son and his wife. She just felt sorry for her eldest son. So Wang Chuanxiang started crying again. Old man Zhou didn't say anything and let the second son and his wife fight against the eldest son's wife. Yuan Panner ignored Zhou Changshui and Ma Shangqin. The money was in old man Zhou's hands, so she only looked for old man Zhou. Dad, you promised before that if Changlin got injured while on the logging team, you would save him even if you had to spend all your money. A real man should stick to his words and not talk nonsense. Zhou Changshui raised his hand and said, Yuan Panner, how the hell do you talk to your father like that? Believe it or not, I will slap you. He was about to slap Yuan Panner. Zhou Yuchuan, Zhou Yufeng and Zhou Yuzhu hugged Zhou Changshui tightly. Zhou Changshui kicked Zhou Yuzhu hard, causing her to fall over. Zhou Chonglin was lying on a stretcher, his eyes wide open with anger, pointing a finger at Zhou Chongshui. Second brother, I'm not dead yet, and you're bullying my wife and children. It seemed as if he had used up all his strength to say this, and his face turned even paler after he finished speaking. Old man Zhou knocked on his pipe and said, Second brother, you're going too far. He turned to Yuan Panner and said, Eldest brother's wife, I know you're worried, but you can't forget the hierarchy of elders. I said I would spend all my money to treat Chonglin's injury, but I didn't expect it would cost hundreds of taels. Even if I sold the entire Zhou family, I wouldn't have hundreds of taels, and our family still has to live in the future. Yuan Panner sneered, Dad, Zhang Longzhong just said that 5 or 60 taels can keep Chonglin alive, and very likely to stand up. He just can't do heavy work. Don't you have 5 or 60 taels at home? By the way, 50 taels is just for Chongson to attend Confucianism classes and 1 year of self-cultivation, but it is also the life of my parents Lin. Some brothers and sisters said that this money was saved one by one. Indeed, Chonglin earned it by getting up early and going to the mountains at night to cut firewood, work in the fields, and do odd jobs in the town. How come he couldn't use it when he was at the critical moment of life and death? The money you earned saved your life? Dad, do you think this makes sense? The tears on old man Zhou's face had long since disappeared. Yuan Panner's words were like a whip hitting his old face. He frowned and looked angry. Seeing this, Zhou Chongshui said, Yuan Panner, you are a disrespectful person. You are so arrogant now. When my brother is gone, watch how I whip you. Zhou Chonglin clenched his fists in hatred. He was so angry. Why didn't he listen to Panner? He shouldn't have gone to the logging team. If Dad wants to go to the logging team, let him go. He loves his father, but who loves him? In the end, only Panner and his son and daughter love him. He realized it too late. No, it's just that Dad pretended too well. Yuan Panner had seen through their faces and stopped talking to them. She grabbed Zhou Yuchuan and said, Yuchuan, run fast and find your grandparents and uncle and ask them to save your father. It will be too late if you are late. No matter what, your father cannot die. Zhou Yuchuan ran quickly towards the village behind the mountain. Yuansheng ran all the way to Donglishan to find Chao. Chao saw Yuansheng panting and sweating and knew something was wrong. In the several meetings, Yuansheng was very calm and had never been so anxious. Brother Chao, my brother-in-law's waist was broken by a tree trunk. He urgently needs a good doctor to see him. Can you recommend one to me? Brother Yuan, don't worry. Dr. Zhong, the best doctor in Miaosho Hall in Liuyuan County, happens to be seeing patients in Qingshan Town. I have a long-standing friendship with him. I will ask him to see your brother-in-law right now. Shopkeeper Chao instructed Qingchun. Saving lives was the most important thing. So Zhou Qingchun caught up with Manager Chao's carriage and rushed to Miaosho Hall. The two of them picked up Dr. Zhong and rushed to Dongshan village. Dr. Zhong brought a medicine box with silver needles and medicinal materials that might be used to treat the back injury. Chapter 48 Tips for Baking Sweet Potatoes. Dr. Zhong and Yuan Shang were both friends of Manager Chao, so they naturally became familiar with each other. Dr. Zhong was in his 40s and had a beard. Yuan Shang had already made an agreement with Dr. Zhong along the way not to reveal his relationship with Manager Chao in front of the Zhou family, nor to let the Zhou family know that he had money to treat his brother-in-law. No matter what the Zhou family says, please ask Dr. Zhong to do his best to treat my brother-in-law. You can give a general account of the condition in front of the Zhou family and tell them the details later. Zhong Lang understood the meaning of this. Every family has its own problems. Yuan Shang was very fast. Zhou Yuchuan had only been home for an incense stick of time when he told his mother that his uncle would come to save his father. However, he had not had the chance to tell her that his uncle had become rich, let alone talk to his mother about the division of the family. The Zhou family's wooden door was open. Yuan Shang didn't call anyone, but walked in directly with Dr. Zhong and Zhou Qingchun. Zhou Chongshui saw Yuan Shang's surprised face. Could it be that this loser Yuan Shang really came to save his brother-in-law? Just now Zhou Yuchuan said that Yuan Shang was coming, and he didn't believe it. He didn't expect it to be true. The sun really rose from the west. Oh, but what's the use of coming? The Yuan family has no money, and they still owe the Zhou family 8 taels of silver. In the end, he saw that it would cost dozens of taels of silver, so he abandoned Zhou Chonglin and ran away. What are you pretending for now? Yuan Shang glanced at Zhou Chongshui coldly without saying anything. He had just heard from Yuchuan that this guy wanted to beat his sister. He also kicked Yuzhu. This guy can't escape this beating today. He will treat his brother-in-law first, and then beat him after the treatment. Zhou Chonglin had been carried back to his room from the main room. Old man Zhou didn't want to listen to his son's groaning, as it would make him upset and arouse his guilt. He knew that this son was the most loyal and filial, and that this son's wife was much better than the second son's wife. But this son was unlucky and encountered such a thing. Zhou Chuanxiang had only one dream in his life, which was to have an official from his family, even a small one, so that the Zhou family could change their status and get rid of their status as peasants. His family had 40 acres of land and 45 taels of savings. Including the 8 taels owed by the old Yuan family, he only had 53 taels of savings, which was barely enough for his youngest son to go to school. Alas, he hoped that his eldest son could put himself in his father's shoes and think carefully about it. It's not that he doesn't want to save him, but he really doesn't have the ability to save him. When old man Zhou heard Yuan Shang's voice, he came out. Someone from Yuan Panner's family had come, so he didn't want to go too far. He also saw that the man next to Yuan Shang was wearing a silk dress and carrying a medicine box. He was obviously a famous doctor. Famous doctors charge a lot. Could it be that Yuan Shang is planning to use the 8 taels of silver he owes to treat Changlin? Isn't this 8 taels of silver just a waste? Old man Zhou squeezed out 2 tears. Yuan Shang, your brother-in-law has a bad fate. Dr. Zhang said that he was injured internally, and it would cost several hundred taels of silver to cure him. We farmers don't have that much money. Alas, we can only keep him at home like this. Leave him at home to be raised? I think he is just waiting to die. Yuan Shang pushed away old man Zhou's hand. Father, I have heard from Yuchuan that a few dozen taels of silver can cure him, but my brother-in-law can't do heavy work. Please move aside first. This is the doctor I found from Yaoshou Hall. Let him take a look at my brother-in-law first. Yuan Shang pushed old man Zhou away and brought Dr. Zhong into the house. Yuan Painter originally thought that her brother and parents would find someone to carry Changlin to the town's clinic for treatment, but she didn't expect that her brother would actually invite a famous doctor to their home. Seeing her brother, Yuan Painter lost her breath and started to cry. Yuan Bauer, if my father-in-law doesn't give me money, you must help me. I can't watch your brother-in-law die. Sister, don't worry. Let Dr. Zhong take a look at my brother-in-law first. We will always find a way to save him. Zhou Changlin stretched out his hand and asked Yuan Shang to come over. He said with all his strength, Yuan Bao, I'm very happy that you can come to see me. Haven't you always wanted to know the secret of my roasting sweet potatoes? I'll tell you today. You have to choose sweet potatoes with red cores and long and thin. Light the bottom layer of thick firewood, then put a layer of sweet potatoes on top and press a layer of thick firewood on top. When the firewood is burned out, the sweet potatoes are cooked to the right temperature. Once you learn it, roast them for you Feng and the others to eat. Brother-in-law has never taught you because I want you to ask him to bake for you more often like when you were a child. Don't blame me. Yuan Shang's eyes were sore. He seemed to see the scene when he was a child, riding on his brother-in-law's shoulders, nagging his brother-in-law to roast sweet potatoes for him, nagging his brother-in-law to weave grass katydids for him. At that time, his brother-in-law was only 16 or 17 years old, so young. Now his brother-in-law has deep wrinkles, lying on the bed, as if he is explaining his last wishes. Yuan Shang held Zhou Changlin's hand and said, Brother-in-law, you should have a good rest first. I brought this Dr. Zhong with me. He has superb medical skills and will definitely be able to cure you. Zhou Changlin smiled bitterly. It was not a question of whether the injury could be cured or not. His parents didn't pay, so where would they get so much money to treat the injury? But in order not to spoil his brother-in-law's fun, he said nothing. Dr. Zhong had already started examining Zhou Changlin. He tapped Zhou Changlin's leg and asked, Do you feel anything? Zhou Changlin was lying on the bed. His legs were numb, but he could feel the doctor tapping him. I can feel it. His face was pale and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Dr. Zhong took Zhou Changlin's pulse again and confirmed that both of his kidneys were bruised. In addition to taking blood-activating and blood stasis-removing medicines, he also had to have acupuncture every day. This was a long process. The entire treatment was estimated to cost more than 400 taels of silver. But if you just want to make Zhou Changlin stand up, it will only cost 60 taels of silver. Dr. Zhong said to Yuan Shang, if you just want to help the patient stand up and resume normal life, 60 taels of silver will be enough. Yuan Shang took out 8 taels of silver and held it in front of old man Zhou. My dear relatives, this is the 8 taels of silver I owed your family before. I'm returning it to you now. Before old man Zhou could even stretch out his hand, Yuan Shang held the silver in front of Dr. Zhong again and said, Dr. Zhong, give my brother-in-law 8 taels of silver for treatment first. Dr. Zhong first fed Zhou Changlin some ma-fei, to help him relieve the pain, and then took out silver needles and started giving Zhou Changlin acupuncture. Old man Zhou was upset, but he could do nothing about it. If he quarreled with Yuan Shang over these 8 taels of silver, he would not get any good results. His family had deposits of silver and land, and now that the eldest son was injured, he did not spend a single tael of silver and watched the eldest son die. This was unacceptable. Even though Yuan Shang is a scoundrel and has no real ability, he is very talkative. Now that the 8 taels of silver have been given to the boss, he has done his best. Zhou Chonglin was given Ma Fei San, and the pain in his body was less severe and his complexion looked better. Seeing that his father was accompanied by his uncle, and there was such a good doctor treating his father, Zhou Yuchuan pulled his mother out to find an opportunity to talk in private. Zhou Yuchuan pulled his mother to the grove next to their home, looked around carefully to see if there was anyone around, then lowered his voice and said, "Mom, my uncle has money to save my dad." Chapter 49 Old Man Zhou's Weakness. What did you say? Yuan Panner's voice rose unconsciously. She looked around and lowered her voice again. 60 taels of silver. Where did your uncle get the money? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. From what I heard from my uncle, he doesn't just want my dad to stand up and live a normal life. He wants to cure my dad completely. Yuan Panner tightly grasped Zhou Yuchuan's shoulders. Yuchuan, do you know what you were talking about? Didn't you hear what Dr. Zhong said just now? It will cost 400 taels of silver to cure your father. That's 400 taels of silver. The Zhou family has 40 acres of land, and your father works hard from dawn to dusk, so we can only save 17 or 18 taels a year. It will take more than 20 years to save at this rate, not to mention that your grandpa's family only has 10 acres of land. How could your uncle make so much money so quickly? Mom, I'm serious. To reassure me, my uncle took out 100 taels of silver notes and 40 taels of silver. Yuan Panner's voice was a little sharp. What did you say? Realizing that her voice was too loud, she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice and said, "Did you see your uncle take out 140 taels of silver with your own eyes?" Absolutely. Yuan Panner pinched her flesh. This was real. She was not dreaming. How could this be possible? Although she knew that her brother had earned a few taels of silver by selling the house when he came to see her last time, this was a huge sum of money, 140 taels, and it had only been a few days. She couldn't help but frown. Could your uncle have gone gambling? He was lucky to win this time, but once he gets addicted to gambling, it will be over. After selling the family property, he will have to sell his children. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, it was really hard to explain why her brother had earned such a huge sum of money in just a few days. Zhou Yuchuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Mom, that shouldn't be possible. When my uncle took out the money, my grandparents and my aunt were all there. If the money came from gambling, they wouldn't have ignored it. This money was definitely earned by my uncle. Yuan Panner still couldn't believe it. Earning 140 taels in just a few days, he must be the god of wealth. Zhou Yuchuan added, Grandpa and Grandma's family even bought a brand new ox cart. And you bought a new ox cart? Yes, that cow is very energetic and it looks like it is not cheap. Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. Why don't you find a chance to ask my uncle? That's right. Yuan Panner stopped hesitating and decided to find a chance to ask Yuan Bauer later. Mom, my uncle told me that after this incident, my dad should have seen clearly the true face of the Zhou family, and we can take this opportunity to separate the family. This is also the reason why my uncle did not reveal that he has money to treat my dad's illness. Mom, you must pretend to be more convincing, otherwise it will be a waste of my uncle's efforts. My uncle asked you and me to tell you in advance because he was afraid that you would worry too much about Dad. Yuan Panner's heart was in a state of ups and downs. How did her life change from hopelessness to a good life? She nodded. Son, don't worry, I will definitely not hold your uncle back. Also, Mother, my uncle said that he would tell my father the truth after he made sure that my father had completely seen through the true colors of the other members of the Zhou family and was willing to split up. He was afraid that my father would be soft-hearted. Yeah. Yuan Panner knew that Zhou Chonglin was too loyal and righteous, which was why he stole 10 taels of silver from home to save his brother as soon as he knew that Yuan Shang was unconscious and needed a wedding. Before he could see through the Zhou family completely, and before he decided to split up, it would be better not to let him know the truth. Mom, my uncle specifically told us to keep an eye on my dad. My dad's personality might make him commit suicide if he's afraid of dragging everyone down. I thought of that too. That's why I didn't dare to leave your father before your uncle came. Yuan Panner thought, is this still the little Yuan Bauer who had been asking her for money to buy Maltos? This arrangement of every detail was really strange. But when she thought of her brother's caring look just now, it was so familiar. Dr. Zhong prepared the medicine and said to Yuan Shang and Old Man Zhou, the treatment worth 8 taels of silver has been completed. Another 5 taels of silver will be needed for the follow-up treatment today. Yuan Shang said, Dr. Zhong, continue to treat him. My brother-in-law and his family have not divided the family property. My father-in-law should pay for my brother-in-law's treatment. My father-in-law is rich, with dozens of acres of land and a large amount of savings. Your money is indispensable. Dr. Zhong got busy again and continued to prepare medicine. Old man Zhou's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Yuan Shang, is it your turn to meddle in the affairs of my Zhou family? You have to pay for your brother-in-law's treatment yourself. Anyway, I have no money. That's right, Yuan Shang. Why do you care about my family's affairs? We have decided not to treat my brother. If you want to treat him, you can pay for it yourself. Zhou Changshui said impatiently, and you, doctor, stop prescribing medicine. We won't pay you even if you do. Dr. Zhong did not stop preparing the medicine. Zhou Changlin still had needles stuck in his body and couldn't move. He had become numb to his father and brother's ruthlessness. Once you see through some people, you will no longer have any hope for them. Yuan Shang said to Zhou Qingchun, find a gong and beat it in the village, so that everyone can come to Zhou Qingchuan's house to watch the fun. He said that the eldest son who worked for Zhou Chuanxiang was injured, and Zhou Chuanxiang directly let him go. He's waiting for death. He wants to take the imperial examination and pursue an official career in such a wicked family. He can't pass the examination. By the way, I want to focus on why my brother-in-law went to the logging team. He went to the logging team for Zhou Changxin's Shu Shidou. Now, my brother-in-law was hit by a tree and injured in the logging team, but Zhou Changxin watched his elder brother die. There is no place for reasoning in Shanhou village, so we will go to Qingshan town, then to Liuyuan County. Zhou Qingchun is going to find Tong Luo. Wait a minute, Yuan Shang. Why are you so impatient? I didn't say not to treat the eldest son. He is the eldest son I care about most. I can't really ignore him. I just want to see if there is a cheaper treatment. Zhou the old man's weakness is his younger son's imperial examination. Any risk that affects his younger son's official career will be strangled in the cradle. Didn't your village Dr. Zhang say that he must be sent to the town medical center for treatment? Otherwise, if you send my brother-in-law to the town now, it will cost more to eat, drink, and live by then. Yuan Shang wanted to laugh a little. The old guy doesn't feel embarrassed either. This lie is so blunt. Mr. Zhong has prepared the new medicine, 5 taels of silver. Old man Zhou was so angry that he couldn't help but feel that Yuan Shang was so damn difficult to deal with that he was going to attack his weak spot. He told Wang Chuanxiang, stop crying now and go get 5 taels of silver. Zhou Changshui yelled, Dad, we can't pay this money. After my eldest brother has been cured, he can't get off the ground or do heavy work. Why are you spending so much money to save a loser? Bang. Old man Zhou slapped him with a big mouth. What are you doing? What are you doing to your mother? It's not because you're fine and you're showing off. He has some wealth and drinks some cat urine and brags to the villagers. Now everyone in the village knows that his old Zhou family is rich, but they don't treat their eldest son even though they are rich, and they just watch him die. If this matter gets too big, don't they all have to poke fun at it? They are the backbone of the Zhou family. How can the third child be an official in the future? Yuan Panner and a few children couldn't cause any trouble. In the final analysis, these few people are still Zhou family members and are easy to deal with. Yuan Shang, the stinky scoundrel, was different. When his younger son was promoted to be a filial and honest man, he could really jump out and cause trouble. Chapter 50. Old man Zhou and Zhou Changshui want to separate their families. Zhou Changshui was stunned. He knew that his father had been holding back a lot, but how could he take it out on him? Zhou Changlin had needles stuck in his body, and Dr. Zhong looked at him. Yuan Shang came to the yard, took a stone, went to the edge of the old Zhou's chicken shed, and placed a stone against the fattest chicken inside. Wipe. Not killed. Yuan Shang threw a few more stones, and the hens flew everywhere. Yuan Shang originally wanted to hit the fattest one, but a medium-fat chicken bumped into it and was killed. Yuan Shang jumped into the chicken coop to take the chicken out, just in time to see Yuan Painter and Zhou Yuchuan coming back after having a private conversation. Sister, clean up this chicken and stew it with Panax Noto ginseng. Dr. Zhong said that my brother-in-law needs to be nourished after losing blood. At this time, old man Zhou Changshui, Ma Shangqin and others heard the noise and came out of the house. Ma Shangqin was the first to shout, Yuan Sheng, you're usually a jerk at home, but our Zhou family is not a place for you to be a jerk. Why did you hit our chicken? Yuan Sheng sneered, my brother-in-law hurt his waist and is bleeding. The doctor said that my brother-in-law should eat something good to replenish his blood. What's wrong with me catching a chicken? You haven't split up the family, so my sister and brother-in-law have a share of this chicken. Not only will I catch one today, I will catch one tomorrow too. I will catch a chicken every day for my brother-in-law to eat. Zhou Changshui threatened. Yuan Lizi, what the hell are you doing? Are you rebelling in my house? Do you believe I will beat you up? Heh, you still want to slap me? Did you use this hand to threaten to hit my sister today? Do you think there is no one in my Yuan family? Yuan Shang rushed forward, raised his fist, and hit Zhou Changshui hard in the face. Zhou Changshui's eyes instantly turned black. Zhou Changshui was caught off guard, and just as he was about to fight back, Yuan Shang's fist came down again and again. Zhou Changshui held his head, and Yuan Shang's knee hit his stomach. A piercing pain came over him, and Zhou Changshui squatted on the ground. At this time, Old Man Zhou and others reacted and shouted to stop while coming up to beat Yuan Shang. Zhou Qingchun, who was strong and muscular, came forward to separate the two and blocked Old Man Zhou from the battlefield. Ma Xiangqin was also entangled by Yuan Painter. Yuan Shang kicked Zhou Changshui down and stepped hard on his right leg, squeezing it hard. Is it this leg that kicked you, Zhu? If you dare to hit my niece, I will cripple you. Ouch. I don't dare anymore. Yuan Shang, let me go. Zhou Changshui was stunned by the beating. It hurt so much. I didn't expect Yuan Shang to be so good at fighting. Zhou Changshui begged for a long time before Yuan Shang let go of his feet. Old Man Zhou roared, Yuan Shang, you're going too far. This is my Zhou family. You have no right to rebel. My dear father-in-law, Zhou Changshui wanted to beat my sister and kick my niece. As a younger brother, I didn't intervene. You Zhou family really think that my Yuan family is extinct. I am right no matter what when I beat Zhou Changshui. If not, let's let the villagers judge for themselves. Tell us why Zhou Changshui slapped my sister. After going around in circles, the reason why Old Man Zhou was willing to pay the 5 taels of silver was that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it and be criticized by others, which would affect his younger son. Old Man Zhou sighed, Yuan Shang, didn't Changshui beat your sister? You have such a violent temper. Father, you should take good care of your second son. My brother-in-law is not dead yet, and you are going to hit my eldest sister? What will happen in the future? When Zhang Shufan heard that Zhou Changlin's waist was broken by a big tree, she hurried with 10 eggs to see what was happening. She saw Yuan Shang beating Zhou Changshui violently to vent his anger for his sister. Zhang Shufan felt so relieved when watching this. Yuan Shang, a real man is as good as his words. The last time she heard him say he wanted to support his sister on the ox cart, she thought he was just being stubborn again, but she didn't expect him to really get serious. She was happy for Panner, but then she thought of Zhou Changlin's injury and couldn't help but sigh. Her good friend was really a miserable person. Life in the Zhou family was not easy as it was when I worked like a slave. Life is even harder now. Zhang Shufan knew that Yuan Painter was busy, so she put down the eggs, exchanged a few words of greeting, and told her friend to come to her if she needed help, and then left. When passing by Yuan Shang, Zhang Shufan gave him a thumbs up and said, Yuan Bao, your sister will rely on you from now on. Don't worry, Sister Shufan. Zhang Shufan felt relieved and went home to cook. Old Man Zhou helped Zhou Changshui into Zhou Changlin's room and said, Dr. Zhong, please take a look. Dr. Zhong examined Zhou Changshui carefully. Ouch, it hurts, please be gentler, gentler. Zhou Changshui cried out in pain. Dr. Zhong was serious and responsible. He checked again and said, Dr. Zhong, it hurts, please be gentler. It's not a big deal, just a superficial wound. It will heal in 2 days. After hearing what Dr. Zhong said, Old Man Zhou was relieved. Zhou Changshui complained in his heart that if he had known that there was nothing wrong, he would not have checked it, and it caused him to suffer a lot of pain. Old Man Zhou helped Zhou Changshui back to his room. How can a brother-in-law beat his sister-in-law? Changlin is still here, and you want to do it? You deserve to be beaten by Yuan Shang today. Zhou Changshui bared his teeth and said in a low voice, Who am I doing this for? It's for our family. I didn't expect that Yuan Shang, this scoundrel, is so good at fighting. Damn it. But Dad, what should we do now? Yuan Shang is coming tomorrow, and he wants to kill a chicken for my brother. He said he wants to kill one a day. We can only kill one chicken during festivals, and now we are letting them waste it like this. Judging from the doctor's attitude, he will come tomorrow to give my brother acupuncture. Is this money going to be charged to us? Old Man Zhou was also troubled. Yuan Shang was a scoundrel, and he was well known in the surrounding area. He didn't want fame, but he could have his own family. He couldn't let these things affect Chang Sin's future career. Zhou Changshui's eyes turned, and he lowered his voice and said, Dad, why don't we split up the family? Isn't Yuan Shang making trouble now just because we eat from the same pot? Even if we split up the family, will Yuan Shang still come to kill our chickens every day? Ma Xiangqin also came over and said, It's good to separate the family. Big brother won't be able to work in the future, so he will just be eating for free. Yufeng and Yuzhu are still young, and they just eat and don't work. Big sister-in-law is the only laborer, and maybe she has to take care of big brother, so she won't have time to go to the fields. In this way, big brother's family will all be eating for free. Old man Zhou nodded and said, "This is the only way. If the family property is divided, he will take the largest share, and with the shares of his second and youngest sons, there won't be much left for the eldest son. Dad, we have to divide the family property sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we will have to pay for eldest brother's medical expenses tomorrow, and then we will have to argue about dividing the family property again." Ma Shangqin glared at Zhou Changshui and said, "What kind of public finance is this? The 13 taels and 5 cents of silver that Big Brother spent on his medical treatment today should be counted on him and his family. Why should it be counted on the public finances and shared among us? Dr. Zhang spent 5 cents of silver on emergency hemostasis treatment, and Dr. Zhong spent 13 taels of silver. Well, it should be counted on the eldest brother. I don't know if the eldest brother's family is willing to split up." "Oh." Old man Zhou sighed. "After Yuan Shang and the doctor leave later, I will go and talk to Changlin. Changlin has been sensible since he was a child, and he will probably agree to split up the family." Chapter 51. Yuan Shang is the devil? Yuan Shang had been taken to the kitchen by his sister for interrogation, and Zhou Yuchuan was guarding the door outside. "Yuan Bayer, what's going on? I heard from Yuchuan that you have a lot of silver, more than 100 taels. How did you get it?" "Sister, I invented a new way to cook meat. It tastes really good. Dong Lishun has been placing orders with me for a long time, and I've made a lot of money." "Really? You didn't lie to me? Really? Otherwise, how do you think I could have invited Dr. Zhong? He is the face of the Miaosho Hall in the county, and Zhou Qingchun is the confidant of Chao, the shopkeeper of Dong Lishun." Yuan Panner should believe her brother rationally, as everything he said was reasonable, but she just couldn't believe that her brother could earn more than 100 taels of silver in just a few days. Her heart was beating like a drum with excitement. Her brother was so promising. Yuan Bao, my brother has really become the reincarnation of the god of wealth." She took a long time to digest it, then punched Yuan Shang lightly in the chest. "Brother, good job." Yuan Shang smiled and said, "Sister, do you still think it was a lie when I said I would let you and your brother-in-law eat meat every day and support Yuchuan Yufeng and Yuzhu to study?" Yuan Painter burst into laughter. Really, my brother is really capable. Your brother-in-law probably didn't expect that he used 10 taels of silver to save the god of wealth. Of course not. My brother-in-law lends me 10 taels, and I pay him back 1,000 taels. Yuan Painter instinctively wanted to scold her brother for bragging, but she covered her mouth again. Her brother was so capable. How could he be bragging? Thinking about his younger brother getting rich, how he and his children would benefit from it, and how they would have to divide the family property, Yuan Painter felt that his good days were coming. This is a good day that she could never dream of. How could she be so lucky? Yuan Shang and Yuan Panner returned to the room. Dr. Zhong had already finished treating Zhou Changlin. He instructed Yuan Panner how to cook and take the medicine, and then was about to say goodbye to Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang confirmed with him again that his brother-in-law would be fine, and made an appointment for acupuncture for his brother-in-law tomorrow before letting Dr. Zhong go. Yuan Shang saw that he was not needed here, so he said goodbye to his sister and brother-in-law and returned to Shanhou village first. Even if old man Zhou was in a hurry to divide the family, it would probably take until tomorrow. He would go to see his brother-in-law after delivering the braised meat tomorrow. He had already agreed with Yuchuan that if there were any signs of a family division, he would tell him in advance. In front of 2 outsiders, Dr. Zhong and him, it would probably be difficult for old man Zhou to encourage Zhou Changlin to split the family business. He had to give old man Zhou some time to encourage him. When Yuan Shang returned home, Zhu Qinxi ran out and said, "My dear, you haven't eaten yet, right? The food is still warming up on the stove. I'll bring it out to you now." Yeah, he really didn't eat it. Although his brother-in-law asked him to stay and eat chicken many times, he still left. That was for his brother-in-law to nourish his body. These are pork and mustard greens buns. I picked the mustard greens from the field, and my mother and I made the buns. Try them. Zhu Qinxi opened her eyes wide and stared at Yuan Shang as he ate. Yuan Shang took a big bite and said, "Delicious." He ate a big bun in no time. Zhu Qinxi smiled with her almond-shaped eyes, feeling extremely happy as she watched her husband eat the big buns she had made. Yuan Shang's brain was spinning, and he said, "Do you like me to eat your big buns?" "I like it." Zhu Qinxi squinted his eyes and smiled sweetly. Yuan Shang whispered, "I guess it will take some time to raise it." He looked up at Zhu Qinxi's innocent look, and felt that he was a little dirty. Well, he is guilty. Yuan Xing's ears turned red. He couldn't bear to look at it anymore and started to concentrate on eating the buns. Sheng Hohat saw this scene as soon as she entered the main room. It seemed as if there was something mysterious flowing between her son and daughter-in-law. She seemed to have come at the wrong time. Yuan Laifu also followed in. Bauer, how is your brother-in-law? Didn't I ask you Feng to tell you that everything is fine? I asked the best doctor in Miaosho Hall to see my brother-in-law. His back injury is easy to treat, but the internal injuries need to be healed slowly. I came back only after I was sure that there was nothing wrong with my brother-in-law, so you two elders can rest assured. Yuan Laifu said, your mother and I are finally relieved. If Yufeng hadn't said that you had cured the Zhou family, your mother and I would have rushed to help. Yes, if we go there it will be inconvenient for you to be a devil. Sheng Hohat said with a smile. It was the first time she realized that the identity of a rogue was not bad. The devil of chaos? If mom says it is, then it is. Zhu Qinzi saw Yuan Shang finish eating the buns and handed him a bowl of egg soup. Her husband was really amazing. The family sat in the yard, chatting and eating peaches leisurely in the breeze. Ma Guifan rushed to Donglishan and explained the situation to the waiter at the door. She was then taken to the backyard of Donglishan to find Ma Laishi. Ma Laishi was cleaning the kitchen, and the chef scolded her while she was cleaning. Can you work more neatly? This is the kitchen. You have no sense at all. Ma Laishi nodded and bowed, not daring to say a word. Seeing Ma Guifan, Ma Laishi frowned. Why did this aunt with disheveled hair, red and swollen cheeks, and wearing patched clothes come to Donglishan to find him? Laishi, Ma Guifan was about to speak when she was interrupted by Ma Laishi. Chef Feng, my aunt wants to talk to me about something. Can I do these tasks later? Okay, you can clean up after talking to your aunt. Chef Feng is not a demanding person. Ma Guifan was pulled to the corner of the backyard by Ma Laishi. Before Ma Guifan could say anything, Ma Laishi scolded her. Auntie, how did you find Donglishan? How could Donglishan be a place you could enter? You are wearing tattered clothes. It's so embarrassing. Ma Guifan started to cry. Laishi, if it wasn't an extremely urgent matter, I wouldn't have come to Donglishan to look for you. Your two cousins had their legs broken by a tree while felling trees, and they're waiting for money to save their lives. If the money isn't in place today, your eldest cousin's life will be in danger. Ma Laishi scolded. You and your uncle are the same. You really value money over life. Your family is not poor. Why would you let your two cousins join the logging team? It's such a dangerous job. Every year, people are killed or injured in the logging team. Qing Shan Qing Shui is to earn money for Qing Shu to attend the Confucian course. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. Your two cousins are already injured. I want to get back the 55 taels of silver I asked you to lend today. The interest on that silver is 5 taels for 3 months. Now it's 2.5 months, so you just need to give me 3 taels of interest. Ma Laishi was in a dilemma. He took 10 taels of the 55 taels he got from his aunt to treat his friends to a meal and expand his network in Qingshan town. He asked a friend to lend out the other 45 taels. The interest was 15 taels for 3 months, which was exactly 60 taels. If he went to his friend to ask for the money now, he might only get back 45 taels of the principal. Aunt, this is against the loan rules. It's 3 months, and you can't go back on your word at the last minute. Not only will you not get the interest, but you might even get your principal deducted. Aunt, otherwise, you'd better wait 3 months before getting the money. That's the life-saving money of your two cousins. How can it wait? I've heard of people not charging interest, but I've never heard of people deducting the principal. Chapter 52. What kind of shit is this family? Ma Laishi acted angry and said, Aunt, you don't believe me? Do you know how much trouble you are causing me? How can I explain this to my friends? I don't do things this way. Saving her son's life was of the utmost importance. Ma Guifan gritted her teeth and asked, how much principal will be deducted and how much money can I get back? At worst, she could find Zafangdai again later and earn the money back bit by bit. 10 taels. Ma Guifan's heart ached when she heard about the 10 taels of silver. This was 10 taels of silver. The family had saved money from their teeth. If they used this 10 taels to buy meat, how much meat would they have to buy? 500 kilograms of pork. Even if they ate 1 kilogram of meat every day, they wouldn't be able to finish it in a year. Ma Guifan touched her chest and calmed down. If she was 10 taels short, she would be beaten up by Zhang Wan. But if her two sons' treatment was delayed because of her, causing them to lose their lives, she would be beaten to death by Zhang Wan, and she would also blame herself to death. 10 taels less is 10 taels less. 45 taels, help me get it back today. Ma Laishi and Chef Feng asked for leave, and hurried to find his friend Zheng Daden, who helped him with the loan. Zheng Daden got very angry when he heard that Ma Laishi was asking for money and pretended to go out to look for a lender. Ma Laishi was waiting anxiously at Zheng Daden's house. Finally, Zheng Daden came back. He frowned and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I just found out that the guy who lent us the money has run away. Ma Dong's shabby house has been sold, and now we can't find him at all." "What?" Ma Laishi was stunned. "He ran away?" "Zheng Daden, this is the life-saving money of my 2 cousins. The lender ran away. You have to return the 45 taels to me." Ma Laishi was also anxious, not knowing how to explain to his aunt when he returned. Zheng Dabing punched Ma Laishi in the eye. "What the hell do you mean? When you asked me to lend money before, I told you that lending money is risky and you might not be able to get it back. You still asked me to lend it, and now you blame me?" Zheng Dabing's punch woke Ma Laishi up. Zheng Dabing had a group of brothers who were not people he could afford to offend. And Zheng Daden did tell him that lending is risky and needs to be done with caution. As long as the lender is there, they have a way to recover the money, but if the lender runs away, they have no way. Fortunately, he also told his aunt these words. Alas, it was really bad luck, and his aunt couldn't blame him. After Ma Laishi came out of Zheng Daden's house, he went straight to Ma Guifan. Ma Guifan felt something was wrong when she saw Ma Laishi walking towards her with panda eyes and an apologetic look on his face. "Aunt, I'm really sorry. Ma Dong's grandson who took out the loan ran away, and I can't get the principal back." Ma Guifan suddenly felt dizzy. "Laishi, what did you say?" "Auntie, the guy who lent you the money has run away. You can't get your money back." Ma Guifan was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Laishi, how could you treat me like this? This is the life-saving money of your 2 cousins." Ma Laishi said weakly, "Auntie, I told you before I gave you the loan that there are risks in lending money, and you need to be cautious when lending money. You still want me to help you with the loan, so you can't blame me." Ma Guifan tried hard to recall what happened that day. When she returned to her parents' home that day, she heard Ma Laishi boasting that he knew someone who lent money at high interest, and how it was not enough to just work and save money, but that one had to compound interest to become rich. He seemed to mention something about risks, but he talked more about how to compound interest and how to make money. Ma Guifan stretched out her finger weakly. "Ma Laishi, you have caused us so much trouble. If your 2 cousins are dead, you are the murderer." Ma Laishi felt a little guilty, but he didn't mean it. He didn't have the money to pay back the huge sum of 55 taels, so he couldn't be soft. "Aunt, if you want to blame someone, it's your greed. You can't blame me. When I said that lending money was risky, other people heard it too." Ma Guifan really wanted to curse all of Ma Laishi's 8 generations of ancestors, but saving her son's life was the most important thing now. She had to quickly tell her husband the news here, as her husband was still waiting for her life-saving money. Ma Guifan stumbled to Miaosho Hall. In the whole Qingshan town, the doctor at Miaosho Hall had the best medical skills. Zhang Wan was already waiting at the door. The first day's treatment for his eldest son would cost 10 taels, and the first day's treatment for his youngest son would cost 5 taels. The 15 taels he brought was just enough. But there was no money for tomorrow. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow would be the most dangerous for the 2 of them. It would cost 20 taels for the 2 of them, and another 40 taels for follow-up treatment. 55 taels of silver was about enough, and the rest could be borrowed from the villagers. As soon as Ma Guifan saw Zhang Wan, she burst into tears. "His father, that bastard lie, she said that the person who borrowed money from us has run away, and we won't get our 55 taels back. What do you think we should do?" Zhang Wan looked at Ma Guifan coldly. "What should I do? I have to ask you. That's your nephew. That's the money you loaned out without telling me." After saying that, Zhang Wan also spat out a mouthful of blood. His family's 40 acres of land was accumulated bit by bit, especially after his 2 sons came of age. The 2 sons were very capable. When the government policy encouraged land reclamation, his 2 sons reclaimed a lot of wasteland. They often went to the fields to turn the soil and weed, and when they had time, they went to the mountains to chop firewood and sell it in the town. They worked harder than donkeys, but they only had to eat the worst coarse grains to fill their stomachs. They saved up this family business with just a few coins. They saved up these 40 acres of land and 70 taels of silver. Now 55 taels have been wasted by my wife. There is still a shortfall of 60 taels. What should I do now? Zhang Wen looked up to the sky and asked. There is no good solution now. The only way is to sell the land. Zhang Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before, he had thought about buying Yuan Laifu's land at a super low price and making a fortune from him. Now he and Yuan Laifu are in the same boat. He sold his land to save his son, and Yuan Laifu sold his land to save his son-in-law. As for his bad wife, He could only deal with her slowly later. You, go back to your mother's house to borrow money. You brag to me all day about how awesome your nephews are, how awesome your mother's family is. Now is the time to show how awesome they are. Ma Guifan knew that she was extremely wrong, and now she could only go back to her parents' home to borrow money. Zhang Wen sneered. Through this loan incident, he had seen through Ma Laishi and Ma Guifan's family. They were all good at boasting but actually had no real ability. If Ma Laishi was really capable and had so many connections, he would never have invested such risky money. He was probably being fooled by others. Every time relatives get together, Ma Guifan's eldest brother Ma Shanpa brags about how capable his sons are, especially Ma Laishi, who is appreciated by the head of Donglishan and has many connections in the town. He eats with many great people. It's all fucking bullshit. What a bunch of crap this family is. Chapter 53. Zhang Wen misunderstood Yuan Laifu as also coming to sell land. Zhang Wen knew very well that he couldn't borrow much money, and now his only way out was to sell the land. Since his two sons were being looked after by their wives, he immediately went back to sell the land. He had to raise the money for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, otherwise his two sons would be in great danger. Zhang Wen returned to the village and immediately rushed to the home of the village head, begging him to help gather the villagers to inform him that he was going to sell the land. Why are you in such a hurry? Uncle Wen Jin, you should have heard the news. My two sons' legs were broken and they are waiting for money to save their lives. My family's savings have been squandered by that stupid old woman. Now I can only sell the land to save my sons. Zhang Wen sighed. He was also a fool and let Ma Guifan manage the money. Fang Wenjin patted Zhang Wen on the shoulder and said, "This is the only way now." It was a pity that he had just spent dozens of taels to expand a few houses. Otherwise, he could have taken over Zhang Wen's land at a low price. The Zhang family was in such a hurry to sell it, so the price must be cheap. This time, the logging team injured 3 people in total, including my 2 sons and Yuan Laifu's son-in-law. Did Yuan Laifu come to you to sell land? After saying that, Zhang Wen slapped himself on the mouth. Damn it, what should he do if Yuan Laifu competes with him to sell the land? Wouldn't he be able to sell it at a lower price? Then I'll ask Laifu later to see if we should sell the land together. Zhang Wen slapped himself twice again, but when he thought that Yuan Laifu wanted to sell the land with him, he felt inexplicably better. Not only was he unlucky, but Yuan Laifu was also unlucky. If his son passes the imperial examination and becomes a scholar, he will be able to turn his life around. At worst, he can just buy back the land he sold. Yuan Laifu only had 10 acres of land. If he sold some of it, he would only have a few acres left, and he would not be able to make a comeback. The villagers of Shanhou village all fled famine. The land they owned was mainly collectively reclaimed land and individually reclaimed land. The land was generally transferred between villagers. Large landowners from other places looked down on these scattered lands. Therefore, although the farmers in Shanhou village worked hard, they could still make a living because every family had a field. If they encountered difficulties, they usually borrowed money from each other to get through the difficulties. Almost no one borrowed money from loan sharks. In addition to personal land, some fields and forests are collective property of the village and are recorded in the village collective accounts. Knowing that Zhang Wen's family was in urgent need of money, Fang Wenjin quickly notified the villagers that the Zhang family was going to sell the land. Many families do not participate. Most families have a few taels of silver in savings, but they keep the money for emergencies. Otherwise, if someone in the family falls ill and they cannot borrow money, they can only borrow from loan sharks, which is no joke. Not to mention those families who still owe debts, they have no money to buy land. Fang Wenjin arrived at Lao Yuan's house and saw the family chatting and laughing, eating peaches, and they didn't look like they were going to sell the land. Brother Laifu. Brother Wenjin, how come you have time to come to my house today? Come, please sit down. Yuan Bauer, let me make tea for your uncle Wenjin. Yuan Laifu brought over a stool. No, I came here to inform you that Zhang Wen wants to sell land. Do you want to go and take a look? Fang Wenjin scratched his head. By the way, Zhang Wen said that your eldest son-in-law was also hit by a big tree, and he also wants to sell land to raise money. If you want to sell it, do it together today so that I don't have to notify everyone again in 2 days. Yuan Laifu took a puff of his pipe and said, why does Zhang Wen like to talk nonsense all the time? How come I didn't know that I had to sell the land? But I can go and see if he sells the land. Maybe I can buy some. Fang Wenjin also heard about the minor conflict between Zhang Wen and Yuan Laifu, which was caused by Zhang Wen following Wang the butcher and spreading rumors that Yuan Laifu was eating and drinking well but facing a lot of hunger. He did not expect that Zhang Wen would not learn his lesson and started spreading rumors again. Okay, then come to my house at 10 p.m., and I'll notify a few more families to see if anyone else is going. Fang Wenjin said and left. Yuan Laifu sent the people out, closed the wooden door, and then called his son and daughter-in-law into the house. Sheng Hohad asked, "Isn't the Zhang family quite wealthy? Why are they in such a hurry to sell the land?" "Never mind him. His land is next to ours, so we can buy it if there's anything suitable." "Humph. I'll definitely lower the price for him this time. Damn it. He wanted to buy our well and half an acre of land for 5 taels of silver last time. Before, we were short of money for the wedding, and Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan wanted to buy our 7 acres of good farmland for 20 taels of silver. Ha, it's finally his turn." Sheng Hohat got angry when she thought of these two things. No one in the Zhang family would take advantage of the situation like this. "Dad, I'll go with you. Dad only has 20 taels of silver, which may not be enough. Besides, it would be a waste not to watch this excitement." When Yuan Laifu and Yuan Shang arrived at Fang Wengen's house at 11 p.m., they found that only Sun Qing was there. Sun Qingyu was a little surprised to see his childhood friend coming to buy land, but then he thought of the rumors in the village that Yuan Qing married the daughter of a scholar and gave her a lot of silver as a dowry, and he figured it out. He grabbed his childhood friend and said, "Laifu, I heard that you've been spending a lot lately, eating and drinking lavishly. Other people's sons learn from their fathers, but why are you following your son's lead?" Yuan Laifu took a while to understand what his old friend was talking about. Was he saying that he learned to spend money recklessly like his son? If someone else said that to him, he would definitely be angry, but he knew that Sun Qingyu was worried about him. "Qingyu, don't worry. My son Yuan Bao is successful now. Compared to the money he earns, what I spend is not much." Before Yuan Laifu finished speaking, Fang Wenjin walked in with Zhang Wan. Sun Qing didn't say anything else, but he obviously didn't believe what his childhood friend said. Compared with the money Yuan Qing earned, what Laifu spent was a small amount of money, right? Impossible. How could he not know who Yuan Sheng was? He had watched him grow up, but he had no ability, and yet he betrayed his father. And from what his friends said, it seemed that Yuan Sheng made a lot of money, even more than Sun Qingyu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After things here are sorted out, he has to have a good talk with his old friend to find out where Yuan Sheng got all the money from, to make sure it's not obtained through illegal means and cause any more disaster. When Zhang Wen saw Yuan Laifu, he thought, this old man is really here to sell land. He secretly hated himself for being quick-witted and creating a competitor for his land sale. Zhang Wen approached Yuan Laifu and said in a low voice, "Brother Laifu, let's sell it at a minimum of 4 taels and set the same price." As long as he and Yuan Laifu agreed on the price, it would be difficult for Sun Qingyu to bargain back and forth. Yuan Laifu frowned. 4 taels of silver. You are dreaming. 4 taels is too high. Sun Qingyu echoed. 4 ounces per mu is indeed too expensive. Zhang Wan was stunned by Yuan Laifu's words. Did this old man Yuan Laifu have a brain seizure today? Damn it, just to go against me. He actually took the initiative to say that 4 taels of silver was too high. This was the first time he had seen a fool like Yuan Laifu, who took the initiative to sell land at a low price. Moreover, this was a secret between him and Yuan Laifu, but this idiot actually said it out loud. Damn it, I've seen fools before, but I've never seen such a fool. Zhang Wen looked disappointed and looked at Yuan Laifu as if he were a fool. Yuan Laifu rolled his eyes. Zhang Wen, this idiot, thought he was here to sell land? Humph. Fang Wenjin understood what was going on after seeing this situation. It was also his fault for forgetting to tell Zhang Wen that Yuan Laifu came to buy land. Zhang Wen, you misunderstood. Laifu came here today to buy your land. Chapter 54. Zhang Wen thought he was fine again. What the hell did you say? Zhang Wen questioned Fang Wenjin loudly. Fang Wenjin frowned. Zhang Wen, are you fucking crazy? I said Laifu is here to buy land today. Village head, I'm sorry. I just said that in a hurry. Zhang Wen reacted immediately. He was so shocked just now that he actually said something damn wrong to the village head. It's all Yuan Laifu's fault. How could this old man Yuan Laifu have the money to buy his land? Zhou Yuchuan and the others were talking in the yard at that time, and he heard it clearly. Zhou Yuchuan said that it might cost 70 or 80 taels to save his father. Yuan Laifu's family had just bought an ox cart. Even if the scholar's daughter gave a dowry of several dozen taels, after deducting the money for the ox cart and the money Yuan Laifu still owed, it would not be enough to save his son-in-law. It's likely that Yuan Laifu came here to laugh at him because he has no money to buy land. Thinking of this, Zhang Wen said angrily, Yuan Laifu, this is not good. You have no money to buy land. So why are you here pretending to be a big shot? Yuan Laifu was delighted. What if I have money to buy land? You sell it to me at 3 taels per mu? Sun Qingyu knew from the look on his childhood friend's face that he really had the money to buy the land. Zhang Wenhua was very angry. He originally thought that Yuan Laifu was going to sell his land just like him, but it turned out that he came to see his joke and pretended to buy his land. But Zhang Wen was still more cautious. Ha! If you can eat all my land, I'll sell it to you for 3 taels of silver. He has 40 acres of land. Originally, he planned to sell 20 acres of land and 5 acres of fertile land, but now he will definitely not be able to sell it for that price. But if an acre can be sold for 4 taels of silver, that is 80 taels. In addition to treating the injuries of his 2 sons and paying for daily expenses, there are still more than 10 taels left for Qingshu to attend private school. Even if the price is lowered, 1 acre should be sold for 3.5 taels of silver, and 20 acres is 70 taels of silver. Although the remaining money is not much, Qingshu has paid the repair work today, and it is enough to last until next year. Suppose he sells all 20 acres of land to Yuan Laifu, that's still 60 taels of silver. Even if Yuan Laifu and his family were sold, they wouldn't be able to get the money. Yuan Laifu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said arrogantly, "Of course I can eat it." Sun Qingyu caught the excitement in his childhood friend's eyes, and he understood what he meant. "Since you two are arguing, I will be a witness today." Zhang Wen also reacted, "I'm waiting for the silver to save my son. Yuan Laifu, you have to pay me in cash if you want to buy it. I'm using this money for emergency. What if you're just bragging and playing a trick on me? Words are not enough, so I'll write it down as proof. If you, Yuan Laifu, regret it, you have to compensate me 10 taels of silver." Yuan Laifu's eyes shrank. Zhang Wen seemed to have caught Yuan Laifu's handle and said excitedly, "Of course, if I regret it, I will also compensate you with 10 taels of silver." "Yuan Laifu, I just want to ask you if you dare to gamble? Do you have the guts?" Yuan Sheng said, "Dad, let's not do it." Zhang Wen was annoyed. "You haven't even grown all your hair yet. Kids, don't interrupt when adults are talking." "Well, all right." Yuan Laifu seemed to be irritated and got carried away. "Of course I dare to bet. I'm just afraid that you will regret it." Zhang Wen said arrogantly, "I regret it. I don't know who will be crying later." "In that case, Brother Wenjin, just sign a document." Yuan Laifu was too lazy to waste time talking to Zhang Wen. Fang Wenjin scratched his head. Zhang Wen was really a troublemaker. He was selling land, and he was even asking him to sell flowers. He even made a bet. It was fine. Anyway, he and Sun Qingyu were witnesses, and it had nothing to do with them. "How old are you two? You're still making such a fuss and wasting my paper." Fang Wenjin wrote the bet in a flash. He signed and Sun Qingyu put his fingerprints on it as 2 witnesses. "If you two are sure, just put your fingerprints on it. It's not too late to regret now." Fang Wenjin shook his head. Zhang Wen seemed to be trying to embolden himself. "I'm not afraid anyway. I won't regret it. Just press it." As he spoke, he put his handprint on the paper. Oh, it seems like I'm scared." Yuan Laifu also pressed his handprint. Zhang Wen thought Yuan Laifu would be afraid and would cheat. The bet had already been written down and would be effective when submitted to the government. How could Yuan Laifu not be afraid at all? He looked at Yuan Sheng again, and Yuan Sheng also looked calm and composed. Damn it, this can't be a trap. Zhang Wen was originally planning to sell 20 mu of land, which was worth 60 taels of silver. Did Yuan Laifu have 60 taels of silver? Or did Yuan Laifu think he was only selling a few mu of land? Anyway, it has come to this point. Zhang Wen can only rush forward with his eyes closed. Damn it, I'll sell 30 acres of land. 30 acres of land, 3 taels of silver per acre, that's 90 taels of silver. Yuan Laifu definitely can't afford it. Yuan Laifu was shocked. Did Zhang Wen have a seizure? His family had a total of 40 acres of land, and he was selling 30 acres directly? The 2 sons of the Zhang family are so capable, they should have saved a lot of money. He thought that Zhang Wen only sold a few acres of land. Then he thought again, no way. Is Zhang Wen deliberately making things difficult for him? Does he think he can't afford the 90 taels? 90 taels is just the income from my son selling braised meat for 2 days. Zhang Wen laughed when he saw Yuan Laifu's surprised expression. He received 10 taels of silver. Yuan Laifu, you are dumbfounded. You are too pretentious. Give me 10 taels of silver. Yuan Laifu was a little speechless. He used to think that Zhang Wen was a relatively stable person. Why was he so impatient today? Even a little crazy. Yuan Laifu turned to look at Yuan Sheng and said calmly, "Son, take the money." "Okay, Dad." Yuan Sheng took out a silver note of 100 taels directly from his sleeve. What? Zhang Wen was stunned. How could Yuan Laifu have so much money? This is 100 taels of silver. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His 30 acres of land? Sold them all at a low price? An acre of good farmland costs 5 taels of silver, but you sold it for only 3 taels per acre? Those good fields were made fertile by him and his sons who dug manure and applied fertilizer over and over again. Now they all belong to Yuan Laifu? No, the banknotes that Yuan Shang took out were fake, absolutely fake. Yuan Shang was not the god of wealth. How could he just take out 100 taels of silver? Zhang Wen said angrily, Yuan Shang, Yuan Laifu, do you know that forging banknotes is illegal? You should kowtow to me and admit your mistakes, otherwise I will report you to the government and put you in jail for life. Fang Wenjin frowned. Was it really a fake banknote? He, the village head, might be implicated. Brother Laifu, bring your banknote here so I can take a look. Facing Zhang Wen's accusation, Yuan Laifu remained calm. This guy must have suffered quite a blow, so let him digest it slowly. Okay. Yuan Laifu handed the banknote to Fang Wenjin. Fang Wenjin had seen silver bills before and knew how to distinguish the authenticity of the bills. He carefully examined the seal and the secret stamp and found that it was a genuine silver bill. Then, Sun Xingyu also took it over for inspection. As the richest man in Shanhou village, Sun Xingyu had also seen the world. This is a genuine, real silver note. Chapter 55. So Yuan Shang makes money from this? Despise. Fang Wenjin and Sun Xingyu's words were like a bolt from the blue, completely stunning Zhang Wen. Is this actually a real silver note? Yuan Laifu actually has the money to buy his 30 acres of land? What if he had just mentioned 40 mu of land? Would Yuan Laifu not be able to take out 120 taels? Seeing Yuan Laifu and Yuan Shang's calm and composed looks, Zhang Wen felt fortunate that they could afford it, as he was lucky that he had left 10 acres of land. Yuan Shang sighed, Uncle Zhang Wen, I just tried to persuade my father, but you just… Alas. Zhang Wen wanted to slap himself in the face. Indeed, Yuan Shang had just tried to persuade Yuan Laifu but was stopped by himself. He regretted it so much. Zhang Wen immediately thought, what if he regretted it? Would the loss of 10 taels of silver be enough? No, it seems that Sun Xingyu is not going to buy his land. If he doesn't sell it to Yuan Laifu now, how can he quickly raise money to save his 2 sons? Zhang Wen sighed. Fang Wenjin saw that the dust had settled and said, then I will write the land contract documents? Zhang Wen nodded dejectedly. Yuan Laifu said, Wen Gun, write it. Fang Wenjin wrote down the location of the land, the detailed process of the transaction time, witnesses, and other matters, and asked Yuan Laifu and Zhang Wen to put their fingerprints on it. After the two of them put their handprints on the land, Fang Wenjin said, Brother Laifu, come with me to the government office tomorrow to transfer the ownership of the land. The 30 acres of land will be yours. The transfer fee is 5 cents of silver. Yuan Laifu nodded, thank you, brother. Zhang Wen had no change on hand, so he had to ask the head of the village to borrow 10 taels from the village public account. He would then break open the 100-tael note and return it to the village tomorrow morning. The payment was made in full. Before, Zhang Wen's family owned 40 acres of land, and Yuan Laifu's family owned 10 acres of land. Now, Yuan Laifu's family has 40 acres of land, and Zhang Wen's family has 10 acres of land. Fang Wenjin and Sun Xingyu couldn't help but sigh that life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that Zhang Wen, who had one of the largest fields in the village, now only had 10 acres of land left? However, Yuan Laifu, who had little land and property, had this family business. Zhang Wen held his breath in his heart. Last time, he was only humiliated by Yuan Laifu, but this time, he was also humiliated. Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu are waiting for him. When his son passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, he will buy all of Yuan Laifu's land. After Zhang Wen left with a grim face, Yuan Lai and Fu Yi also said goodbye to Fang Wenjin. Fang Wenjin was also confused about the Yuan family's sudden wealth. Could it be that Yuan Shang's father-in-law, a scholar, gave his daughter several hundred taels of dowry? How much the hell does this cost? It's worth marrying the daughter-in-law from the Yuan family. Sun Xingyu also had many questions to ask his childhood friend, so he quickly followed Yuan Laifu. When Yuan Laifu saw that his childhood friend wanted to tell him something private, he said to his son, Bauer, go home first. I'll talk to your uncle's son for a while. Okay, Dad, go back early after this chat. Seeing Yuan Shang walking away, Sun Xing slapped Yuan Laifu on the back. Laifu, tell me, where did you get this money? I've told you, you don't know how much my son has earned. You can't even imagine how capable and awesome my son is now. Hey, in his entire life, Yuan Laifu rarely has the capital to show off in front of his childhood friend. Don't I know Yuan Bao? He uses his little cleverness to indulge in laziness. Laifu, I'm telling you, You have to keep a close eye on your son, or he won't cause any disaster in the future. Yuan Laifu was a little helpless. Is it so difficult to believe that his son is awesome? He didn't want to talk about the cooperation with Donglishun for the time being. It's not that he didn't believe Sun Qingyu, but he didn't believe his wife. Once Sun Qingyu told his wife, it would be like the whole village knew about it. Qingyu, don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on it. This money is definitely not stolen. Sun Qing thought of Yuan Shang's handsome face and his increasingly chic and suave temperament, right? Could it be? Laifu, tell me honestly, was Yuan Shang cheated by some landlord's widow in town? Laifu, you can't afford to eat this soft food. If the families of these widows find out, your family's prosperity will be beaten to death. You are too confused to actually care about this kind of thing? Sun Qingyu finally figured out that if Yuan Bao wanted to make money quickly, he could only rely on this face. No, there are guys down there. I've watched them since I was a kid. He was so great when he was a child. No wonder Yuan Bao can make money so quickly. Both the top and the bottom are so powerful. Yuan Laifu stood dumbfounded on the spot. Where the hell is he? Qingyu, that's pure nonsense. Can I ask my Yuan Bao to make noodles? You really think about it. You are really a fucking talent. Isn't it? Of course not. If you say it's not, then it's not. Sun Qingyu obviously didn't believe it. Yuan Laifu was annoyed by the petty remarks. I am too lazy to talk to you anymore. I'm going home to sleep. Go, go, go. Your kindness is taken for granted. Yuan Laifu and Sun Qingyu didn't know that their conversation was overheard by Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan clapped his hands. So that's it. He was just wondering if it was the scholar in the Yuan family who gave him a few hundred taels of silver as a dowry. But then he thought it was impossible. He was just a scholar, not a rich landlord. A few hundred taels of silver could buy 100 acres of land. To give 100 acres of land as a dowry, one must be very rich. Now, he finally knew where the money of the Yuan family came from. It turned out that Yuan Shang was kept by a rich widow. He made money with that face and that stick below. I despise you. Alas. Zhang Wen sighed again. As far as he knew, many wealthy widows were tender and beautiful, and having sex with them could make money. Damn it, why doesn't such a good thing happen to him? No, Yuan Shang's being a concubine must be publicized to his Yuan family. Unfortunately, he has to take care of his sick son these days, so he can only wait until his son comes back. When Yuan Shang returned home, Shang Hohat was overjoyed to hear that her son and his wife had used 90 taels of silver to buy 30 acres of land from Zhang Wen's family. Damn Agu Weifan. She wanted to buy our well and house land for 15 taels of silver for 5 taels of silver. In my opinion, giving them 2 taels of silver for 1 acre of land is too much. Shang Hohat got angry when she thought of the previous expressions of Ma Guifan and Zhang Wan. Yuan Shang smiled. Mom, I think 3 taels is just the right price. If it's any lower, the villagers will say we are mean. Their son is waiting for help, and we are trying to lower the price. We are suspected of taking advantage of the situation. Now it's 3 taels of silver, we are getting a bargain. And plus Zhang Wen wanted to buy the well from us at a low price before. No one in the village can say anything, and they have to say we are kind and righteous. That's right. Shang Hohat felt that her husband and son were very thoughtful. Oh, we now have 40 acres of land. I still can't react to the fact that 10 acres of land has become 40 acres of land. Mom, you have to get used to it. Didn't I say I would buy you and Dad 1,000 acres of land? You've only just started. Shang Hohat smiled like a flower. Son, don't worry, even if you buy me 1,000 hectares of land, I can adapt. 1,000? Not impossible. It took me 20 years to become the richest man in my previous life, so 2 years should be enough in this life. After exchanging greetings with his mother, Yuan Shang returned to his room. His wife had already prepared the foot-washing water. After washing his feet, Yuan Shang splashed the water, climbed into the bed, and fell into a sweet dream while hugging his sweet and soft wife. Chapter 56 Zhou Changlin. I am filial. I am not stupid. Qingshan Town, Shanhou Village, Zhou Changlin's home. Old man Zhou thought about it and went directly to Changlin to talk about dividing the family property. Changlin might not agree, so he discussed countermeasures with his youngest son Zhou Changshui. Changshui, you'll make a scene later, saying that your eldest brother has spent all the family fortune and you want to divide the family property. Zhou Changshui raised his thumb and said, Dad, the old ones are still the best, and it has to be you. After Yuan Shang and Dr. Zhong left, Zhou Changshui and Ma Xiangqin started quarreling. Ma Xiangqin's voice was sharp and tearful. How can we live like this? It will cost 60 taels of silver to treat my eldest brother's injury, and how much money do we have in total? We must separate the family. Zhou Changshui, if we don't separate the family, I will go back to my mother's house. Anyway, the Zhou family has not only spent all its money, but also is facing famine. If there is no food to eat, I will take the children back to my mother's house to eat. Shangqin, please stop making trouble. Sigh. Zhou Changshui sat in the yard and sighed. Even after my eldest brother recovered from his injury, he still can't work. My eldest sister-in-law has to take care of him, and with the addition of a bunch of kids, they are eating for free. Won't they all rely on us in the future? They know that we are honest, but they are going to treat us like donkeys. My eldest brother and his family want to eat our flesh and drink our blood. We have to separate. We can't live like this anymore. Zhou Changshui, if we don't split up, I will let the boy in my belly have the surname Ma. Just tell me whether we will split up or not. Ma Shangqin said while hitting her belly with her hands. Only she knew how much real damage she had suffered. Before Zhou Changshui could say anything, Wang Chuanxiang ran out crying, Shangqin, what are you doing? This is my grandson. Ma Shangqin wiped her tears aggrievely. Mom, if we don't separate, we will all be dragged down to death by our eldest brother's family. We will have no food to eat in the future anyway, so it's better to let him die now. Wang Chuanxiang began to cry in a rhythmic voice, Golden grandson, my golden grandson. Zhou Changshui shouted, Dad, let's split up the family. We can't live like this if we don't. Dad, you can't just think about my brother and not think about us. Zhou Changshui knelt down facing old man Zhou's room. Dad, this is only the first day. How are we going to live in the future? If we don't separate, Shangqin will have to go back to her parents' home. She's pregnant with our Zhou family's son. Zhou Changshui then said to Zhou Changlin's room, Brother, don't be too selfish. Your first wife will be left with nothing to use in the future and will just eat for free. If you don't split up the family, you will drag down our second wife to death. Brother, please spare us. I'll kowtow to you. After saying that, Zhou Changshui kowtowed in the direction of Zhou Changlin. The wrinkles on old man Zhou's face were big enough to kill a mosquito. He sighed and left the room, cursing at Zhou Changshui and Ma Shangqin. You guys are going to force Dad to death. How can I separate them when your eldest brother is in this condition? Children's debts are children's debts. Each of you is my ancestor. Dad, we're not forcing you. It's just that life is unbearable. Just go and talk to your eldest brother about it. Zhou Changshui crawled over on his knees and hugged old man Zhou's thighs. Forget it. I'll go talk to your eldest brother and see what he thinks. Zhou Changlin drank Dr. Zhong's Ma Fei San, had an acupuncture injection, took some medicine, and drank chicken soup. He felt a lot better. Just when he was about to close his eyes and have a good rest, a big show started outside. Huh, he's selfish? When he was supporting the whole family for his father and doing most of the physical work at home, why didn't you say he was selfish? Now that he has injured his waist and has become a useless person who can't do physical work, he is selfish if he doesn't divide the family? Even if they agreed to divide the family, they still felt that he was selfish. It would be better for him to just wait for death like he did the morning before, without spending a penny. That would be the most selfless thing for the family. If Yuan Bauer hadn't come to save him, he might not have survived for a few days, his injuries would have worsened, and a thin-skinned coffin would have been his fate. He was in excruciating pain at the time, and Panner couldn't get the money to save him. He was in despair. In the end, it was Yuan Bauer who held up the sky for him. He couldn't help but think of Yuan Bauer when he was a child, looking up at him in admiration with his little head tilted up. At that time, he held up the sky for Yuan Bao. Now, Yuan Bauer has grown up and came to save him when he was in despair, and provided him with a roof over his head. Yuan Bao, much better than his so-called relatives. Thinking of the expressions on his father and brother's faces, Zhou Changlin couldn't help but feel sad. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and when he heard his father's footsteps, he regained his composure. Old man Zhou walked into the room with a sad face, moved a small stool, and sat next to Zhou Changlin's bed. Grabbing Zhou Changlin's calloused hand, Son, Dad is sorry for you. Ma Shangqin is not an easy person to deal with, and Changshui is not sensible either. They're making a fuss about dividing the family. If we don't divide the family, I'm afraid our family will never have peace. They are trying to force Dad to death. Alas. Dad also knows that if I separate you, your life will be difficult. Don't worry, Dad will fill in a few more children in the future. Old man Zhou sighed and shed tears. Your second brother and his wife are pushing Dad to death. Children are debts. All children are debts. Zhou Changlin was indifferent to his father's pity. He looked into his father's eyes and said, Dad, you said you were sorry to me this morning. You were saying that you were incompetent, and didn't have a few hundred taels of silver to save me. Why did you change your mind now? Old man Zhou was shocked and his hands that were wiping tears were frozen. He didn't expect that his son didn't do as he expected. Is this still his most obedient, filial, and most loving eldest son? Zhou Chonglin ignored his father's surprised expression and said, "Yes, it is indeed a waste of money to spend dozens of taels of silver to save a useless son." Zhou Chonglin is sensible and filial. He is not stupid. He has seen through all the dad's behaviors today. He can't compare to Zhou Chongxin's fingernail. His panner was right. 50 taels of silver was the cost of Zhou Chongxin's one-year training and Confucianism classes, but it was also Zhou Chonglin's life. His father decisively gave up on his life. It was precisely because of his excessive regard for Zhou Chongxin that Yuan Bauer was able to control his father and force him to pay for his own treatment. Oh, old man Zhou was stunned for a while before he realized what he was doing. He put away his embarrassed expression, put down Zhou Chonglin's hand, and wiped away his tears. "Chonglin, you really learned the wrong lesson from Yuan Panner, and you even satirized Dad. Believe it or not, just because you are disobedient and unfilial, I can whip you with a big stick." Zhou Chonglin sneered, "Dad, you chose the wrong career in this life. You shouldn't be farming. You should be singing opera. My waist is injured now, and you still want to beat me with a big stick? Then I'll have Yuan Bauer hold the gong and publicize your deeds. Who in the whole Dongshan village doesn't know that I, Zhou Chonglin, is the most filial?" Old man Zhou was so angry that he fell backwards, his blood boiling. How could he not realize that his son was a rebellious and unfilial person? Comparing him to a low-class actor? Chapter 57. My brother-in-law is the best. He raised this son in vain. He should have been pushed into the chamber pot and drowned as soon as he was born. Ungrateful person. Old man Zhou's eyes were cold. "Zhou Chonglin, I think your last name should be Yuan. You are becoming more and more like that scoundrel Yuan Sheng." "Like Yuan Bao? That's good. He's loyal and knows how to repay kindness. If I didn't have Yuan Bao, I wouldn't know how I died." Old man Zhou's chest heaved. "Yuan Bauer saves you for things that are indistinguishable from the inside out? It's not even my old Zhou family's money that was spent. Let me ask you, did Yuan Bao spend a penny for you today? You are the only one so heartless. Help outsiders make your father angry. You don't have to slander Yuan Bao. I can clearly see who is sincere and who is fake." Zhou Chonglin looked contemptuous. Even now, his father still wants to fool him. Okay, your father. I gave birth to you and raised you, and you raised a white-eyed wolf. Today I'm asking you, do you divide this family or not?" Old man Zhou's eyes didn't look like he was looking at his son, but rather as if he was looking at his son. "Look at the enemy." "No. Why do you separate my whole family when I'm injured and can't work anymore? You know exactly why I went to the logging team. I didn't get injured to make money for myself. I did it at your request, for I just went to the logging team to raise money for your precious son Zhou Chong's. Now you think I'm useless and you want to get rid of me? Dad, your plan has been heard by the neighboring village." Rebellious son. Seeing that his hope of dividing the family property had failed, old man Zhou picked up Zhou Chonglin's medicine bowl and threw it down. Porcelain pieces flew everywhere, and one piece hit Zhou Chonglin's face, leaving a bloody mark. Yuan Painter and a few other kids had been driven to the door by old man Zhou before, and now they rushed in when they heard the noise. The children looked at old man Zhou with a wary look on their faces, unlike before when their eyes were full of admiration. Forget it. There would be no result if they continued to make a fuss. We could talk about the division of the family later. After old man Zhou left, Yuan Painter sent all the children out and asked Zhou Yuchuan to help watch the door. Yuan Painter sat at the head of the bed. Zhou Chonglin finally took off his disguise and cried as he looked at his wife. "Painter, I feel so sad. This is my father and my brother, my closest relatives. In the past, the father was kind and the son was filial. I thought my relationship with my father was very good. Today I realized that this was all what I thought. They treated me as a piece of shit, a fool who could only help them work and make money. Today, my father is gone, my brother is gone, they are all gone." Yuan Painter held Zhou Chonglin's head and stroked his hair with her hands. "Chonglin, don't be afraid. You still have me, your 3 children, and Yuan Bao. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad." Zhou Chonglin couldn't understand it. He had been sensible since he was young and had known how to be filial to his parents. He would give the delicious food to his parents and rush to do the work. He knew it was not easy for his parents to raise them. He had a good relationship with his father since he was young, and he had a good relationship with his younger brother when he was young. But later they got married and their relationship became a little distant. But why would they watch him die? Just because he couldn't work anymore, and even if he was cured, he couldn't make money for the family. His father let him die without hesitation? If his father had offered to treat his injuries, he might have taken the initiative to end his life in order not to burden his family. But now he refused. Most of the family business was built by him and Panner. Why should they do as they wish? Before he died, Zhou Changshui dared to kick his child and beat his wife. He had to live well and protect his wife and children. Changlin, don't be too sad. If it was Zhou Changshui today, Dad might have given up directly. Dad loves himself the most. He loves whoever is useful to him among you kids. Zhou Changlin sighed. Panner still saw it clearly. By the way, Changlin, why don't you want to split the family? Yuan Panner had just overheard a general idea outside the house. From what she heard, Changlin should be willing to split the family if conditions permit. Now she is just confirming it. If we don't split up, Dad will have to use the public treasury's money to treat my injuries. If we split up, we will have to use our own money to treat my injuries, and there will be no family property left. Besides, I am injured and can't do physical work. Yuchuan and the others are still young. You are the only one who can support the family. As long as we don't split up, there will be food for us. Yuan Painter nodded. So, if we have the conditions, are you willing to split up? Of course. You have to have the conditions to avoid their bullying. Just wait and see. Dad smashing the bowl is just the beginning. Soon they will use you and the children as a scapegoat. The word filial piety is like a knife hanging over your head. We have to endure how they bully us in the future. Zhou Changlin was helpless. Yuan Panner smoothed Zhou Changlin's frown and said in a low voice, Changlin, we have the conditions now. Yuan Bauer has made a name for himself. He has money. Yuan Bauer is doing business with Donglishan now, making a lot of money. What did you say? Zhou Changlin's voice rose unconsciously, and then he whispered, why is it so sudden? There was no news before. So, that's why I said that my Yuan Bao has a magical tool. He invented a way to cook meat, which is very popular with Donglishan's owner Chao. The Dr. Zhong that Yuan Bao brought today is a friend of Donglishan's owner Chao, and the one called Qingchun is Chao's confidant. Zhou Changlin slapped himself. This was just like a dream. At this moment, he didn't feel any pain from the wounds on his body. I told you that Yuan Bauer is definitely not an ordinary person and will definitely have a bright future, but you still didn't believe me. Yuan Painter smiled and said, you are the only one who thinks highly of him. That's right, I have a good eye. Changlin, I only found out about this today when Yuan Bao came. I didn't tell you in time because I was afraid that Dad and the others would find out and hold us hostage. I was also afraid that you would be soft-hearted and not see through Zhou Changshui and the others' true colors and would not want to split up the family. You won't blame me and Yuan Bao, will you? Zhou Changlin shook his head. I am filial, but I am not a fool. Today I have thoroughly seen their true colors. How can you still be so foolishly filial and unwilling to separate the family? We have slept in the same bed for so many years, but you still don't understand your husband. You're so funny. Yuan Panner smiled coquettishly. By the way, Yuan Bauer said that he will completely cure your injury, and he will send the 3 little ones, Yuchuan, Yufeng, and Yuzhu, to private schools in the future, and then find a way for us to make money. Zhou Changlin slapped himself again. Was he really dreaming? He could never have dreamed of such a good thing. How is this possible? Did Zhou Changlin go directly from a dying man to a successful person? His doctor said that it would cost several hundred taels. And how much would it cost to support 3 children in school? Do we need to find a way for them to make money? That's right, Yuan Bauer is so familiar with Donglishan's owner Chao that he can easily assign him a job. Ma Xiangqin's younger brother Ma Laishi is just a waiter at Donglishan, but the old Ma family looks so awesome. His brother-in-law must be 1,000 times stronger than Malay. Chapter 58. Not even a hair as good as Yuan Sheng. Yes, Malay Xi is not even a hair better than Yuan Sheng. Normally, Ma Xiangqin often used Ma Laishi's identity to pretend in front of Panner, saying how Yuan Bauer was a rogue and how he couldn't stand up, and how powerful her brothers were, especially Ma Laishi, who knew many important people. Zhou Changlin couldn't wait to see Ma Xiangqin get slapped in the face. After his excitement faded, Zhou Changlin said, Panner, although Yuan Bauer has made a good career now, we can't drag him down. It will cost several hundred taels of silver to completely cure my injury, and the cost of sending 3 children to private school is too high. Yuan Bauer is helping us by introducing us to a job that can make money. As for the rest, we can take our time later. Yuan Painter smiled and said, I know. Don't I know how to feel sorry for my brother? Bauer said he would help us, but we must also be self-reliant. By the way, Changlin, what about the division of the family? Zhou Changlin groaned. Now Dad and the others are more anxious than us. They can't wait to separate us. The more time they delay, the more they will lose. You wait. I guess Mom and Ma Shangqin will come to talk to you soon and ask you to persuade me to separate the family. Then we can take advantage of the situation and get more family property. You make sense. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Wang Chuanxiang came to persuade Yuan Painter. Originally, Old Man Zhou didn't want to tell Wang Chuanxiang about the division of the family property, as his wife was confused and it might turn out badly. But now, Zhou Chonglin no longer sees him as his father. His eldest brother has turned into an ungrateful person. He can't get anything done, so he can only let his wife get involved. Old Man Zhou sighed and said to Wang Chuanxiang, "The second son's wife is so noisy, and she also wants our grandson to have the surname Ma. Now we can only do as she wishes and separate from the eldest son's family." Wang Chuanxiang frowned. "But where are my two grandchildren?" Old Man Zhou glared at him and said, "You are confused. The two of us, Yu Chuan and Yu Feng, have separated. They also have the surname Zhou and are our grandchildren. The grandchild in the belly will have the surname Ma. How can they be the same?" "It seems so. But the eldest is injured. Not only does it cost a lot of money, but he can't work. If we divide them up, how can Panna raise Chonglin and these kids by himself? Can we afford to raise chickens if we don't divide the family? Then our whole family will have to eat bran. You raise that precious chicken, and tomorrow Yuan Bear will come and kill another one for you. Kill one for you every day. Kill them all for you. And Chongsin, stop studying and come back to farm." Old Man Zhou's words hit Wang Chuanxiang's soft spot. Zhou Chonglin was her first child, so she loved him. She loved her youngest son Chongsin even more. Her youngest son Chongsin said that he would become an official and give her a feast every day. Wang Chuanxiang was greedy and liked to eat something good. She couldn't stand eating bran all the time. She couldn't bear to eat her own chicken, but it all went into Da Feng's stomach. This made her most angry today. This afternoon, the eldest daughter-in-law cooked the chicken. She could smell the aroma from a distance, and her mouth was watering. She asked the eldest daughter-in-law to leave a chicken leg and a chicken breast for her son, and they would eat the rest. As a result, the eldest daughter-in-law directly called a few children, brought the chicken soup, locked the door, and ate it all by herself. The eldest son's wife is not filial now. She was about to make a scene, but the old man restrained her. Thinking of all these, she no longer cared about feeling sorry for her eldest son and grandchildren. Divide the family. Must divide the family. Old man, what do you need me for? The eldest son is an ungrateful person now. We can only start with the eldest daughter-in-law. You should talk to her and tell her about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law over the years. Ask her to persuade Chonglin to agree to separate the family. Good. Wang Chuanxiang received the task from Old Man Zhou and knocked on the door of the main room. "Panner." "Mom, what's up?" Wang Chuanxiang smiled and said, "These are the new pumpkin seeds that Mother got. Try some." Well, this topic was so awkward. Besides, weren't Ma Shangqin the only one who could enjoy my mother's pumpkin seeds? Yuan Panner took the pumpkin seeds calmly and said, "Thank you, Mother." "Panner, you said that during the years since you got married, your mother has treated you well and treated you like her own daughter. Apart from anything else, your mother gave birth to 7 daughters before giving birth to 1 son. Your mother has never doubted your ability to give birth to a boy. And your brother, who is notorious, your mother has never disliked him." Yuan Painter's face became colder and colder, and she interrupted Wang Chuanxiang. "Mom, what do you want to say? Anyway, the family is going to be divided now, and she doesn't have to endure this humiliation anymore. Her younger brother Yuan Bauer is her support." Wang Chuanxiang smiled awkwardly. She was talking about things that were not related to the topic. "Panner, Mother wants to ask what Chonglin really thinks and why he doesn't want to divide the family. Chonglin said that it's not impossible to split the family, but it depends on how you and Dad divide it." Wang Chuanxiang's eyes flashed with surprise. There is a way, but she didn't know how to divide it. The old man didn't tell her. "I'll ask your father and tell you when I come back." Wang Chuanxiang and Old Man Zhou came back after discussing it. "Panner, your father and I are still alive, so we'll take half. The remaining shares will be divided equally between Chonglin, Chongshui, and Chongsin, and you will get 1 share from the eldest branch. Chonglin will get the 6 mu of land near the hillside. Our family has a total of 53 taels of silver. Give Chonglin a little more and give him 9 taels. As for the place to live, give Chonglin a little more, too. The 2 thatched houses near the hillside will be given to Chonglin, and any extra cooking utensils will be given to you." "What about the cost of Chonglin's treatment?" "Of course, the cost of Chonglin's medical treatment will be borne by your eldest wife," Wang Chuanxiang said as a matter of course. Yuan Panner was too lazy to argue with her. Okay, mother, I'll tell Changlin. Yuan Panner returned to the room and told Zhou Changlin what old man Zhou was thinking. She knew very well that Wang Chuanxiang was often confused and was just old man Zhou's mouthpiece. Zhou Changlin said, "Oh, Dad, you've got a pretty good calculation. If we divide it this way, they spent 13 taels of silver on my wounds yesterday, and after dividing the money, we still owe them 4 taels? Among the 40 mu of land at home, only the land near the hillside is of medium quality, and the rest are of high quality. There are also 2 shabby thatched houses near the hillside that have not been occupied for 10 years. They are already dilapidated and leaking everywhere. How can people live there? Dad hates me and doesn't want to see me in this yard anymore." Although Zhou Changlin has already recognized the reality, cried a lot, and cut off the past love between father and son and brother, he still feels uncomfortable now. "No, we have been too filial and honest over the years and ended up like this. Don't think you can just get rid of us like this." Yuan Painter nodded. "Okay, I'll tell mother what you mean." Zhou Yuchuan had been listening to his father and mother talking about the separation of the family. He remembered his uncle's instructions and passed on any news about the separation to his uncle in a timely manner. Yuchuan told Yufeng to continue paying attention to the separation of the family, and then he trotted off to find his uncle. When Yuan Shang saw Yuchuan coming so quickly, he thought that old man Zhou and Wang Chuanxiang really couldn't wait even a day. After listening to Yuchuan's words, Yuanxing felt that this was not a bad thing. He was willing to give up. The small sacrifice now was for greater benefits in the future. "Yuchuan, go back and tell your parents to agree to the division of the family property. We will do it tomorrow." Chapter 59. It's not too much for the richest man's sister to be extremely wealthy. "Why, uncle, if we divide the family property like this, mom and dad will suffer. Grandpa and grandma only pick on the honest people to bully. Yuchuan, in our era, filial piety is more important than anything else, but it is also like a knife hanging over your head. If you don't handle the division of the family well this time, and your sister and brother-in-law become rich in the future, the Zhou family will come up and use filial piety to pressure you. What will you do then?" Zhou Yuchuan disagreed. "Let them talk. It won't hurt a piece of meat. The villagers who know the inside story won't say anything about us." Yuan Xing asked, "What if my sister and brother-in-law have tens of thousands of taels of wealth in the future? Bystanders will only sympathize with the weak. They are so rich, but they are unwilling to give some money to their parents." Zhou Yuchuan was a little confused. "Tens of thousands of taels of wealth? Uncle, are you overthinking it? How can our family have tens of thousands of taels of wealth in the future? Isn't it normal for the sister and brother-in-law of the future richest man to have tens of thousands of taels of wealth?" Zhou Yuchuan stood on tiptoe and touched Yuan Shang's forehead. "No fever? Why is my uncle a little crazy today?" Yuan Shang glared at his nephew. "Don't you believe in your uncle's ability? In the past, my uncle even cheated me of my New Year's money, but later he learned it well and became amazing. But the richest man? What does that mean?" He couldn't imagine it. Zhou Yuchuan nodded in confusion. "I believe in my uncle. Also, if one of you or Yufeng is a good student and passes the imperial examination to pursue a career in government, will your parents dare to leave your grandparents alone? They will definitely get in trouble." Zhou Yuchuan nodded. It seemed to be the case. However, he and Yufeng had no money to study. His mother said that his uncle would support them, and his father said that they could not drag down his uncle. "So, my uncle suggests that you get the severance letter this time. If you can't get it, you should also write down the reason for the separation in detail when you divide the family, and the annual support for your grandparents after the separation. At the same time, let the villagers and the elders in the clan witness how your grandparents treated your parents harshly. In this way, your parents can stand on the high ground of public opinion." Zhou Yuchuan understood that if they were poor in the future, the high ground of public opinion would not be important at all, and it would be better to find a way to share more of the family property now. But if they really became rich as his uncle said, then the high ground of public opinion would be crucial. "Uncle, I understand." Yuan Shang warned again, "Even if the maintenance fee is written in the separation letter, your parents will become very wealthy in the future. Under the pressure of filial piety, they will not follow the separation letter and will still be entangled by them. It is best to get the severance letter this time. This is the way to eliminate the trouble forever. But what I am most worried about is my brother-in-law. He can't let go of the people of the Zhou family." Zhou Yuchuan waved his hands. "Uncle, don't worry about this. My father has completely seen through their true colors today. My father made my grandfather very angry." "That's good. When you go back, you must explain to your parents the importance of getting the letter of severance of engagement. Also, tell them that I have found a place for them to make a living. The house on the hillside is just right. It's on the edge of Dongshan village, but it's also close to us. If it's at Lao Zhou's house, it will be bad for their livelihood. The hillside is on the edge of Dongshan village and also on the edge of Shanhou village. It only takes an incense stick of time to get from the hillside to Yuanqing's house. Uncle, I will go back and tell my parents. Zhou Yuchuan was stopped just as he was about to leave. Sheng Hohat slapped him on the back and said, hurry up, hurry up. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Why don't you eat at your grandparents' house before leaving? Zhou Yuchuan scratched his head. Grandma, it's not dinner time yet. I ate chicken today. It was delicious. Zhu Qinci brought out steamed rice, a plate of braised pork belly, and a plate of roasted eggplant. Zhou Yuchuan couldn't walk when he smelled the smell. How could it be so fragrant? He couldn't help but drool. My stomach, which had just eaten porridge and chicken, started to growl again. Zhu Qinci handed over the chopsticks. Yuchuan, why don't you take the chopsticks and eat? Zhou Yuchuan took the chopsticks and said, thank you, Aunt. Grandma, where's Grandpa? The elders didn't eat, so Zhou Yuchuan didn't move his chopsticks. Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, why don't you eat? Sheng Hohat was a little angry. Your grandfather is taking De Huang out again. De Huang is his biological son. Yuchuan, you eat. We have already had lunch. Zhou Yuchuan swallowed his saliva and tried hard to suppress the greed in his stomach and said, if you don't eat such delicious food, I won't eat it either. As he spoke, he put the chopsticks down on the table. Yuan Sheng patted his head and said, you are not that old, but you are so sensible. Just eat it with confidence. We eat this kind of food every day. Your grandma and your aunt made it specially for you. Really? Zhou Yuchuan looked incredulous. Yuan Sheng smiled and said, really? I'm the one who sells this braised pork. Your grandma is almost tired of it. When Sheng Hohat ate this braised meat for the first time, she felt that the dragon meat from heaven was just awesome. After braising it and eating it every day, she found that she didn't like it that much anymore. Son, I also want to eat the boiled fish you made. The boiled fish was fragrant and spicy, so delicious. Zhu Qinci chuckled and said, Mom, I have learned it all. I will buy a big carp and cook it for you tomorrow. Really? My daughter-in-law is so smart. She learned it in one go. Sheng Hohat was so happy. Her daughter-in-law was smart and filial, so what did it matter if she was ugly? Yuan Sheng held Zhu Qinci's hand under the table, and Zhu Qinci's white jade cheeks slowly turned pink. My dear, you are so mean. In front of so many people. Zhou Yuchuan then felt at ease to pick up his chopsticks and took a bite of the roasted eggplant first. Oh my God, how come this eggplant is so delicious? He never knew there were such delicious vegetarian dishes in the world. They tasted almost as good as meat. This eggplant is fried in oil with sweet osmanthus. Of course it is delicious. Zhou Yuchuan took another bite of rice, which was fragrant and sticky. This was the first time he had eaten such delicious rice since he was a child. He remembered that his family bought rice once, and his grandmother would steam a bowl for his uncle every time he came back from private school. His brother secretly tasted a bite and was scolded by his grandmother. Zhou Yuchuan carefully picked up another piece of braised pork belly. It was so delicious. He was so moved that he wanted to cry. This taste was beyond his imagination. Did his uncle use him to make money? No wonder. Yuchuan, eat as much as you can. Eat all the dishes. They are specially made for you. And there is more rice in the pot after you finish it. Your aunt will add more for you. By the way, Yuchuan, don't tell anyone about the braised meat in advance. Don't show off your wealth. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Uncle, I understand. Zhou Yuchuan enjoyed the food wantonly. He thought, his uncle said that he would be the richest man in the future. His uncle said that his family would be wealthy in the future and that he would be able to pursue a career in politics. All these will come true because my uncle can really create miracles. Chapter 60. Zhou Chonglin made up his mind. After Zhou Yuchuan finished his meal and said goodbye to everyone, he was about to go home. It was getting dark. Yuchuan, I'll take you back. It's getting dark. Uncle, I'm not afraid of the dark. Zhou Yuchuan is only 10 years old. How could he not be afraid of the dark? There are graves on the road, and children are most afraid of ghosts. I'll take you to the entrance of your village. Uncle, you are so nice. Zhou Yuchuan blinked and looked up at Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng touched the top of his head and couldn't help but think of how his brother-in-law took care of him in the same way when he was a child. Two people walked on a country road. The moonlight sprinkled down, with dots of silver light. Crickets chirped desperately, making the night particularly quiet and warm. Soon, Zhou Yuchuan returned home, and he immediately asked his younger brother Zhou Yufeng about the division of the family. Yufeng wiped his nose and said, Dad doesn't agree with this division. He said that he was injured for the family, and we should heal his wounds before dividing the family. If you want to divide the family now, give him the 60 taels of silver for his treatment." Old man Zhou and the others were already shouting and cursing in the room. This ungrateful bastard. He should have been put into a chamber pot and drowned in a manure pit when he was born. His parents raised him, but ended up raising a scourge. He has learned to threaten his parents. Zhou Changshui handed a glass of water to old man Zhou. "Dad, calm down first. I told you a long time ago that I am much more filial than my elder brother, but you just didn't believe me. Now you see his true face, right? He is so cruel to his own parents. He won't give up until his own parents and brother are dragged to death. He is not my son. He is my enemy. He thinks he has found my weakness and is trying to make fun of me, his father. What a ruthless person. He is not afraid of being struck by lightning. 60 taels. He really said that. He wants to rob our family of everything. There is no money, but our lives will be taken away. Today I will ask Zhou Chonglin whether his father's life is worth 60 taels. I gave birth to him and raised him, but in the end he wanted to kill me. Aren't you afraid of God's punishment?" Zhou Changshui stroked old man Zhou's back from behind to help his father calm down. "Dad, there's no point getting angry with this disobedient and unfilial guy." Ma Xiangqin was only a month pregnant, but she was licking her big belly, as if she was about to give birth, but in fact it was full of fat. Sister-in-law is such a bad girl. She usually pretends to be filial, but in fact she is full of evil intentions. Maybe she was the one who instigated the request for the 60 taels. What a wicked person. She won't let her husband walk the right path. I am so unlucky to marry such a wife. Wang Chuanxiang was furious when she thought of the delicious chicken that went into the eldest wife's stomach. Yuan Panner looked obedient and filial, but she was just pretending. Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Panner listened to old man Zhou and the others swearing. Zhou Chonglin clenched his fists. For so many years, so many days and nights, he had always loved his parents and was filial to them. He gave them the best food first and rushed to do the work. But today, he didn't follow his parents' wishes and ended his life, and he was scolded like this. And Panner, she has suffered a lot of grievances since she got married in these years, but she has never been disobedient or unfilial. Why are they putting such a big hat on her today? Yuan Panner had already made up her mind that if old man Zhou and the others continued to scold her like this, she would go out and cry. Since they were not afraid of making a big deal out of it, she and Chonglin were not afraid either. At this time, Zhou Yuchuan pushed the door open. "Dad, Mom, I just came back from my uncle's house. My uncle told me some things about the division of the family." Zhou Yuchuan repeated Yuan Shang's suggestion about dividing the family in this way and that way. Zhou Yuchuan asked worriedly, "Dad, my uncle said it would be best to take this opportunity to sign a severance agreement. Are you willing?" Yuan Painter also looked at Zhou Chonglin eagerly. Breaking off the relationship? Zhou Chonglin never thought about breaking off the relationship. He just wanted to separate the family. If you really sign the severance agreement, then you will be completely done with each other and will be like strangers from now on. For Zhou Chonglin, today his kind father suddenly changed his attitude and let him die, and his usually carefree brother suddenly regarded him as a thorn in his side. This was a huge change, but he was not mentally prepared to break off relations with them and become strangers from then on. Zhou Yuchuan said, "Dad, my uncle said that even if we wrote down the reason for the separation and the money for Grandpa and Grandma's support when we split up, they would still come after our family becomes prosperous. You have seen the disgusting faces of Grandpa and Grandma and my uncle. Are you willing to be sucked blood and flesh by them in the future?" "Dad, I don't want to." Zhou Chonglin frowned. Being filial on your own initiative and being forced to be filial are two completely different feelings. He imagined that if he really became wealthy, as Yuan Bauer said, and was forced by them and pressured by them to pay large sums of money with the excuse of filial piety, he would feel disgusted. If his two sons could really pass the imperial examinations, he and Panner would be held hostage by their parents with filial piety and morality. Just thinking about that kind of life would make them feel depressed and uncomfortable. Yuan Bauer's reminder to him like this naturally had a deeper meaning. Let's do it. Zhou Chonglin made up his mind. Break off the relationship. Relatives like this are worse than outsiders, so it's better not to have them. Dad, you can't go wrong if you just listen to my uncle. You don't know how amazing my uncle is. The braised meat he makes is so delicious. I feel like it's almost like dragon meat from heaven. Zhou Chonglin was originally in a heavy mood, but was immediately amused by his son's words. Have you ever eaten dragon meat? I haven't tried it, but it's 10 times more delicious than you can imagine. Sure, my uncle said this should be kept secret. So we have to keep it low-key. Is it really so delicious? Yuan Painter was curious. Really? I had 2 big bowls of white rice and a plate of braised meat at my grandma's house today. The smell was so good that it almost made my tongue fall off. Zhou Yuchuan was very excited, and he still can't help swallowing his saliva when he thinks of the taste. Yuan Painter and Zhou Changlin felt much better when they saw Zhou Yuchuan's funny appearance as a greedy monkey. They have completely cut ties with Lao Zhou's family, and they will have a good life from now on. Having made up her mind, Yuan Painter came to the yard, where the people in the main house were still cursing. Mom, I have something to tell you. What? Wang Chuanxiang came out at the signal of Old Man Zhou. Mother, you scolded Changlin and me so much, which completely hurt our hearts. You can split up the family as father said, and we will sever our relationship? Wang Chuanxiang pointed her finger and said, You. After a long pause, she said, Tell me, was it you, a troublemaker, who instigated this? Zhou Changlin had been listening to the noise in the yard. Mom, this has nothing to do with Panner. You are the ones who trampled on my son's sincerity. I want to break off my relationship with you. Zhou Changlin shouted, I want to break off my relationship with you. Wang Chuanxiang was stunned, then rushed to Zhou Changlin's room. My son, you were raised by your mother with all her hard work. How can you bear to break off the relationship with your mother? Are you still a human being? Zhou Changlin burst into tears again. Mom, I started to farm with Dad when I was 14, clearing wasteland, chopping wood, and doing odd jobs in town. I gave all the money I earned to you and Dad. I would bring back any wild fruits I picked from the mountains for you to eat. 15 years. 15 years. Isn't that enough to repay your kindness in raising me? Mom, have you ever thought about how heartbroken and desperate I was when you gave up on me and left me to die this morning just to save money? They were my most trusted parents. They were the parents I tried my best to be filial to. You just gave up on me like that? Just now you scolded me in the main hall, saying that I was unfilial. How am I unfilial? Am I unfilial just because I want to live and spend money? Am I unfilial just because I didn't listen to my father's way of dividing the family and let him send my family away? Don't you think about why I got hurt? Dad said he was going to the logging team, and I went because I was afraid he would be in danger. It was because I was filial that I went to the logging team. That's why I got hurt. Now you despise me for having to spend money to treat my injuries and want me to wait for death. It was only after my brother-in-law Yuan Bauer came to make trouble with Dad that Dad was willing to spend some money to treat my injuries and even wanted to divide the family property with us and sent us away with just a few melons and dates. Dad is so cruel. Mom, do you think I am unfilial? Am I not a human being? Mom, my heart hurts so much. Zhou Changlin patted his chest. Chapter 61. Break off the relationship completely. Wang Chuanxiang murmured. She felt that what her son said made sense. Why did she listen to her husband at that time? When she was little, Changlin would find a few wild apples and put them in her arms, taking the biggest and reddest ones home for her and her father to eat. Changlin never slacked off when working and would go to the fields with a hoe at dawn. Take this injury, for example. It was Changlin who took the initiative to join the logging team because he was afraid that his father would get hurt. The past events are still vivid in my mind. This son was so filial and sensible. Today, her eldest son suffered too much injustice. She began to feel sorry for him and couldn't help crying. But what her husband said seemed to make sense. If the eldest son was not divided up, the family's money would be used up and her son Chongson would not be able to go to school. The palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh. Wang Chuanxiang was at a loss for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, she said, Anyway, I don't agree to break up the relationship. You are my son and will always be my son. Yuchuan and Yufeng are my grandsons and will always be my grandsons. Zhou Changlin smiled bitterly. Mom, don't say that yet. Let's see what Dad has to say first. Wang Chuanxiang turned around and went back to the main room. Old Man Zhou had already heard the noise, but he couldn't hear it clearly. What did you just say about breaking off the relationship? Wang Chuanxiang wiped her tears and said, Changlin said that it's fine to divide it as you want, but we have to sever our ties. From now on, we'll be separated. My son. Wang Chuanxiang slapped her thigh and began to cry in a rhythmic manner. Why am I so miserable? I'm so old and my son wants to break off relations with me. My life is so miserable. Wang Chuanxiang cried and slapped her thigh. Old Man Zhou glared at Wang Chuanxiang and said, Cry, cry, cry. Just cry and wail. It's so annoying. Zhou Changshui came closer again. Dad, Big Brother is so cruel. He just cut off the relationship without any hesitation. I never realized he was such a person before. Old man Zhou frowned. Zhou Chonglin hates us and wants to break off all ties with us. Dad, what do you think? Zhou Chongshui didn't care. If the relationship was to be severed, then so be it. It would be better if the relationship was severed. In the future, his parents would not fill in the gap with the two sons from his eldest brother's family. He's just a useless elder brother. There's no loss in cutting him off. At most, you'll just gain one more poor relative who will be a burden to him. He can just break off the relationship if he wants to. He has the final say in our family. Who is the father? Who is the son? If he wants to break off the relationship, fine. Just get out of here naked. I won't give him a shit. Zhou Chongshui and Ma Shangqin were very happy to hear what their father said. That's how it should be. No distinction is made. If you want to break off the relationship with your parents, you will be struck by lightning. Zhou Chonglin's family deserves to have nothing. Chongshui, go talk to him. Okay. Zhou Chongshui ran out of the main hall with excitement and came to Zhou Chonglin's room. Zhou Chonglin, you are so ungrateful. You actually want to break off the relationship with my parents? What have you tortured my parents to? Zhou Chonglin looked at his younger brother with a sneer on his face. When Zhou Chongshui got into trouble, he was the one who cleaned up the mess. When Zhou Chongshui was beaten, he was the one who stood up for him. When he grew up, this younger brother was lazy and gluttonous, and he was the one who did most of the work to support the family. Who was ungrateful? He even suspected that after the family split up, Zhou Chongshui didn't even know how to farm. Now that ungrateful thing is turning the tables and accusing him of being ungrateful. If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Zhou Chonglin was too lazy to waste another word with him. Zhou Chonglin, I don't know why you are so arrogant. I think you deserve a beating. As Zhou Chongshui spoke, he was about to reach out his hand. Zhou Chonglin lay on the bed and sneered. You weren't beaten into submission by my brother-in-law today? You dare to touch me? Zhou Chongshui thought of Yuan Shang's sandbag-sized fists and the painful knee strikes, and suddenly felt that the black circles under his eyes were even more painful. Damn it, Yuan Shang, this scoundrel is really good at fighting. No wonder he is a famous scoundrel in the area. Zhou Chongshui got scared and put his raised hand down again. If you have to fart, do it now. Zhou Chonglin, you want to break off the relationship? Are you dreaming? Dad said that it's okay to break off the relationship, but you and your family will be kicked out of the house without a penny, and I won't give you anything. I think your family will starve. Zhou Chonglin smiled. Then keep kissing. I won't split up the family. Anyway, my brother-in-law will come with Dr. Zhong tomorrow. I can just stay at home and recuperate. Zhou Chongshui went back to reply to his father dejectedly. Old man Zhou's brows were furrowed like a lump. It was really uncomfortable to have someone pinch his soft spot. After going around in circles, he came back to the same place again. Old man Zhou was spinning around in the main room like a spinning top. It's so fucking infuriating. Why didn't he know before that this son was so difficult to deal with? He didn't agree to break off the relationship, not because he couldn't bear to part with his son, but because he didn't want his son to be happy. Why should the son say to break off the relationship, and he, as a father, can only listen? At this point, I have no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if I delay it day by day, the cost of his medical treatment will have to be borne by the Zhou family. Old man Zhou came to Zhou Chonglin's room and looked at his son on the bed as if he was looking at some disgusting garbage. Zhou Chonglin, you can break off the relationship if you want. I can also divide the family property with you as I said before. But there is one thing. Your mother and I raised you up. You have to pay for your support. 5 taels of silver a year. Not a penny less. Zhou Chonglin sneered. Is this still his kind father from yesterday? Changing face faster than a dog. 5 taels of silver. Are you trying to force their family to death? The family is healthy and has only 6 acres of medium-sized land, which may not be enough to save 5 taels of silver, not to mention that he has to spend money on medical treatment. Zhou Chuanxiang was dreaming. You want 5 taels a year? No way. Zhou Chuanxiang had a vicious look on his face. Zhou Chonglin, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have found my weak spot? Your weak spot is also in my hand. My granddaughter made a mistake, and as a grandfather and uncle, I beat her twice a day. Isn't that too much? Others can't find fault with us no matter what. If a grandfather accidentally kills his granddaughter while educating her, it's just a girl, so it's not a big deal. 3 or 2 a year. This is my last concession. Otherwise, the two of us will fight to the end. Zhou Chonglin was so angry that he was shaking. Dad was so cruel and vicious. Dad's true face was so hateful. Break off relationship? As for that biased and foolish mother, How to be filial to her in the future depends on his mood. Anyway, he cannot be controlled by them. Okay, Zhou Chuanxiang, just do as you say. 3 taels of silver every year. Zhou Changlin thought, and agreed to it for the time being, and would react on the day of the breakup. Beat Yuzhu to death or maim her. It might not just be a verbal threat from Zhou Chuanxiang. He couldn't afford the gamble. Zhou Chuanxiang? This was the first time that old man Zhou heard his own name in his son's mouth, this white-eyed wolf. A thing that is not afraid of being punished by God. The father and son dislike each other and don't want to look at each other again. Zhou Changlin said, wait a minute, since it's a divorce letter, let Zhou Changsun come back too. Tomorrow the whole family will have to sign and have their thumbprints signed, and we will break off the marriage completely. Zhou Changsun and Zhou Changlin have also seen through it. Last time he was injured due to logging, this boy didn't care at all. He only cared about whether he could take out the 32 bundles to take the great scholars class. He just wanted to put pressure on him to continue to work in the logging team to make money. He didn't even consider whether the logging team was in danger or whether he would be injured. Hearing Zhou Changlin's words, old man Zhou laughed out loud. Zhou Changlin, don't regret it. Don't just see Changsun become famous and kneel at my feet again, crying to recognize this younger brother. Don't worry. Never. I'm just waiting to see you slap yourself in the face. When that happens, no matter how much you kneel and beg me, I will just kick you away. Old man Zhou seemed to see that scene. His youngest son had passed the imperial examination and had a bright career ahead of him, and this ungrateful man wanted to take advantage of the situation, so he knelt at his feet and begged him like a dog. Oh, wait, we will see it soon. He went to the market a few days ago to consult the fortune teller, who said that Chang San was the reincarnation of Wen Chu Xing, and he would surely achieve great things and soar to the sky in 5 years. When old man Zhou returned to the main hall, he asked Zhou Changshui to go to the town to inform Zhou Changsun to ask for leave from the private school teacher and come back to sign the divorce letter. Zhou Changshui couldn't figure out what was wrong with his elder brother. If he cut off ties with them, at most he would lose some subsidies from his parents for the children. But if he cut off ties with his younger brother, he might lose a bright future. I guess this time, when my brother was hit by the tree branch, he not only injured his waist, but also his brain. Big brother? If the relationship ends tomorrow, he won't be one anymore. He doesn't want this useless big brother. Chapter 62. Zhou Changsan is going to jump into the river? Zhou Changshui went to the private school in the town under the moonlight to find Zhou Changs. Zhou Changsan was about to go to sleep in the dormitory when he saw his second brother coming. Zhou Changshui wore a soft scarf on his head, a brown short shirt on his upper body, dark brown trousers on his lower body, and a pair of tattered cloth shoes on his feet. As he was walking at night, he stepped into a puddle, and his cloth shoes were covered with mud. There was a palm-sized patch on the knee of his trousers, a typical commoner outfit. When the roommates heard the noise, they all saw Zhou Changsun's second brother Zhou Changshui. Zhou Changsun frowned and looked gloomy. He pulled his second brother to the courtyard and said in a low voice, "Second brother, didn't I tell you not to come to the private school to find me? If you have something to say, just send a message. You went too far today. Not only did you come to the academy, you also ran to my dormitory. Now all the classmates in the dormitory have seen my second brother, and they all know that he comes from a commoner family." Zhou Changshui was just about to retort to him. He really couldn't stand his younger brother. The family gave him all the good food and clothes, and the family had to spend so much money on his education. How dare a little brat disrespect him? However, he thought of what the fortune teller said and instantly controlled himself. His younger brother was his god of wealth, and his future wealth and glory depended on him. Zhou Changshui forced a smile on his face. "I can't help it. It's urgent. Dad asked me to come to you. Tomorrow we have to sign the divorce agreement with my eldest brother, and you have to sign and put your fingerprints on it." "What?" Zhou Changsun exclaimed. "Go ask for leave from your husband first, and I'll tell you in detail on the way." Zhou Changsun didn't have time to think about whether his classmates looked down on him. He quickly went to ask for leave from his teacher and followed Zhou Changshui back. "Second brother, what's going on? My eldest brother is very filial, so why would he break up with us? When I went back 3 days ago, my eldest brother was still filial to his father and son. Hey, my eldest brother is just a white-eyed wolf. So cruel. He injured his back in the logging team, and my father didn't treat him in time. My father wants to separate him, stop recognizing us, and completely sever ties with us." Dad was annoyed by him. He said he wanted to break off the marriage, and he agreed. "We will officially sign the divorce letter tomorrow." Zhou Changsun tried hard to digest what his second brother said. How could this be possible? It's only been 3 days. The eldest brother is filial, How could he suddenly want to break off the relationship? But he is most concerned about whether he can still attend his Confucianism class. Second brother, then my Confucianism class? It's probably impossible to go up. Dad has already spent 13 taels of silver to treat my eldest brother's injury. He also wants to give him the 6 acres of land on the hillside. The remaining money will be kept for you to pay for next year's funeral. I need money for repairs and buying pins, ink, paper, and inkstones. I guess my family doesn't have enough money to give you a Confucian class. A chill spread all over his body, and Zhou Changsun instantly felt helpless and hopeless. After returning to the private school, he had already told his classmates that he would also attend the Confucian class. Some classmates thought he was a poor guy who liked to brag, and he had tried his best to act decent and maintain his pitiful self-esteem. Now that his classmates knew he couldn't attend the private school class and saw his second brother's patched clothes, they didn't know how to ridicule him. For the 10-year-old Zhou Changsun, the sky seemed to be falling. He didn't even bother to ask about his elder brother's affairs. He was just thinking about how to make old man Zhou agree to let him take the Confucian class. When the two returned home, Zhou Changsun said to old man Zhou, "Dad, are you not going to give me the Confucian lesson?" Old man Zhou sighed. "Your eldest brother is a jinx." After this incident, the family has already spent 13 taels of silver on him, leaving only 40 taels of savings. Although he should pay us back 4 taels after the breakup, I don't think he can pay it back for a while, unless he sells the land immediately. Even if you count the 4 taels, the family only has 44 taels of savings. We spent 30 taels on the Confucian scholars class, and the remaining 14 taels will not be enough for your study next year. Son, let's not listen to the Confucian scholars class. Just study your teacher's class well, and you can still pass the exam. When Zhou Changlin was around, he and Yuan Painter cultivated the family's 40 acres of land. With the income from Zhou Changlin's firewood chopping and odd jobs in town, they could save nearly 20 taels of silver a year. But now, they only have 34 acres of land left and are 2 less laborers. It is hard to say how much money they can save in a year, so they can only spend money frugally. Zhou Changsun's eyes were filled with despair. "Dad, if you don't teach me the Confucian lesson, I'll jump into the river." Old man Zhou was stunned. He didn't know that the Confucian course was so important to his son. Old man Zhou was frightened. What if his son really jumped into the river? This was his family's wincuxing. "Son, Dad knows you are a good student and have great ambition. Don't worry. Dad will support you even if I have to sell everything I have. Tomorrow when the engagement is broken off, I will ask your eldest brother to pay back the 4 taels of silver. Add to that the 3 taels of silver he gave as filial piety this year, a total of 7 taels. Ask him to pay tomorrow. If he can't pay, you can use his land as collateral. When you need money, Dad will sell the land to support your studies." When Zhou Changsun heard that his father would pay for him to attend the Confucian scholars class, his tense heart instantly relaxed, and he had time to understand the whole story. It turned out that his eldest brother had injured his waist. The villagers all praised how filial he was. In his opinion, it was just that. His eldest brother's injury would cost a huge sum of 60 taels of silver. How could his parents have 60 taels of silver? Wasn't this forcing his parents? Could such a person be considered filial? It's good to break off relations. It's a pity that I can't eat the food cooked by my eldest sister-in-law anymore. The food cooked by my second sister-in-law is not tasty and clean, but it's the only way. Then he thought about how his second brother was so dishonest and lazy and didn't work, and he couldn't help but worry that the family's income would get lower and lower in the future. Zhou Changlin asked Yuchuan to go to Zhou Hanjiang to explain the situation. Zhou Hanjiang is the oldest person in the Zhou family. He is a brother of Zhou Liahan's father and is Zhou Liahan's third uncle. Zhou Hanjiang likes Zhou Changlin's family the most. In his words, Zhou Changlin has a good heart, values friendship and loyalty, and the wife he married is also sensible. Naturally, all the children he taught are good. As Zhou Hanjiang listened to Zhou Yuchuan's talk, the veins on his forehead throbbed. What a bastard! Zhou Chuanxiang, what a bastard! If Zhou Chuanxiang really did this, his Zhou family would be criticized by others. Yuchuan, don't worry. I'll support you with my old bones. Come on. Follow me to find that inhuman Zhou Chuanxiang. We won't separate, and we'll keep kissing. Zhou Yuchuan grabbed Zhou Hanjiang's arm and said, "Third master, my parents have been deeply hurt by my grandparents and have made up their minds to break off their relationship with them. You don't need to persuade them." Zhou Hanjiang couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Changlin is such a kind, sensible, and filial person. He always puts his parents first in everything, but he was forced to this point. Zhou Chuanxiang and Wang Chuanxiang, these two bastards, are stabbing Changlin's heart with a knife. No, I can't let your parents act on impulse. How are you going to survive if you're separated like this? Your father's injury still needs to be treated. How much money will it cost? I have to go find that confused guy Zhou Chuanxiang. Chapter 63. Li Changguo, the village head, is Li the butcher's brother. Third master, don't you know my father? Once he makes up his mind about something, he won't change it. He told me before I came here that you just need to be a witness when the relationship is severed. There's no need to persuade him. He has severed all ties with the Zhou family. Zhou Hanjiang knocked his cane. Bah. What a bunch of crap. What do you mean by breaking off all ties with the Zhou family? I'm not a member of the Zhou family. Your father is going to break off all ties with me too. Well, your father is determined to break off relations with Zhou Chuanxiang and Zhou Changshui, but not with our Zhou family. So, tomorrow I will ask to adopt your father under the name of your grandfather Chuncha. From now on, in the family tree, you will be members of my lineage, and you will be buried in our Zhou family's ancestral tomb after you die. You will not be lonely ghosts. Zhou Chunsheng is Zhou Hanjiang's eldest son. Because he can read and write and has some knowledge, he was elected as the head of the Zhou family by the Zhou family. Zhou Yuchuan still didn't quite understand what this meant. Okay, third master, I'll go back and tell my father now. Wait. Zhou Hanjiang said to his wife, Old lady, go get 10 eggs for Changlin to take back to nourish his body. Old Mrs. Zhao turned around and went to the kitchen to get eggs. Third madam, please don't rush to take it. If we take it now, the engagement may be severed tomorrow. Grandpa and Grandma won't let us take it. You should wait until the engagement is severed tomorrow before giving it to us. Old Mrs. Zhao smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. She touched Zhou Yuchuan's head and said, You are such a clever little fellow. Okay, the third madam will give it to you tomorrow. Mrs. Zhao was very supportive of her husband's decision. Changlin's family was filial, sensible, and reasonable. Yuchuan was smart, Yuzhu was cute, and Yufeng was simple but capable. These people would be her family members in the future. Zhou Yuchuan ran back home shyly. He returned home and said excitedly, Dad, my third grandfather said that you can break off your relationship with Zhou Chuanxiang, but you can't break off your relationship with the old Zhou family. The third grandfather wants to adopt you under the name of Grandpa Chunsheng and won't let you be removed from the Zhou family tree. After you die, you will be buried in the Zhou family's ancestral tomb so that you won't become a lonely ghost. Hearing Zhou Yuchuan's words, Zhou Changlin's nose felt sore and tears started to flow. If he severed his relationship with old man Zhou, his roots would be gone. He was worried in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Now third grandpa has solved his worries. Third grandpa has considered everything for him. How could he not be moved? Zhou Yuchuan said, Dad, is it important to be recorded in the Zhou family tree and buried in the Zhou family ancestral tomb after death? Zhou Changlin nodded. It's very important. When we die, we can return to our roots. Zhou Yuchuan nodded. The demand for goods from Yuansheng was getting bigger and bigger. After Li Changshen finished processing the pork in the morning, he hurriedly took his son to collect pigs. He ran to 5 villages and finally collected 10 pigs. When he put the pigs in the pigsty, it was already dark. He hurried to Yuansheng's house under the moonlight and had not yet asked Yuansheng how much meat he wanted to order today. Since he got Yuansheng's support, he has been getting busier and busier, but he is so happy. He makes a lot of money every day, and his life is getting better and better. He is so happy. Yuan Shang was waiting for Li Changshen in the yard, and his young wife Zhu Qinxi was accompanying him. The full moon hung on the treetops, and the stars dotted the courtyard, which was quiet and mysterious. The two of them sat on a small bench, and Yuan Shang was asking Zhu Qinxi to teach him how to write with a tree branch. Yuan Shang has strong wrists, great pen control, and comprehension skills. Zhu Qinxi doesn't understand why Yuansheng's handwriting is so ugly. Wife, don't waste your energy. Just sit in my arms, hold my hand, and teach me stroke by stroke. A warm breath surrounded Zhu Qinxi, and her ears felt hot. Zhu Qinxi held Yuansheng's hand, and her voice was as sweet as the sound of a spring. This word should be written with the pen pointed horizontally. My dear, please pay attention to the vertical stroke of this character. It's a hanging needle vertical stroke. Also for this character, pay attention to the pause when you strike down the stroke. Originally, the teaching session started off half-heartedly, but as his wife taught earnestly and rhythmically, Yuan Shang became more and more into the state. His handwriting was ugly before, and he wrote it ugly on purpose. But later, when he became serious, his handwriting was still ugly, and although it was straight, it lacked any aesthetic appeal. Well, Yuan Shang held his forehead with his hand. It seemed that he had to overcome a major hurdle in calligraphy practice. The price of paper is not low. If you want to achieve beautiful handwriting, you will probably need a lot of paper. Yuan Sheng suddenly had an idea. He could write a storybook. He wrote the storybook not to make money but to practice calligraphy. Of course, he wouldn't mind making a fortune while practicing calligraphy, as this is in line with his style. This is a good idea. He will put writing the storybook on the agenda as soon as he has time. At this time, an inopportune voice sounded, "Brother Yuansheng, are you asleep?" Yuansheng thought to himself, "Are you blind? In such bright moonlight, can't you see that he is holding his wife and learning from her?" Yuansheng stood up immediately and said, "I haven't slept yet. I'm waiting for you." Li Changshan suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. It seemed that he appeared at the wrong time. They were newlyweds. Why was he so tactless to disturb them? Li Changshan coughed awkwardly. "Brother Yuan, how much meat should I deliver tomorrow?" "I'm really sorry, it will be too late to collect the pigs today." "It's okay. I understand. Brother, I guess you'll have to expand the scope of your pig purchases later. Donglishan's order volume is increasing." "Okay." Li Changshan loved to hear this. "Tomorrow I want 200 kilograms of pork belly, 500 kilograms of leg meat, and 12 pig heads. By the way, brother, how much do you sell your pig's head, trotters, and offal set?" That means head, trotters, liver, intestines, heart, lungs, stomach, and kidneys. Yuan Shang wanted to hand over the braised pig's head, trotters, and offal business to his sister and brother-in-law. Of course, in order to avoid leaking the secret recipe, the braised pig's head, trotters, and offal can only be done at home. Li Changshan was delighted when he heard the order quantity. The head and hooves are worthless. Only the head is valuable. The heart, liver, and lungs can be sold for some money. Do you want intestines, stomach, and kidneys too? Usually we sell them for 2 cents and no one wants them. Sometimes we sell them for 1 cent. If we can't sell them, we just throw them away to feed the dogs. Well, how much is it for a set? Brother, please give me 50 cents for this set. If you want more, I will ask other butchers for 70 cents. Okay, I'll tell you what I want later. By the way, brother, I remember that Li Changgu, the head of Dongshan village, is your brother? No, that's my brother. Brother, my brother-in-law is going to sign a divorce agreement with the Zhou family tomorrow. I'll ask you to help him out. Also, ask your wife to go and watch the fun and help out a little bit. Although he was surprised that Zhou Changlin wanted to break up the engagement, Li Changshan still straightened his chest and patted it. Leave it to me, brother. Just wait and see. The engagement will be broken up tomorrow, and I'll let Chunjiang go too. Originally, Li Changshan was a little apprehensive about the long-term cooperation with Yuansheng. After all, Yuansheng could easily change someone else to supply meat. Now that Yuansheng was willing to let him help, it showed that his brother respected him and treated him as his own. I must do things beautifully for my brother. Brother, thank you in advance. Why are you being so polite to me? If you need any help, just come to me. Chapter 64. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. The next day, when the rooster crowed twice, Yuansheng and Zhu Qinci got up and prepared to make braised meat. Today, Yuansheng planned to go to Chao to deliver the braised meat first, and then go to his eldest sister and brother-in-law's house. It was too late yesterday. Yuchuan didn't come to deliver the message, and he didn't know whether his eldest brother-in-law finally decided to split the family or break off the relationship. Yuan Laifu and Sheng Hohot also got up. Sheng Hohot scolded them. From now on, you two should sleep a little longer and wake up after the rooster crows 3 times. Your father and I have learned how to make braised meat. From now on, we two will get up first and do it. Mom, you and Dad should have a good rest. My husband and I should get up early and do it. Zhu Qinci said filially. Yuan Laifu smiled and said, we old people don't sleep much. You and Yuan Bao should sleep more. Getting up too early every day won't help you grow taller. Only by sleeping more can you grow taller. Dad, you are really thoughtful. I guess I'm just this tall. Yuan Shang is 1.8 meters tall, which is considered very tall in this era. Yuan Laifu said, nonsense, 23 is still a little bit of a stretch. Not to mention you are only 16 and Qinci is only 15. It's settled. From now on you will sleep until the second cock crows. Dad, I don't agree. This will be too hard for you and Mom. Yuan Laifu jumped up and knocked Yuan Shang on the head. You still remember that I'm your father? It's settled then. You should get more sleep from now on. Your mother and I have learned the method of making braised meat, so we'll get up first and do it from now on. Sheng Hohot agreed. That's right. We don't sleep much either. Sometimes your dad tosses and turns and can't sleep. If we don't let him get up to work, he'll just make pancakes in bed and waste the bed. Yuan Shang held Yuan Laifu's arm and said, Dad, no wonder people say that children with dads are treasures. Yuan Laifu squinted his eyes and smiled. Every word his Bauer said made him feel so comfortable. Sheng Hohot looked at the old man and his son unkindly. Zhu Chenxi held Sheng Hohot's hand and said, Mom, people say that a child without a mother is a weed, and a child with a mother is a treasure. I am my mother's treasure now. Sheng Hohot looked at Zhu Chenxi with a smile on her face. Her daughter-in-law was indeed sensible. The family was full of warmth and energy and got to work. Finally, all the braised meats were ready. Yuan Shang wanted to put the refrigerator on the ox cart. Yuan Laifu was not happy. Can't you send it twice? Adding 600 kilograms of things to the refrigerator. Won't I be exhausted? Dad, we've made 2 trips and many people are up. We need to keep a low profile. It's not good to be seen by others. Okay. Yuan Laifu said reluctantly. Walk by yourself later. Don't take the bullock cart. You weigh more than 100 pounds. Yuan Shang went to bed a little late yesterday while waiting for Li Changshun and got up early today. He had been thinking about taking a nap on the ox cart, but his father said this. De Huang was indeed his father's biological son. Dad, I take back what I said just now. Well, you little brat, you can't take back what you said. The father and son laughed for a while. Before going out, Yuan Shang took 2 butcher knives. Yuan Laifu looked at his son and shook his head. Why do you bring 2 butcher knives? Our place is peaceful. Dad, it's better to be safe than sorry. We bought the land last night and showed off our wealth in front of Zhangwan. We better be careful. He had seen too many things like this in his previous life. Money can make people's hearts move. If a person has money but no strength, he is just a piece of fat meat. If a person is not ruthless enough and doesn't have a sense of precaution, he will die without knowing how. Yuan Shang brought 2 butcher knives, not to scare people. If he really encountered danger, he would really dare to stab. Okay, I'll listen to you. The 2 men quickly arrived at the yard in the town where the goods were to be delivered. Manager Chow and 2 of his confidants were already waiting there. Brother, I've been waiting for you. The branch in the next county has taken over our braised meat and it's selling like hotcakes. You have to deliver more tomorrow. You don't know, the braised meat we've sold these days has driven the business of Maishan Pavilion to its knees. Our braised meat is unique. The signature dish of Maishan Pavilion is also made by Donglishan, with only slight differences in taste. Our braised meat is one of a kind, and their chefs have been researching it, but they haven't figured it out yet. Before, to prevent them from finding you, I deliberately set up a confusion, saying that the braised meat was made by Chef Feng from Donglishan. Chen Jinfeng, the young master of Maishan Pavilion, has been trying hard to get Chef Feng to do his best. It is said that he wants to pay him 100 taels of salary a month. The upper-class people in our county are proud to eat braised meat. I guess, if this continues, Maishan Pavilion will not last long. Shopkeeper Chow's face was smiling like a flower. Yuan Shang gave a thumbs up and said, My brother is the one who prepared for a rainy day and set up the maze in advance. Brother, thank you for Dr. Zhong's help. I left in a hurry yesterday and didn't have time to thank you properly. Shopkeeper Chow waved his hand and said, Brother, if you continue to be polite to me, you will look down on me. Yuan Shang held Chow's hand and pulled it hard. Brother, I won't say much. By the way, brother, I want to ask you something. Do you know where there is a bookstore that collects storybooks? I'm familiar with this. The owner of Qingfeng Bookstore often comes to Donglishan in our county to eat, and he collects storybook novels. Do you need me to introduce them to you, brother? Don't bother me for now. I'll come to you if I need any help later. Shopkeeper Chow patted Yuan Shang's hand and said, Brother, treat me like your own brother from now on. Then, he turned to Yuan Laifu and said, Uncle, you don't mind having more sons, do you? Yuan Laifu was stunned by what Manager Chow said. He quickly waved his hands and said, I don't mind. He no longer had his usual cleverness. Okay, thank you, big brother. Yuan Shang knew that Manager Chow was just saying these words to show affection, and he wasn't really trying to acknowledge him as a relative, so he didn't continue the conversation. After saying goodbye to Shopkeeper Chow, Yuan Laifu kept muttering to himself, Shopkeeper Chow of Donglishan wants to be his son? He is willing to be his son? This life is too fantastic. Qingshan Town, Maishan Pavilion. Young Master Chen Jinfeng was playing with a golden hairpin in his hand. The hairpin weighed more than 1 tael and was inlaid with a ruby as big as a fingernail. He ordered this hairpin from Xiaolu a few days ago and spent more than 70 taels for each hairpin, and he ordered 10. He originally wanted to use this hairpin to win Zhu Meru over, and he slept with her these few days. But now, because of the braised pork incident, he has no interest at all. The story of Chen Jinfeng and Zhu Meru started from that day. Chen's family had 800 mu of fertile land in Shiwa village. He went to inspect the land with his servants and saw a little girl in ragged linen clothes walking on the road from a distance. The girl faced the light, Her skin was white and seemed to glow, and her almond eyes were clear as water. So pure, so fairy-like. His feet were out of control, and he followed the fairy unconsciously. He wanted to see where this fairy with extraordinary temperament came from, so he followed her into Zhujia village and stopped in front of a large blue brick and tile house. At this time, the fairy turned her face and he saw a red birthmark as big as a fist on her face. Hey, why is the ugly girl pretending to be a fairy? What a spoiler. Just as Chen Jinfeng was about to leave, he saw a woman walking out of the house with her hips swaying. She was good-looking, but from the way she walked, she looked like a slut. To verify this, Chen Jinfeng deliberately designed an encounter with her. He took off his crown, and the woman could only see his face through the earth wall. Chen Jinfeng had pockmarks on his face and buck teeth, and the girl looked at him with disgust. Chen Jinfeng walked past the earthen wall, revealing his silk brocade robe and gold-threaded boots on his feet. The girl's eyes immediately became curious, and she wanted to say something. Chen Jinfeng immediately decided to take this bitch. It would be a waste if he didn't sleep with this kind of thing. Zhu Meru thought she had caught a big fish. Chapter 65. Come and watch the excitement of breaking up the relationship. What happened next was just as Chen Jinfeng had expected. In order to marry into a wealthy family, the woman named Zhu Meru flattered him to the utmost, praising him for his handsomeness and his romantic character. Chen Jinfeng is self-aware. With his pockmarked face and buck teeth, he is still handsome? He is not handsome at all. He used some sweet words and a silver hairpin to win her hand. Then he used a golden hairpin to kiss her lips, and it tasted pretty good. Originally, he was planning to use this ruby hairpin to sleep with this little bastard, but then the incident with the braised meat happened. He has slept with dozens of such vain people without any psychological burden. Moreover, these women who can't control their belts will control their mouths, not make any noise, and handle the subsequent troubles themselves, so they won't cause any trouble to him at all. It would be a waste not to sleep with such women. Chen Jinfeng put the hairpin aside and began to think seriously about how to take down Chef Feng. Chef Feng has Dong Lishun's support, so he can't use force. The background of Dong Lishun's owner is unpredictable, and he would be a fool to think of challenging it. Or how about trying to sow discord between Chef Feng and Manager Chow? Oh, it's a difficult matter. Why doesn't he have a capable person like Chef Feng under his command? Instead, he has a bunch of useless people who just eat and do nothing. Qingshan Town, Dongshan Village, Zhou Chonglin's home. Early in the morning, old man Zhou knocked on Zhou Chonglin's door and said, "You little bastard, don't you want to break off the engagement? Get up now and sign and put your fingerprints on it." The letter of severance of engagement was written by Zhou Chongsi. It stated how Zhou Chonglin's family was disobedient and unfilial, which was why old man Zhou wanted to sever the engagement, and that Zhou Chonglin's family had to give old man Zhou 3 taels of silver every year to repay his kindness in raising them. The witness is Ma Shampa, Ma Xiangqin's father, and he has already put his fingerprints on the case. Yuan Painter opened the door. "Didn't you make a fuss about breaking off the engagement yesterday? Immediately. Right now. Put your fingerprints." The old man shook the letter of breaking off the engagement in his hand. He wanted to resolve the matter of breaking off the engagement privately. If the matter got out of hand, he didn't know what others would say about his Zhou family. After all, it was recognized in the village that Zhou Chonglin was kind and filial. Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Panner were illiterate and didn't know what Zhou Chongson had written in the letter of severance of engagement, but they knew that this was not the way to sever an engagement. Yuan Painter said, "Dad, whether it's dividing the family or severing a relationship, there must be the village head, the clan leader, and the respected elders in the clan present. How can you just write a document and find a witness to say you want to sever a relationship? Don't call me Dad. I can't bear it." Old man Zhou was furious. "Are you guys going to sign or not?" Zhou Chonglin said, "No. Zhou Chuanxiang, I thought we had it agreed. If you are sure you want to break up the relationship, go find the clan leader or the village head. Otherwise, we will just keep wasting time. You disobedient and unfilial bastard." Old man Zhou was just teasing Qiao just now. He didn't expect that this little beast would not call him dad but dare to call him by his full name. Zhou Chonglin sneered, "You can scold me if you want. Anyway, my brother-in-law will be here with Dr. Zhong soon. I have plenty of time to waste with you." Okay. Zhou Chonglin, you are so patient." Old man Zhou stopped nagging and asked his second son, Zhou Chongxue, to find Li Zheng and the clan leader Zhou Chunsheng. Zhou Chongson came to Zhou Chonglin's house, clasped his hands behind his back, looked down at his elder brother with disdain, and said righteously, "Brother, I only recognize you now. You are really disgusting in appearance. My parents worked hard to raise you, but you call me by your first name. You are indeed a mud-legged person who has never read a book or been baptized by ethics. Zhou Changxin, it is this clay-legged man who provides you with education. This clay-legged man earns you 20 taels per year to repair. This clay-legged man provides you with good food and drink. In order to earn you the 30 taels of Confucianism lessons, this clay-legged man, he was injured and kicked away like trash by his family. Yuan Panner laughed mockingly. There are no parents who are not right. No matter what, you should not address your parents by their first names. Yuan Panner, I thought you were a kind and virtuous sister-in-law, but now I find out that you are a sharp-tongued and mean woman. My expenses are paid by my father. When did this money become the responsibility of my elder brother? Oh, Zhou Changxin, I think you've read so much that you don't even know the basic principles of life. I don't want to waste a word with you. I hope that you'll no longer be of use to Zhou Chuanxiang, and when he kicks you away, you can still say that there are no parents who are not wrong in the world. Zhou Changxin rolled his eyes and said, then there's no need to worry about it, sister-in-law. He is Dad's baby, and Dad will never give up on him. Yuan Panner didn't bother to care. Anyway, the engagement would be severed after today, and they would no longer live with these inhumane things. She felt that life had hope. After waiting for half an hour, Zhou Changshui came back with the village head Li Changgue and clan leader Zhou Chunsheng. Following Zhou Chunsheng was the person Zhou Chuanxiang least wanted to see, his third uncle Zhou Hanjiang. Zhou Hanjiang had liked Zhou Changlin since he was a child, and often praised the boy for his integrity and kindness. In the past, when old man Zhou heard Zhou Hanjiang praising his son, he felt very happy, but now he was afraid that Zhou Hanjiang would say a good word for Zhou Changlin. Qian Chuanxiang and her son Li Chunjiang had been hanging around old Zhou's house, waiting for the opportunity to go up and help Zhou Changlin. This was a task their husband had repeatedly urged them to do, and they had to do it perfectly. The two took the opportunity to follow the crowd into the Zhou family's yard. Li Chunjiang asked, Uncle, what is the Zhou family going to do? Old man Zhou wants to break off the relationship with Zhou Changlin. Village head Li Changgue said casually. He had already gone to bed last night, but his younger brother woke him up and talked to him, saying that he must help Zhou Changlin today no matter what. He was so half asleep that he didn't understand what was going on. Just now, when Zhou Changshui came to see him, he found out that Zhou Chuanxiang wanted to break off the relationship with his son Zhou Changlin. After receiving a response from his uncle, Li Chunjiang pretended to have just heard the news and ran out, saying to everyone he met, go to Zhou's house and see. Old man Zhou is going to break off the relationship with his most filial son, Zhou Changlin. What? Breaking off ties? For so many years, I have never heard of anyone in this area breaking off ties with their family. Chunjiang, did you say it wrong? Is it splitting up the family or breaking off ties? That's right. We're breaking off the relationship. The father and son will be strangers from now on and will no longer have any contact with each other. Oh my, this is a big deal. This kind of excitement can probably only be seen once in a lifetime. Under Li Chuanjiang's publicity, many people came to Zhou Leihan's house. Old man Zhou was angry at Li Chunjiang for being quick-witted. He didn't want to let these people in. They would talk so much that he didn't know what to say. He just locked the wooden door. But everyone was so excited to eat melons that they had already climbed up the wall of Zhou's house, climbed trees, and stood on the roof of the neighbor's house. When old man Zhou looked up, he saw a group of people lying on the wall, and he became even angrier. Li Changgue, the village head, coughed and said, Father Zhou, please open the door. It's just a breakup, not something shameful. It's dangerous for these people to climb the walls and trees, isn't it? Chapter 66. Zhou Changlin's acting skills are not bad either. Old man Zhou was very dissatisfied. It was all because of Li Changgue's reckless talk. He wanted to tell Li Chunjiang about breaking off the engagement, and the loudspeaker announced it to the whole village. He originally wanted to do this quietly, but now it seems that it is no longer possible. But he was not afraid. Zhou Changlin had just called his father's name. No matter how much people talked about it, Zhou Changlin would be unreasonable. If his wife cried and acted pitiful, public opinion would be on his side. Zhou Changshui opened the wooden door and many villagers came in. But some villagers thought the view from the trees, walls, and roofs was good, so they stood there to watch the fun. Changshui, what's going on? Why are you suddenly breaking off the engagement? Zhou Changshui sighed. It's because my brother went too far and pissed off my dad. Ah. Zhou Changshui didn't say anything useful, and no one else asked anymore. It was boring. Zhou Hanjiang said, move the tables and chairs out. Today, we will make the matter of breaking off the engagement clear in front of everyone. The younger Zhou started moving the tables and chairs without asking Zhou Chuanxiang. You two, go and put your brother Changlin on a stretcher and carry him out. To break off the relationship, The person involved must be there. Zhou Chonglin was carried out. He looked pale and clenched his teeth, looking as if he was in great pain. Many villagers still don't know that Zhou Chonglin was injured in the logging team. What's going on? Oh, you didn't know yet? The logging team had an accident yesterday and 3 people were injured. In addition to Chonglin, there were 2 people from Shanho village. Oh my god, the high salary of 1 tael of silver a month for the logging team is really not that easy to earn. This is fucking terrible. That's right, but Zhou Chuanxiang is going too far. Chonglin was injured yesterday, and he wants to break off the relationship today. Does he think this son is useless? He is too damn snobbish. Yes, and the Zhou family is quite rich. I have heard Uncle Changshui say several times that their family has dozens of taels of silver, and they also have dozens of acres of land. Why would they ask Uncle Chonglin to exchange his life for money? Uncle Chonglin, why on earth did you go to the logging team? Li Chuanjiang's voice was loud and clear, and it spread far. The onlookers thought, this is what happened. The Zhou family is not short of money. It is not something ordinary families can afford to send a child to a private school. In this case, why would Zhou Chonglin join the logging team? The logging team is so dangerous that people with little wealth are not willing to let their families go. Zhou Chonglin said with difficulty, it's my younger brother Chongsun who wants to take a Confucianism class. The Confucianism class requires 30 taels of silver to be repaired. My father asked Changshui and I to go to the logging team to earn money. If Changshui didn't go, I wouldn't. I didn't want to go, but my dad said he would go by himself if we didn't, so I had no choice but to go. Who would have thought? I see. Chonglin is so filial. Look at Zhou Changshui next to old man Zhou. Haha, he only has a good mouth, but when it comes to exerting strength, he is completely invisible. I don't know if Zhou Chuanxiang was kicked in the head by a donkey, and he treats his unfilial son as a treasure and his filial son as grass. Hearing the people around him whispering about how stupid he was, and how the eldest brother was trying to get close to the third brother, old man Zhou interrupted them with a gloomy face. Don't say those useless things. Didn't you, the little beast, clamor to break off the relationship? Then break off the relationship quickly. Haha, Zhou Chuanxiang was waiting to hear his son call him by his name. Then he wanted to see whether these onlookers would recognize his true face, Zhou Chonglin, and whether they would call him stupid. Dad, you really break my heart. Since you are in a hurry to break off the engagement, let's not talk about other things and just break off the engagement. Zhou Chonglin pounded his chest, looking heartbroken. Old man Zhou was completely stunned. Is this still his honest son Zhou Chonglin? Is this the same Zhou Chonglin, the son who had a look of hatred on his face, sneered at him, and called him by his name Zhou Chuanxiang this morning? It wasn't until today that he realized that Zhou Chonglin, this bastard, didn't go to perform. What a waste of his acting skills. Li the butcher's wife Qian Chuanxiang said gossipingly, Chonglin, tell us how your father hurt you. Li Shufan also chimed in, Chonglin is still injured. Let Panner tell us. Panner, tell us what happened. The villagers eating melons have a lot of gossip on their faces. They want to eat melons thoroughly. This is so confusing that their curiosity cannot be satisfied at all. Many people followed suit. What's going on? Chonglin Panner, tell us what's going on. Old man Zhou had a dark face and glared at his son and daughter-in-law. Yuan Panner, Zhou Chonglin, are you still going to sever the relationship? Chongsun, bring out the document of severing the relationship. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Panner looked like they were being bullied. Zhou Chongsun handed over the letter of severance. Clan leader Zhou Chunsheng took it and read it first. His face darkened and the veins on his forehead jumped. Zhou Chunsheng was too much. Chonglin, the letter of severance says that the 6 acres of land on the hillside and the 2 thatched houses will be divided with you. Do you agree? Agree. I spent 13 taels of silver on your treatment yesterday. After we break up, you need to return 4 taels of silver. Do you agree? Zhou Chonglin wiped his tears and said, I agree. After the severance of the relationship, you will have to pay 3 taels of silver in support to Zhou Chuanxiang and Wang Chuanxiang every year. Do you agree? Zhou Chonglin wiped away his tears silently. Is there anything I can do if I don't agree? My father said that if I don't agree, he, as a grandfather, can teach Yuju a lesson by beating her twice a day, and it's reasonable. Even if he beats her to death, there's nothing I can do about it. Yuan Shang stood in the crowd and watched, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his brother-in-law. He didn't realize that his brother-in-law had these 2 tricks. He said that he had to agree, but in front of the whole village, in front of the Zhou family head and the clan members, the Zhou family head would never let him sign such a severance letter. The crowd watching the scene was already going wild. Is this a letter of severance that could be written by one's own parents? This is going to drive Changlin's family to death. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the 3 taels of silver per year for support. How can Zhou Chuanxiang and Wang Chuanxiang live? They only have 6 acres of medium-sized land. How much can they save in a year? They still have to give 3 taels of silver to Zhou Chuanxiang and Wang Chuanxiang every year? Other elderly people in the village are already well supported by their sons who give them a few hundred coins a year. How dare Zhou Chuanxiang ask for 3 taels of silver a year? When Changlin didn't agree, he threatened to beat the daughter to death. Is this something a grandfather would do? Even the enemies are not as cruel as Zhou Chuanxiang. He is so damn cruel. Also, Zhou Changlin was injured in the logging team for his brother and father, and he blamed it on himself. After the relationship was severed, not only did he not get any money, but he even owed 4 taels. Even loan sharks are not as calculating as Zhou Chuanxiang. Chapter 67. Acting can be better. I remember that the Zhou family had 40 acres of land, and the 6 acres near the hillside were medium-sized fields. Wow, 40 acres of land. This is the smallest and worst land distributed to the big family. Dr. Zhang was also in the crowd. When he heard that the Zhou family was going to break off the relationship, he hurried over. When he came, he found that the old man Zhou Chuanxiang was indeed bullying the honest people. Originally, he had no grudges against the Zhou family, but he really couldn't stand it. What Zhou Chuanxiang did was really infuriating. Do you think Zhou Changlin's family is miserable enough? Dr. Zhang's shout attracted everyone's attention. There is indeed an inside story. Dr. Zhang, can you please tell us what happened? Zhou Changlin was injured, and it was most likely Dr. Zhang who treated him. Dr. Zhang must know some inside information, and the onlookers were all excited. Dr. Zhang said angrily, Changlin injured his waist and internal organs. Yesterday, I told Zhou Chuanxiang that it would cost 50 or 60 taels of silver to treat his injuries, and he started crying poor. I think he just didn't want to treat Changlin anymore, fearing the expense and leaving him to die. Oh my God. I can't believe that Zhou Chuanxiang is such a ruthless person. That's his own son. Others could not afford to pay dozens of taels of silver to treat their son's injuries. But Zhou Chuanxiang was rich, not to mention selling land. Just 80% of the silver in his savings was enough. Cruel. He is so cruel to his own son. How can he be good to them? I have to be careful of Zhou Chuanxiang in the future. Zhou Chuanxiang glared at Dr. Zhang angrily. What did this old man have to do with it? Was he going to support Zhou Changlin? Dr. Zhang, don't talk nonsense. You said I didn't treat his injury, so why did he spend 13 taels of silver on his treatment yesterday? Don't accuse me for nothing. Yuan Shang had been watching from the side. Whether it was the division of the family or the severance of the relationship, it was the Zhou family's business. He could only cheer on the sidelines. Father-in-law, you gave up on my brother-in-law yesterday. It was because I brought Dr. Zhong from Yaoshou Hall and found your weakness that you were willing to spend money to treat my brother-in-law's injury. Dr. Zhang did not wrongly accuse you. After hearing what Yuan Shang and Dr. Zhang said, the crowd exploded even more. So, Zhou Changlin didn't just owe 4 taels of silver when he split up the family? Originally, Zhou Changlin was injured by the public, so he should be treated in public. The treatment cost 60 taels of silver, but Zhou Chuanxiang was forced by Zhou Changlin's brother-in-law to pay only 9 taels of silver, which was equivalent to giving Zhou Changlin 51 taels less. Without these 51 taels, Zhou Changlin can only wait for death. Zhou Changlin is dead, and the remaining orphans and widows have to give Zhou Chuanxiang's family another 3 taels of silver every year. If she doesn't agree to give him 3 taels of silver every year, Zhou Chuanxiang will find an excuse to beat Yuzhu to death. Those who think quickly have already figured out the relationship involved. Oh my, Zhou Chuanxiang is really lacking in virtue. He is not afraid of being struck by lightning for treating his eldest son's family like this. Zhou Chuanxiang usually looks like a very honest and reasonable person, but it turns out he was just pretending. Zhou Hanjiang, Zhou Chunsheng, and Li Changguei failed to control the situation and let the public opinion ferment. The public opinion against Zhou Chuanxiang was loud enough for them to help Zhou Changlin fight for his interests. All the criticisms were directed at him, and Zhou Chuanxiang felt like a thorn in his back. He urged Zhou Chunsheng to continue the process of breaking off the relationship. Changlin, the severance letter says that you are unfilial to your parents. Do you admit it? Zhou Changlin said with anger in his eyes. I don't recognize it. Zhou Changlin was willing to accept all those harsh conditions before, but he refused to admit that he was unfilial. What does this mean? It means that Zhou Changlin was wronged, even more wrong than Doi. They had watched Zhou Changlin grow up since he was a child. Whenever they went to work in the fields, he was the first one to go. Old man Zhou would then drag Zhou Changshui along. Zhou Changshui would find an excuse to run away after working for a few minutes. There is also going up the mountain to chop firewood. It is so cold in the winter. The firewood nearby has been chopped up long ago, and there is only firewood in the deep mountains. Zhou Changlin goes to chop firewood regardless of rain or shine in winter and takes it to the town to sell. When have you ever seen old man Zhou go to chop firewood? Not to mention daily matters, such a filial child is accused of being unfilial. No wonder he refuses to acknowledge himself. What Zhou Hanjiang was waiting for was Zhou Changlin's words. This filial and foolish child agreed with everything his black-hearted father said. He thought that if his father accused him of being unfilial in the end, he would have to admit it. Fortunately, he still had a mouth and knew how to refute. Zhou Hanjiang tapped his cane. Zhou Chuanxiang, you heard what Changlin said. He doesn't acknowledge it. This letter of severance is invalid. Li Changgue, the village head, also said, Brother Chuanxiang, the contents of the severance letter must be acknowledged by both of you and signed and fingerprinted before it can take effect. Now that Changlin does not acknowledge what you said, the severance letter you wrote can only be invalidated. The villagers on the roof shouted, What the hell? Who cares? I don't know which black-hearted idiot came up with such a wicked and heartless letter of severance. The villagers were talking about it, saying that the man was really black-hearted and cruel to his own son, especially the most filial, sensible, and obedient son. Zhou Chuanxiang's face turned black when he heard everyone's discussion. Zhou Changshui and Zhou Changxin's faces were not looking good either. Why are they all supporting Zhou Changlin? I don't know what's in these people's heads, a pile of shit? Zhou Chuanxiang saw the excitement in his uncle's eyes. Oh no. His uncle would definitely take this opportunity to help Changlin get more property. The 3 taels of silver every year would probably be gone. The clan leader is the son of the third uncle, so he will naturally help the third uncle. His property, his money. But now that the severance of the engagement has developed to this point, he can't stop it just because he wants to. Damn it, he didn't expect that neither the clan leader Zhou Chunxing nor the village head Li Changgue gave him face. Shouldn't these people help Chongxin because of his bright future? What's the point of these people helping Zhou Changlin? Zhou Changlin is disabled and has no wealth. What do these people want? Zhou Chuanxiang may never understand that in addition to weighing the pros and cons, human hearts are also kind and sincere. The clan leader Zhou Chunxing said, Changlin, since you don't recognize this letter of severance, what do you want? Zhou Hanjiang desperately winked at Zhou Changlin, and that look seemed to say, make your request quickly, third grandpa will protect you. Zhou Changlin said, my parents raised me with all their hard work. I agreed to all their excessive requests, even if they cut my flesh and drank my blood. I would accept it because I am still their son. I only have one request, which is to write down the whole story, the cause and effect in the letter of severance. After the severance, we will be strangers and no longer have any ties with each other. I would like to ask everyone present here to bear witness to this. However, I would like to ask the clan leader, since we have severed our friendship, how can you still ask my family to give me 3 taels of silver every year for retirement? Yuan Sheng added, everyone understands, right? If my brother-in-law doesn't give me 3 taels of silver every year, Zhou Chuanxiang, this evil guy, will beat Yu Zhu to death. Do you think I should give him the money? Today, anyone who is willing to be a witness for my brother-in-law can help put their fingerprints on the marriage certificate. Chapter 68, completely standing on the high ground of public opinion. The villagers who were watching sighed again. How filial Zhou Changlin was. Even now, when his parents were drinking his blood, he still agreed to their unreasonable demands. A person who was so filial would only say that he was a stranger, and that he was no longer friendly with his parents if he was completely heartbroken. And there is Zhou Changxin. My eldest brother was injured because of him, but he could actually write such a vicious letter of severing the relationship. It's obvious that he is not a good person, and he is a scholar after all. This family is so dark-hearted. Zhou Changlin and his brother-in-law were right. Since the relationship had been severed, they were no longer friends and had no ties to each other. They even gave him a shit about retirement money. It was no different from not being related at all. All the benefits went to Zhou Chuanxiang's family. The villagers who were watching, on the trees, on the roofs, on the walls, and in the yards, were all shouting, you shouldn't give it. Changlin can't give it. You don't bully your own son like this. You absolutely can't give it to me. You shouldn't have asked for it, old man Zhou. Black-hearted rotten ass. The evil one is smoking. Anyway, there were so many people saying it, one after another, that Zhou's family couldn't tell who was who, and many people just joined in the cursing. Zhou Chuanxiang was panting heavily. He didn't expect that Zhou Changlin, who was usually honest and filial, would do this. Yesterday, he promised to give 3 taels of silver every year to repay his gratitude, just to stabilize himself first. Just like now, he said that he agreed to all his requests, but then asked the clan leader, isn't this going back on his word? Sure enough, Zhou Hanjiang knocked his cane and said, there is no such rule in my Zhou family. The so-called severance of kinship means severing all ties. Zhou Chunxing continued, breaking off the relationship means severing the relationship once and for all, so there's no reason to ask for money anymore. The head of the village, Li Changgue, also said, Chun Chong, since you want to break off the relationship, you can no longer let Chong Lin give you money every year. If you do this, people will poke your spine in the back. Although he didn't want the 3 taels of silver every year, he would still be poked in the back. Zhou Chuanxiang was framed like this. Zhou Chuanxiang glared at Zhou Chonglin hatefully, feeling extremely depressed. How dare Zhou Chonglin cheat him like this? In that case, Li Zhang, clan leader, I will keep kissing you. Zhou Hanjiang shouted. Is breaking off a relationship a joke? Did you invite us here today to play a trick on us? Li Changgue, the village head, also looked displeased. Zhou Chuanxiang, this is not the way you do things. Zhou Chunxing thought of Chonglin's words and said unhappily, Chuanxiang, everyone heard what Chonglin said just now. We are all witnesses. If Yuzhu has any accident, I, the Zhou clan leader, will personally arrest you and take you to the government. Yuan Shang shouted in the crowd, Old man Zhou, my brother-in-law was injured in the palace, so he should be treated there. It's okay if he doesn't get married. You should take out the money for the treatment today. The villagers watching the fun all felt like they were being played by Zhou Chuanxiang. You said you wanted to break off the relationship, but you didn't at the critical moment. After hearing Yuan Shang's words, they followed suit and shouted, if you don't break off the relationship, you'll get the silver. Take the silver. Take the silver. Hurry up and take out the silver. Zhou Chuanxiang was placed higher. Damn it. Zhou Chuanxiang felt like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. If he continued to kiss today, it seemed that he could only use the money to treat Zhou Chonglin's injuries. Now that he had completely torn his face with the boss's family, it would be a loss to spend a penny on him. Zhou Chuanxiang gritted his teeth and said, you don't have to give me the 3 taels of silver per year as a reward, but Zhou Chonglin and his family will be kicked out of the house. I can't give him the 6 acres of land and 2 thatched houses on the hillside. It was Zhou Chonglin who wanted to break off the relationship, and if he wants to, he will be kicked out of the house. Okay, I agree. We must leave the house with nothing. In ancient times, Neza cut off his flesh to repay his mother and cut off his bones to repay his father. Although I, Zhou Chonglin, did not cut off my flesh or bones, I broke my waist in order to earn money for my parents. I will not live for many days. I have done this for my parents, which can be regarded as repaying their kindness in raising me. Since my parents asked me to leave the house with nothing, then as a son, I naturally have no choice but to obey. Zhou Chonglin said immediately. He felt disgusted with Zhou Chuanxiang's things. He wanted to cut off all ties with him completely and have nothing to do with him anymore. Although Zhou Chonglin agreed, Zhou Chuanxiang was still upset. He was promised 3 taels of silver every year, but in the end he was fooled and lost everything. How much are those 6 acres of barren land on the hillside worth? It's said to be medium-grade land, but in fact it's close to inferior land. Zhou Hanjiang tapped his cane and said, I don't agree. The 6 acres of land on the hillside is my Zhou family's ancestral land, and it must be given to my eldest son and grandson. It was the first time that Zhou Chonglin knew the origin of the hillside. He was the eldest son and grandson, and he would indeed inherit the Zhou family's ancestral land. Zhou Chuanxiang sneered. He has already severed his relationship with me. How can he still be called the eldest son and grandson of the Zhou family? If he wants to live on the 6 acres of land on the hillside, that's fine. 4 taels of silver per acre, 24 taels of silver, 20 taels of silver. Zhou Hanjiang said in a deep voice. If Chonglin wants to break off the relationship cleanly and not be criticized in the future, it would be best to leave the house with nothing. People are like this. Today, everyone supports Chonglin because they know the whole story and the emotions are so strong. After a long time, everyone can't remember clearly. Zhou Chuanxiang and Wang Chuanxiang cried and complained, and everyone probably sympathized with them. After all, there are no parents who are not wrong in the world, and Zhou Chuanxiang and Wang Chuanxiang have the advantage of seniority. Zhou Hanjiang saw that Yuchuan was a good student. If Yuchuan became successful in the future and Zhou Chuanxiang came to haunt him, Yuchuan would be in big trouble if the breakup of the engagement was not handled perfectly. At this time, Zhou Hanjiang had already made up his mind that he would pay the 20 taels of silver later. Okay, 20 taels. Zhou Chuanxiang said. Zhou Changlin couldn't even come up with one tael of silver anyway, and Yuan Painter's family was even less able to pay. Zhou Hanjiang said, Chuncheng, please write the documents, one for breaking off the relationship and one for buying and selling. This time Zhou Chuncheng wrote in detail about the cause and effect of the breakup, from why Zhou Changlin joined the logging team, who he was injured for, and how his father abandoned him after he was injured and knew that he would have to spend money. It also recorded in detail Zhou Chuanxiang's land area, real estate, and savings, but required him to leave the house with nothing. In addition, it also writes that Zhou Chuanxiang and others used Yuzhu as a threat to force Zhou Changlin to give 3 taels of silver every year as a token of gratitude, but he gave up due to pressure from the clan and public opinion from the villagers. The author focuses on describing Zhou Changlin's filial piety and Zhou Chuanxiang's viciousness. After writing it, Zhou Chuncheng read it to everyone, and everyone who heard it was filled with indignation. Some old ladies burst into tears when they heard the letter of severance of marriage. How could there be such cruel parents in this world? Directly severing the relationship is equivalent to expelling Zhou Changlin's family from the Zhou family tree. In addition to making life difficult, Zhou Changlin's family cannot be buried in the ancestral tomb after death and can only become lonely ghosts. This will make Changlin's family suffer while alive and unable to rest in peace even after death. Too cruel. At this time, Old Man Zhou no longer cared whether other people scolded him or not. Public opinion was quite unfavorable to him. What if Zhou Changlin took this opportunity to go back on his word? He had promised his youngest son that he would give him Confucian lessons. If the engagement fails, he will have to spend dozens of taels of silver on Zhou Changlin's medical treatment. Where would the money for his youngest son's Confucian lessons come from? Old Man Zhou urged, since there is no problem, both parties should sign and put their fingerprints on it. Chapter 69. From now on, even if I am begging for food, I will never pass by his door. Zhou Chuncheng sighed, Changlin, if you have no objection, please press your fingerprints. Changlin, you can't sign it. I can't sign it. The villagers' voices rose one after another, and they had completely put themselves in Zhou Changlin's shoes as the one being bullied. Neza cut off his flesh to return to his mother and his bones to return to his father. That was Neza, a mythological figure that has been passed down through the ages. Zhou Changlin is just an ordinary person. He was kicked out of the house with life-threatening injuries. How can he live in the future? Will the family have to beg for food? Zhou Chuanxiang's family is too cruel and ruthless. Zhou Changlin had a painful look on his face, biting his lips tightly. Yu Chuan, Yu Feng, Yu Zhu, you kowtow to Grandpa and Grandma on behalf of your parents. The 3 little ones knelt in front of their grandparents. Father and Mother, this is the last time your son will kowtow to you. Please forgive me for being unfilial. The 3 little ones kowtowed 3 times. After signing this severance agreement, we will be strangers from now on, and we won't recognize each other when we meet again. Zhang Shufan's husband Zhou Changman said, Zhou Changlin, if you are a man, don't be a coward. If you see Zhou Chuanxiang's family again in the future, don't pay any attention to them. Although Zhou Changman, like Zhou Changlin, is of the same generation as Zhou Changlin, he is not very related to Zhou Chuanxiang's family. Uncle Changlin, if you continue to be soft-hearted towards the Zhou family, I will look down on you. Li Chuanjiang's voice was very penetrating. Right. Changlin, don't pay attention to these black-hearted bastards in the future. You are not the same kind of people as them. It's better to break off the relationship with them. Similar sounds came one after another. Zhou Changlin lay on the stretcher and raised his fist towards the sky. Changlin, I'll remember. I'll definitely do what I say. Yuan Shang smiled knowingly. His brother-in-law was also a talented person. Zhou Chuanxiang probably didn't expect that his brother-in-law would go back on his word. His plan to ask for 3 taels of silver as a reward every year fell through. Zhou Chuanxiang was probably so angry that he would vomit blood. My brother-in-law left the house with nothing, broke off the relationship with me at a relatively low cost, and completely gained the upper hand in public opinion, so it wasn't a loss. Old Man Zhou, Zhou Changshui, Ma Xiangqin, Zhou Changsen, and Zhou Changshui's 2 sons had already pressed their fingerprints neatly. Only Wang Chuanxiang was still crying. Old Man Zhou glared at her fiercely. Foolish thing. Don't make a mistake at the critical moment again. Wang Chuanxiang pressed her fingerprints reluctantly. None of Zhou Changlin's family could write, so everyone just put their fingerprints next to the written names. There were 4 copies of the severance letter, one for Old Man Zhou, one for Zhou Changlin, one for the Zhou family, and one for the village. Afterwards, Old Man Zhou and Zhou Changlin signed the sales documents. After everything was settled, Old Man Zhou finally felt relieved. Zhou Changlin, since the sales documents have been signed, Please take out the 20 taels of silver. Boom. The crowd exploded. What the hell? Zhou Chonglin's family hasn't received a single copper coin yet, but they are so anxious to get the 20 taels of silver. Can't they wait a little longer? It will take time for Zhou Chonglin to raise the money. This is just forcing people to death without giving them any chance to breathe. He is so cruel to his own son and grandson. Zhou Hanjiang hit Zhou Chuanxiang on the back with his cane. Don't go too far, little bastard. Don't you see that you have ruined the reputation of my Zhou family? Zhou Hanjiang used all his strength to wield the crutch and almost knocked Zhou Chuanxiang to the ground. He turned around and glared at Zhou Hanjiang. You still dare to glare at me? Today, I will teach you how to respect your elders. Facing his elder uncle, Zhou Chuanxiang did not dare to fight back and could only run away. Zhou Hanjiang was already staggering, so he was naturally not as flexible as Zhou Chuanxiang. Zhou Yuchuan hugged Zhou Hanjiang and said, "Third master, run slower and don't fall. We can't get angry over this kind of person." Zhou Yuchuan didn't call Zhou Chuanxiang grandpa, but directly called Zhou Chuanxiang this kind of person. Everyone didn't think he was disrespectful to the elders, but felt relieved. It's time to sever ties with relatives. Zhou Hanjiang was panting and touching the top of Zhou Yuchuan's head, but he finally stopped. He had just asked his wife to go home and get the 20 taels of silver. Beating Zhou Chuanxiang was purely an opportunity to vent his anger, and it would be a waste if he didn't beat him. The elders in the village couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Chuanxiang, please behave yourself. How can Chonglin afford all this money now? That's right. Even though they're no longer related, there's still some old affection. How can you bear to force him like this? He's still lying on a stretcher and can't move at all. Old man Zhou stiffened his neck and said, "You have all been deceived by this little beast. He has hated me for a long time and calls me by my full name. Do you really think he is so filial? Besides, he doesn't have 20 taels, so he shouldn't buy the land near the hillside." Zhou Chongshui also echoed, "You have all been fooled by Zhou Chonglin. He didn't act so filial at all." How could the villagers believe it? It was just the bad guy's excuse. Yuan Shang gave Li Chunjiang a look, and Li Chunjiang understood. "Old Zhou, you are killing Uncle Chonglin's family like this. Do you think highly of my Uncle Chonglin's family? You are not pestering me again now that my uncle has become rich?" Pooh. Old man Zhou spat. "From now on, even if I have to beg for food, I will never pass by his door." Yuan Shang smiled and said, "Old Zhou, things change over time. I think Yu Chuan is a promising person. He may have a bright future in the imperial examinations." Zhou Chongshui smiled and shook his head. If he had good grades, why didn't the teacher keep him when he went to the private school with Chongsan? Besides, with his family's financial situation, how could he afford to go to the private school? Could he rely on a scoundrel uncle like you? Yes, rely on me. Zhou Chongshui seemed to have heard a joke. "Yuan Shang, you really are such a boaster." Zhou Yuchuan refuted. "Zhou Chongshui, that's my uncle and I's business. You don't need to worry about it. Also, the reason Zhou Chongsan was able to beat me was because Zhou Chuanxiang gave Zhou Chongsan the 1,000 characters to memorize in advance. Zhou Chuanxiang said that he wanted us to compete fairly, and whoever learned better would get the chance to study in the private school. In fact, he had already chosen his youngest son." What? Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Painter were both shocked. This was the first time they heard Yuchuan talk about this. Zhou Yuchuan walked up to Zhou Chonglin, held his hand and said, "Dad, I heard Zhou Chongsan secretly reciting something before I went to the private school, but I wasn't sure what it was. I didn't tell you and Mom at the time because I was afraid you would be sad. After all, you treated them so sincerely." Zhou Chonglin touched Zhou Yuchuan's face and said, "Silly son, if you encounter something like this again, you must tell your father." If he had known about this earlier, he would have saved up some private money and found a way to divide the family property. He would not have been deceived by Zhou Chuanxiang for so long. Old man Zhou was also shocked. He didn't expect that his eldest grandson was so smart and even knew about this matter. But he definitely couldn't admit it at this moment. After all, so many people were watching. "Zhou Yuchuan, stop spitting blood at me. You are so young and don't learn well. Just follow your bastard father." Zhou Chongsan was also very annoyed. "Zhou Yuchuan, because of the breakup of the relationship, you hold a grudge against us, so you slander your former grandfather and uncle like this?" Chapter 70 confused Wang Chuanxiang. Zhou Yuchuan was not in a hurry. "Since we have severed our relationship, we should stop talking about my former grandfather and uncle. If it were any other time, the villagers would definitely think that Zhou Yuchuan, as a grandson, was unkind. But after everything that had happened today, and many of them having served as witnesses and put their fingerprints on the severance agreement, they just wanted to say that Zhou Yuchuan had done a great job. For this kind of black-hearted and rotten-ass thing, just ignore it even if you pass by it in the future. Just pretend you don't see it. I dare to bring up this matter today, so I naturally have evidence, and the two of us are the evidence. Grandpa clan leader, you can take an article that Zhou Changsun has not learned, and let us both recite it at the same time to see who can recite it first, him or me. Zhou Yuchuan was confident. Zhou Changsun panicked. He knew that Zhou Yuchuan could memorize things very quickly. He couldn't say that he had a photographic memory, but he could memorize it after reciting it 5 or 6 times. Zhou Yuchuan, stop changing the subject. It's my dad who's asking for money now. After Zhou Yuchuan said this, the onlookers had completely confirmed who was lying. It must be Zhou Chuanxiang and Zhou Changsun. As the saying goes, whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Since he doesn't dare to confront Zhou Yuchuan, it must be because he is not as strong as him. Today they finally got a clear view of one person, Zhou Chuanxiang. Old man Zhou is usually smiling. Although he has some wealth, he does not look down on others. He often takes the initiative to greet people, giving people the impression that he is kind and honest. Only today did they discover that this person was very calculating, very snobbish, and very cruel, completely different from his usual good-natured image. Zhou Hanjiang tapped his cane and said loudly, "Everyone is here today. I have something to announce. Although Zhou Changlin and Zhou Chuanxiang have severed their relationship, he is still a member of my Zhou family. From now on, Zhou Changlin will be registered under the name of Zhou Chunsheng. From now on, he will be my grandson and Chuansheng's son. Changlin, are you willing?" Zhou Changlin's eyes were full of excitement, as if he had heard about this for the first time. "I do. Thank you, third grandpa." Zhou Hanjiang smiled, and all the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. "Silly child, you have to call me grandpa from now on. I am your real grandpa from now on." Zhou Chunsheng took out the family tree, crossed out Zhou Changlin, Yuan Shi, Zhou Yuchuan, and Zhou Yufeng from Zhou Chuanxiang's name, and wrote the other 4 people under his own name. The surrounding villagers burst into applause. Just now they were still complaining about the Zhou clan's inaction, but they didn't expect that they already had a backup plan. The old people who were worried that Zhou Changlin's family would not be able to return to their hometown were relieved. This is right. How can we let the honest and filial people become lonely ghosts? There is no such reason anywhere. Zhou Chuanxiang was incredulous. He had just severed ties with Zhou Changlin's family, and right after that, Zhou Chunsheng registered their entire family under his own name. Was he deliberately going against him? Wasn't this a slap in his face? On one side is a disabled waste, and on the other side is Zhou Changsun, who has a bright future. The people in the tribe actually bet on the waste? He thought of the fortune teller's words, and warned the clan leader with a proud expression. "Zhou Chunsheng, since you chose Zhou Changlin and want to go against me, I hope you won't regret it." Zhou Chunsheng knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression. "You pushed your most filial son out, so I hope you won't regret it." "I know what you were thinking, Zhou Chuanxiang. Do you really think the imperial examination is so easy? Even if your family Changsun High School is admitted, I won't regret it. You have no conscience and will not treat your clan members sincerely. You will only push us out to take the blame when something happens in the future." Seeing how these people isolated themselves, Zhou Changsun secretly vowed that he must do well in the exam so that these people can see it. Especially the clan leader's family. "They don't take me seriously at all, and I must make them look bad." Zhou Hanjiang said with satisfaction, "Zhou Chuanxiang, now such a filial child is mine. I will give him the 20 taels of silver." "Third grandpa, you can't do that." Zhou Changlin hurriedly stopped them. Third grandpa and Uncle Chunsheng took the initiative to link him to their own lineage and did not expel his family from the family tree. They had already helped them a lot. How could they still ask them to pay money? Yuan Sheng said, "Wait, third grandpa, Uncle Chunsheng, I brought some money here today." Yuan Sheng took out 20 taels of silver and handed it to Zhou Changlin. "Brother-in-law, take it first." Zhou Changlin took it naturally. "Zhou Chuanxiang, write the receipt document." Hearing Zhou Changlin calling them by their names, many people in the village breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Changlin was not too stupid or foolishly filial. Wang Chuanxiang was overwhelmed with sadness when she saw her son's cold eyes and that he called the old man Zhou Chuanxiang like a stranger. She thought her son had really cut off ties with them. "We will be strangers to each other from now on. My son will also call me like a stranger." Wang Chuanxiang's wailing suddenly intensified. She slapped her thighs while crying, "My son, you have such a cruel heart. How could you really be willing to break off ties with us and abandon your father and mother? My son, have you forgotten how your mother raised you with all her hard work? You drank my milk until you were 3 years old." Yuan Sheng smiled and shook his head. Stupid good people are like sand in rice and fish bones in fish soup. They are really disgusting. Do you say Wang Chuanxiang didn't love her son? Impossible. She was obviously not as cruel as Zhou Chuanxiang and loved her son. But the palms and backs of the hands are made of flesh. The palms are thick and the backs are thin. For Zhou Changxin, she quickly abandoned her eldest son, letting him die and let him share the meager family property. Now, I don't know what's wrong with her, she suddenly did this, which made some confused old ladies put themselves in her shoes and think that Zhou Changlin is cruel. Zhou Changlin said nothing and did not refute. He had already said what he needed to say about the grievances yesterday. Since they had severed their relationship, they would be strangers from now on. Let him be cruel. If he was not cruel enough, he would be skinned and torn apart by these people. After finishing the work, Yuan Shang walked through the crowd to his sister and brother-in-law. Sister, pack up your things and come home with me first. Zhou Hanjiang and Zhou Chunshang came over and said, Brother Yuan, what are you talking about? Changlin and the others are my family now, so they will naturally go home with us. In fact, Zhou Chunsheng was a little unhappy. He naturally liked Changlin, who was loyal, righteous, and filial. The younger ones were also smart and sensible. Especially Yuchuan, who was very young, already had some method in speaking and doing things. He might really have some luck in the future. But the reality is too pressing. From what I heard, Changlin's injury would cost more than 40 taels of silver to treat, not to mention the expenses for food, clothing, and housing for his family. Yuan Shang could see the struggle in Zhou Chuanxing's eyes clearly, but he understood it very well. Zhou Hanjiang and Zhou Chunxing had already helped a lot by doing this, so it was normal for them to be a little hesitant. It can only be said that the fate of each person is so different. Some people push the overwhelming wealth out of their homes, while others can bring this wealth home. From now on, Zhou Chunsheng and his family will have a good life. Yuan Shang smiled widely. Grandpa Zhou, if I can't take my brother-in-law and his family back home today, my parents will skin me alive. Before I left, they gave me a death order. Well, when my brother-in-law recovers from his injury, I will ask him to bring Yuchuan and the others back to the village to visit you too. Zhou Changlin wiped the tears from his eyes. At the critical moment, his brother-in-law, Grandpa Hanjiang, and Uncle Chunsheng were there to support him. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to help in times of need. He and his family will always remember the kindness of these people. Grandpa Hanjiang, Uncle Chunsheng, thank you. I will always remember your kindness in Changlin. I'd better go back to my father-in-law's house with Yuan Bayer first. He was the one who found the doctor before, so it will be convenient for follow-up treatment. Zhou Hanjiang frowned. Okay, if you need any help later, remember to let Yuchuan come to me. Zhou Chunxing felt relieved at this moment and said in a brisk voice, Changlin, this is 1 tael of silver. You can use it first, and if it's not enough, ask Yuchuan to send a message back. Zhou Changlin still called him uncle, which means he understood that the adoption document was mainly to keep him in the Zhou family and not become a rootless duckweed. It also means that Zhou Changlin did not intend to put all the burdens of himself and his family on him. Zhou Changlin refused, and Zhou Chunxing refused to take the money. Yuan Xing smiled and said, Brother-in-law, just take it. You can return it to Uncle Chunxing when you have money later. Uncle Chunxing would probably feel bad if his brother-in-law didn't accept the money today. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Changlin took the silver. Zhou Hanjiang and Zhou Chunxing looked carefully at the young man named Yuan Shang in front of them. He was tall, handsome, and had an extraordinary temperament. Is this the legendary rogue brother of Changlin's wife? Rumors are deadly. Such a good child was actually ruined by rumors. Before, many people were saying that Changlin marrying this girl from the Yuan family was like having no outside family at all. Not only would he not have any help, but he would also not be a burden. Now it seems like pure nonsense. Not only did the brother-in-law take out 20 taels of silver, he also took Changlin's family home. It seems that he wants to continue to treat the injuries. How much silver will this cost? Most people don't have this ability or courage. The two men looked at Yuan Shang, and the more they looked at the young man, the more they liked him. Chapter 71. This mother's family is really powerful. Just as Yuan Painter was about to go into the house to pack her things, she was stopped by Zhou Changshui and Ma Shangqin. Yuan Painter, what are you doing? Now that you are no longer a member of the Zhou family, why are you entering our house? Are you trying to steal something from us? Get out. Since the engagement was broken off anyway, Yuan Painter didn't need to be polite. Zhou Hanjiang heard the voice and came over with his cane in hand. You wicked bastard, get out of my way now. My cane has no eyes. Zhou Changshui shrank back, and although he was reluctant, he had to move aside. It was a pity for the things in his brother's room. He had wanted to keep them. Even his father couldn't help third grandpa's cane, so he didn't dare to carry it. Ma Xiangqin was pregnant after all, so she didn't dare to jump too much. After the two people moved aside, Yuan Painter was able to enter the room to pack her things. The crowd had not yet dispersed, and many people saw this scene. Zhou Changshui is such a jerk. Before his brother was injured, it was his brother who did all the farm work, but he was so lazy. Now that his brother is injured, he won't even let his brother take his things away from his brother's house. He is so wicked and has such a black heart. Like Zhou Chuanxiang. That old man Zhou is so dark. The only good thing about his family is Changlin. Good shoots come out of bad bamboos. I heard before that Zhou Changshui and Yuan Painter's brother were of the same kind, but today I found out that this is not the case at all. Yuan Painter's brother? The young man who took the money is the brother of Changlin's wife? The stinky scoundrel in the legend? It's him, but he's completely different from what was rumored. He's really handsome and looks like a very talented person. At the critical moment, he really supported his sister and brother-in-law. Compared with Zhou Chuanxiang's group of ruthless people, they are like heaven and earth. An old lady came with her daughter to watch the fun. The girl pulled her mother's sleeve with a blushing face. The old lady understood what she meant and asked, "Is Changlin's wife's brother married? He looks quite young." "Why? Do you have any ideas?" The old lady waved her hands and said, "What ideas can I have? I'm just asking casually." The old lady's daughter's face was already blushing with shame. "They are married. I saw his wife a few days ago. She had a fist-sized red birthmark on half of her face. She was quite ugly." Hearing this, the girl's heart broke. Such a handsome and romantic boy was actually married, and he married an ugly guy? Yuan Shang happened to hear the lady say his wife was ugly. "Auntie, my wife is very pretty. I love her very much." Oh my goodness, when I heard Yuan Shang say that, my face turned red. How shameless. Hey young people nowadays. The young girl standing next to him had her heart broken into pieces. It seemed that she had no chance at all. Yuan Panner packed her things quickly. In fact, there weren't many things. Just the large dowry box she brought with her was enough to hold them all. Mainly the things she had brought as a dowry, including a few quilts, a makeup box, 2 silver hairpins, a wash basin, a bucket, and a few sets of clothes. Yuan Shang had already asked Li Chunjiang to help borrow an ox cart. At this time, Yuan Lai Fu appeared driving his Huang. "Panner, Dad is here to take you home." Yuan Lai Fu was exhausted, but had a smile on his face. Yuan Painter took 2 steps at a time and came to Yuan Lai Fu, holding his father's hand. "Dad, it feels so good to have a dad who loves you." Zhou Changlin looked at his father-in-law with an apologetic look on his face. "Dad, I didn't let Panner live a good life. She has suffered with me all these years. In the end, she didn't get any of the family property, and all she has left is the dowry." "Changlin, stop talking about that and take good care of your wounds. Dad knows that you are filial and righteous, which is why they easily manipulate you. It's good that we are no longer related. We will have a good life in the future. Come on, go home with Dad." Zhou Changlin was touched. "Okay, Dad." Yuan Shang and Yuan Panner spread straw on the ox cart, then put a quilt on the straw, and carefully lifted Zhou Changlin onto the quilt. Then she put the dowry box aside. Let's go home." Yuan Lai Fu used the ox cart to pull Zhou Changlin, Yuan Shang, Yuan Painter, and a few children behind the ox cart. Among the villagers who were watching, many married women envied Yuan Painter. Before, when the villagers talked about gossip, Ma Xiangqin would always talk about how much her family valued her, how her brothers valued her as a sister, and what gifts they brought every time. When she talked about it, she would always put a foot on her eldest sister-in-law Yuan Painter, saying that Yuan Painter's family only had one brother, and how Yuan Shang was a scoundrel and incompetent. It would be better to have no family like this, because not only could they not help, but they would also be a burden. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Yuan Painter's family stood up. Not only did the younger brother directly take out 9 taels of silver, but the father also drove a ox cart to come and pick it up in person. Ma Xiangqin is such a good bullshit. If a mother's family like this is not good, then what kind of mother's family is good? Zhang Shufan saw Yuan Shang's ability yesterday. In order to support her sister, she made Zhou Changshui stunned. Today, she even offered money to take her sister's family back to her parents' home. What a bold move. It's conceivable how much money it will cost in the future. Zhang Shufan greeted Yuan Laifu and gave Yuan Shang a thumbs up. "Yuan Shang, you are this. I apologize to you. I looked down on you before. Now in my heart, you are the best brother. Sister Shufan, I don't blame you. I've done a lot of bad things in the past, so I don't blame you for thinking this way." Zhang Shufan walked up to Yuan Panner and took out 300 large bills from her bosom. Panner, take this money first. Come to me if you need it in the future. We can work together to find a solution. This difficult time will eventually pass. Yuan Sheng smiled. Sister Shufan was really his sister's best friend. Sister Shufan, please keep the money. My sister won't have a hard time in the future. She will have a good life in the future. Zhang Shufan pretended to be angry and said, This money is not for you. I give it to Panner. Yuan Panner thought about her brother's current ability. Shufan, this money is really unnecessary. Yuan Bauer is successful now. Our future life will only get better and better. Changlin and I thank you. You're still being polite to me. You don't treat me as your own. After much persuasion, Zhang Shufan still stuffed the 300 coins into Yuan Panner's hand. Zhou Changlin's two childhood friends, Ma Chao and Qian Shaoshan, also took 400 coins each and forced them on their friends. Changlin, you must take good care of your injuries and stop thinking about those sad things. It's not worth hurting yourself for these people. Well, don't worry, I won't be sad for them anymore. From now on, they are just strangers to me. After greeting his friends, Yuan Lai Fu set off with his family in an ox cart. Yuan Xing held Yuzhu in his arms. Yuzhu was small, sweet, and soft. Yuan Xing couldn't help but think of his daughter in his previous life. Today was a good day for him to let Dr. Zhong take a good look at Qinxi's body. The matter of having a baby had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible to prevent Qinxi from having too many wild thoughts. Chapter 72. This picture is so beautiful. Uncle, I thought you were going to kill a chicken today. You don't know how delicious the chicken you killed yesterday was. My mother gave me chicken wings. They were so delicious. I remember the last time I ate chicken was at my grandma's house last year. Yuzhu drooled as she spoke, her black eyes sparkling. Yufeng also said, Uncle, you killed a chicken with a stone yesterday. You were so fierce. My grandfather, Zhou Chuanxiang, turned green in the face. My mother was even more fierce. She cooked the chicken and directly locked the door and brought it to our room. Wang Chuanxiang was so angry that she almost cursed. The chicken was so delicious. Yesterday you said you would kill a chicken every day. Today, before dawn, I was looking forward to it. I was waiting for you to kill the chicken and I would cook it for us. Yu Chuan rolled his eyes at his foodie brother and said, Wipe your saliva quickly. Why are you waiting for it before dawn? Last night I dreamed of eating chicken. You held my feet in the middle of the night and chewed them like they were chicken legs. Ah! Zhou Yufeng jumped up. Brother, you are going too far. You are talking nonsense. As he was talking, Zhou Yufeng was about to chase his brother and beat him up, but Zhou Yuchuan dodged left and right like a monkey. Yuzhu heard the conversation between her two brothers and giggled. The fields in late spring are beautiful, and the mountains in the distance are covered with eye-catching green. The small hillsides beside the road are full of wild flowers, red, yellow, green, and blue, dotted on the green hillside. The river is very close, but the gurgling sound of the stream seems very far away, accompanied by the laughter of children, which is pleasant to the ears. The warm sunshine shines on everyone, making them feel warm. Even Zhou Changlin's cold heart is warmed by the sunshine. This life is getting more and more beautiful. When Yuan Shang and others returned home, Shang Hohat and Zhu Qinxi were already waiting at the door. They hurried out to greet them, and one of them held Yuan Panner's hand. Mom, sister-in-law. The tears in Yuan Panner's eyes wanted to flow out unconsciously, just like when she was bullied as a child. When she saw her mother coming to her, the tears she had been holding back flowed out like a river bursting its dam. Shang Hohat hugged her daughter and said, Panner, don't cry. Let's go home. Zhu Qinxi stroked Yuan Panner's back and said, Sister, you and your husband can live here as long as you want. Our family is rich now, so you don't have to worry about the expenses. Yuan Panner was touched. It is said that a daughter who is married off is like water spilled. She could not live in her parents' home for long, especially since she had a family to support. She knew that her brother wanted her to live at home, but she was afraid that her sister-in-law would dislike her. But she was just overthinking it. Not only did her sister-in-law not care, she also warmly welcomed her. Zhu Qinxi said to Yuan Shang, I packed our things and put them in my parents' room. My mother and I hung a curtain in the room, and our room is for my sister, brother-in-law, and the children to live in. Yuan Shang grabbed Zhu Qinxi's hand and hooked it. My wife is so capable. Zhu Qinxi blushed. This bad guy, in front of so many people, doesn't even know how to restrain himself. Mom, go kill 2 chickens. Yuzhu wants to eat chicken wings, and Yufeng wanted to eat chicken legs so much that he gnawed Yuchuan's feet yesterday. Killing the chicken is a top priority. Okay. Shang Hohat was full of motivation. It was hard to say whether her grandson and granddaughter wanted to eat chicken, so she turned around and went to the kitchen to get a knife. Mom, there's no need to kill the chicken. We just ate chicken yesterday. Yuan Painter quickly grabbed her mother. Zhou Chonglin was still lying on the ox cart. He couldn't move, but he quickly shouted, Mom, there's no need to kill a chicken. It's too expensive. I can't live here with a clear conscience if you do this. Yuan Shang ran 2 steps and rushed to the partition wall of Zhang Wen's house. He stuck his head out and looked. There were no adults in the Zhang family, but several children were still there. Walls have ears. He pulled his eldest sister to the ox cart and pointed to the next door. Yuan Painter and Zhou Chonglin understood what he meant. Yuan Shang lowered his voice and said, Sister, brother-in-law, don't feel burdened. We usually eat like this. Yu Chuan went back and told you yesterday that we eat good white rice and meat every meal. Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Painter still couldn't react. Eating like this every day? How much would that cost? Brown rice costs 5 cents per pound. Low-quality white rice costs 8 cents per pound. Medium-quality white rice costs 13 cents per pound. The best white rice costs 20 cents a pound, which is almost as expensive as meat. Ordinary people can't afford this at all. Such high-quality white rice is eaten by rich landlords. Before, the Zhou family bought several kilograms of medium-quality white rice, and Wang Chuanxiang treated it like a treasure. Only when Zhou Chongxin came back would she steam a bowl of it for him to nourish his body. Now, Yuan Bao actually said that they eat the best white rice for every meal? Eat meat every meal? Although they knew Yuan Bayer was making money, they still couldn't believe it. How much money did he have to make to eat like this? Zhou Chonglin held Yuanxing with his rough hands and said in a low voice, Yuan Bayer, come here. Our family has 5 more mouths to feed. How much money will we spend this month? If we continue to eat like this, we will soon be broke. You may not think that the cost of 1 meal is much, but 2 meals a day will add up to a lot in the long run. Yuan Sheng patted Zhou Chonglin's hand and said, Brother-in-law, don't worry. I have a plan in mind. I can earn this much in 1 day. Yuan Sheng held out 5 fingers. Zhou Chonglin was not an ignorant person. He knew that Yuan Sheng would definitely make a lot of money by cooperating with Chowda, the shopkeeper of Donglashan. 5 taels? My God. Yuan Bauer can actually earn 5 taels a day. So wouldn't that be 50 taels in 10 days? Wouldn't that be 500 taels in 100 days? There are more than 300 days in a year. Isn't that just over 1,000 taels? More than 1,000 taels can buy hundreds of acres of good farmland. At this rate, the Yuan family will soon become the #1 landlord in Qingshan town. He heard that Mr. Wan, the largest landlord in Qingshan town, owned 400 acres of land. Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Painter's hearts were pounding. Yuan Shang smiled and shook his head, lowering his voice and said, 50 taels. Of course, it will only become more and more in the future. Yuan Shang didn't want to say it, and his sister and brother-in-law might not believe it if he said it. What? Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Painter shouted twice. Then they realized that the walls had ears, so they quickly lowered their voices. Zhou Chonglin quickly calculated, 50 taels a day, 500 taels in 10 days, 5,000 taels in 100 days. That would be more than 10,000 taels a year. Oh my God. Zhou Chonglin slapped himself in the face. It hurt. It really hurt. This is too unreal. Then I looked at my father-in-law who was listening with a smile on his face, with his neck held high and a proud look on his face. What Yuan Bayer said was all true, not an exaggeration at all. Is this actually true? God blesses me. God blesses me. This overwhelming wealth has fallen on my brother-in-law's head. That's great. Yuan Painter also felt like she was dreaming, but when she saw her husband slapping her in the face and felt the pain, she knew that everything was real. She wanted to run wildly, dance, and run around the village, but it looked too crazy, so she had to hold back. Otherwise, her father would scold her for not being able to hold 2 ounces of butter in her dog's stomach. She wanted to hug her brother hard, but her brother had grown up, so she hugged her brother and sister hard. Oh, she still couldn't get rid of the excitement in her heart. Chapter 73 Yuan Laifu. There is a lot to learn from my father. Sister, brother-in-law, I am going to let you handle the braised pig's trotter and awful business. I think you will be able to earn a few taels of silver a day in the future. What? Zhou Chonglin was stunned. How could his brother-in-law say so calmly that if he handed over this business to you, you would be able to earn several taels of silver a day in the future? This is so stylish. Zhou Chonglin considers himself a calm person, but he is simply unable to control his own jumpiness. Yuan Painter was also filled with joy, knowing that her brother had made money and had become capable, and that he would definitely help her family, and they would benefit from it. But she didn't want to rely entirely on her brother, as that would make him too tired, and they would feel bad. It would be best if her brother could help them find a business and a way to make a living. Zhou Chonglin calmed down and figured out the ins and outs of the matter. The key to making this business work was relying on his brother-in-law, who was essentially giving him a share of the profits. Yuanbao, let's do this. You get the lion's share of the profits, and your sister and I can take a smaller share. Or you can give us some wages as you see fit. Brother-in-law knows that although we run this business, it mainly depends on you. That's right, Yuan Bayer. You take the biggest share, otherwise we will take advantage of you. Yuan Painter agreed. She was just too excited. Chonglin was thoughtful. Her younger brother was loyal and cared about them and wanted to help them. They couldn't let their younger brother suffer any loss. Brother-in-law, when you took 10 taels of silver from home to save me, did you ever think that I took advantage of you? This is not how we count as a family. Zhou Chonglin wanted to refuse, but Yuanqing waved his hand and said, I'm going to go to Donglishan this afternoon to negotiate a price with Manager Chao. We'll discuss the details later this afternoon. Yuanqing had already made up his mind. After finalizing the deal with Manager Chao, he would just take a symbolic share. My brother-in-law didn't understand the meaning of the 10 taels of silver, but Yuanqing did. Don't say he was feudal and superstitious. Maybe Chenxi's fate was precious, and it was a blessing for him? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain his traveling through time and being reborn. Moreover, those 10 taels of silver were not just about his life, but 3 lives. In the previous life, the eldest sister's husband gave her 10 taels of silver to save his life, but he was so heartless that he drove her away when she was divorced and returned home, causing her to jump into the river in despair. When the brother-in-law saw the eldest sister jumping into the river, he immediately jumped in to save her, but was also drowned by the river. The 10 taels of silver saved his life, but killed his sister and brother-in-law. Yu Chuan, Yu Feng, and Yu Zhu had no parents to protect them, so they didn't have a good ending when they grew up. Especially Yu Zhu, because she was pretty, was married to a minor official as a concubine by that bastard Zhou Chongson in order to get him a job. This is all his fault. He will never forget the kindness of his sister and brother-in-law. He wishes his sister and brother-in-law a life of wealth and glory in this life, so that he can repay their kindness and atone for their sins in the previous life. This is also the reason why Yuan Sheng is not angry with his brother-in-law even though he is being controlled by Zhou Chuanxiang's family. My brother-in-law is such a person. He is too loyal and righteous, and is willing to give everything for his family. If he was not such a person, he would not have stolen 10 taels of silver to save his rogue brother-in-law, nor would he have jumped into the river to save his wife when he knew that he was not a good swimmer. Family affection is my brother-in-law's calamity. In his previous life, my brother-in-law overcame the calamity because of me. In this life, my brother-in-law overcame the calamity because of Zhou Chuanxiang. In the previous life, my brother-in-law didn't survive the disaster. In this life, with my help, my brother-in-law survived the disaster safely. Yuanqing believed that after this incident, his brother-in-law had grown up and that good days were waiting for him in the future. Thinking of this, Yuansheng said, Brother-in-law, you handled the matter of breaking off the engagement very well today. Now, no matter in the documents or in public opinion, you have no flaws. From now on, no matter what, no one else can make a fuss about this matter. In the past, I was worried that my brother-in-law was too loyal and filial. Today, I saw his acting skills. I think my brother-in-law will be able to help me a lot in future business. Being sincere and honest in business is important, but being thoughtful and tactful is also important. Yuan Shang was speaking from his heart. He was the only brother in the Yuan family, and it was difficult for them to support the family alone. If they wanted to make many things bigger and stronger, they must have an absolutely reliable helper, and his brother-in-law was the perfect choice. Zhou Chonglin smiled bitterly. Yuan Bayer, brother-in-law is not stupid. Brother-in-law often thinks the best of his relatives and is not on guard against them. After this incident, brother-in-law has learned a lesson. Even if they are relatives, we must distinguish who is sincere and who is fake. Well, brother-in-law, you guys take care of the small business first, and you can help me with the big business later. Zhou Chonglin felt like he was dreaming, and each dream was better than the last. No wonder Yuan Bao said he wanted to break off the engagement. No wonder Yuan Bao said it didn't matter if he lost some money, but he must occupy the high ground of public opinion. If he follows Yuan Bao in the future, maybe he can really become wealthy, and the education of his children is also a foregone conclusion. After chatting, Yuan Shang and Yuan Laifu moved Yuan Painter's big dowry box into the house. Yuan Painter walked into the room and took out the things in the dowry box. The whole room was spotless. She was even more grateful for her sister-in-law's efforts. The Yuan family has a total of 4 thatched huts, 2 of which are used as kitchens. The remaining 2, One is used by Yuan Shang and his wife and Yuan Laifu and his wife, and the other is used by Zhou Changlin and Yuan Painter's family. Yuan Shang couldn't help but sigh that the house was built too late. According to his young wife's personality, she would definitely be well-behaved in the future if she lived with her parents, so building a house had to be put on the agenda immediately. The best way now is to build the house for my sister and brother-in-law first, then they can live there, and then build their own new house. But I have to discuss this matter with my family first. Yuan Sheng pulled Yuan Laifu aside and whispered, now that my sister and brother Changlin have divided up a house that is no longer habitable, I want to build them a house first, and then we can move in and build our own house after it's finished. Yuan Laifu nodded. That's right. We really can't accommodate everyone right now. Your mother and I can easily talk about it, but it's mainly inconvenient for you and Chinsi. Yuan Shang was a little speechless. What did he mean by it's inconvenient for the two of them? It was as if that was something they often did at night. I plan to build a big brick and tile house for my sister and brother-in-law, starting with 5 rooms. What? Yuan Laifu's voice suddenly rose, and he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. His son hadn't built him a big brick and tile house yet. He thought he was going to build a few adobe houses. For ordinary farmers, if they make their own adobe bricks and use inferior beams, they can build a house with a few taels of silver. If they build a better house with good beams and purlins, more than 10 taels of silver will be enough. Then, Yuan Laifu thought again that times now are different from the past. His son can earn dozens of taels a day, so a big brick and tile house is nothing. He still has a poor mindset. No, I have to change my mindset quickly and keep up with my son's pace of making money. Guai. But you still have to discuss it with your wife. Although you are the one who earns most of the money now, you still have to discuss it if necessary, otherwise you two may easily become estranged. Yuan Laifu warned. Got it, Dad. You're so clumsy. Don't think you can get away with it just because you have some skills. Nothing can happen without your father at home. Yuan Laifu felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although his son was quite capable of making money, he still had to listen to his father on the tips of getting along with his wife. After all, his son was still a green hand. Chapter 74. This life was given by my brother-in-law. Dad, you are the pillar of our family. Our family can't live without you. Yuan Laifu tilted his head slightly, smoked his pipe, and looked extremely proud. Dad, don't forget to discuss this with Mom. Don't worry, I'll take a couple of puffs and then go help your mother pluck the chicken feathers. You can chat with her while I pluck. After Yuan Shang coaxed his father, he went to find his young wife, who was picking beans. Yuan Shang moved a stool and picked up the beans to pick with his wife. Wife, my sister and brother-in-law's house is no longer habitable. I want to build them a big house with blue bricks and tiles. Zhu Chensi didn't even raise his head. Well, I support you. In order to bring you happiness, my elder sister was almost divorced because of the 10 taels of silver. We can't forget such a favor. My wife is so generous. Yuan Shang gave a thumbs up. Zhu Chensi raised her head and smiled, her bright black eyes shy and angry. After Yuan Shang helped his wife pick the beans, he met with his father and then went to tell his sister and brother-in-law about it. Zhou Changlin said excitedly, Yuan Bear, you must not do that. There is not a single green brick and tile house in our entire Dongshan village. How much does a green brick and tile house cost? Brother-in-law can't take advantage of you like this. Yuan Panner held Yuan Shang's hand and said, we haven't built a new house yet. How can we build a house for my sister and brother-in-law before building a house for my father? Yuan Bao, how can my sister and brother-in-law repay you for such a great kindness? This kindness is too great. If you want to help us build a house, building an adobe house will be enough. Sister, brother-in-law, we are a family and we don't have different opinions. We have built a mud house for you, but we have to tear it down and rebuild it soon. The speed at which we make money is not increasing in a straight line, but doubling. Brother-in-law, if you feel bad about it, please help me. I have to spend a lot of energy on studying in the future and may not be able to take care of business. Yuan Sheng wanted to say that the number would increase exponentially, but his brother-in-law and sister could not understand the concept of exponent, so he changed it to doubling. Yuan Bauer, don't worry. As long as you can use your brother-in-law, I will definitely do my best to help. Bauer, let's do this. When the business of the head and hoof is profitable, you can deduct the money for building the house from it. This way, my brother-in-law will feel better. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll listen to you. Also, when your house is finished and dried, we'll move in and rebuild our house. Okay. Yuan Painter tried her best to keep her voice calm, but she was extremely excited inside. Although we know that our fantasies about making money will come true, they are still in the fantasy stage. Do we have to build a big brick and tile house now? Soon, a large blue brick and tile house will stand before your eyes. I have built my own house, and my parents' home is also going to build a big brick and tile house. This life is like a dream. Zhou Chonglin's hands were also shaking slightly. A big blue brick and tile house. His big blue brick and tile house was the only one of its kind in Dongshan village. Oh, his snobbish father and brothers. No, Zhou Chuanqiang, Zhou Chongshui and Zhou Chongsun. Who knows what they think? Don't they even pass by his door even if they want to beg for food? I hope these people won't see that I have money and come to pester me again. Anyway, I won't give them a penny. Zhou Chonglin clenched his fists. Without his brother-in-law, their family's life would be unimaginable. He died of illness, and Panner continued to work like a slave for the family. When Yuchuan and Yufeng grew up, they took over his position as the main laborer. Yuzhu was always hungry and was bullied at home. Now, Yuan Bear will completely heal his injuries, build a big brick and tile house for them, and give him the opportunity to make a lot of money. Yuchuan and Yufeng will have the opportunity to study, and Yuzhu will grow up happily under the love and protection of her family. All of this is given by her brother-in-law. Zhou Chonglin secretly swore in his heart that he would be loyal to Yuan Bauer throughout his life. No matter how great the temptation or danger was, even if he had to sacrifice his life in the future, he would protect his brother-in-law. His life was given by his brother-in-law, so at worst he can just consider it as repaying his brother-in-law's life. Brother-in-law, should we let Dad take full charge of building the house, or should we ask your grandfather or uncle? Although my brother-in-law came to the Yuan family, his surname is still Zhou. After all, he is not marrying into the family. Let Dad pick out and buy the bricks, beams, and purlins. For the details of building the house, ask my Uncle Hanjiang and Uncle Chunqing for help. They should be very happy to see that I can build a big brick and tile house. Okay, brother-in-law. Yuan Shang took out 50 taels of silver and asked his father to buy materials. Dad, let's try to pay as little as possible for the deposit. Yuan Laifu smiled so hard that his teeth couldn't be seen. He jumped up and hit Yuan Shang on the head. My dear son, you really know how to assign tasks to your father. I don't need you to tell me. I will make sure that the products I buy are of good quality and low price. Buy blue bricks? Buy high-quality beams? He had been waiting for this day. He built one for Chonglin first, and then built one for himself. Now that his own house was built, he had to show it off to his childhood friends. It's time to eat. The meal is ready, Shang Hohat shouted. The younger ones had already washed their hands and put the tables, chairs, and dishes in place. They had already smelled the odor from the kitchen and were drooling. Especially Yufeng, who was snorting and staring at the kitchen with his eyes almost shining. He knew that if he ran to the kitchen to kiss and hug his grandma, her would definitely give him a piece of meat first, but thinking of his mother's instructions, he held back and waited for his grandma and aunt to bring out the dishes so that everyone could eat together. Yuzhu played with her fingers. Although the air smelled very fragrant, she could hold it back because she was used to it at home. Soon, Shang Hohat and Zhu Chenxi brought out a large pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, pork belly stewed with beans, braised pork head, cold wild vegetables, fried eggs with cucumber slices, and the best white rice, filling the entire table. Shang Hohat said, Panner, pick out a bowl of food for Chonglin and bring it in first. Zhou Chonglin could only eat in the house. Okay, Mom. Yuan Panner only picked beans, wild vegetables, cucumbers, and so on. Shang Hohat grabbed the bowl and said, What are you doing? Are you reluctant to give my son-in-law something good to eat? Shang Hohat picked a large bowl of meat and only put a few vegetables in it. Chonglin is injured and needs to be well healed. Come, bring it to Chonglin. The family started to eat. Yuzhu took a bite of the white rice and chewed it carefully. The rice had a sweet taste and a special rice aroma and was especially delicious. She picked up another bean, which was made from the best pork belly and was full of oil. Zhu Chenxi also added cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, and other ingredients to it, making it even more fragrant. Yuzhu ate the bean in small bites. How could the food cooked by her aunt and grandmother be so delicious? This string bean is the best delicacy when paired with delicious white rice. Yuan Shang felt a little sad when he saw that Yuzhu didn't dare to pick up the meat. He picked up a chicken wing and put it in Yuzhu's bowl. This was the chicken wing that Yuzhu had been dreaming about. Yuanqing picked up 2 more chicken legs and put them in Yuchuan's and Yufeng's bowls respectively. He had to make sure Yufeng was full so that he wouldn't have to scratch Yuchuan's feet. He picked up another wing for his wife, one for his mother, and one for his sister, one for each of you. You will be able to comb your hair after eating the chicken wings. Chapter 75. Purifying Salt. Zhu Chenxi looked at her husband sweetly, picked up a chicken leg and put it in Yuanqing's bowl. Shang Hohat was eating chicken wings happily. She often eats meat now, But today's chicken wing was particularly delicious. It was picked by her son, and her eldest daughter was accompanying her. She looked around at her family with satisfaction. They were living a really good life. Yuan Painter took a bite of the chicken wing. The chicken was smooth and tasty. How many years had it been since she had eaten chicken wings? Since she married into Lao Zhou's family, she has rarely eaten meat. If she had any meat, it was only eaten by her children, not to mention chicken wings. When she ate the chicken wings that her younger brother picked up, she felt sour in her heart. She took care of her younger brother the most when he was young. He was like half a son to her. He was always ignorant and always got into trouble. She and Changlin were very worried about him. Now that her younger brother has grown up, he respects her and takes care of her, which makes her very happy. Yuanqing felt happy seeing his family enjoying their meal. Perhaps happiness is very simple, which is to have a delicious meal with family. Mom, try this. This is the braised pork made by my uncle. Isn't it delicious? Yuan Painter took a bite of the braised pork head. It was so fragrant. It was a brand new taste, one of a kind. No wonder her brother could cooperate with Donglishun. Yufeng and Yuzhu also started eating the braised pork head. It tasted so good. They were so happy to be at their uncle's house. They wanted to stay here forever and eat such delicious food forever. Especially Yuzhu, who was afraid to pick up the food freely at first. But now, amid the laughter and joy, she dared to stretch out her chopsticks to pick up the food she wanted to eat. After dinner, Yuan Shang told the kids to keep the braised pork secret. Otherwise, the family would have no money to eat such delicious food. The two little foodies immediately said they would not tell anyone. Yuchuan was older and knew that the reason why his uncle made so much money was because of his unique secret recipe. So, he privately gave his younger brother and sister special instructions. Yuan Laifu went to the brick kiln to order bricks. Yufeng was sent to find Zhou Chuanqing's grandfather to discuss building a house. There are many preparatory work to be done for building a house, such as allocating residential land. After all, there was only half an acre of residential land on the hillside before, finding someone to look at the feng shui, and finding someone to build the chassis. Yuanqing began to study the problem of purifying crude salt, and he had already sorted out the steps. There are 4 main steps to purify crude salt: dissolution, filtration, evaporation, and crystallization. First, Yuanqing put the coarse salt into clean water and stirred it with chopsticks to fully dissolve the coarse salt. Yuanqing then passes the dissolved crude brine through a filter. The filter is made of cotton cloth, charcoal, and fine sand, which Yuanqing had already made yesterday. The insoluble impurities in the coarse salt were filtered out. Then, he put the filtered brine in a pot, boiled it over fire, and let the water evaporate. During this process, Yuan Shang kept stirring it with chopsticks to prevent the brine from splashing out. Finally, the water has basically evaporated, and Yuanqing will take the remaining solids to the sun. After they are fully dried, fine salt can be obtained. The experiment was very simple, and Yuanqing succeeded on his first try. Zhu Chenxi and Zhou Yuchuan didn't say anything either, but just carefully observed Yuan Shang's every move. When Yuan Shang was concentrating on his work, Zhu Chenxi felt that he was shining and more handsome than usual. Finally, Yuan Shang finished all his work, and Zhu Chenxi asked, "My dear, what are you doing?" She had already guessed something in her heart. "I'm refining the coarse salt. I don't know if you've noticed that the salt tastes a bit bitter. So, I'm going to try to purify it and make a more delicious fine salt." Zhu Chenxi and Zhou Yuchuan nodded. "Uncle, did you succeed?" "It worked. Although the water hasn't completely evaporated, you can try the taste." Zhu Chenxi and Zhou Yuchuan pinched a little bit of the white crystal and put it in their mouths. It had a light salty taste and no bitterness at all. Zhu Chenxi's eyes were full of admiration. Her husband was a genius. She knew it a long time ago. He always has so many wonderful ideas. "My dear, how did you do it?" Zhu Chenxi asked, and Zhou Yuchuan was also full of curiosity. Yuan Shang took some coarse salt and put it into the water. After stirring it with chopsticks, he said, "You see, when coarse salt is put into water, some substances will dissolve into the water, while some will not. Just like putting a stone into water, the stone will not dissolve. We call this kind of substance insoluble impurities. I filter out these insoluble impurities and then heat the remaining brine to crystallize it. In fact, the principle of evaporation crystallization is that the solubility of salt does not change much with temperature, and heating causes the water to decrease rapidly, thus crystallizing. However, Yuanqing could not explain the change of salt solubility and temperature, so it had to ignore it. Zhou Yuchuan's eyes lit up. "Uncle, every household needs salt. If we have this method to purify salt, won't we get rich?" Yuan Shang certainly knew. It's a pity that we don't have salt permits, At least in the short term, we can't become salt merchants. But we can use fine salt to make braised meat, which will further improve the quality of braised meat and increase the technical barriers to making braised meat. Of course, the most important thing is that our own cooking tastes better. Uncle, is it more important that we eat delicious food? Yes, whether we are selling braised meat or being a salt merchant, our goal is to give our families a better life. The most important thing is to let our families eat well. Zhou Yuchuan nodded. Money and power are not as important as family. Especially in the process of pursuing these things, one must not abandon family. Just like his grandfather, who abandoned his family without hesitation in order to allow his uncle to study and to change his family status. Uncle, it's really hard to turn things around quickly without power. It's like we have a way to make fine salt now, but we can only use it secretly. Yuan Shang said, an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. If he has no power but has a secret recipe for making a lot of money, he may end up in trouble if he is not careful. Therefore, it is the most difficult for people at the bottom to turn things around. They may live a mediocre life, or some of their money-making ideas may be taken away for nothing, which may bring disaster upon them. Well, uncle, I understand. No matter what, it's always right to be low-key. Yuan Shang touched the top of Zhou Yuchuan's head. Yuchuan was a smart kid. His intelligence was not only in his study, but also in his understanding of human affairs. Yuan Shang thought about it, and thought that this method of purifying salt might bring him better profits. Dong Lishun has always been a good partner, but he still needs to find an opportunity to contact Dong Lishun's owner before making a judgment. After all, at present, his cooperation with Dong Lishun is just a small matter in the eyes of the owner. Qinci, are you busy today? If not, accompany me to Qingfeng study. Zhu Qinci was busy making underwear for her husband, but when she heard that she had to accompany her husband out, she said, "My dear, I'm fine. It is also a kind of happiness to be able to go out and work with my husband." Chapter 76. How many people who were sincere to him did he disappoint in his previous life? Yuansheng and Zhu Qinci packed up their things and prepared to go out. Yuansheng had learned how to drive a cart for a few days and could now drive Dahuang normally. He pulled Dahuang and was ready to go. Yuan Bayer, where are you taking Dahuang? I'm going to Qingfeng study in the county town. Oh, okay. Remember to give Dahuang water and grass. We have come such a long way. Don't let him get thirsty. Yuan Laifu said reluctantly. Haha, Yuan Shang was speechless. This Dahuang was really awesome. He instantly stole his father's favor. In the past, his father always cared about whether he was tired or thirsty when he went on a long journey. Zhu Qinci blinked and shook the water hyacinth in his hand. My dear, I brought mung bean soup with sugar in it. Humph, my wife still loves me the most. Yuansheng took his wife's hand and went out. Before the two men passed the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, they discovered that the villagers had new gossip. Oh, the protagonist has changed to him again. Before, it was about the affairs of Butcher Wang, the Li family, and the Chun family. Did you hear what Ma Guifan said? The Yuan family bought 30 acres of land from his family, and they cried a lot in the village. Ma Guifan still has the nerve to complain about the Yuan family for kicking her when she's down? She really has no shame. Before, Yuan Bauer was seriously ill and asked for money to celebrate his wedding. She wanted to buy 8 acres of land from them for 20 taels. I think the Yuan family offered them 3 taels per acre, which is already too high. Yes, she deserves it. Wang Qiaoer said, before, Butcher Wang spread rumors that Yuan Bauer stole money, which made my uncle Lai Fu and Aunt Gue Hua very anxious. They hurried to collect money and asked Zhang Wan and his wife to sell the well and the half-acre of land. How much do you think they offered? How much? Zhang Wan and his wife had been thinking about the Yuan family's well and the half-acre of land. They remembered that Zhang Wan wanted to offer 15 taels, but the Yuan family refused to sell it. Wang Qiaoer held up 5 fingers, 5 taels. What? This is the latest gossip. Really? Zhang Wan and his wife are too evil. They really take advantage of others' misfortunes. They generously added another ounce of silver later. Wang Qiaoer curled her lips. How could this be false? My mother-in-law was there and heard it with her own ears. Fortunately, it was all Wang the butcher's nonsense. Yuan Bauer is fine. It was just a false alarm. So I say Zhang Wan and his wife deserve it. They were thinking about other people's property, and now they are being robbed, and they still have the nerve to cry and complain. Since Zhang Wan and Ma Guifan were not there, no one gave them face and everyone just spoke their mind. Especially Wang Qiaoer, who ate the Yuan family's white rice, naturally had to speak the truth when the Yuan family was slandered. Big But Zhao Zhihua said, there is one more thing. Have you heard about it? The The Yuan family is so rich. In addition to the dowry given by the daughter-in-law's family, there is another most important source. Zhao Zhihua smiled mysteriously. Li Yong's father, Li Desheng, looked at Zhao Zhihua with lust. Of course I know. Yuan Shang is a prostitute in the city. He sleeps with those rich and coquettish widows in the city, and naturally the money comes. Zhao Zhihua frowned. She felt that Li Desheng's gaze on her was sticky, which made her uncomfortable. Is there such a thing? Several men came to Li Desheng to find out what this way of making money was. It's absolutely true. We have watched Yuan Bao grow up, and Niuzi has grown up since he was a child. And how much did the Yuan family spend on buying Zhang Wen's land? 90 taels of silver. Yuan Bao's ugly daughter-in-law's father is a scholar. I don't think she would need more than 100 taels of silver as a dowry. Yes, it's impossible for the dowry to be so large. It must be a profit from the sale. The men looked down on her with contempt, but were actually envious in their hearts. They wondered why they didn't find such a good opportunity when they were young. Now that they were old, it was useless even if they had such an opportunity. The young man Sun Xiao is very smart. He should build a good relationship with Yuanqing in the future. Maybe Yuanqing can help him. He also wants to eat this kind of free rice and avoid taking 30 years of detours. You are talking nonsense. Yuan Bao is not that kind of person. Liang Shi rushed over like an angry calf. Don't pay attention to this idiot. Li Desheng obviously didn't want to pay attention to Liang Shi. Yuan Shang had good ears and heard the rumors from afar. Everyone was still discussing Zhang Wan and Ma Guifen's sale of land. But why did the discussion gradually go off track? What does he sell? What does he sleep on? These people are really talented. They actually have such a weird idea, but his family suddenly has such a large sum of money, which is indeed the best explanation. Originally, he was thinking of building houses for his brother-in-law and his own family, but that was too high profile and it would be difficult to conceal the source of the money. But even if there is no way to cover it up, he can't let his family suffer just to keep a low profile. Now this rumor is just right. He had a bad reputation to begin with. He was a scoundrel and his wife was ugly. Now he just had one more thing to sell. He didn't care. Yuan Sheng saw that Liang Shi felt a little guilty. This childhood friend was honest and kind to him. When they were young, they often played together. Later, the children in the village thought Liang Shi was stupid. In order to fit in, he stopped playing with him and started playing with the lively Wang Damao and Li Yong. He just didn't laugh at Liang Shi with other children. When he was down and out in his previous life, only Liang Shi was willing to lend him a helping hand. Having lived longer, Yuan Shang knew that Liang Shi was not stupid. He just had a scientific spirit. For example, he liked to ask questions, such as, since horses and donkeys can give birth to mules, can grapefruits and oranges give birth to new fruits? Another example is, can peaches grow on an apricot tree? In Shanhou village, if a child asked such a question, people would not think he was a genius, but would just think he was a fool with something wrong with his brain. Yuan Sheng knew that grapefruit and tangerine naturally hybridized to produce the orange of later generations. Liang Shi's question was correct. Liang Shi was not stupid. He was just more imaginative than the average person and liked to ask why. In his previous life, Liang Shi's ending was not good. Because of his reputation as a fool, he could not find a wife. In order to give him an heir, his mother married him to a widow. The widow had a son, who later gave Liang Shi 2 more sons, but they were all born out of the widow's extramarital affair. Liang Shi worked like an old donkey, working hard to support the widow who cheated on him and another man's son. In this life, he would never let his childhood friend make the same mistake again. Liang Shi obviously saw Yuan Sheng as well, and ran over in 2 or 3 steps. Yuan Bauer, I was just about to look for you. I was staying at my grandma's house, and I didn't know you were seriously ill. When I came back and heard from my mother, I was so worried. Li Yong rolled his eyes at Liang Shi and said, a fool is a fool. He only knows how to flatter others. Liang Shi ignored Li Yong. He knew that Yuan Shang was different from Li Yong and the others. Although Yuan Shang played with Li Yong and Wang Damao, he had never scolded him with them. Yuan Shang looked at his friend and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine now. I'm as strong as a bull. Tears welled up in Liang Shi's eyes. Yuan Shang, his only good friend, had ignored him before, but now he finally paid attention to him again. Liang Shi's tears made Yuan Shang feel guilty. He thought about how many people who were sincere to him he had failed in his previous life. Wipe your tears yourself. You are a teenager now. What are you talking about? Chapter 77, The Taste of First Love. Liang Shi wiped his tears and took off the cloth bag on his body. These are the sour dates you like to eat. I picked them from the mountain and was planning to go find you. Yuanqing took the sour dates and felt a little bitter in his heart. He was so stupid. In order to fit in and follow the crowd, he let down his good friends who really cared about him and instead played with people like Wang Damao. Yuan Bayer, they said you? The onlookers under the big locust tree looked embarrassed. Talking about people behind their backs was one thing, but they had no grudge against the Yuan family, so they didn't want to get into arguments and create conflicts in person because of talking about people behind their backs. Yuan Sheng waved his hand and said, Liang, sure, I have something to do in the county town, so let's not talk for now. I'll come to your house when I get back. Okay. Liang Shi smiled and waved goodbye to Yuan Sheng, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. After Yuan Sheng and Zhu Qinxi left, Liang Shi also went home. There were so many people here, and he couldn't win the argument. The villagers of Daweishu started talking noisily again. Let me tell you, this is absolutely true. Otherwise, why didn't Yuan Sheng refute it? It must be true. No wonder the Yuan family prospered so quickly. Yuan Sheng is so shameless. He doesn't take this seriously at all. He doesn't feel ashamed at all. Even if you were riding in a big bullock cart and buying good farmland, you wouldn't take it seriously. In this world, money is the bottom line. Everything else is empty talk. Many people agree with this. There were a few charming women under the big locust tree, such as the big butt Zhao Zhihua, whose minds became active. Thinking of Yuan Sheng's face and his majestic figure, she couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Yuan Sheng clumsily drove the ox cart. Zhu Qinxi sat on it. The warm sunshine shone down. The sky was azure blue. White clouds floated in the sky like cotton candy, and the sky further away was cyan. Green wheat was planted on the sunny hillside, forming a patch of land. The ox cart moved slowly, and as the ox cart sways, the years passed peacefully and slowly. Yuan Sheng narrowed his eyes, enjoying the warm moment with his wife. He spoke slowly and pleasantly. Qinxi, do you mind what they said? Zhu Qinxi burst into laughter, his voice like an oriole. You don't mind? So why should I mind? Anyway, what they said is not true. Now, our family's large expenses can be considered as a way to get by in the village. Yuan Sheng thought to himself that his wife's character was indeed not that of an ordinary woman. Qinxi, how come your embroidery is so beautiful? It's not only realistic, but also very lively. My mother said that if you want to do good embroidery, you must first learn to paint well. The composition, color matching, and the matching of the content of the picture all have to be done carefully. Yuan Sheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. My mother-in-law is really amazing. Zhu Qinxi thought of the time when her mother held her in her arms when she was a child, holding her little hands and gently teaching her to draw. Her mother's arms were so warm and fragrant. The first time she got her hand pricked by the needle while embroidering, her mother blew on it gently. When her mother was alive, she was her mother's and her father's baby. After her mother passed away and her father changed, she became a poor little girl who was not loved by anyone and was bullied at will. Yuan Sheng couldn't bear to see her sad look, so he slapped his mouth and said, "Blame me for talking nonsense." Zhu Qinxi burst into laughter, with tears in her eyes, looking particularly sparkling. She covered Yuan Sheng's mouth with her small hand. "I don't blame you. Why are you hitting yourself?" Yuan Sheng saw her smile and kissed her little hand. Zhu Qinxi gently twisted Yuan Sheng's waist and said, "This is in broad daylight. What if someone sees it? Was it the bees or the butterflies that saw it? There's no one here. Even if I do something more outrageous, no one will see it." Yuan Sheng moved closer. After rebirth, the regrets of the previous life were constantly made up, and the burdens that once weighed on his heart were lifted one by one. Yuan Sheng felt that his heart was completely rejuvenated, and he began to enjoy the most precious things at this age, such as love. Zhu Qinxi was afraid that he would really go too far, so she pouted and turned her head to look at the scenery. The wildflowers on the hillside are swaying, pink, red, blue, purple, blooming in their most beautiful posture, just like Zhu Qinxi's joyful mood at this moment. The ox cart moved slowly and leisurely, and the two people enjoyed the leisurely time until they arrived at the county seat of Liayuan County. The two of them were strolling leisurely along the street. On the way there were people selling sugar figures, scented powder, bamboo products, lamp oil, clay figures, and candied haws. Want to eat candied haws? The look in Yuan Sheng's eyes when he looked at Qian Shi showed that he wanted to eat them. Yeah. If it were in the past, Zhu Qinxi would definitely say she didn't want to eat, but now she would tell her husband her true feelings without having to hide them. Yuan Sheng picked the biggest one and asked, "Brother, how much are the candied haws?" 10 cents. Zhu Qinxi said, "My dear, we won't buy it. He just sold it to the old lady for 8 cents. Okay. Yuan Sheng pulled the ox cart and was about to leave. The vendor thought to himself that the old lady had been bargaining for nearly half an hour. He saw that the young man who was buying the candied haws was well-dressed and loved his wife, so he thought he could get more money. Unexpectedly, he still only offered 8 cents. Don't go, young man. I'll still sell it to you for 8 cents. Candy is so expensive. Look how much candy is wrapped in it. It's really a loss to sell it to you for 8 cents. Yuan Shang knew that the guy selling candied haws must be making a lot of money, so he didn't argue. He took the candied haws and handed it to his wife. Thanks, brother. Zhu Qinxi took the candied haws but didn't eat it. Instead, she passed it to Yuan Shang's mouth and said, My dear, you eat the first one. Yuan Shang opened his mouth and took a bite. It tasted sour and sweet. It was really delicious, just like the taste of first love. Zhu Qinxi ate the candied haws in small bites, feeling sweet in his heart. The two people passed by Donglishun in the county town. The store in the county town was more imposing, 3 stories high, with a pair of stone lions at the door and red lanterns hung outside the store. Well-dressed waiters greeted guests at the door. People came and went, and the business was booming. Meishan Pavilion, located opposite Donglishun, has high-end decoration, but it is deserted and the waiter serving at the door seems a little listless. Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinxi walked 2 blocks before they found Qingfeng Study on an elegant and secluded street. There are some calligraphy and paintings on the walls of Qingfeng Study, and there are rows of bookshelves in the store, which are filled with books. The whole store looks quite elegant. Yuan Shang was flipping through the book. The book was filled with traditional Chinese characters, so he could guess the general idea. The books sold in the study were mainly related to the imperial examinations, with only a row of bookshelves against the wall displaying storybooks. Yuan Shang flipped through several books and found that the protagonists of most of the stories were poor scholars and rich ladies, poor scholars and female ghosts. There were very few martial arts stories, not to mention stories about cultivating immortals. Little brother, how much is this copy of Romance of the West Chamber? Young man, you have good taste. This storybook is a bestseller. Now only our study has it. It's selling for 5 taels of silver. The waiter said with great excitement, trying his best to sell it. Chapter 78. First collaboration on a storybook novel. 5 taels of silver? Why is this book so expensive? This is already a fair price. The storybook in your hand is in printed form. How many copper plates are needed to print the entire storybook? It is not like the imperial examination books that students often use. The demand for it is huge, and the copper plates that are printed can be used repeatedly. It is hard to say how many copies of the storybook can be sold, so of course the price will be higher. If you want something cheaper, you can buy this handwritten copy, which only costs 2 taels. The waiter pointed to another book. Yuanqing picked it up and took a look. Some words had been erased, but it looked pretty good. If he really wanted to read the storybook, this handwritten copy would be more cost-effective. If he wanted to collect it, the printed version would naturally be better. It seems that the main cost of the high price of vernacular novels is not the paper or the creation cost, but the printing cost. In this era, there was no movable type printing, and copperplate printing was still used. Every time a new book was printed, a new copperplate had to be engraved, so the printing cost was naturally very high. Unless the book is widely circulated and the copperplates can be reused many times, the printing cost can be reduced. Yuan Shang asked, what about the writing fees of the storytelling authors? This was what he was most concerned about. Just as the waiter was about to speak, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, a white jade crown on his head, and a beautiful beard came out and said, Little scholar, you don't want to buy a book, do you? Yuan Shang bowed. Judging from the man's attire and his elegant demeanor, he knew he was definitely a very capable person. Hello, shopkeeper. I would like to know how your bookstore pays the authors of the storybooks. I would like to see if I can take on a storybook project and write one for them. Yuan Shang was dressed in a blue robe and a square scarf on his head. He had an extraordinary demeanor and called himself a Shaosheng, so he looked like a scholar. It's not that Yuanqing thinks that scholars have a noble status and wants to pretend to be a writer to deceive people. The fact is that he wants to write a vernacular novel, and his employer knows that he has never read a book and will not pay any attention to him. Yuan Qingfeng looked at the young man in front of him. He had a handsome appearance, a suave temperament, and bright eyes. He looked good. I am the owner of a study. Generally, there are 3 ways for a study to cooperate with an author. The first one, which is also what many study studios do now, is to support a group of literati who have no hope of passing the imperial examinations, provide them with a fixed monthly salary, and let them write vernacular novels. According to their creative achievements, they are divided into 3 different monthly salaries: high, medium, and low. This way of cooperation erodes the author's spirit. I don't like it. So my study does not have this kind of cooperation. My study adopts the second and third cooperation methods. The second method is to buy out the manuscript by appointment. If I think the author's ideas and writing style are good, I will pay the author in advance to ask him to write, and pay the manuscript fee every issue. Of course, if the vernacular novel is popular, the appointment fee will naturally continue to increase. The third way of cooperation is to split the profits between the two parties. I don't pay the author a subscription fee, but after deducting the cost of the novel, my studio and the author split the profits 50-50. Yuan Sheng nodded. It turned out to be the owner of the study. No wonder he was dressed so well. Thank you for your help. I have an idea for a storytelling novel. Do you have time to listen to it? Yuan Qingfeng waved his hand and said, You say. He had a liking for the young scholar in front of him. Li Chuan, a poor boy, had 2 jinshi in his family. Later, his family fell into poverty and he could not afford to eat. He was bullied by his neighbors because of poverty. By chance, he learned that the Qingyun Mountain Xianjian sect was recruiting disciples with good bones, so he went to try. The Qingyun Mountain Xianjian sect practiced Taoist techniques to transcend the world and seek immortality. Li Chuan was lucky and had immortal bones, but because of his ordinary immortal bones, he was only an outer disciple of the Xianjian sect. By chance, Li Chuan got an ink bottle, and he found that the ink bottle could condense spiritual liquid, and drinking the spiritual liquid directly could improve his cultivation. Watering plants with spiritual liquid could obtain immortal grass, which could also help them cultivate. Li Chuan's cultivation improved rapidly and was upgraded to an inner disciple by the sect master. With the sect master's teachings and the blessing of spiritual objects, Li Chuan's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, he found that Zhang Chong, an inner disciple who entered the sect at the same time as him, had disappeared. It turned out that Zhang Chong was refined by the sect master, and the sect master's purpose of recruiting them as disciples was not simple. The story that Yuan Sheng told was adapted from a later story of a certain person cultivating immortality. The protagonist of the original novel was a young boy from a mountain village, but he changed it to a boy from a poor family. After all, the main buyers of the storybooks are scholars, and the children from poor families can increase the reader's sense of immersion, while the children of common people lack a lot. Yuan Qingfeng listened attentively. What's next? Yuan Sheng kept it a secret. I don't understand the rest of the story. Can you read my script? Yuan Qingfeng stroked his beard. Your words are very attractive. Although today's students take Confucianism as the orthodoxy, many students are also familiar with Taoist teachings. If I guess correctly, Li Chuan's cultivation levels are divided into self-cultivation and foundation building, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and merging with the Tao to ascend. That's true. Of course, there are also some small levels of cultivation. You are indeed knowledgeable and proficient in Taoist teachings. Yuan Sheng patted him on the back. Yuan Qingfeng smiled and waved his hands. You are amazing. The mainstream market for vernacular novels now is dominated by love stories between scholars, but you can find a new way and come up with a vernacular novel with the theme of cultivating immortals. It is really amazing. I am willing to offer you 50 taels to commission an article. Yuan Sheng thought to himself, it's not him who is good, it's Wang Yu who is good. My story is very long. How many words are you asking for with the 50 taels? Yuan Qingfeng held up a finger and said, 10,000 words. The waiter could see that the boss really liked it. Young man, the usual remuneration for commissioned articles is 5 taels per 10,000 words, or 10 taels per 10,000 words. I have never seen a sky-high price of 50 taels. Would you please consider it seriously? And think about it. The early hand-copied stories were so few in number that they were easily bought and pirated. Printed versions can be published in large quantities at once, but since copper plates are expensive to make, we don't dare to make them in the early stages because we don't know how the market will react. The owner is already at risk of losing money at this price. Yuan Sheng knew that what the waiter said made sense. The commission fee of 50 taels for 10,000 words was already very high. It seemed that this handsome man really liked this storybook, but he wanted to choose the third way of cooperation. 50 taels for the commission is already high enough, but I want to choose the profit-sharing cooperation method. Profit sharing? Profit sharing is actually the most popular way of cooperation for Shuzhai. Shuzhai does not need to bear any risks and gets the money for free. Yuan Qingfeng looked surprised. Are you sure you want to choose the profit-sharing cooperation model? Sure. Yuan Qingfeng admires Yuan Sheng even more. Only when he is confident enough in his own script will he choose the profit-sharing cooperation model. Yuan Qingfeng didn't know that Yuan Sheng chose the profit-sharing cooperation method mainly to test the character of this handsome bearded uncle. Yuan Sheng mastered the movable type printing technology. If he was sure that Yuan Qingfeng was honest in doing business and not greedy for small profits, he would take out the movable type printing technology to greatly reduce the printing cost. Only then will their profits be truly substantial. Chapter 79 Yuan Shang is a genius. The cooperation method has been confirmed, and Yuan Qingfeng began to draft the contract. Yuan Qingfeng threw off his gown, picked up the wolf hairbrush, and began to draft. His posture was elegant and his handwriting was graceful. There were 2 copies, and after drafting them, Yuan Qingfeng signed his name. Yuan Shang took the pen and carefully wrote his name, Yuan Shang. Well, Yuan Qingfeng was a little confused. Yuan Shang's handwriting was really clumsy, which was quite different from his previous style. He couldn't help but say, "My dear nephew Yuan Shang, you really should practice your handwriting." Yuan Shang nodded. "I was planning to take advantage of the opportunity to practice while writing the storybook." After finalizing the cooperation on the storybook, Yuan Shang began to look at brushes and paper. He didn't need to buy an inkstone, as he had a good Duan inkstone given by his father-in-law at home, which would be a waste not to use. Zhu Chenxi helped to choose one. "Young lady, you have a good eye. This is a northern wolf hairbrush, made from the finest Guangdong weasel tail hair, and is worth 8 taels." Yuan Qingfeng glanced at the waiter. He didn't realize that Xiaofu was quite quick-witted. "My dear nephew, if you want it, take 5 taels." This young scholar named Yuan Shang was very much to his liking, and they had the same surname, so perhaps they were from the same family 500 years ago. Yuan Shang originally wanted to buy something cheaper, but the uncle with beautiful beard took the initiative to lower the price, so he could only thank him and ask the waiter to pack it up. Judging from the bearded uncle's demeanor and attire, he doesn't look like the kind of person who would try marketing tricks with the waiter for a few taels of silver. Next, Yuan Shang began to choose paper. There are many types of paper. The best one is Qian paper, which has a soft and tough texture, beautiful texture, white and fine. In addition, there are also bamboo-made lianchi paper, rough-edged paper, white cotton paper, and yellow cotton paper made from tree bark. Yuan Shang chose moderately priced white cotton paper. One sheet of paper contained 25 sheets, for a total of 200 coins. Yuan Shang directly bought 5 pieces of paper and paid 6 taels of silver for the brush. Yuan Shang, Zhu Chenxi said goodbye to the uncle with beautiful beard and left. Zhu Chenxi actually had a lot of questions in her mind, but it was difficult to say them in front of outsiders. When the 2 of them walked onto the street, she finally grabbed Yuan Shang's sleeve and said, "My dear, 50 taels per 10,000 words is really a high fee. Why didn't you agree?" "Because I want to make more money." "My dear, do you think that storybook will become a big hit?" "Well, it's inevitable that it will become a hit. After all, it has been tested by the market and is in line with the Taoist teachings of this era, so it's suitable for the local climate and environment. Most importantly, I want to see what kind of person he is and see if we can have more in-depth cooperation. When it comes to making money, you can say it's urgent, but you can also say it's not urgent. After all, he can earn dozens of taels a day from his daily braised meat business. But even if he said he was not in a hurry, he was also in a hurry. He needed hundreds of taels of silver for his brother-in-law's treatment, 2 large blue brick and tile houses, and money for the children's education. In addition to taking care of his eldest sister, he also had 6 other sisters. For example, just now, when he passed by a silver shop, he wanted to go in and buy some jewelry for Chenxi, his mother, and his sister, but the money he had on hand had to be used to build a house and to treat his brother-in-law's illness, so buying jewelry had to be postponed. But we can't rush into choosing a long-term partner. Being cautious and careful now can avoid a lot of trouble later, or even disasters. After all, money can move people's hearts, and technology like movable type printing involves a lot of interests. In-depth cooperation? Well, the current printing technology is copperplate printing, which uses copper relief plates to engrave text, and then ink penetrates through the grooves on the plate to form the text on the paper. Zhu Chenxi nodded. But I have thought of a better printing method. I can use clay to make standardized small-scale fonts, and arrange and combine these fonts as needed. As long as there is a set of such fonts, all books can be printed. There is no need to make a copperplate for each book. Zhu Chenxi's eyes widened. How did her husband manage to speak of such a shocking method so calmly? With this printing technology, the cost of books will be greatly reduced. Even the price of handwritten books is not as high as the price of books printed by movable type printing. This is a huge change. The drop in the price of books will accelerate the spread of knowledge, and the number of readers may increase as a result. The whole country will be changed because of this. No, the whole world will change because of this. Her husband is a genius, an unprecedented genius. She has known it for a long time. Zhu Qinxi's almond-shaped eyes were filled with stars as she looked at Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng saw the admiration in his young wife's eyes. What kind of love signal was this sending? If it wasn't on the street, he would have to have a good intimate moment. My dear, our world has become so different because of you. Of course, it's the same in my heart. After Zhu Qinxi said this, her face turned red. Yuan Sheng felt itchy because of her, so he coughed and said, "Let's go buy something." The two men went to the cloth shop to buy some cloth, and went to the grain store to buy some high-quality flour and rice, oil, sugar, and other necessities. Yuan Sheng has wheat at home, but the quality of the wheat grains is not very good, and the flour ground from it tastes so. For Yuan Sheng, why do they make money? Of course, it is to let their family live a good life and enjoy a better life. So naturally they buy the best noodles for their family. When the two returned home, Zhou Chunxing just happened to come over. It was Zhou Chuanxing's first time to visit Yuan Sheng's house. The Yuan family's yard was not small, with 2 jujube trees in the yard and a well next to the yard. The Yuan family had only 4 thatched houses, which looked rather empty. Zhou Chunxing exchanged greetings with everyone in the Yuan family, and then was taken into Zhou Chonglin's house by Yuan painter. Zhou Chunxing looked around and saw that the house was not small and was very clean. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Yuan family. Everyone said that Yuan painter's family was not good, but at the critical moment, it was still up to the Yuan family. Chonglin, did you ask me to come here to repair the thatched cottage? Yu Feng didn't explain clearly what he meant by building a house. Zhou Chunxing naturally thought that Zhou Chonglin wanted him to help repair the 2 thatched cottages on the hillside. I say, don't repair it. The beams of the thatched cottage are thin and have been pierced by insects. It might collapse one day. I will gather the tribesmen this afternoon and raise some money for you. Together, we can work together to make some adobe bricks and build 2 new houses. Zhou Chunxing held Zhou Chonglin's hand and comforted his nephew. No matter how well the Yuan family treats Chonglin, it is not a good idea for him to live with them permanently. Chonglin still needs to afford his own house. Zhou Chonglin was touched. He was now adopted by Zhou Chunxing, but he still called Zhou Chunxing uncle. Zhou Chunxing had done this for him and was much better to him than his father had been. Uncle Chunxing, I'm bothering you to come here today because I want you to help me build a house. My brother-in-law wants me to build 5 big houses with blue bricks and tiles. What did you say? Zhou Chunxing thought he was hallucinating. What? Build 5 blue brick and tile houses? Blue bricks are so expensive. Chonglin must be sick and confused. Chapter 80, Building a Mansion. Uncle Chunxing, you heard me right. My brother-in-law said he would help me build 5 big brick and tile houses. Zhou Chunxing still couldn't believe it. He looked around and saw that the Yuan family had only 4 small thatched houses and adobe houses, but they wanted to build 5 large blue brick and tile houses for their son-in-law. The price of blue bricks is not affordable for ordinary people. They are used to build houses for wealthy families in the city and landlords in the countryside. How can they be used by common people like them? Zhou Chunxing touched Zhou Chonglin's head and said, "You don't have a fever." Yuan painter brought a bowl of water over. Uncle Chunxing, have some water. What Chonglin said is true. My brother has made a small fortune and wants to build a big brick and tile house for us. We are all living in my mother's house now, and it is impossible to renovate her house. When our new house is built, my mother's family will move in and then renovate her new house. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhou Chunxing finally believed it. It turned out that the couple wanted to connect 2 large houses, not just build one for their son-in-law. 5 large tiled houses made of blue bricks and good would cost more than 200 taels. How did the Yuan family make such a fortune? Panner, what did your brother do to make such a large sum of money? Before Yuan Panner could say anything, Zhou Chonglin said, Uncle Chunxing, it's not convenient to tell you now. I'll tell you when it's convenient. Well, you can talk about it later if you want to. Although Zhou Chunxing was very curious, he didn't ask since Chonglin and the others didn't want to say it. Zhou Chonglin took out 10 taels of silver and said, Uncle Chunxing, my back won't get better in a while. My father-in-law went to buy the bricks and beams. You'll need to help me with the rest of the house building. It won't cost 10 taels of silver. You can hire a feng shui master, prepare things for worship, scatter grains, and ask a Taoist priest to pray. It won't cost much. You can just hire people from our clan to lay the foundation and build the wall. Your Uncle Chunxin and Changman are all masons. Let them help. Just give them a meal when the time comes. To build a house with blue bricks and tiles, the foundation must be laid well. Big stones are needed to build the foundation. My family has stockpiled some stones before. You can use them first, but it may not be enough. You need to buy some more. 1 or 2 taels of silver should be enough. Blue bricks are not like adobes. Blue bricks are heavy and have higher requirements for the foundation chassis, and beams. The 6 acres of land near the hillside was originally the ancestral land of our Zhou family. It was half an acre of residential land before. I asked the head of the village to change the documents and make it 6 acres of residential land. Half a tael of silver is enough. All these together, I estimate that 3 taels of silver will be enough. Give me 3 taels of silver first, and I will give you the rest when the time comes. As Zhou Chunsheng was talking, Yuanxing came into the room and said, Uncle Chunsheng, my brother-in-law is injured and I have to take care of my sister. It's a bit inconvenient to cook every day. Let's pay the people in the clan according to the normal wages of bricklayers. This is more convenient. Zhou Chunsheng got anxious when he heard this. We work for our own people. How can we ask for wages? Yuan Bayer, this is not the way to do things. If you really pay people from the clan, aren't you treating us as outsiders? Just providing us with a meal is enough. Yuan Shang proposed this mainly because they ate well at home, eating top-quality rice at 21, top-quality noodles at 10 and various meat dishes. It made no sense to feed the helpers with bran rice, coarse grains, and vegetarian dishes. He and his sister and brother-in-law could not do such a thing. Uncle Chunsheng was thinking of ordinary meals. He felt that treating someone to a meal every day was much cheaper than paying wages. The Zhou family did not flee from famine, but were born and raised in Dongshan village. So there were many members of the clan and they were relatively united. Yuan Shang offered to pay wages because he thought that there were few ways to make money nowadays, and this would be good for the Zhou family members who helped him, but he did not expect that he was a little inconsiderate in terms of being polite. Yuan Shang sighed that except for Zhou Chuanxiang's family, the rest of the Zhou family were honest people. Zhou Chuanxiang also looked honest, but he was just a trader on the outside and only learned the surface. Zhou Changlin said, Uncle, it's not convenient for Panner to cook every day. I'll send some meat to the uncles and brothers who helped. Is that okay? That's great. Let's give them some meat. Zhou Chunsheng laughed. Changlin, you found a good wife and have a good family. After Zhou Chunsheng received the money, he returned to Dongshan village to arrange for Zhou Changlin to build a house. He first went to the home of the village head Li Changgui and explained that Zhou Changlin wanted to expand the residential land and build a house. Li Changgui was not very surprised. He knew that Yuanxing was capable and his younger brother was relying on Yuanxing. In order to help Yuanxing, he hurriedly pulled him out of bed yesterday and gave him a lecture. But he didn't expect Yuanxing to be so capable and rich enough to build a mansion for his brother-in-law. He couldn't help thinking that Zhou Changlin was not as honest as he appeared to be. He was also a smart man. He probably knew that his brother-in-law was so capable before breaking off the relationship. However, he had no sympathy for Zhou Chuanxiang. He forced his eldest son to leave the house and gave him 3 taels of silver every year to express his gratitude. No matter what, Zhou Chuanxiang's family could not clear themselves of this matter. Zhou Chunsheng completed the land formalities with the village head, and then went straight to Xishan village to invite Feng Shui master Mr. Wu to look at the Feng Shui. Mr. Wu came to the hillside and looked at it for a long time with a compass. There is a mountain behind us and a stream in front of us. The mountains and waters must have energy. This is a good omen. When the time comes, the 5 mansions will be located in the northwest and face the southeast, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and will surely bring blessings to the Zhou family. Zhou Chunsheng nodded repeatedly. Mr. Wu, when is the auspicious day to start construction? Mr. Wu counted with his fingers. 2 days later. Zhou Chunsheng thanked him repeatedly and quickly took out a red envelope containing 200 big coins. After determining the location for building the house and the auspicious time to start construction, Zhou Chunsheng began to prepare incense, candles, fruits, flowers for worship, as well as rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans for scattering. He also notified the Zhou family members one after another to participate in the house building and worship ceremony 2 days later. Zhou Changshui heard the news from his bad friends and ran to find old man Zhou. Dad, I heard from Daping that our Zhou family has a big event. Zhou Chunsheng has visited many of his clansmen and seems to be building a house. Old man Zhou's face darkened. Li Daping is lazy and likes to eat. I have told you so many times not to play with him. If you have time to hang around, why not go weed the fields? It rained the past 2 days and the weeds have grown again. The work in the fields is waiting for me. Zhou Changshui quickly got behind old man Zhou and rubbed his shoulders. Dad, you've worked hard. Xiangqin has stomachaches from time to time, so I help her with housework at home. When it comes to Ma Xiangqin, old man Zhou gets even more angry. This daughter-in-law is just a lazy pig. She only knows how to eat and doesn't want to do any work. It's rare that she cooks a meal, but she can't even wash the dirt off the dishes, making them taste terrible. Now, it's his wife who cooks and serves her every day. Farmers are not that delicate. Every daughter-in-law is born from hard work. Yu Chuan was even born in the field. When mentioning Yu Chuan, Zhou Lao also got angry when thinking of Yuan Painter. She was also a disobedient and unfilial person, and he dared to scold him in the end? The whole family was kicked out of the house, and he wanted to see if these people would kneel down at his feet and beg him because they couldn't make ends meet. Chapter 81 Peppers and Tomatoes. While massaging old man Zhou's back, Zhou Changshui said, "Dad, the doctor said that it was only in the first 3 months that the fetus was not stable. Let her do whatever she needs to do from now on. Our mother will have to work hard for another month. Of course, he can also stay at home to take care of the baby for more than a month from time to time." Old man Zhou cursed. "It's her pregnancy that's not stable, not yours. She's at home with your mother. You have to go to the fields to work starting tomorrow. We have more than 30 acres of land. How can you do it all by yourself?" Yes, I'll go to the fields tomorrow morning." Zhou Changshui said this, thinking about how to get his wife to cover for him. "Dad, should we go and ask about that thing Daping mentioned?" These Zhou clan members are as confused as if they were kicked by a donkey. I asked Changman what happened on the way, but he didn't say anything, just had a sly smile on his face. Old man Zhou was also holding his breath. Zhou Chuncheng, this stupid guy, was going to take the lead in isolating him among the Zhou family members. When his Changsan High School became an official in the future, these people would come to him to fawn on him. He would slap them in the face one by one, especially Zhou Chuncheng. Many people in the village were confused. There were no wrong parents in the world. He gave his son's life. Zhou Changlin was disobedient and unfilial. What was wrong with him asking him to leave the house? If he wanted Zhou Changlin's life, Zhou Changlin should give it to him. Forget it. Don't go asking. Someone from the Zhou family must be building a house. If the owner doesn't notify us, we won't notify them. We don't care. It's just the right time for us not to help. Zhou Changshui thought so too, but it was a pity that he couldn't go along to eat for free. The meal that the host invited the helpers to eat must have at least one meat dish. "Okay, Dad, then I won't let Daping ask." Yuanxing sent Zhou Chuncheng away, took out the sour dates from the cloth bag, washed them and ate them with his wife. They tasted sweet and sour. Yuanxing took out all the sour dates and went to the end of the village to find Liang Shi with an empty cloth bag. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Liang Yukai. "Uncle, is Liang Shi at home?" Liang Yukai was a little confused. Yuansheng? He hadn't come to play with Liang Shi since he was 10 years old. At home. Liang Yukai smiled. His son was a little silly and had no friends to play with. He knew his son was lonely. When Liang Shi heard Yuansheng's voice, he ran out, grinning with his big white teeth showing. "Yuan Bao, I knew you would come. When I got back, I told my mother that you would come back to see me, but my mother said you lied to me." Aunt Zhou looked embarrassed and cursed her silly son in her heart. "Yuan Bao, come inside and sit down." "Auntie, it's bright in the yard. Liang Shi, and I will chat in the yard." Hearing Yuansheng's words, Liang Shi quickly moved out 2 small stools. Yuansheng looked at this enthusiastic friend and felt mixed emotions for a moment. Fortunately, in this life, everything is not too late. His destiny is different, and Liang Shi's destiny will also be different. "Liang Shi, we haven't played together for a long time. Do you still like to play with those plants?" Liang Shi's bright eyes dimmed a little. "I play less now. Everyone says there's something wrong with my brain, so I always think of those weird questions. My mother said that you don't play with me because I have something wrong with my brain." Yuansheng looked into Liang Shi's eyes and said, "Liang Shi, I didn't want to play with you before because I was blind and had a dark heart. Now I am well again, and I want to play with you again. It's not your problem, it's my problem." Liang Shi looked carefully at Yuansheng's eyes, which were bright and lively. As expected, his friend's eyes were healed. "Liang Shi, there is one more thing I want to tell you. You always ask questions, some strange questions, which means you like to think more than others. It means you are smarter, more talented. I heard before that someone hybridized grapefruit and orange to create a new fruit. Maybe the wheat we are planting now can also be hybridized into a higher yield variety. The rice in Zhongping town can also be hybridized into a higher yield variety." Yuansheng said sincerely. Liang Shi's eyes were full of brilliance. No one had ever affirmed him like this. Others said he was stupid, that he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, that he was sick. Only his good friend, his only good friend, said that what he thought was right. He said he was smarter and more talented. He was so excited that he couldn't express himself. Liang Shi stood up and hugged Yuansheng tightly with all his strength. Well, this hug is a bit suffocating. When Liang Shi calmed down, he took Yuansheng to the courtyard wall and said, "Yuan Bauer, look, these are what I planted. I think these two plants are special, so I propagated them. Yuan Shang was more and more surprised as he looked at those plants. They were peppers and tomatoes? A few days ago, he ate boiled fish with chili made from dogwood, but he felt that the taste was a bit bad and was missing chili. Unexpectedly, he saw chili at Liang Shi's house today. He grabbed Liang Shi's arm and asked, "Where did you get these?" "I got this from my grandmother's village." There was a very promising and courageous man in their village who went out to work as a sailor. When he returned home, he brought these 2 pots back. He brought more than a dozen pots of tomato seedlings, all of which he sold because tomatoes bear fruit and taste good, so they sell well. In the end, he only had 1 pot left. The pepper seedlings were not easy to sell, so he sold 1 pot and someone took it home to admire. I got back the rest of his pepper and tomato seedlings. Liang Shi, you are such a genius, Yuan Shang said sincerely. Liang Shi was very excited. Really? Real. Before buying the seedlings, I felt that these 2 plants were very special. We don't have them here, so they must have value. Just like sweet potatoes, I heard from the elderly that we didn't have them here before, but later they were planted everywhere, solving many food problems. I have cultivated these seedlings for 2 years and have planted them again, Liang Shi said happily. So what conclusion did you come to after 2 years of training? I discovered that peppers and tomatoes can produce seeds and can be sown and planted. If the temperature is guaranteed during the winter, they can be planted for many years, and the seedlings can still bear fruit in the second year. Look at this big tomato seedling of mine. It has been 2 years. In the past winter, I had to burn firewood to keep them warm, and my mother almost scolded me to death. Yuan Shang was secretly surprised. Has Liang Shi already embarked on the path of scientific research experiments so early? No. He has to think carefully about his scientific research methods and ideas when he goes back, and then discuss them with Liang Shi. Maybe he can witness the growth of a scientist. A single tree cannot make a forest. Although he has the knowledge and experience of the 20th century, it is a fantasy for him to make a technological breakthrough on his own. But what if a large number of talents like Liang Shi appear? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even 100,000 people. He provides some advice and directions, and gives them enough scientific research funding and freedom, which may allow the technology of this era to flourish. These are all things that happen later. Now, at least he can grow peppers on a large scale. Chapter 82 Head and Hoof in the Water. Liang Shi, I want to buy these pepper and tomato seeds from you. Liang Shi was a little angry. If you regard me as a friend, you shouldn't say this to me. If you want the seeds, just take them directly from me. Of course I won't be polite with you, but these seeds are really valuable. If you don't offer an offer, I won't want them. Yuan Shang also pretended to be angry. Liang Shi was afraid that Yuan Shang would be angry, so he said weakly, "Okay, I asked Grandma for 300 big coins to buy these seedlings before. If you want to buy them, you have to give me 500 big coins." Grandma loved Liang Shi the most. Others thought Liang Shi was stupid, but Grandma thought Liang Shi was just sincere to the world. So, despite being scolded by her family, she spent 300 coins to fulfill Liang Shi's wish. 100 taels of silver, Liang Shi, I will pay 100 taels of silver to buy all your seeds. In addition, I need you to provide technical guidance on planting. Because Liang Shi is Yuan Shang's good friend, Yuan Shang cannot let him suffer any loss. He knows the value of these seeds very well. In his previous life, he was deceived by Wang Damao and became addicted to gambling. When he was in dire straits, this childhood friend gave him food many times. Otherwise, he would have starved to death earlier. If Yuan Shang was buying from someone he didn't know, he could still bargain and try to trick them by taking advantage of the fact that they didn't know the value of the items. But he couldn't do that with his childhood friend. Liang Shi jumped up. "Yuan Bao, do you know what you were talking about? 100 taels of silver. My father said that the family only saved 4 taels of silver last year, plus his 200 coins from private savings." Yuan Shang held his forehead. It seemed that there were many things that he still couldn't tell Liang Shi. He was a big leaker, and sometimes he was really a little silly. Didn't he leak his father's private money? It was okay for Liang Shi to tell him about the private money. If Aunt Zhou knew about it, Uncle Yang would be in trouble. Yuan Shang grabbed Liang Shi, who was yelling, "Liang Shi, I'm serious when I say I'll give you 100 taels. But you must keep this a secret. If you reveal the news, I won't come to play with you anymore." Liang Shi still has a bit of a childish mentality, and Yuan Shang is his only friend, so he immediately promised not to tell anyone else. If other people knew that Yuan Shang spent so much money to buy Liang Shi's pepper and tomato seeds, they would naturally be very curious. The spread of pepper and tomato seedlings would reduce the speed at which Yuan Shang made money on these 2 crops, so the first mover advantage was very important. Well, I'll talk to Uncle Yang and give you 1 tael of silver so that you can teach me how to grow these new things. Then you can come to my house more often. As for the remaining 99 taels of silver, if you trust me, I'll give it to you later. Or if your family needs it, I'll give it to you at any time. Of course I believe you. You are my best friend, and it is so nice to be able to visit you at your house often. Yuanqing went into the house and told Liang Yukai and Aunt Zhou about this. Liang Yukai immediately refused. What? Give me 1 or 2 taels of silver? Yuan Bear, there's really no need. You and Liang Shi have been good friends since childhood. Why do you need to give me money? Liang Shi was bored at home all day and had no friends. Now he could go find Yuanqing to play, and Liang Yukai was very happy. Uncle, aunt, brothers should settle accounts clearly. You don't think the money is too little, do you? Yuan Shang said deliberately. Aunt Zhou took the silver and said, Yuan Bao, what are you talking about? I won't be polite to you. His grandmother spent 300 yuan to buy these seedlings for him. At that time, his grandmother was complained by his family. Now it can be regarded as a return of money. Next time Liang Shi takes this silver to his grandmother's house and see what they say. Yuan Shang exchanged greetings with everyone and prepared to go home. Liang Shi reluctantly sent Yuan Shang home. Well, fortunately, Yuan Shang knew in his previous life that Liang Shi was a straight man. Otherwise, it would be a bit scary. Yuan Shang returned home and talked to Yuan Laifu about peppers and tomatoes. Can this thing really make so much money? Yuan Laifu found it unbelievable. Yuan Shang nodded. Well, especially chili peppers, which can be used as seasonings and have a wide range of applications. We can't sell salt, but we can sell chili sauce in the future. With our fine salt and unique chili peppers, I believe we can make a lot of money. The first mover advantage is very important. If others want to learn from us and steal a small amount of seeds to cultivate them, it will take at least several years to develop large-scale planting. Therefore, we have basically monopolized the pepper market in the past few years. This is also the reason why Yuanqing directly asked Liang Shi to guide the planting, in order to quickly obtain a large number of seeds and expand the planting area. He just has a great memory. He is not a god. He does not know things he has not seen, such as how to grow peppers. If he buys the seeds and figures it out himself, he will not only waste the seeds, but also waste time. Asking Liang Shi to provide technical guidance directly can achieve twice the result with half the effort, and can also invisibly improve the confidence of his friend, making him truly realize that he is not mentally ill and that he is a valuable person. Yuan Laifu nodded, but in fact he didn't quite understand what his son was saying. Anyway, as long as he could make a lot of money, it would be good. His son had been enlightened by the old immortal, so how could his idea be wrong? Yuan Laifu took a puff of his pipe and said, Son, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Dad, Liang Shi is here. You should learn from him. Every step is important, from raising seedlings, transplanting, pest control to harvesting. It's not that Yuanqing doesn't like farming, but he has to study most of the time now and can only go to the fields to help occasionally. Yuan Laifu got excited when he heard this. Don't worry, your father is an expert in farming. Even though we are both farmers, he can harvest more per acre than others. Farming cannot be underestimated. Every step is crucial. After Yuanqing finished talking to his father, he began to watch his mother, wife, and eldest sister deal with the pig offal. Strictly speaking, the three of them made different attempts inspired by Yuanqing. According to Yuanqing's memory, in order to properly handle the pig intestines, they need to be rubbed with flour and salt after washing them. He told his eldest sister, but his mother and eldest sister thought it was a waste. Under Yuan Shang's influence, Zhu Chenxi has developed a more rigorous experimental spirit. Finally, they concluded that to properly handle the pig intestines, the first step is to divide the pig intestines into sections, turn them over and rinse them with clean water. After rinsing, remove the fat from the intestines and rub them with wood ash. After rubbing, wash it with clean water again, then blanch it and soak it in light salt water containing onion and ginger juice for half an hour. After this processing, the pig intestines will not have any strange smell. The processing of pig stomach is similar, except that the white membrane inside the pig stomach needs to be torn off cleanly. The other pig offal was easy to deal with. Sheng Ho-hot put them into a large iron pot and braised them. The fragrant aroma wafted out. Yuan Shang couldn't help swallowing his saliva, not to mention the little ones, who were squatting at the kitchen door playing, juggling stones in their hands while their eyes were fixed on the big pot of braised pig's trotters. Chapter 83A Family Visits a Doctor. Gudong, gulp. The sound of Yufeng swallowing his saliva was clearly audible. Yuchuan turned Yufeng's face, which was looking at the kitchen, and said, Yufeng, we are not greedy. This offal is to be sold for money. After saying this, He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Yes, second brother. We are not greedy. These are to be sold for money. The 3-year-old Yuzhu could actually resist. Yu Feng looked at his brother, then at his sister and said, I'm not greedy. I'm not greedy. Yuan Shang smiled and shook his head, holding Yuzhu in his arms. We mainly eat these ourselves, so just take a small piece of brine as a sample. Yuzhu's big, dark eyes flashed. Really? Uncle? Real. Yu Feng hugged Yuan Shang's thighs. Uncle, you are so kind. From today on, you will be the first in my heart. I want to hug my uncle too. Yu Feng couldn't help but act coquettishly. Okay. Yuan Shang held one in each hand, Yuzhu in his left hand and Yu Feng in his right hand. Yuchuan looked at his brother and sister with envy, but he didn't say anything. His uncle was no longer the uncle who robbed him of his lucky money. Although his uncle was only a few years older than him, in his heart, his uncle was as tall as a mountain, protecting his family from wind and rain, and allowing his brothers and sisters to act as spoiled as they wanted. Yuan Shang saw Yuchuan's envious look and said, Come on, Yuchuan, climb onto your uncle's back and I will carry you on my back too. Yuchuan was very happy. He didn't expect that he would have a share. He jumped onto Yuansheng's back and clamped Yuansheng's waist with his legs. At this point, Yuan Shang had 3 pendants on his body, 1 on his back and 2 in his arms. Yuan Painter nudged Zhu Chenxi with her arm and said, Sister-in-law, Yuan Bauer will definitely be a good father in the future. Zhu Chenxi blushed and nodded gently. Since her husband loved children so much, she must have more children with him in the future. It would be best if each child looked like her husband, talented and good-looking. After a few people laughed and joked for a while, Shang Hohat's voice came, It's time to eat. Everyone was setting up the table, getting chairs, serving dishes, and getting cakes. This time, Yuan Painter didn't wait for anyone to say anything and directly gave Zhou Changlin a cake, a bowl of braised offal and wild vegetables. The family sat down and started to eat, and Yuan Lai Fu started eating first. The younger ones were no longer restrained and started eating with chopsticks. Yu Zhu took a bite of the pig's stomach and her eyes narrowed into slits because of the delicious taste. Yu Feng took a bite of the pancake. Strangely, the pancakes at Grandma's house were more fragrant, with a strong wheat aroma. They were many times more delicious than the multigrain pancakes he had eaten at home before. There are also the braised large intestines, braised pork tripe, and braised pork liver. Each one is so delicious that you can't stop eating them. Uncle, it would be great if we could eat like this every day in the future. Yuan Panner was about to say Yu Feng, let alone anything else. Just this good white flour, how expensive it is. Do you want to eat like this every day? This child is 7 years old, and he is still so ignorant. Yuan Shang touched the top of Yu Feng's head and said, As long as you want to eat, we can eat like this every day. But don't just eat meat. Eat some wild vegetables, a combination of meat and vegetables. Yu Zhu, Yuchuan, and Yu Feng have 3 teeth but no eyes. But they smile so happily. Yuan Panner said angrily, You spoil the child. If he eats and drinks like this, he will make our family poor. Shang Hohat snorted, You are so young. How come you are even more stingy than your mother? Yuchuan, Yu Feng, Yu Zhu, we can eat as much as we want. The more we eat, the happier Grandma will be. Obviously, Shang Hohat has already adapted to the fact that her son makes a lot of money. Yuanqing ate braised pork belly and braised pork intestines, which tasted great. Seeing his wife concentrating on eating pork liver, he picked up 2 pieces of each for her. Zhu Chenxi felt sweet in her heart and secretly pulled Yuanqing's hand under the table. The family finished their meal happily, and just as they cleared the table, Qing Chun came with Dr. Zhong. Brother Yuanqing, I'm so sorry. There's an emergency in the county and I'm late. Dr. Zhong was visiting Yuan Shang's house for the first time. He did not look down on Yuan Shang just because the family only had 4 low thatched houses. Yuan Shang was able to make friends with Chow at such a young age, so he must be a rare talent. Yuan Shang bowed and said, I am very grateful to Dr. Zhong for coming here despite your busy schedule. I will trouble you to check the pulse of my mother, my wife, my father, my sister, and the children later. Okay, no problem. Dr. Zhong first went to the room to check Zhou Changlin's wound, which was recovering well, so he started giving Zhou Changlin acupuncture. After doing all this, Dr. Zhong began to treat Lao Yuan's family members one by one. Yuan Laifu has been working hard all year round, which has depleted his heart qi, causing symptoms such as palpitations, anxiety, chest tightness, and shortness of breath. The liver and kidneys have the same origin, and long-term fatigue has depleted the yin of the liver and kidneys, causing symptoms such as soreness of the waist and knees, tinnitus, and deafness. Shang Hohat overworked and caught cold many times after giving birth. In addition to the depletion of her heart qi, she also suffered from qi deficiency and kidney yang deficiency, as well as symptoms such as fear of cold limbs, and soreness in the waist and knees. Although Yuan Panner has fewer children than my mother and is younger, she has many problems, and her physical condition is similar to Shang Ho Hat's. Zhu Chenxi was prone to miscarriage due to malnutrition, weak qi and blood, damaged spleen and stomach function, cold uterus, irregular menstruation, blood stasis, weak waist and knees, cold hands and feet. There was nothing wrong with Yu Feng and Yu Zhu, they were just a little malnourished. Yu Chuan once played on the wall with Zhou Changxin and was pushed down by Zhou Changxin, resulting in a cut on his head. Although the wound healed later, there was still a small piece of blood stasis, which needed to be treated by promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Otherwise, he might get a headache if he caught a cold due to the wind when he is older. Dr. Zhong took Yuansheng's pulse again and found that Yuansheng was in the best health in the whole family. He was not overworked, ate relatively well, did not suffer from premature ejaculation, and his kidneys were in good health. Dr. Zhong, please prescribe medicine for my family members one by one. Okay. Dr. Zhong picked up the pen and began to write prescriptions. Each prescription had the patient's name written on it. Yuan Panner pulled Yuansheng aside and said, Yuan Bao, I just told you that I'm in good health. I'm afraid of suffering, so I won't take medicine. Even if you ask the doctor to prescribe medicine, I won't take it. Yuansheng smiled and shook his head. Sister, you are afraid of spending money? It costs money too. How much money will it cost to get medicine for so many of us? You have made some money now, so you shouldn't spend it like this. Yuansheng recalled that he had to persuade his parents to see a doctor the last time, and it took a lot of effort. His sister was used to being poor, and it took her a while to adapt. Sister, Dr. Zhong just said that people should treat illness before it happens, and focus on recuperating. The herbs used are common and not expensive. Besides, how can this be considered as wasting money? I make money, so naturally I hope that my loved ones will be strong and live a long life. When Yuan Panner heard this, tears instantly filled her eyes. It felt so good to be loved and cherished by her family. She didn't care whether her brother had grown up or not, and she went forward and hugged Yuansheng tightly. Yuansheng patted his sister on the back and said, Sister, let's take good care of our bodies. In the future, you and mother will get younger and younger, and our good days are ahead. Chapter 84, New House Worship. Yuan Bao, how could I be so worthy of your kindness? I owe it to you. Yuan Bao thought of his previous life and sighed, Sister, I am lucky to be born into the Yuan family. I have my parents, Chenxi, and you 7 good sisters. He planned in his mind that after the eldest sister's family had a livelihood, the livelihoods of the other sisters should also be arranged. In addition, the health of the sisters should also be taken care of. Why do people in this era age and die early? It is because of overwork, malnutrition, and other problems. He hopes that all 7 sisters will live a long life. 10 days had passed since he was reborn, and he had done many things in this period. He sold tea eggs, braised meat, paid back his elder sister to prevent her from being divorced, accompanied Chenxi back home, invented a refrigerator to expand the production of braised meat, helped his sister divide the family, learned to read with Chenxi, and finalized the cooperation of storybooks. I will go visit my uncle and sisters when I have time in the next 10 days. I don't know how they are doing. Of course, I can't slack off on reading, writing storybooks, and growing peppers and tomatoes. Originally, Yuansheng wanted to ask his father to take the braised offal to the shopkeeper Chow of Donglishan to taste it and set a price. But now that Qingchun is here, there is no need for that. Yuansheng called Qingchun into the kitchen and said, Qingchun, we have made a new dish. In addition to the braised pig's head, we have also made a whole set of braised pig's feet and offal. You can go back and bring it to shopkeeper Chow to ask how much it costs. Also, do we need to avoid Dr. Zhong for this? Dr. Zhong is a good friend of manager Chow and is trustworthy. However, the best way to keep a secret is to minimize the number of people who know about it. Zhou Qingchun thought for a moment and said, Brother Yuan, I'd better stay away from him a little. Okay. Yuansheng cut a little of each offal, put them in a sealed jar, and handed it to Zhou Qingchun. Zhou Qingchun put the jar on the carriage while no one was paying attention. After seeing the patient, Dr. Zhong and Zhou Qingchun returned to Qingshan town. Zhou Qingchun gave the marinated offal to shopkeeper Chow, who immediately opened it and tasted it. The things that Brother Yuan brought always brought him great rewards. He ate the braised pig's trotters first. It was fragrant, chewy, and delicious. I also ate braised pork liver and braised pork heart. Compared with braised meat, they have a different flavor and are delicious. Is that braised large intestine? Brother Yuan actually braised something that stinks on weekdays and sold it at Donglishan? don't smell like shit. Out of trust in Yuan Sheng, shopkeeper Chow closed his eyes and ate a piece. How could it be so delicious? He never knew that large intestines tasted like this. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Shopkeeper Chow is no longer afraid of eating braised pig's stomach after having eaten braised large intestine. He ate a piece and found it to be chewy, fragrant, and delicious. Especially the braised large intestine and braised pig stomach amazed him. Two new textures and flavors. He must be the original brother. It's really not delicious to cook the pig offal that is not worthy of the table. Zhou Qingchun reminded, what about the price? Shopkeeper Chow began to calculate a 200 gene pig, with its head, hooves, and offal. I estimate it to be 80 gene. 1 gene of raw meat gives 8 liang of cooked meat, so the cooked meat should be about 60 gene. Scarcity makes things valuable. Go and tell my brother Yuan that 1 set is 3 liang of silver. I'll order 5 sets tomorrow. Okay. Zhou Qingchun went to the Yuan family to deliver the message. Yuan Xing is relatively calm about the price. Scarcity makes things valuable. This is a unique braised food. If Donglishun sells it at a low price, it will damage Donglishun's reputation. Manager Chow thinks highly of me and wants to do business with me for a long time. So naturally, he won't cheat me on such a small business. But this price obviously shocked Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Painter. Yuan Bauer, I remember you said that Li Changshun sold a set of head and hoofs to us for 70 coins, and we can sell a set for 3 taels of silver? Yuan Sheng nodded and said, the main reason is that we have a unique formula, plus the brand value of Donglishun. In later generations, the brand value was taken to the extreme. A bag of the same quality and the same design could differ in price by more than 1,000 times. Zhou Chonglin said, Yuan Bao, this formula and Donglishun thread are all yours. In this way, 30 coins are enough for us for 1 set. If you order 5 sets at a time, we can still earn 150 coins a day. This is already helping us. Yuan Panner also said, Bauer, this has already helped us a lot. Ma Xiangqin's brother Ma Laishi, who is always bragging about him, only gets 800 won a month. We make several taels a month. We earn what he makes in a year. Yuan Sheng took Yuan Panner and Zhou Chonglin's hands and said, sister and brother-in-law, you take this money. You have taken care of me since I was a child, and you almost saved my sister from divorce. I remember all these favors. If you don't take this money, I will feel guilty. You gave us 3 taels, and we still feel guilty. Yuan Bao, when my brother-in-law used those 10 taels to save you, I never thought of any reward. In this way, Yuan Xing and his sister and brother-in-law were in a stalemate, and no one was willing to give in. After a long stalemate, Yuan Shang sighed and finally took a step back. Brother-in-law, let's each take a step back and split the 3 taels of silver in half. This is too much. Zhou Chonglin wanted to say more. Yuan Sheng waved his hand and said, brother-in-law, we are a family and we should not talk about different things. If you refuse again, it means you don't treat me as a family member. Yuan Sheng had said so much, so Zhou Chonglin had no choice but to agree. After Yuan Sheng left, Zhou Chonglin and Yuan Painter began to settle accounts. They divided each set of head and hooves into 1.5 taels, and 5 sets equaled 2 people counted on their fingers, 7.5 taels? They only make 7.5 taels a day? That's more than 300 days a year, which is several thousand taels of silver. Maybe Donglishun will try out the good sales of its braised offal and will place more orders. Oh my god, what else can I do? No wonder Yuan Bao said they would be extremely wealthy. No wonder Yuan Bao said he wanted to let the kids study. No wonder Yuan Bao suggested that they cut off ties with Lao Zhou's family. At that time, they stood on the absolute moral principle of breaking off the relationship. Now, no matter how much money he and Panner made, or how successful Yuchuan and Yufeng were in school, the Zhou family would come back empty-handed if they tried to get close to them. They would be despised by everyone. Snort. By then, he would like to see what kind of faces these cruel snobs will turn into. 2 days later, the worship ceremony for Zhou Chonglin's new house was officially launched. Just as the feng shui master had predicted, the weather was clear and the sun was shining, making it a good day. Zhou Chonglin's family all wore new clothes that were made in a hurry. Zhou Chonglin's waist was not healed yet, so he was carried to the scene. Except for Shang Hohat, who stayed at home to look after the secret recipe of the marinade, all the other members of Lao Yuan's family went. In addition, there are all the Zhou family members except Zhou Chuanxiang, Zhou Chonglin's good friends, Qian Xiaoyang's family, and Ma Chao's family. Zhou Chunsheng and Zhou Hanjiang looked very happy. They had already placed incense, candles, fruits, flowers, and the 5 grains symbolizing a good harvest, rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans, in the yard. Chapter 85 Scattering Grains. Zhou Chonglin was injured and unable to hold the memorial ceremony, so his eldest son Zhou Yuchuan performed it on his behalf. Zhou Yuchuan followed the instructions, holding incense and candles, facing the east, and worshipping devoutly. He put his hands together, closed his eyes, and silently prayed, thanking the gods of heaven and earth for the land for building the house, praying for a smooth construction process, the health of his family, and good luck in the new home. Then Zhou Yuchuan inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner. While Zhou Yuchuan was offering sacrifices, the Taoist priest in yellow robe was chanting and praying beside him. After Zhou Yuchuan finished the house-building ceremony, he stood in the middle of the yard, holding a cloth bag filled with grains, and chanted prayers aloud, praying to the gods of heaven and earth to bless his family with happiness and health and a good harvest after the new house was built. After reading the blessing words, Zhou Yuchuan threw the grains in the cloth bag high up into the air, letting the grains fall on the construction site, symbolizing a full warehouse and a prosperous family business. Zhou clan members and friends came forward to pick up the grains on the ground. It was not because they were short of food, but because they believed that by doing so, they could share the blessing and good fortune of Zhou Chonglin's family and make their own lives better. The whole scene was lively and festive, and everyone was happy for Zhou Chonglin's family. Yuan Laifu came over and patted Zhou Chunqing on the shoulder. Your in-laws handled this matter in a dignified and elegant manner, and Yuchuan's blessing words were also recited well. Zhou Chunqing held Yuan Laifu's hand and said, "It's all thanks to my in-laws that I have a good son. Otherwise, how could my Zhou Chonglin have the opportunity to build such a big house? Our Zhou family is all thanks to your Yuan family." Yuan Laifu perked up and said politely, "This is what Chonglin deserves. He is sincere and sincere to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao will naturally respect this brother-in-law. My dear relatives, my Zhou family has nothing but a lot of clan members. Whenever the Yuan family encounters trouble in the future, as long as you give the order, my Zhou family members will be able to charge into battle." Zhou Chunqing patted his chest. Yuan Laifu is an outsider who settled here. He is the only one in the Yuan family and has no relatives to help him. Yuan Shang is just a boy and is weak and powerless. Zhou Chuansheng's words hit the mark of Yuan Laifu's heart. Since my in-laws said so, I won't be polite. If I encounter problems in the future, I will really ask your Zhou family for help. One word of spit is as good as a nail. Don't worry, brother. The other Zhou clan members have been told by the clan leader that Zhou Chonglin has benefited from his brother-in-law, who is going to help him build 5 large brick and tile houses. Everyone can't help but sigh that Zhou Chonglin is lucky. On the day of the marriage breakup, they were still worried about Zhou Chonglin's injury. Dr. Zhang said that Chonglin's injury would cost dozens of taels of silver. Chonglin was driven out of the house by Zhou Chuanxiang, and they were worried that Chonglin would die. Unexpectedly, things turned out to be bright. Not only did his brother-in-law have money to treat his injury, but he also had money to build him a big house. This is not an ordinary adobe house, but a large blue brick and tile house where the landlord lives. It is unique in the entire Dongshan village. This unique one was built by their Zhou family, and every member of the Zhou clan is proud of it. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yuan Shang. In the past, they heard that Zhou Chonglin's brother-in-law was a lazy and stinky scoundrel, but on the day of the breakup, they saw the courage of this brother-in-law. Looking at Yuan Shang again today, he is simply extraordinary and handsome. You have a bright future. Zhang Shufan and Zhou Chongman also came to participate in the house-building ceremony. Zhang Shufan's face was full of smiles. Yuan Bayer, I am completely convinced by you. Yesterday, I was still lamenting Painter's miserable life and feeling sad for Painter, but today you made my mood completely reverse. Painter is lucky. Painter has a good brother like you. Zhang Shufan looked envious. I'm so envious. I wish I had such a good brother. Sister Shufan, I am your brother too. Zhang Shufan is the daughter of Old Lady Zhang. Old Lady Zhang's family treats the Yuan family well and had lent money for the wedding. Zhang Shufan married Zhou Chongman, who is a member of the Zhou clan and has a good relationship with his brother-in-law Zhou Chonglin. Yuan Shang decided that when the business was expanded, he would help Sister Shufan. Oh, Zhang Shufan was happy. She wanted to pinch Yuan Shang's face like she did when he was a child. But when she saw his handsome and masculine face now, she felt it was inappropriate and retracted her claws. Then I'm happy. After exchanging greetings with Yuan Shang, Zhang Shufan went on to chat with her friends. Now, Yuan Painter returned the money to her friend, and Zhang Shufan did not refuse, and kept sighing that her friend was so lucky. Zhou Chonglin also repaid the money to Ma Chao and Qian Shaoyang, and he returned the 1 or 2 taels of silver to Uncle Chunqing the day before yesterday. Many Zhou clan members also lamented that Zhou Chuanxiang's family was not so lucky. If the relationship had not been severed, Zhou Chuanxiang would definitely have lived in this big blue brick and tile house. Now, it has nothing to do with him. Evildoers will be punished for their evil deeds. He deserves it for being so cruel to his son, grandchildren. A nosy clan member wanted to go to Zhou Chuanxiang's house to talk about this matter, to piss off Zhou Chuanxiang for being so bad. But Zhou Chunqing stopped him. Sever the relationship, and we will be strangers from now on. Chonglin's family affairs have nothing to do with them. Chonglin's building a house is a big event for the whole clan, so don't mess with these filthy people. Okay. These people who were trying to do something no matter what could only give up, but they still felt very upset. The large blue bricks ordered by Yuan Laifu will not be brought to the site until a few days later, but it will not affect the construction progress. The compaction of the foundation and the laying of the base chassis can be carried out first. Zhou Chunqin, Zhou Changman, and other members of the Zhou family began to enter the site to work, and the entire construction site was bustling with activity. Zhou Hanjiang even had to use a crutch to go to the construction site every day. With such a big commotion, even if Zhou Chuanxiang's family were deaf and blind, they would have gotten the news. Zhou Changshui ran all the way home and fell flat on his face as soon as he entered the house. Old man Zhou scolded, "You are so old, but you are still so impetuous. You have no ambition at all." "Dad, it's a big deal. It's a huge deal." Old man Zhou curled his lips. "What's the big deal? Why are you like this?" Zhou Changshui said, "Didn't you say last time that the Zhou clan was going to build a house? I know whose family it is. It's my brother." "Zhou Chonglin, didn't we break off the relationship? Don't mention this disobedient and unfilial thing to me." Old man Zhou was a little angry. Changshui was really something. He still called that ungrateful guy brother. "My dear father, things are different now. Do you know what kind of house my brother wants to build?" Zhou Changshui's face was distorted with excitement. "What room?" Zhou Changshui held up 5 fingers. 5 large tiled houses made of the finest blue bricks. The large blue bricks have all been delivered. Zhou Chuanxiang stood there in a daze. He never expected that Zhou Chonglin could build 5 large brick and tile houses. Doesn't he treat his injuries with that money? If he had money, he would definitely treat his injuries first. What does this mean? Dr. Zhong said that if Zhou Chonglin's injuries were to be completely cured, 400 taels of silver would be needed, which means Zhou Chonglin had at least 600 taels of silver. He thought about himself. If he had more than 200 taels of silver left after treating his injuries, would he use it to build 5 large brick and tile houses? Impossible. He would just buy some land and build a nice rough house. This means that Zhou Chonglin has far more than 600 taels of silver in his hands. He grabbed Zhou Changshui's arm and said, "Tell me quickly, what's going on?" Chapter 86. Old man Zhou discovers he has been tricked. "Dad, be gentle. You're going to break my arm." Zhou Changshui shouted. Old man Zhou loosened his grip and said, "Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. It was my brother's brother-in-law, Yuan Bauer. He helped my brother build it." Zhou Chuanxiang's eyes rolled rapidly. Damn it. He was fooled by this little guy Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang couldn't have become rich overnight. Chong Lin was injured, and Yuan Shang had a large sum of money to treat Chong Lin's injury, but he deliberately didn't take it out. He just stood there and watched coldly, waiting for them to break off their relationship. And that little beast Zhou Chonglin, he probably knew in advance that his brother-in-law had become rich and deliberately broke off the relationship with him. He recalled that day. He just wanted to divide the family, separate Zhou Chonglin's family. It was Zhou Chonglin who said that it was okay to separate them, but the relationship must be severed. The boy immediately made up his mind to break off the relationship and not let them get any benefit from it. "I played with eagles for many years and got my eyes pecked by an eagle." Thinking about Zhou Chonglin's rhythmic performance on the day of the breakup, Zhou Chuanxiang cursed inwardly. It was not until now that he recognized this eldest son. He had always thought that this son was honest and filial. Now no one would believe him even if he told everyone. Zhou Chonglin's family had completely established a high ground in the village's public opinion. The clan leader Zhou Chunsheng and his clan members also isolated their family. Humph. Zhou Chonglin has become rich and is living a good life. Don't even think about getting rid of him. Zhou Chuanxiang immediately called Wang Chuanxiang over. Wang Chuanxiang was still upset. Her husband had said before that Yu Feng and Yu Chuan were still her grandchildren. Now that the relationship was severed, not to mention the 2 grandchildren, even her son had nothing to do with her. Her son looked at her as if she were a stranger, and her 2 grandchildren no longer called her grandma. She felt upset. "Old woman, don't cry. You are the only one who misses your grandson. I miss him too." "Oh." Old man Zhou frowned and sighed. Wang Chuanxiang wiped her tears and said angrily, I didn't agree to break up the relationship at that time. It was you who insisted on breaking up the relationship. What's the point of regretting it now? Blood is thicker than water. Even if our son's bones are broken, his tendons are severed. The relationship is severed in documents, but the bloodline cannot be severed. Don't Changlin and the two children love the steamed sweet potatoes you make? How about you steam a pot of sweet potatoes and take it to the village behind the mountain for Changlin and his grandchildren to eat? After seeing the sweet potatoes, Changlin might recognize you as his mother. Wang Chuanxiang's eyes lit up when she heard this. Would her son and grandson recognize her? She quickly went to the kitchen to steam sweet potatoes. Zhou Chuanxiang was somewhat relieved that his wife did not say anything absolute in front of Changlin. Wang Chuanxiang finished steaming the sweet potatoes and was about to take them away, but old man Zhou stopped her and said, the Yuan family may not let you in. If they don't let you in, you can just sit at the door and cry. Cry? Wang Chuanxiang was the best at crying. She went there excitedly, carrying the sweet potatoes. At Yuan Laifu's house, Yuan Shang followed his father and took to Huang to work in the fields, leaving only a few women at home. Shang Hoha was helping Yuan Painter deal with the pig Awful when she heard Wang Chuanxiang knocking on the door. Painter, Changlin, are you home? Mother is here to see you. Yuan Painter frowned. Since the relationship was severed, they had nothing to do with each other. Why were they still here? Zhou Changlin also heard the sound, but did not say anything. Shang Hoha glanced at her daughter, then went out with a big broom. She locked the wooden door and swept under Wang Chuanxiang's feet while saying, sweep, sweep, sweep. I'll sweep away the dirt. Wang Chuanxiang backed away while yelling, my dear, what are you doing? Who the hell is your in-law? Don't you understand that the relationship is over? Get out of here now, or I'll beat you with a big broom. Wang Chuanxiang could only step back while shouting, son, I've brought you your favorite steamed sweet potatoes. Yuchuan Yufeng, Grandma has brought you your favorite steamed sweet potatoes. Come out and see Grandma. The words could be as pathetic as possible. Shang Hoha remained unmoved and started sweeping at Wang Chuanxiang with a big broom. Wang Chuanxiang watched as she was being swept further and further away, and thinking of the method her husband had taught her, she sat down on the ground and began to cry in a rhythmic manner. My son, my mother is here to see you. My son, I'm here to see you with your favorite steamed sweet potatoes. Ma misses you, son. How could you bear not to let me into the house? Wang Chuanxiang cried and slapped her thighs. Her voice was very penetrating, and soon the villagers gathered around. What's going on? Is this the mother of Yuan Painter's eldest son-in-law? People began to point fingers and say, no matter what, you can't deny your mother. When a woman gives birth, it's like walking through the gates of hell. If you don't acknowledge your mother, you have no conscience. That's right. How can a son who has been raised with so much hard work not be allowed to enter the house by his own mother? A villager whispered, the Yuan family is too overbearing. Shang Hoha looked at the two saints, thinking that they should be the ones to sit on the Shishan giant Buddha. Do you know the whole story? You are just talking nonsense. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. Sun Xiao's mother is a gossip expert and has eaten a lot of gossip. Stop feeling sorry for her. Panner's family is the one that is pitiful. Panner's son-in-law Zhou Changlin, who joined the logging team for his father and brother, was hit by a big tree and injured his waist. His father and mother immediately kicked him out of the house. It stands to reason that Zhou Changlin should be treated in the public, but his father didn't treat him. If it weren't for the money made by Yuan Bao, Zhou Changlin would have been waiting to die. What's even more outrageous is that his father even wants Changlin and Panner to give him 3 taels of silver every year as a token of gratitude. The two saints just now widened their eyes. What? Not treating his injuries and leaving him to die? Leaving him home with nothing and still wanting 3 taels of silver every year as a reward? Are they still human? Not only is this going to kill our eldest son, this is going to kill his entire family. Sun Xiaonyang continued to spread gossip. They just forced Panner's family to give them 3 taels of silver. If they didn't agree to give her 3 taels of silver, they would keep kissing her. If they found any fault with Yuzhu, they would beat her to death. They did this to force Panner's family to submit. At that time, the Dongshan villagers were indignant. Fortunately, the head of the Zhou family was sensible and decided not to give any silver as a token of gratitude, so the matter was suppressed. Oh my God, what a family! The two saints were also angry. They pointed at Wang Chuanxiang and said, Pa, 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 Pa. Wang Chuanxiang was originally crying and slapping her thigh, but she was stunned when someone spat on her several times. Zhou Chonglin was lying on the hospital bed, listening to Wang Chuanxiang's crying, and was somewhat speechless. This was his mother, who could never figure things out. She seemed to have no bad intentions, but she always did bad things. He didn't feel sad now. Maybe he had given up on her when she watched him die and listened to Zhou Chuanxiang threatening to beat Yu Zhu to death for 3 taels of silver every year, but she remained indifferent. Fortunately, he has firmly established himself in the public opinion field. Didn't you say that you would never beg for food in front of your house? Now you come to me just because I see you are building a big house. Is this what Zhou Chuanxiang is capable of? Come on. Chapter 87 Nidong Lai Shundong's instructions. When Yuan Painter saw Wang Chuanxiang leave, she hurried into the house to see Zhou Chonglin. Chonglin, are you okay? Yuan Painter looked worried. She was afraid that Zhou Chonglin would be sad, and also afraid that he would be soft-hearted. I'm fine. I realized the truth as early as the day I broke my waist. In fact, I have long known that mother favors Chongsen and loves the youngest son the most. Although father hopes that Chongsen will change his family, he actually likes Changshui the most. Changshui is sweet-talking and can always speak to his heart. Otherwise, how could father tolerate Changshui's laziness and not working for so many years? But I am the one that father doesn't love and mother doesn't care about. They disappoint me, but they also always give me hope. I am the eldest son, and if nothing unexpected happens, my parents will definitely follow me when they divide the family property. As the eldest son, I will get half of the family property. I work for the public, but also for myself. I didn't expect them to be so cruel, wanting to kill my family. My disappointment in them accumulated all of a sudden. From the moment I made up my mind to break off the engagement, I will never look back. Panner, don't worry, not to mention that mother brought a few sweet potatoes here today. Even if she carried a mountain of gold, I would never look back. Yeah. Yuan Panner held Zhou Chonglin's hand. As long as they didn't get involved with Zhou's family, they would have a good life in the future. Wang Chuanxiang carried the sweet potatoes and walked back to Dongshan village crying. Zhou Changshui came over quickly. Mom, my brother didn't let you in? What's going on? Old man Zhou was also listening at the side. Before I got close, Shang Hohat swept me out with a big broom woo-woo. Wang Chuanxiang wiped her tears and sniffed her nose. Useless thing, didn't I ask you to cry? As a mother, you come here with food to see your son and grandson, and you cry at the door. How can they not let you in? Old man Zhou scolded. I cried. Why didn't I cry? My crying attracted the villagers from Shanhou village. At first they helped me, but after hearing someone's story about the severance of the relationship, they spit on me. Wang Chuanxiang felt wronged and wanted to cry even more. I told you not to sever the relationship with the eldest brother, but you didn't listen to me. Old man Zhou frowned. How could the news spread so quickly? Everyone in Shanhou village knew about the breakup between him and Chonglin? Damn it. Chonglin has the upper hand in public opinion, and this matter is really difficult to handle. Originally, as parents, they had inherent advantages in their status and could control their son and daughter-in-law however they wanted. Now, they are in a passive position because of the severance of the relationship. Chonglin didn't say a word. Where are Panner and the 3 little ones? Wang Chuanxiang was even more grief-stricken. Chonglin was lying in the house. He must have heard my voice, but he didn't say a word. When I went there, Panner was in the yard. She didn't say anything. She just watched her mother chase me away with a big broom. The other kids were playing in the yard. When they saw me, they went straight into the house. Zhou Changshui curled his lips and said, I've said it before. My sister-in-law is not a good person. My brother is such a filial person. It's probably Yuan Panner who instigated him, not wanting my brother to recognize us and making him alienate us. Zhou Changshui's words hit exactly what old man Zhou and Wang Chuanxiang wanted. Wang Chuanxiang muttered, I thought she was a good person before, but I didn't expect her to be such a person. My extremely filial son was swayed by her pillow talk. Old man Zhou also nodded. It was probably her who instigated his son to break off the engagement. But he then thought that Zhou Chonglin's current life was all thanks to his brother-in-law. Yuan Panner couldn't afford to offend him. After all, she gave birth to 3 children for Chonglin, so we still have to respect her. Now we have to take it slow to win Chonglin's heart. Zhou Changshui also thought of this and nodded. Wang Chuanxiang just thought that it would be great if she could go back to the time before the relationship was severed, when Yuan Panner would still cook for the whole family, make pig food, feed the pigs and chickens, and clean the pigsty. Now all these jobs are hers. Ma Xiangqin can't cook and can't even feed pigs properly, but she takes advantage of her pregnancy to order her around. Originally, she was looking forward to having a grandson in Ma Xiangqin's belly, but now she just thinks Ma Xiangqin's belly is an eyesore. By the way, Chang Shui, have you found out how brother-in-law Chang Lin made his fortune? Asked old man Zhou. Zhou Chang Shui shook his head. I haven't had time yet. When I heard that my elder brother was building a big tile house, I hurried back to tell you. Well, let's find out quickly. See if Chang Lin can get involved. When our relationship with Chang Lin improves, we can get involved as well. Zhou Chang Shui's face lit up with joy instantly. He felt that he was not cut out for farming, and this kind of easy money was more suitable for him. Dad, don't worry. I'll go to the village behind the mountain to ask. My brother is angry now, and he will definitely recognize us when he calms down. Old man Zhou frowned and nodded. Now he couldn't understand the boss. After Yuanqing replaced the coarse salt used in braised meat with fine salt, the taste of the braised meat and braised offal was taken to a higher level. In addition to Laishui County, Donglishan in the surrounding Haiyuan County and Qing County has also started selling braised food. Because manager Chow did such a great job, the boss asked him to take over the entire Donglishan business in Laiyuan County. If he hadn't had more contact with Yuansheng, which facilitated communication between the two, the boss would have promoted him to Jizhou Prefecture to manage the entire Donglishan business in Jizhou Prefecture. When shopkeeper Chow saw the letter written to him by his boss, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Brother Yuanqing is his lucky star. The boss wrote in the letter, this kid has invented tea eggs, refrigerators, braised meat, and other things one after another. He must be extraordinary. We should continue to befriend him and not be too eager for quick success and bully the weak. Without the boss's instructions, Chow would do the same. The boss is a benevolent businessman with businesses all over China. He never bullies the weak, so he would certainly not do that. As manager Chow placed more orders, Yuansheng naturally earned more silver every day, reaching 80 taels a day. The number of braised pigs trotters ordered by Donglishan also increased rapidly from 5 sets on the first day to 10 sets. When Yuan Panner and Zhou Changlin heard the news, they were so excited that they didn't sleep the whole night. 10 sets of heads and trotters cost 30 taels of silver. If they split it in half, it would be 15 taels of silver, 15 taels of silver. Earn 15 taels of silver a day. In the past, the two of them cultivated the 40 acres of land at home, got up early and went to the mountains to chop firewood when they had time, and also did odd jobs in the town. They could only save about 17 taels a year. Now, they can earn 15 taels of silver a day. One day is equivalent to a year's income before. It's all thanks to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, as the name suggests, is the god of wealth in his family. Not only can you earn a lot from selling braised pigs trotters, but the work is not hard either. It is much more comfortable than enduring the severe cold or heat to chop firewood in the mountains. Hey, this day is like a dream. A bubblingly beautiful dream. If Zhou Changlin hadn't injured his waist, he would have wanted to jump a few times on the spot. After selling the braised meat on the first day, Yuansheng wanted to give the money to his sister and brother-in-law, but his sister and brother-in-law refused to accept it. Yuan Bauer, you've spent too much money on us. The money you spent on my injuries these past 2 days, and the money Dad spent on buying big blue bricks and beams for the house, I can't take this money. Yuansheng knew his brother-in-law's temper. Okay, sister and brother-in-law, I'll deduct the money first, and I'll pay you after I've deducted all the money. Zhou Changlin smiled sincerely. That's right. The entire Yuan family was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 88 Yuansheng submits manuscript. Yuansheng spent 2.5 hours every day practicing calligraphy and writing storybooks. Zhu Qinzi would teach him which characters he didn't know how to write. Yuansheng tried hard to write, but the characters he wrote were still of different sizes and the structure was not beautiful. When encountering vernacular text, Zhu Qinzi would help Yuansheng polish it. In this way, Yuansheng practiced calligraphy and writing at a speed of 3,000 words a day. It took him only 4 days to complete the first issue and submit a 10,000-word manuscript to Qingfeng bookstore. Of course, Zhu Qinzi made an indispensable contribution to this. She helped Yuansheng grind ink, taught Yuansheng how to write, and helped Yuansheng polish the work. When Yuansheng was discouraged because of his ugly handwriting, he encouraged him. When Yuansheng was thirsty, he gave him water. Although practicing calligraphy made his wrists a little tired, Yuansheng felt quite happy to have his wife by his side. On the day the manuscript was completed, Yuansheng grabbed his wife's hand and said, Qinzi, this book of the poor man's cultivation of immortals has at least half the credit of you. Do you want to sign your pen name on it as well? Zhu Qinzi looked up at Yuansheng with her star-like eyes. No, the entire story is your idea. I just did what a lady should do. Yuansheng looked at Zhu Qinzi. Her thick eyelashes flickered like 2 small brushes, brushing his heart. Her almond eyes sparkled like stars twinkling. Yuansheng put his big hands on Zhu Qinzi's eyes. turned his head to look at the three little ones watching outside the window, coughed and said, "Don't look at me like that." Outside the window, Yuzhu poked her head out and said in a baby voice, "Uncle, what are you and Aunt doing?" Yuan Sheng blew at Zhu Qinxi's eyes. "Your aunt's eyelashes are too long, and one of them fell out. I'll help her blow it out." Oh. Zhou Yuchuan had grown a little wiser. He cursed his uncle inwardly for being shameless and pulled his brother and sister away. Let's go. Have you learned the characters your aunt taught you? Have you memorized the 1,000-character classic that your aunt taught you? Go and memorize it now." Yufeng and Yuzhu murmured, "The opportunity to read and learn is so rare. They are still slacking off. It's really a sin. Look at the eldest brother. How hard he studies. He has memorized the 1,000 characters, and they—" Yuzhu sighed and decided that she still had to work hard to be as talented as her aunt. After this little episode, the atmosphere between Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinxi became much clearer. "My dear, do you think I can write a story?" Yuan Shang thought of his wife's literary talent and said, "Of course, as long as you like it." Zhu Qinxi smiled. Her husband was making rapid progress, and she also wanted to become better and keep up with his pace. "My dear, inspired by your story of a poor man cultivating immortals, I thought of a story. The heroine is a young lady from a scholar's family. Her father died early, and the young lady lives with her stepmother. Her stepmother makes her do all the housework at home. In winter, she makes her wash clothes with ice water, and in summer, she makes her sleep in the kitchen. As the young lady grows up, she becomes more and more beautiful, so her stepmother wants to sell her to a 70-year-old old man as a concubine. At this time, the leader of the cultivation sect came down the mountain to recruit disciples and found that the young lady had top-level immortal roots. The young lady was taken to the immortal mountain to cultivate. After she became successful in her cultivation, she sought revenge on her stepmother and others. During the thrilling journey of cultivating immortals, she met a Taoist partner, wandered around the world, and lived a carefree life. Yuan Shang couldn't help but applaud. He was a plagiarist, but his wife's words were original and surprisingly had such ups and downs. "Qinxi, I think your idea is very good. You can add some family and country feelings in the follow-up, with foreign enemies invading China, and the young lady and her Taoist partner using magic to save the people from danger. Can a woman also save people from danger? Of course, for example, an outstanding woman like you." Yuan Shang spoke the love words seriously. Zhu Qinxi turned his head and pretended to pack up the manuscript. Yuan Shang thought of what Zhu Qinxi said about the stepmother mistreating the young lady. His wife's words were true, and she must have felt the same way. He couldn't help but feel distressed and held Zhu Qinxi's hand. "Did Qian Jinfeng treat you the same way?" Zhu Qinxi nodded. "In the middle of winter, I was made to wash the clothes of my whole family with ice water. Even if my hands were covered with chilblains, I would wash them every day. In the winter, I was made to sleep at the door and face the cold wind. In the summer, I was made to sleep in the kitchen when it was hot." Yuan Shang didn't care if anyone was watching outside the window. He hugged Zhu Qinxi into his arms and stroked her back. "Qinxi, you have suffered. I will avenge you." Zhu Qinxi chuckled. "It's all in the past. I like my life now. If there is a chance, we will take revenge. If not, forget it. Let's live our own good lives and ignore her." Yuan Shang thought that even if there was no opportunity, he would create one to take revenge. Snort. After the two of them had some affectionate time, Yuan Shang and Zhu Qinxi went to Qingfeng study in the county town to hand in the manuscript. The waiter recognized the two men and quickly welcomed them in. The host was thinking about the manuscript of The Story of the Poor Family's Cultivation to Immortality. "My dear nephew Yuan Shang, you have submitted the manuscript very quickly." Yuan Qingfeng has been waiting for Yuan Shang's manuscript these days. On the one hand, he has a feeling that the book will become a hit, and on the other hand, he himself wants to read it. Yuan Shang handed over the manuscript. "Well." Yuan Qingfeng was speechless when he saw the uneven, different-sized, and aesthetically unpleasing characters. When he signed the contract last time, he thought Yuan Shang's signature was ugly. But after reading the manuscript Yuan Shang handed in that day, he realized that the two characters Yuan Shang wrote were actually the best. "My dear nephew Yuan Shang, you really should practice calligraphy." Yuan Shang smiled awkwardly. "To be honest with you, Uncle Yuan, I am practicing calligraphy while writing a storybook." Haha, Yuan Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh that Yuan Shang was a guy who knew how to save costs. He made money while practicing calligraphy. He was a talented person. Yuan Qingfeng ignored the ugly fonts and began to read carefully. The writing is vivid, the style is steady, the words are precise, and the story is full of ups and downs, which form a sharp contrast with the ugly words in the manuscript. This fragment is especially attractive. These 10,000 words introduce Li Chuan's life background and the background of the entire world of immortal cultivation. After Li Chuan was bullied by his neighbors, he was accepted as an outer disciple by the Xianjian sect because he had immortal roots, and then the chapter ended. As a reader, Yuan Qingfeng was just waiting to see Li Chuan seek revenge on his neighbors after achieving some success in cultivating immortality, but that was it. Wonderful. This book is going to be a hit. My dear nephew Yuan Shang, I am very optimistic about your story of cultivating immortals from humble backgrounds. I plan to copy 10 copies in the first phase. The waiter explained, in the past, our boss only allowed us to copy 3 copies of the storybooks. We can copy more if they sell well. My boss is very optimistic about your book. Yuan Shang quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Uncle Yuan, for your appreciation." Yuan Qingfeng waved his hand. "Don't thank me, you are capable. I have a feeling that this book will sell well, maybe even have copper plates engraved on it. If you choose 50 to 50, you will definitely make a lot of money." "I hope so." If he wanted to engrave the copper plate, Yuan Shang planned to ask Li the butcher's son Li Chunjiang to come to the county town to help gather information to see whether Yuan Qingfeng would tell him the truth about the sales volume of the storybooks and his share of the profits, so as to decide whether the two sides should cooperate in depth in the future. Chapter 89 Second Sister Yuan Yin'er. If it is just in the hand-copying stage, there is no need to look at it. There are at most dozens of books. Yuan Shang believes that with Yuan Qingfeng's strength, he will not play tricks with such a small amount of money. But it is different when the copper plate is engraved. If the book becomes popular, some wealthy people will inevitably collect it. Since the copper plate is expensive to make, the initial selling price will be higher in order to recover the cost quickly. Once the initial production cost is recovered, the book price will drop and the sales volume will increase significantly. If the number of books sold reaches several thousand or even tens of thousands, then it is not a small amount of money. Money can move people's hearts, and at this time, a person's character can be fully seen. The interests involved in movable type printing are huge, and Yuan Shang will not take it out until he is completely sure of Yuan Qingfeng's character. It is better not to make some money than to bring disaster to the family. His purpose of making money is to give his family a better life. He should not put the cart before the horse. Yuan Qingfeng was eager to see the follow-up content of the storybook, so he said to Yuan Shang, "My dear nephew Yuan Shang, logically speaking, I can't urge you to write the second edition of the book since we haven't seen the results of the first edition yet. But if you believe in your uncle's vision, write the second edition of the book as soon as possible. This book will definitely be a bestseller." "Of course I believe in Uncle Yuan. I will work hard on the second edition of the manuscript when I get back." He has to practice calligraphy anyway, so he might as well practice calligraphy while writing the book. Yuan Shang has confidence in the immortal cultivation biography of a poor family. Yuan Qingfeng was very happy. "My dear nephew Yuan Shang, this book is a pioneering work. If this book becomes popular, I believe more novels about cultivating immortals will appear on the market." After Yuan Shang finalized the manuscript, he took Zhu Chenxi away. He did not tell Yuan Qingfeng about the new novel Zhu Chenxi was conceiving. The two had already discussed it before they came. They would wait until the worldview of the story of the immortal cultivator was established and readers liked the stories of immortal cultivation and were looking forward to the new book. Then Zhu Chenxi would create another work from the perspective of the female protagonist to fill the gap in the market for stories of young ladies. The family had everything they needed, so Yuansheng and Zhu Chenxi didn't buy anything in the county town and prepared to go home. On the road, Yuansheng saw the guy selling candied haws again. He looked at his wife and thought about the 3 children at home. He was about to buy 4 strings. But then he thought about his father and the children, so he decided to buy 1 string for each of them. He bought 9 strings from the guy. The guy selling candied haws was laughing so hard that his eyes were almost invisible. The total price was 72 cents, and after rounding off the amount, he only took 70 cents. Yuan Shang became more and more skilled in driving the cart. Zhu Chenxi sat on the ox cart holding a candied haws, and the two of them went back. The breeze is gentle, the years are long, and the time is quiet and beautiful. As he walked, Yuan Shang saw a family of 5 from afar. The woman was carrying a basket and walking on one side with her 2 sons, while the man was holding his youngest son. Looking at the woman's profile, that was his second sister, Yuan Yin'er? Yuan Shang shouted happily, "Second sister, second brother-in-law." Yuan Yin'er turned around and saw Yuan Shang. She ran towards him excitedly, "Bower, Bower, it's really you." Yuan Shang also drove forward quickly. "Second sister, don't run back, I will catch up with you soon." Yuan Yin'er thought so too and quickly stopped. It would be a waste of time if she ran back after having walked here for a long time. Brother-in-law Zhao Mingda, holding his youngest son, also waved happily to Yuan Shang. Soon, the two groups met up. Zhu Qinsi quickly jumped off the ox cart. Second sister, second brother-in-law. Yuan Shang took Zhu Qinsi to introduce her to his second sister and brother-in-law. This is the wife I married for good luck, the young lady from the scholar's family. Yuan Yin'er patted Yuan Shang on the shoulder and said, "You are so lucky. You got married to a scholar's family for good fortune." The second sister did not look down on Zhu Qinsi because of her ugly appearance. Yuan Shang glanced at his wife and said, "I am lucky and blessed. Not only did I marry a good wife, I also have 7 good sisters and good brothers-in-law. Still as sweet as ever." Yuan Yin'er imagined pinching Yuan Shang's face like when they were children, but then she felt that he had grown up and it was inappropriate, so she took it back. Zhu Qinsi quickly took 3 candied haws and handed them to the 3 nephews. The 3 nephews said sweetly, "Thank you, Aunt. So good." Zhu Qinsi touched the youngest child's head. The 2 youngest nephews also called Yuan Shang politely, "Hello, uncle." The eldest brother, Zhao Yuliang, bit a candied haws and pretended not to see Yuan Shang. Yuan Yin'er said angrily, "This child is ignorant." Yuan Shang did not blame him. "Sister, brother-in-law, you must be exhausted from walking all the way here. Hurry up and get on the ox cart." Yuan Shang directly carried the second child, Zhao Yoshue, onto the ox cart. Yuan Yin'er put down the basket and also carried the third child, Zhao Yuchen, onto the cart. The eldest child, Zhao Yuliang, got on the cart by himself. "Brother-in-law, you've worked hard on this journey. Hurry up and get in the car." Zhao Mingda patted the ox and said, "I'm walking. I'm not tired. I'll save the ox if I can." Yuan Shang pushed his brother-in-law into the car and said, "How far is Zheagezwang from our home? Hurry up and get in the car." Zhao Mingda couldn't refuse, so he sat on the ox cart. Yuan Yin'er married to Zheagezwang village, Zheagezwang town, which is more than 80 miles away from Qingshan town. My sister and brother-in-law walked with the children for a long time. The second child, Zhao Yoshue, felt sleepy as soon as he got in the car and dozed off leaning against Zhao Mingda. Yuan Yin'er touched the brand new ox cart and said, "Yuan Bauer, did you borrow this ox cart?" It is absolutely impossible that they bought it themselves. It has only been a short time since my mother sent a message saying that my brother was sick and needed money. She asked Uncle Nyojian to help bring back 600 big coins. Later, she received a message from her mother saying that her brother's condition did not improve after taking the medicine, but became so serious that he fell into a coma. The family quickly raised money to arrange a wedding for her brother. Fortunately, her brother went to the wedding, but the time was too tight. On the day of the wedding, except for her eldest sister and brother-in-law from the next village, the other sisters were not notified. She felt a little guilty about this. She didn't help with such a big thing as her brother's coma and the wedding. She only gave the first 600 coins. The eldest sister and brother-in-law paid 10 taels of silver. She and Zhao Mingda brought 4 taels of silver this time, which was to pay back the money to the eldest brother-in-law on behalf of her mother's family. The eldest brother-in-law didn't split the family, so you can imagine the pressure on the eldest sister and brother-in-law to lend 10 taels of silver. Therefore, my mother's family is still suffering from famine, and it is impossible for them to buy such a good ox cart. "Sister, I bought this car." Hearing this, Yuan Yin'er frowned immediately. She got married early and lived far away. It was her parents and eldest sister who told her about her brother's recent situation. As far as she knew, her younger brother became more and more lazy and gluttonous as he grew older. He hung out with people like Wang Damao who did not work seriously all day long. He never did any farm work at home, but instead wanted to eat and dress well, and had no concern for his parents at all. Looking at Yuan Shang and his wife's brand new clothes, Yuan Yin'er frowned more and more, and the joy she had just felt when she saw her brother and sister-in-law was gone. "Yuan Bauer, tell me honestly, where did you get your money? I'm not as easy to fool as my parents." "Sister, this money is clean. I earned it all from my business." Yuan Yin'er obviously didn't believe it, and her brother-in-law Zhao Mingda also frowned. Yuan Shang felt helpless. He was such a scumbag and a bastard in the past. Now that he has learned his lesson, no one believes him. Chapter 90. Who are you? Zhao Mingda advised, "Yuan Bayer, your brother-in-law knows that your family has hired doctors and witches for you, borrowed a lot of money to bring you good luck, and made a lot of money, but you have to earn money one by one. You can't be impatient for quick success, and you can't go to the gambling house. Once a person enters a gambling house and becomes a gambler, his life is over. At the very least, he will lose everything he has, and at the worst, his family will be destroyed and his entire family will die." Yuan Shang was deeply touched. In his previous life, he was addicted to gambling and his family was broken up. Zhao Mingda took out 4 taels of silver and said, "Yuan Bayer, My brother-in-law doesn't have much ability. Here are 4 taels of silver. Take it and pay back my eldest sister and my eldest brother-in-law first." Before Yuan Shang took it, Yuan Yinner grabbed it and said, "Don't give it to Yuan Bauer. Go back and give it to your parents. What if he spends it recklessly? Well, is the happy time of family reunion so short? Only the time of a stick of incense?" And they started to criticize him so quickly? Yuan Shang shook his head helplessly. "Sister, brother-in-law, this money was earned cleanly by me. I have already paid back the money owed to my eldest sister and brother-in-law. Your information is outdated. Now my eldest sister and brother-in-law have severed their relationship with the Zhou family." Yuan Shang didn't expect that this casual remark of his would stir up a hornet's nest. Yuan Yinner slapped Yuan Shang on the head. "How dare you say that it must be because of the 10 taels of silver that my elder sister and her husband were driven out by the Zhou family? Do you know what breaking off the relationship means? In the future, my elder sister and her husband will have nowhere to be buried after they die. You bastard, if you weren't so lazy, why would our family have so little money saved? Why would you have to borrow 10 taels of silver from my elder sister and her husband?" Yuan Shang was stunned by the slap. "What? Second sister is really good at making associations." Zhu Chenxi felt distressed when she saw Yuan Shang being slapped and quickly hugged Yuan Yinner's hand. "Second sister, you misunderstood. The reason why my eldest sister and my eldest brother-in-law broke up was not because of Yuan Bao. It was because my eldest brother-in-law went to work in a logging team and injured his waist. It cost a lot of money, and the Zhou family didn't want to treat my eldest brother-in-law, so they kicked him out of the house." What? The shock of each piece of news was too great. Yuan Yinner said, "Wait, don't say anything yet. Let me sort it out first." Seeing Yuan Yinner helping, Zhu Chenxi quickly held Yuan Shang's head to check. Yuan Shang smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. My second sister can't bear to really hit me." He whispered to Zhu Chenxi, "She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Zhu Chenxi also smiled. At this moment, Yuan Yinner and Zhao Mingda's minds were in a mess. Yuan Bayer has already paid back the money to her elder sister and brother-in-law? Yuan Bayer not only paid back the money, but also bought such a good ox cart? My brother-in-law broke his waist. How much will it cost? My eldest sister and brother-in-law were kicked out of the Zhou family and severed their ties with the Zhou family? How could so many things happen in just half a month? How could so many things happen? The most urgent matter is the injury of my brother-in-law. Yuan Bayer, let's talk about other things later. How is my brother-in-law's waist? How much does it cost? Brother-in-law not only hurt his waist, but also his internal organs. If he wants to be cured completely, it will cost 400 taels. At present, Dr. Zhong of Miaoshou Hall is treating his waist. There is no big problem. Brother-in-law will be back to normal soon. Don't worry. What? Yuan Yinner frowned. What happened today? She understood every word Yuan Bauer said, but why did he not understand what they meant when they were put together? Just tell me it's magical or not. A wound worth 400 taels of silver can be cured just like that? Zhao Mingda murmured, "I've heard of Dr. Zhong. He's the face of Miaoshou Hall and is said to be the best doctor in Liuyuan County. If he treats you, the consultation fee won't be low." Yuan Sheng nodded and said, "I have a good relationship with Donglishun's shopkeeper Chow. Dr. Zhong is a friend of shopkeeper Chow. I came to treat my brother-in-law's injury for the sake of shopkeeper Chow's face." Donglishun? That's the best restaurant in our Liuyuan County. Zhao Mingda and Yuan Yinner were even more confused. "Well, I supply them with braised meat now." Yuan Shang was afraid that his sister and brother-in-law didn't understand, so he explained, "Braised meat is a kind of delicious cooked food. After a while, I became familiar with Manager Chow." Yuan Yinner felt her head buzzing. Her brother spoke in a serious tone, and her sister-in-law also looked calm. Could it be true? Is this his brother? The younger brother who was lazy and ignorant half a month ago? Yuan Yinner didn't care about anything and just held Yuan Shang's face and observed him carefully. Well, he looks like her brother. That's not a big deal. But his eyes and temperament are different. Before, they were a bit hazy, but now they are clear. Before, he had no temperament, but now he has the temperament of a superior who has everything under control. Tell me, who are you? Yuan Yinner looked fierce. Well, Yuan Shang was a little speechless. Her second sister was quite imaginative. Second sister, what kind of weird things are in your head? I am your brother, Yuan Bao. The goods are genuine, guaranteed to be authentic. Yuan Yinner still didn't believe it. Yuan Shang sighed and shook his head. There is a red mole on your left buttock. Huh? Yuan Yinner slapped Yuan Shang on the back and said fiercely, "When did you peek at me taking a bath?" Sister, you are wronging me. I saw it when I was over 1 year old. I just have a good memory. Zhu Qinzi raised her hand. Sister, I can testify that he has almost a photographic memory, and he can recite the 1,000-character classic after reciting it a few times. Most importantly, she believes in her husband's character. Zhao Mingda's face also turned from gloomy to bright. Oh my, 1,000-character classic? Yuan Bauer, are you reading now? Another new information came rushing over, and Yuan Yinner exclaimed. Yes, sister. Qinzi is teaching me now. The three little ones, Yuchuan, Yufeng, and Yuzhu, are also learning from Qinzi. Yuan Shang didn't want his sister and brother-in-law to have any misunderstanding about Zhu Qinzi, so he explained, before, Qinzi was sold by her stepmother, who asked for 20 taels of betrothal gift. Later, when I brought Qinzi back home, my father-in-law not only returned the 20 taels, but also gave Qinzi 10 taels of dowry and gave me a Duan inkstone worth dozens of taels and a few books. How much does it cost to study in a private school in a year? Now that my younger siblings are helping my younger brother and Yuchuan to get started, how much money can we save? Moreover, her family actually turned a disaster into a blessing. Not only did her brother's wife's family give a betrothal gift, they also gave her books and inkstones. How much money did they cost? My younger brother got a great deal. Yuan Yinner immediately warned, Yuan Bauer, don't bully Qinshi in the future. If you bully Qinshi, I will not forgive you. Yes, yes, yes. From now on, I will treat her like a baby and never bully her. Zhu Qinzi blushed and whispered, slippery tongue. Yuan Yinner pouted, how shameless. Yuan Shang felt that he had a hard time. These women were so difficult to please. He was clearly following his second sister's words, but his second sister and Qinzi scolded him. My brother-in-law coughed and said, Yuan Bayer, can you let your sister-in-law teach Yuliang and Yoshua so that they can learn some words, so that it will be easier to find work in the town in the future?